Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1067 to Chapter 1123. Ling Yan was overjoyed. He didn't care where the energy came from at such a critical moment as long as it could help him heal. That power wasn't very strong. In fact, it was very weak. However, it was this kind of power that blocked all the acupuncture points in Ling Yan's body and prevented the spiritual energy from leaking out. But that was enough. Ling Yan's situation was obviously a race against time. He had eaten all the treasures of heaven and earth, so he had to get his energy center moving before the spiritual energy leaked out. If he couldn't do that, it would be useless no matter how many treasures he ate in the future. What was the use if the spiritual energy ran out? As long as his energy center could revolve, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. That was because his yin-yang harmony balance could generate yin and yang qi. Xianxia, come over and help me. Xianxia had a huge amount of spiritual energy. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Xianxia couldn't help earlier, but she could now. Just now, Ling Yan's body was like a sieve, and his acupuncture points were leaky. Even if Xianxia transferred too much spiritual energy into Ling Yan's body, it would at most circulate through his meridians and then flow out of his acupuncture points, unable to enter his energy center. It was like if you used a water pipe to pour water into a pool, but there were countless holes in the water pipe. The more urgently you supplied the water, the faster the water pipe would leak. In any case, the water would not enter the pool. It was the same principle. Ling Yan's acupoints were no longer leaking after the power of faith. Xianxia flew over and sat cross-legged behind Ling Yan. She placed her hands on Ling Yan's back and started transferring spiritual energy. Don't be too strong. Ling Yan didn't forget to remind her that the power of faith was like putting a layer of plastic wrap on the water pipe. If Xianxia transferred too much spiritual energy, it would all go to waste. With Xianxia's help, new spiritual energy entered Ling Yan's body and was guided by Ling Yan's cultivation technique into his energy center. When Ling Yan felt that it was about time, he activated the yin-yang harmony balance again. Boom! With a loud bang, Ling Yan's energy center finally began to rotate. Even though it was very slow, it was finally moving. Phew! Success! Ling Yan was overjoyed and immediately opened his eyes. The inner chi was born, his heaven-defying body could absorb any spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and he cultivated the top-notch yin-yang harmony balance in the cultivation world. If it was someone else with such a serious injury, it would be daydreaming if they wanted to let their dantian circulate so quickly. Of course, if someone else were to suffer such an injury, they would have died long ago. There was no way they could survive. Brother, did you succeed? Even though Ning Lingyu was cultivating, she was still paying attention to the situation at Ling Yan's side. She immediately got up and flew over. How could such a small injury trouble me? Have you forgotten what I do? Ling Yan said proudly as he felt his energy center turning slowly. He could clearly feel the yin and yang qi in his dantian. Although it was not much, it was still moving. This was beyond his expectations. Xianxia, stop. We don't need it for now. Ling Yan stopped Xianxia's transfer of spiritual energy. As long as he could circulate his energy center, he would be able to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance and heal himself with the yin-yang true qi. According to Ling Yan's estimation, he would need at most half a month to fully recover his strength and return to his peak. He was an immortal doctor. Lingyu, continue to cultivate. Don't worry about me. Xianxia, continue to protect me. Ling Yan's energy center could be used again, but he still needed to continue to cultivate to stabilize it. Otherwise, he would be dumbfounded if his energy center stopped revolving. That was because Ling Yan's energy center was indeed revolving very slowly. The speed was worrisome, as if it could stop at any time. Moreover, Ling Yan still had to study this inexplicable power of faith. He had no idea how this power appeared in his body. Thus, Ling Yan closed his eyes to cultivate again. Xianxia continued to protect him. 3 hours later, Ling Yan opened his eyes again. Under the influence of the yin-yang harmony balance, Ling Yan's energy center was still revolving slowly, but it was stable. Ling Yan's worries were gone. As for recovering his strength, it was still too early. Ling Yan's next task was to use the true qi in his body to gradually repair his meridians and acupuncture points. there should be no problem using the spatial ring now, right? Ling Yan smiled faintly. With a thought, he successfully established a connection with the spatial ring. The next moment, a bottle of Xianxia pill appeared in Ling Yan's hand. As for the mysterious gourd containing the dragon's saliva, Ling Yan still couldn't move it. Let's go home. Ling Yan stood up and said to Bai Xian'er and Ming Lingyu. The three of them got into the car and quickly left the seaside, returning to mansion number 9. When the beauties at home heard that Ling Yan's treatment was miraculous and that he could start cultivating again, they were all surprised. Qing Dongshui was on the verge of tears. Rascal, you made me worry for you for so long. Hee, auntie, don't worry, I'm fine now, aren't I? Nah, the Xianxia pill is out of the spatial ring too. Ling Yan could start cultivating again, and he could use the spatial ring again. That night, Ling Yan had gained a lot. It was already past midnight. Ling Yan let everyone rest and returned to his room on the second floor of the mansion. But where did the power of faith come from? Ling Yan sat cross-legged on the bed. Before he started cultivating again, he was filled with doubts. Ling Yan didn't go anywhere for the next 2 days. He stayed in mansion number 9 and concentrated on his cultivation. He could feel his energy center spinning faster and faster. Of course, this speed was only relative to the beginning. It was still far from the peak of Ling Yan's cultivation. However, this was already very impressive. Ling Yan could already control the yin-yang true qi in his meridians and complete the great circulatory cycle. With the circulation of the yin-yang true qi, Ling Yan's strength was also recovering, and he had divine sense again. It was just that the distance was very close. He took out the golden needles from the spatial ring and used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on himself every day to repair his meridians and acupoints. Of course, Ling Yan had Miao Xiao Miao do the acupuncture for him where his hands couldn't reach, such as his back. You're taking advantage of me again, shameless. Ling Yan and Miao Xiao Miao had this conversation every day. After 2 days of treatment, Ling Yan's acupoints were no longer sieves after being repaired by the yin-yang true qi and the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. He no longer needed the power of faith to block them. However, that mysterious power of faith was still in Ling Yan's body. It didn't show any signs of growth, but it didn't disappear either. It was just that this power was too weak, and Ling Yan didn't know how to use it. Moreover, the power of faith couldn't circulate in his meridians. Interesting. Ling Yan had tried to use this power, but it ended in failure. It was external and too weak for him to use. Do I have to be like the Buddhists or those winged birdmen and chant incantations? Ling Yan suddenly thought of Paul and Chester. They were both his loyal servants. Could it be their power of faith? However, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Anyway, his injuries were recovering quickly, and his divine sense was also recovering. He was almost done with the Xianxia pill, but he felt that he could take the mysterious gourd out of his ring now. As his injuries healed, Ling Yan had regained the strength of 1,000 kilograms in one arm. As long as he took the mysterious gourd out, he would recover even faster with the help of the dragon's saliva. Ling Yan received a lot of news in the past 2 days. Since he could take out the mysterious gourd, Ling Yan naturally took out his phone and communication device. Abing called to say that more than 300 brothers were willing to learn martial arts from Ling Yan and were waiting for him to pick them. Tang Meng called a few times a day, mainly to talk about the acquisition of companies. The progress was faster than expected, and he was able to complete the acquisition of 4 to 5 companies every day. Emma Wudao had been setting up his feng shui in the Ling Yan building. Everything was going according to Ling Yan's plan, and everything was going according to plan. Another night passed. It was 4:30 in the morning, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Ling Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes suddenly. With a thought, he took out the mysterious gourd from his spatial ring. After drinking the dragon's saliva, he kept the gourd and flew out of the open window. He turned around in the air, took a deep breath, and landed on the roof of the villa. He began to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. Ling Yan stopped his cultivation at 7 in the morning and had breakfast with Qin Dongshui and the rest. I'm going back to the city today, Ling Yan said to everyone during the meal. What's up? I have a lot of things to settle. I'm going to visit Uncle Li and Uncle Tang today. Ling Yan's divine sense could now cover an area of tens of meters. He had to go to Long Kuan's house again tonight to see if Long Kuan had left any messages behind. Ling Yan didn't tell Qin Dongxue and the rest about the disappearance of Long Kuan and his daughter. "Don't worry about me, just do your own things at home." Of course, Ling Yan had the ability to protect himself now. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with one or two masters below Xiantian realm level 7. After breakfast, Ling Yan left mansion number 9 for Qingshui City under the gazes of the beauties. Ling Yan's first stop was naturally mansion number 1. Tang Meng arrived at the same time. "Big brother Yun." Tang Meng was excited to see Ling Yan after not seeing him for 2 days. "Have you had breakfast?" Ling Yan asked directly. "Yes." "When did Uncle Li say we're meeting?" 9 in the morning. "Where?" "In his office." "Alright, there's still enough time." Ling Yan nodded and looked at Wang Feihu, who was walking out of the villa. He smiled and said, "Old Wang, I was just looking for you. Come, let me give you a couple of needles first." Wang Feihu had sustained serious injuries during the life and death battle that night. Even though his external injuries were healed by the healing talismans, his internal injuries hadn't healed yet. Now that the spiritual energy in Huaxia was depleted, not every ancient martial arts master had as many treasures as Ling Yun did. Wang Feihu was just an ordinary ancient martial arts master at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. He had been stuck in this realm for many years, but he couldn't break through because he was poor. The Xiantian realm was divided into 3 stages and 9 levels. Xiantian realm level 1 to level 3 was the initial stage, Xiantian realm level 4 to level 6 was the middle stage, and Xiantian realm level 7 to level 9 was the advanced stage. It wasn't difficult for a cultivator to break through a stage and reach the pinnacle of that stage. The only difference was the amount of time it took. The difficult part was that breaking through each stage was like ascending to the heavens. For example, Qin Dongxue was stuck at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3 before she met Ling Yun, unable to progress any further. Why? She was lacking in elixirs. If Qin Dongxue was like that, there was no need to mention Wang Feihu. Otherwise, why would Wang Feihu, a master at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5, willingly become a guest of the Sun family and work for them? Acupuncture? "Young Master Ling, you've recovered?" Wang Feihu had been in mansion number 1 for so many days that he naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. "Yeah, I've recovered about 10 to 20%. It's only a matter of time." Ling Yun nodded and didn't hide anything. "Let's go to your room." They arrived at Wang Feihu's room. Ling Yan got him to sit cross-legged on the bed and gestured for him to take off his shirt. Cough cough. Wang Feihu blushed awkwardly. Ling Yan laughed. "You're a Xiantian realm master. Why would you be embarrassed? I'm treating your injuries. Be more relaxed." Ling Yan thought to himself, "If I really wanted to look at you, I could just use my divine sense to see through you. Unfortunately, I don't have that hobby." As he spoke, he took out the food box that the beauties had prepared for him from his ring. Ling Yan picked up a few pieces of ginseng and handed them to Wang Feihu. "Chew and swallow." "This is 1,000-year ginseng." Wang Feihu was dumbfounded and said in shock, a millennium-old ginseng?" Of course, he was excited. He relied on the Sun family and worked hard to accumulate worldly wealth. He couldn't even get 100-year-old ginseng. However, he didn't expect that someone would casually take out 1,000-year-old ginseng to treat his illness. Ling Yan had the golden needle in his hand. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "You don't have to be so excited. This is not just 1,000-year-old ginseng. It's a 2,000-year-old ginseng. Hurry up and eat. I'm very busy today." "Thank you, young Master Ling." Wang Feihu was not a bashful person. He immediately put a few pieces of ginseng into his mouth and swallowed them. Activate your cultivation technique and guide the spiritual energy of the ginseng into your energy center. I'll perform the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to help you dissolve the medicinal energy. Ling Yan stood by the bed and started to insert needles into Wang Feihu's back at lightning speed. Of course, it wasn't a simple acupuncture. Ling Yan's cultivation had recovered. Through the acupuncture of the golden needle, he continuously transferred spiritual energy into Wang Feihu's meridians to help him repair his damaged meridians and acupuncture points. 10 minutes later. Ling Yan looked at Wang Feihu, whose body was full of golden needles. He smiled and asked, "Old Wang, how do you feel now?" Wang Feihu was so comfortable that he wanted to moan. He closed his eyes and replied excitedly, "Young Master Ling, you're indeed an immortal doctor. In just a short while, I feel like my internal injuries have recovered by 60 to 70%. What was the condition of damaged meridians? To put it simply, it was actually a pipe that had broken, chipped, cracked, thinned, or even blocked, glued, etc. There were all sorts of conditions. The so-called repair of meridians was to treat all the problems that appeared in the meridians so that true qi could flow unimpeded within. With the medicinal power of the ginseng and Ling Yan's spiritual energy on the outside, coupled with the nature-defying effects of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, Ling Yan only needed a short while to heal Wang Feihu's internal injuries. Wang Feihu activated his cultivation technique and allowed the true qi in his body to flow quickly through his meridians. He couldn't help but be impressed by Ling Yan's miraculous skills. He thought to himself, comparisons are odious. Ling Yan smiled and reached out again, picking up a few more pieces of ginseng and putting them directly into Wang Feihu's mouth. "Eat a few more pieces and meditate here. I'll come over later to remove the needles for you." With that, he left the room and went to the living room without waiting for Wang Feihu to shed tears of gratitude. "Boss." At this time, Ling Yan's 2 servants, Paul and Chester, who were both at the peak of the Earl rank, had been waiting in the living room for a long time. As for Tang Meng, he went to the small storage room in the backyard of the villa to deal with the unlucky ones like spiritual master Lai Ri and Sikong Wuji. Ling Yan stared at the 2 servants of the blood clan who greeted him with the Western gentleman's etiquette. He wondered if he should ask them about the power of faith. "Come out, let's do some work together." In the end, Ling Yan didn't ask them about the power of faith. Instead, he brought the 2 kings of the blood clan to the courtyard. He scanned the area with his sole consciousness and then leaped to the southeast corner of the yard. Then, he lifted his hand and pointed. "Chester, move that rock to my feet. It's right where I'm standing." Ling Yan wanted to set up the spirit gathering formation in mansion number 1, he didn't explain. He just walked around the entire courtyard, stopping at every corner. Every time he stopped, he would ask Paul and Chester to move a stone to his feet. Actually, Ling Yan could set up a spirit gathering formation easily if he recovered to his peak. However, that would take more than 10 days, and he couldn't wait that long. Everything in this courtyard, including the people, spiritual herbs, and the presence of the spirit gathering formation, made a huge difference. After all, mansion number 1 was very close to the antique market. There was more or less spiritual energy there. Moreover, there was a large amount of medicinal herbs planted in the courtyard. They could almost be considered spiritual medicine. There was also a large amount of purchased medicinal herbs. Ling Yan was using this courtyard to cultivate the spiritual herbs. His heart was already aching after being interrupted for more than 10 days. How could he allow this situation to continue? Most importantly, there were 3 stalks of real spiritual herbs in the backyard of mansion number 1. They were about to mature. Ling Yan knew that he was at qi cultivation stage 1 now. A mere 10 days was far from enough for him to recover to his peak. He still needed the help of elixirs. The ginseng could be sliced and eaten directly, but the sky-yang grass, yin grass, and dragon spirit grass were out of the question. That would be a waste. Therefore, Ling Yan wanted to use them to make the yin-yang pill and dragon spirit pill. Therefore, Ling Yan could only use this stupid method. Fortunately, he had divine sense now. It could cover a range of more than 10 meters. He could calculate the distance and determine the direction. With the help of the 2 blood clan members, it wasn't too slow. 20 minutes later, Ling Yan completed the last step. With a leap, he arrived at the eye of the spirit gathering formation. Every formation had to have an eye. In the past, Ling Yan used a rock for the eye of the spirit gathering formation in mansion number 1. However, he didn't use a rock this time. Instead, he took out a piece of green jade the size of a soccer ball from his spatial ring. The devil's blade appeared in his hand. Holding it with one hand, Ling Yan stabbed it into the ground. With a light flick, he quickly created a hole that was more than half a meter deep. Ling Yan put the green jade back into the hole. Then, he filled the hole with soil and stepped on it. Boom! As soon as the green jade was placed in the eye of the formation, the various types of spiritual energy in Xianxia City's antique market, Xianxia Lake, and the wood spiritual energy in the forest behind the mansion seemed to be attracted. They instantly changed directions and rushed towards mansion number 1. The formation was completed. This is more like it. Ling Yan was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Feeling the various types of spiritual energy coming from all directions, Ling Yan only felt comfortable. Then, he floated to the place where the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs were planted. He carefully observed their growth. Luckily, I was more careful that night. Otherwise, these 3 stalks of spiritual herbs would have been in trouble. Ling Yan couldn't help but thank Xianxia for the fact that these 3 stalks of spiritual herbs were unharmed in the battle of life and death that night. She knew that these 3 stalks of spiritual herbs were very important to Ling Yan, so she set up an illusory formation early on. That was why these 3 stalks of spiritual herbs weren't harmed. As for the medicinal herbs that were transplanted from Miracle Dr. Shui to the west side of the front yard, Ling Yan lost about 20 to 30% of them. However, they were only low-level spiritual herbs, so Ling Yan didn't feel too bad about losing them. At this rate, these 3 stalks of spiritual herbs should be ripe in 10 days or half a month. Ling Yan observed the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs. Needless to say, the Heaven-yang grass and the Earthine grass were the slowest. The dragon spiritual grass had a twisted stem that looked like a horned dragon. It was probably about to mature. The heavens are really on my side. Ling Yan was naturally in a good mood. He turned to Paul and Chester. Both of you have to guard this place strictly for the next half a month. I don't care who goes out tonight, but at least one of you must stay at home. Paul and Chester nodded their heads in agreement. Ling Yan returned to the house and went straight to Wang Feihu's room. *CK, 3 flowers at once prominence, Wang Feihu was channeling his energy with all his might. With the help of the 1,000-year ginseng, the steam around his body rose slowly and gathered on top of his head. There was a faint glow. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see such a scene, but Ling Yan could naturally see it clearly with his divine sense. Meditating and circulating energy, transforming essence into qi, the qi rushing to the profound entrances. This was the sign that the 8 extraordinary meridians were unobstructed. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan knew that Wang Feihu's internal injuries were 99% healed. He couldn't help but want to help Wang Feihu break through directly, but he resisted the urge. Wang Feihu's internal injuries had just recovered. It was better to let him rest for a few days and consolidate his strength. Old Wang, stop your cultivation. Don't be too greedy. We have plenty of 1,000-year ginseng, and there are even better ones. Ling Yan stopped Wang Feihu immediately when he realized that he wanted to break through in one go. He wondered how poor old Wang was in the past. Wang Feihu stopped his cultivation immediately and opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. Ling Yan removed the golden needles from Wang Feihu's body. Wang Feihu got off the bed and bowed to Ling Yan. Thank you, young Master Ling. Ling Yan didn't dodge and accepted the bow calmly. He smiled faintly and said, it seems like your injuries have completely recovered. You should stabilize for a few days first. When the time comes, I'll help you to break through. Xianxia City Government. 8:45 a.m., the security department at the entrance of the city government compound. It's really hot today. The security guard, little Zhou, was enjoying the air conditioner as he played with his phone. It was going to be another hot day. Suddenly, he looked through the window and saw 2 figures walking out of the city hall building. They were walking toward the entrance with their heads held high. Which leader came out? They didn't even take a car? Oh my, it's Secretary Li. It's actually Secretary Li. Little Zhou's eyes were very good. He had just muttered that sentence when he focused his eyes. He instantly recognized the 2 leaders who came out of the building. It was the head of Xianxia City, Li Yifeng. Moreover, the person beside him was the director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao. Seeing this scene, little Zhou was instantly at a loss. The 2 leaders were obviously rushing towards the entrance. They didn't drive. Should he go out and salute them or not? The electric door was still closed. Only the side door was open. Should he open the main door or not? Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao walked very quickly. The two of them arrived at the entrance very quickly. Little Zhou couldn't care less. He rushed out of the department and came to the entrance. He took the initiative to greet the two leaders. Hello, Secretary Li. Hello, Director Tang. Oh, Little Zhou. Can I trouble you to open the main door? Li Yifeng came to a stop. He smiled at Little Zhou, his figure as tall as a mountain. Oh, okay. Little Zhou didn't dare to refuse. He immediately went back into the building and pressed the button to open the electric door. The retractable electric door opened slowly. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao smiled and nodded at Little Zhou. The two of them walked out of the main door at the same time and stood outside. Little Zhou was instantly dumbfounded. Looking at the two leaders, it was obvious that they were waiting for someone at the entrance. However, they didn't receive any notice that a leader from above was coming. Even though Little Zhou was a security guard, he was incomparably smart and knew how to read the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a security guard of the city government. Seeing the two leaders standing outside the door with the sun on their heads, Little Zhou was puzzled and hesitant. Should he go and ask them? Finally, he made up his mind and hurriedly ran over. Secretary Li, today's weather is very hot, you see. His meaning was obvious. He wanted the two leaders to wait in his room. After all, there was air conditioning in the room. As a guard, although this was very impulsive, no matter how high the official was, it was not worthwhile to blame him for this matter. After all, he was thinking for the leader, right? Sure enough, Li Yifeng turned his head and smiled at him, saying, "Oh, there's no need. Little Zhou, you go do what you need to do. We're here to pick up someone." Little Zhou was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, what the heck? Who's so awesome? The person hasn't even arrived yet, but the city's mayor has to personally come to the entrance to welcome him? He knew that the person in front of him was definitely not a leader. If it was a leader, the city would have informed him long ago. How could they allow the door to be closed? Moreover, the two leaders didn't even bring their secretaries or other attendants, so it was definitely not the leaders who wanted to come. Who else in Xianxia City could be that powerful? So arrogant? Even though it thought this way, Little Zhou still obediently walked back because there were two leaders standing there. It wasn't a place for it to stay. 10 minutes, both Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao stood at the entrance for a full 10 minutes under the scorching sun. 10 minutes later, a Porsche arrived at the entrance of the city hall and slowly stopped. Soon, two people got out of the car. These two people were, of course, Ling Yun and Tang Meng. "Aya, Uncle Li, Uncle Tang, why are you guys waiting here? How can I bear this responsibility?" Ling Yun saw Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao from afar, so he immediately came over to greet them the moment he got out of the car. Tang Meng didn't expect this either. He hurriedly greeted Big Brother Yun, thinking that no one in Xianxia City could compare to him. "Hee, Ling Yun, don't be so polite. We're family, why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, you're an important person in Xianxia City now. Aren't you afraid of people talking behind your back?" Li Yifeng also walked towards Ling Yun and stood in front of him, patting his shoulder lightly. "How are you? Are your injuries healed?" "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Li. My body is fine now," Ling Yun replied with a smile. As for the specific condition of his body, he didn't need to explain it in detail. "That's good. Come, let's talk in my office." As he spoke, Li Yifeng turned around and took the initiative to grab Ling Yun's hand. They walked side by side towards the municipal building. Tang Tianhao naturally followed closely. At the same time, he said to Tang Meng, "You drive the car in." Xiao Zhou, the security guard, was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. He thought to himself, I was wondering who I'm picking up. So it's this young man? Oh my god, where did this person come from? Ling Yun, sit anywhere. Don't be shy. Li Yifeng greeted Ling Yun warmly when they arrived at Li Yifeng's office. Ling Yun sat on the sofa and realized that the tea had already been brewed. The fragrance was refreshing. Then, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao sat separately. Tang Tianhao poured the tea, and the three of them began to chat. Of course, it was a casual chat at the beginning. The two of them asked about Ling Yan's recent situation and expressed their concern. Then, they got to the main topic. Ling Yan, you said that you want to buy the 1,000 mu of land in Linjiang New City. The city has already held a special discussion yesterday. Li Yifeng's first words were good news, but the way he spoke of it was actually understated. Ah, thank you so much, Uncle Li. Ling Yan had already expected this, but he didn't think it would be so soon. He came to see Li Yifeng today, and Li Yifeng had already settled it for him yesterday. That's not all. Ling Yan, let me tell you. Yesterday, your Uncle Li suggested it, and the city unanimously approved it. As long as you can guarantee to develop the land seriously, the city will also hand over the 500 mu of land from the east to the south of the land, which is the north shore of Qingshui Wharf. Ling Yan was stunned. Tang Tianhao's words were vague and even official, but Ling Yan understood. Not only did he want to buy the 1,000 mu of land, but the city was also giving him 500 mu of land for free, 1,500 mu. Of course, the condition for the gift was that Ling Yan had to ensure that the land was developed seriously. To put it bluntly, it was actually given to him. Ling Yan could do whatever he wanted with it. Would they take it back if he didn't develop it seriously? Li Yifeng smiled faintly and only said one sentence. Do it well. What kind of person was Ling Yan? After being stunned for a moment, he immediately recovered and said with a smile, Uncle Li, then can I find someone to go through the procedures tomorrow? Li Yifeng laughed heartily. You don't have to do it tomorrow, you can do it today. However, you have to pay for the 1,000 mu of land. 8 billion, no less. Of course, hee. Thank you, Uncle Li. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Ling Yan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. What a joke, the original budget for the 1,000 mu of land was at least 2 billion. Now that they were giving him 1,500 mu for 8 billion, how could he not be grateful? Ling Yan pondered for a while before saying, Uncle Li, I have a presumptuous request this time. Ling Yan was prepared to be an official. Li Yifeng turned his head and looked at Tang Tianhao. Both of them smiled knowingly. Why are you still talking in riddles with me? Speak, what is it? Ling Yun nodded. Uncle Li, that. I defeated Li Jiujiang and Lu Guanwang. Now, both of their positions are vacant, Li Yifeng immediately asked, Oh, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Yes, it's none other than Principal Zhang and Executive Vice Principal Kong Xiuru, Ling Yun said directly. Ling Yun knew that this was a difficult matter. Even if the other party was Li Yifeng, he didn't want to beat around the bush. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, even if this path didn't work out, he could choose another path without making things difficult for Li Yifeng. About this? The city is currently having a headache over this matter. I didn't expect you to help us pick a candidate. What Ling Yan didn't expect was that Li Yifeng's tone was still light. Principal Zhang is now a director. He has been working at Qingshui High for so many years and can be said to have outstanding results. This year's college entrance examinations, your school's results are first in the province. As for teacher Kong Xiuru, even though she just became Qingshui City's executive vice principal, she was originally a special grade teacher. Her teaching results are obvious to all. Ling Yan didn't expect Li Yifeng to know so much about Qingshui High. Li Yifeng then said, This is not an unreasonable request. I will hold a special meeting to discuss it later. Don't worry. Done, so simple, Li Yifeng dared to say that Ling Yan could rest assured. This was not a joke. He only said this because he was 100% confident. But, how could it be so easy? Ling Yan was puzzled. Tang Tianhao, who was at the side, saw Ling Yan's puzzled expression. He kept a smile on his face and didn't explain. However, Ling Yan didn't dwell on it for too long. Li Yifeng had complete control over Qingshui City's officialdom. He was unrivaled in Qingshui City. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, then he would be too useless. Uncle Li, what about Tang Meng's Heaven and Earth group? Ling Yan asked again. Tang Tianhao corrected him. Ling Yan, that's your Heaven and Earth group. Ling Yan smiled and said, Uncle Tang, isn't that the same? Li Yifeng opened his mouth. Finally, we're getting down to business. Ling Yun, the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group might seem like a small matter to you, but to the government, it's the most important thing in Xianxia City. This was related to Li Yifeng's political achievements. How could it not be important? Therefore, the city attaches great importance to your establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group. I have already given the green light for all departments to give you their full support. If any department dares to screw up and delay the opening of the Heaven and Earth Group, the head of the department will be fired. Ling Yan took a deep breath when he heard this. What the F***ck, so the government attaches so much importance to the Heaven and Earth Group. To be continued. The city also said that you're going to buy those companies. Tang Tianhao added with a smile. Ling Yan was even more shocked. Then, he came to a realization. No wonder Tang Meng said that the acquisition of those companies was progressing smoothly. There was actually such a layer to it, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. So all the problems he had considered weren't problems in Li Yifeng's eyes. That was the beauty of power. One word, one decision, it was all about life and death. The rest were just procedures. Thank you, Uncle Li. What else could Ling Yan say other than gratitude? The establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group is very important, but it's not something you and Tang Meng can handle alone. I know you're a big boss who doesn't want to do anything, but Tang Meng's age, ability, and experience are not enough to handle such a big thing. Tang Tianhao reminded Ling Yan with a smile. Li Yifeng continued, so, if you need help during this time, the city can also help you find professionals. If you lack money, I can also help you talk to the bank. This was a green light all the way. Ling Yan expressed his gratitude again. He didn't lack money, so he smiled. Uncle Li, you don't have to worry about money. I have enough here. From the very beginning, Ling Yan had never thought of using the bank's money. Okay. Li Yifeng nodded. He knew that Ling Yan didn't lack money. Then, do you have any other requests? Ling Yan laughed and said, hee, Uncle Li has opened the door for me and will grant all my requests. I am already overwhelmed by the favor. How could I have the nerve to ask for anything else? At this point, they had finished discussing Ling Yan's matters. Li Yifeng nodded. He picked up a cup of tea and took 2 sips. He turned to Tang Tianhao and said, Old Tang, the next matter is yours. You can talk to Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, your Uncle Tang has a request too. Ling Yun stood up hurriedly. Uncle Tang, you can just tell me to do it. Why do you have to say such things? Okay. Tang Tianhao nodded and said what he wanted to say. Green Dragon wants to clear its name. The establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group was Li Yifeng's political achievement. As for the Green Dragon Group, it was obviously related to Tang Tianhao's political achievement. This matter is beneficial to you, me, Xiao Meng, and the citizens of Xianxia City. Afraid that Ling Yun wouldn't agree, Tang Tianhao added. It could be said that his words were sincere and heartfelt. How could Ling Yun reject him now that he had put it this way? Moreover, he already had the idea of letting the Azure Dragon slowly walk the right path, it was just that he had not implemented it yet. I know that Green Dragon is Long Kuan's blood, sweat, and tears. It doesn't make sense for you to dissolve it. So, let's change it to a company. Tang Tianhao gave his opinion. The Azure Dragon Hall will be changed into a security company. The Human Hall will also be set up according to the projects that each hall runs. As for the specifics, you can handle it as you see fit. I won't participate. Li Yifeng continued, but the people of Azure Dragon, including these companies, cannot be part of the Heaven and Earth Group. Ling Yun was enlightened. He thought to himself, these 2 old foxes have already planned this out. They're singing the same tune. I agree, I'll do as you say, uncles. He chuckled. No matter how good their relationship was, there had to be some form of reciprocation. So, Ling Yan agreed immediately. Good lad, Uncle Tang knew that you would agree. Seeing that Ling Yan had relented, Tang Tianhao immediately relaxed. He laughed heartily and took a sip of his tea. That was all he had to say. Then, Tang Tianhao stood up and said to Li Yifeng and Ling Yun, Tang Meng hasn't come up yet. I'll go take a look. You guys carry on. With that, Tang Tianhao actually left Li Yifeng's office just like that. Ling Yan knew that this was an excuse. Next, it was time for him to talk to Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng picked up his teacup and took a sip. He thought for a moment, as if he were considering where to start. Ling Yan didn't have much to think about. Uncle Li, you just came back from Beijing. Do you know about Beijing? Of course, Ling Yan knew that Li Yifeng went to Beijing for half a month. He even entered the Red Wall and met the most powerful man in Xianxia. The news he brought was undoubtedly shocking. Otherwise, with the relationship between Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng, there was no need for him to avoid it. Beijing is about to be turned upside down. As expected, Li Yifeng's first sentence was shocking. The Sun family is already in chaos. It can be said that they are out of their wits. They are now struggling on their deathbed. Ling Yan listened quietly and didn't speak. He thought to himself, the Sun family. The first thing he would do when he arrived in Beijing was to destroy the Sun family. The Chen family is also in a mess. However, their master is still around, and there seems to be another old master in Xianxia. He's not someone to be trifled with, so I don't know much about the specific situation. That was Ling Yan's second goal. Many new families and forces are fighting to stand out. They want to use this opportunity to stir up trouble in the public. They are eager to give it a try. Of the 7 big families in Beijing, the Sun family and Chen family were destroyed by Ling Yun, destroying the balance of the 7 families. The other 5 families, the Chao family, had no one left. Only the Long family, the Yi family, the Li family, and the Ling family were left. The Long family and the Yi family were naturally giants in Xianxia. They had been hiding their strength for many years and had influence all over Xianxia. No one knew their depth. The Li family was rich, so they didn't need to consider it for now. As for the Ling family, they were struggling in this treacherous situation. They didn't rely on anyone, they were waiting for one person. Under such circumstances, there were many hidden forces that wanted to take sides, stir up the situation, and replace the positions of the Sun and Chen families. You said that uncle gave you the green light all the way. That's true because I know you'll leave Xianxia City once the Heaven and Earth group is established. Li Yifeng looked at Ling Yun and said seriously, the first stop is Beijing, right? Ling Yun nodded without hesitation. Ling Yun, remember, Beijing isn't Xianxia City, it's a big city. Do you understand what I mean? Uncle Li, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Then, Ling Yun pondered for a moment, looked at Li Yifeng, and asked tentatively, what does that person mean? Li Yifeng frowned slightly. It's hard to predict. I can't speak rashly. However, if I'm not wrong, he will help you. After all, when he heard about what happened in Xianxia City, he directly sent word to the ancient martial arts world through the heavenly team. I understand. In Ling Yun and Li Yifeng's conversation, there was no need for the two of them to speak too clearly. Li Yifeng must have gone to Beijing to report Ling Yun's actions in Xianxia City in detail. In Beijing, Li Yifeng must have been told some things for him to pass on to Ling Yun. Even though the Condor team of Xianxia had investigated almost everything that Ling Yun had done, Li Yifeng's report was different. That was because it represented the views of the higher-ups of Xianxia City, which was the officials. This was crucial for the person behind the Red Wall to decide how to deal with Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood up. Uncle Li, please tell me the truth. What is the relationship between you and the Li family in Beijing? If there was any conflict with the Li family in Beijing, Ling Yun would at least know what he was doing. Li Yifeng laughed. There's no relationship. Your uncle Li climbed up step by step to get to where he is now. However, there's no harm in telling you, the person I'm following is that person. Li Yifeng raised his index finger and pointed at the ceiling. He used to be my old leader. So, Uncle Li, did you get anything good from your trip to Beijing? Ling Yun suddenly understood. He laughed and said, Uncle Li, did you get anything good from your trip to Beijing? Li Yifeng stood up and smiled. To tell you the truth, after you leave Xianxia City, Uncle Li will have to move. What position? Executive Deputy Governor. Ling Yun was regretful. Ah? Why isn't it official? Li Yifeng laughed. It's not that far off. Sigh, it's hard to keep a dragon among men. As Li Yifeng watched Ling Yun leave, he shook his head, his face filled with regret as he sighed. We've tried our best. What's more, Ling Yun won't do anything if something happens to us. Tang Tianhao stood beside Li Yifeng and said casually. Why didn't you go up today? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng in the car. Hee, my dad told me not to go up. How would I dare? Tang Meng replied with a smile. You know the result? Ling Yan asked as he took out his phone. I didn't know before, but my dad told me about our business. Ling Yun nodded. And called Kong Shouru without bothering about Tang Meng. Hello? Ling Yun? The call was quickly connected, and Kong Shouru's surprised voice came from the other side. Teacher Kong, I'm here to congratulate you. Ling Yun joked with Kong Shouru over the phone in a good mood. Congratulate me? What kind of congratulation? I heard that you're pregnant. Is it fake? Kong Shouru was both embarrassed and angry. Nonsense. Who told you that? Why didn't you beat him up? Haha, please calm down, Teacher Kong. I was just joking with you. However, there is indeed good news. The position of director of Qingshui City's Education Bureau is yours. Ling Yan laughed out loud. Ah. An exclamation came from the other end of the phone. Also, Principal Zhang of Qingshui High will be the director of Jiangnan Province's Education Bureau. However, I won't tell him about this. You can pass the message to him. He'll be your direct superior in the future anyway. Ling Yun chuckled and told Kong Shouru about the results of the conversation. They chatted for a while before hanging up. Have you made an appointment with Tai Xiaohu and Abing? Yes, Big Brother Yun. 3 in the afternoon at Qingshui Wharf. More than 300 brothers are waiting there. Tell Abing to get those 300 people to stand under the sun from now on. If they can't take it, don't force them. Just leave. Ling Yun ordered immediately. We'll have lunch first. We'll head over at 2:30 in the afternoon. It was just past 11 in the morning. The scorching sun was scorching the earth. To be continued. Big Brother Yun, why did you suddenly decide to teach so many people martial arts? Tang Meng dragged Ling Yun to a very popular restaurant and booked a private room. After lunch, the two of them chatted over tea in the private room. Ling Yun smiled. You're wrong. It's not a sudden idea. I've had it for a long time. It's just that the timing wasn't right. Ever since I started cultivating, I've been in many fights and killed many people. However, you've only seen 1 or 2 of them. Of course, you've seen the most brutal battle from the beginning. It was the battle at Mansion No. 1. I've never been so heavily injured. Think about it. Why? Isn't it because we don't have our own forces? Think about it. If we heard that the enemy was coming, we could call over 100 Xiantian realm masters. How comfortable would that be? Ling Yan lifted his head and looked at Tang Meng. In fact, if the enemy knew that we have such forces, they wouldn't even dare to think about finding trouble with us. Tang Meng knew Ling Yun very well. He immediately understood what Ling Yun meant. If you were strong enough, you could subdue the enemy without a fight. Another reason was that they were outnumbered, so they would be at a disadvantage no matter what. Then, he frowned slightly. But, can you teach so many people martial arts at once? Tang Meng had seen how Ling Yan guided Tai Xiaohu in his martial arts. Don't worry about that. Since I said that the time is right, of course, I have a way. Moreover, do you think teaching these people is as difficult as teaching Tai Xiaohu? Ling Yan laughed. Then why choose from Green Dragon? Ling Yan smiled without hesitation. At least, they're used to fighting and killing. It's much better than choosing from ordinary people. The two chatted in the private room for the entire afternoon. Tang Meng also took calls from time to time to deal with some matters. He was very busy now. There were too many decisions that needed to be made by him. 2:30 p.m. It's about time. Let's go. The two stood up at the same time and left the restaurant. They drove straight to Qingshui Wharf. Hello, Abing. On the way, Ling Yan called Abing. How many people can't take it anymore and quit? Big Brother Yun, there were a total of 352 people who signed up. Now, more than 60 people can't take it anymore and quit. There are less than 300 people left. Moreover, many people have already reached their limits. Ling Yun smiled. Yes, I'm rushing over now. Those who are still persevering, don't give them any water before I arrive. Those who want to quit are free to do so. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun turned his head to look out of the car window. Gazing at the bright and glaring sunlight, he smiled and said, "It's really hot. The weather today is really good." Tang Meng could not help but roll his eyes. Only you would say that. 20 minutes later, the car crossed the bridge and arrived at the north bank of Xianxia River, Linjiang New Town. After walking east for a while, Tang Meng suddenly pointed and said excitedly, "Big Brother Yun, head east from here and follow the Xianxia River all the way to the estuary of Xianxia Wharf. These 3 kilometers of land will be ours from now on. 1,500 mu of land." 1 mu of land was 666 square meters, which was a total of 1 million square meters. If it was a square, it would be 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters. In other words, if the length and width were 1 kilometer, such a piece of land would be exactly 1,500 mu. However, the land that the city government allocated to Ling Yun was not a regular square. Instead, it was a slightly irregular trapezoid. This was because the north and east shores of Xianxia Wharf formed a large obtuse angle. 1,500 mu of land sounds quite scary, but it doesn't seem that big. Ling Yun did not think much of it. Hearing this, Tang Meng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Even though he was driving, he could not help but turn his head and say, "Big Brother Yun, can you be more shameless? Such a large piece of land. Let's not even talk about the complete piece of land that was given to us to develop. Just talking about its location, do you know how many real estate developers in the country are eyeing this piece of fat meat? Only you could get it for 1.8 billion yuan. If it were someone else, forget 1.8 billion yuan, they wouldn't even be able to get it for 8 billion yuan. Hearing this, Ling Yun laughed and became even more shameless. That's why I said that my decision was so wise. Tang Meng was completely speechless. He thought to himself, I don't need to say these things to you. On the north shore of Xianxia Wharf, on a large piece of barren land. At this moment, there were actually a few hundred people standing there. From afar, they looked like a black mass. Most of them were youths between the ages of 16 to 18. Without exception, they were all bare-chested and barefooted. They only wore a pair of shorts as they stood under the scorching hot sun. Near them, there were 7 or 8 large buses parked on the beach. It looked very willful. Anyway, no one dared to interfere. These 300 people were the Green Dragon brothers who were going to be selected by Ling Yun. Today was one of the hottest days in Xianxia City since the beginning of summer. The weather forecast showed that the temperature was 38 degrees Celsius and the surface temperature was 42 degrees Celsius. Even though they were by the sea, there was almost no wind. Above them was the scorching sun, and below their feet was the boiling hot sand or rocks that could be used to fry eggs. The entire beach was filled with heat. The sun was so bright that they could barely open their eyes. These youths were only wearing a pair of shorts, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. They had been standing there for 3 hours, waiting for Ling Yun's test. This kind of weather, this kind of test, was almost like torture. Bam! Huff, 2 consecutive sounds. 2 more people's bodies had reached their limits. They fell to the ground one after another and fainted. Abing gave Li Yi and Jiao Fei, who were beside him, a look. Without saying a word, the 2 of them went straight into the crowd and carried the 2 fainted people back. Then, they sent them back to the bus, pinched their acupoints, and fed them water until they regained consciousness. Cough cough, did everyone see that? There are people who can't take it anymore. Big Brother Yun said that he won't force anyone. If you feel like you can't take it anymore, just say the word quit and you can immediately return to the bus to cool off. There's air conditioning and water on the bus. No one will laugh at you. A bus has already left just now. Those brothers who left, no one will laugh at them, right? Abing took 2 sips of mineral water, raised his hand, and waved it at the crowd in front of him. Abing grew up in the military. Not only did he see the new recruits in the military training, but he also saw the special forces training. They all used this method. This was especially so for the special forces. While you were enduring the limits of the human body, the instructor kept tempting you to drink water, give up, and rest. It wasn't just a test of your physical strength, it was also a test of your mental strength. Abing knew what Ling Yun was trying to do. That was why he used this trick. It had to be said that it was very cruel. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you. I don't know when the dragon head will come, and this is only the first test. If the first test is already like this, think about the rest. Can you pass it? Boss, I give up, I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore, I give up too, I want to drink water. Abing's 2 sentences were too crucial. After he said the first sentence, some people started to waver and started to leave. After he said the second sentence, many people moved at the same time, walking out of the line and choosing to give up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 37, very good, a total of 41 brothers chose to give up this time. They are all very smart and decisive. Indeed, this time, 8 people walked out of the line with shame and unwillingness, choosing to give up. Yes. If you can't take it anymore, you can just give up and go home to drink iced beer, enjoy the air conditioner, and flirt with girls. Think about it, how comfortable is that? Just like that, before 3 o'clock, some fainted due to physical exhaustion, but most of them chose to quit. A total of 116 people quit and directly took the bus to leave the mudflat. Those who chose to give up, of course, did not have the right to stay. As long as the bus was full, Abing would let the driver drive it away. Even though the remaining 236 Green Dragon brothers were already balding from the sun, their lips were cracked, and their tongues were parched, they still gritted their teeth and endured Abing's various temptations. Without a doubt, most of them were from the Green Dragon Hall. Whether it was in terms of physical strength or willpower, they were stronger than the others. Moreover, Ling Yun was already a legendary existence in their eyes, just like a god. To be able to follow Ling Yun was their dream. Tai Xiaohu was a living example. He was just standing there, and even though he didn't say a word, that in itself was enough to support them. Bam, huff, another 2 people fell to the ground, but when Li Yi and Jiao Fei went over to pick them up, they actually shook their heads, gritted their teeth, and stood up shakily. We won't give up. Li Yi and Jiao Fei didn't know what to do, so they turned to look at Abing. If you can't take it, drag them away. Abing ordered directly. Wait. Tai Xiaohu suddenly said in a deep voice, those who don't want to give up now can wait for Big Brother Yun's arrival as long as you're still willing to stand here. The 2 youths were originally disappointed, thinking that they didn't have a chance. However, after hearing Tai Xiaohu's words, they were overjoyed. Abing frowned and said softly, Big Brother Hu, if this goes on, I'm afraid something will really happen to their bodies. Tai Xiaohu laughed heartily. What can happen? With Big Brother Yun around, as long as they don't die, nothing will happen. Have you forgotten what Big Brother Yun does for a living? Abing thought about it and immediately stopped talking. Tai Xiaohu added, those 2 brats are quite talented, not in terms of physical strength, but in terms of willpower. Let Big Brother Yun decide. Abing had never practiced martial arts before, but Tai Xiaohu was now at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 9. Of course, he understood that martial arts relied more on willpower. To be continued. At 3:15, a Porsche arrived at the beach and stopped about 100 meters away from the crowd. Ling Yun and Tang Meng got out of the car at the same time and walked towards the crowd. They've been basking in the sun for 4 whole hours. I didn't think there would be so many people left on such a hot day. Not bad. Ling Yun walked forward and scanned the crowd. He was satisfied. More than 200 people were more than he had expected. Initially, Ling Yun had estimated that out of the 350 people, more than 200 would be eliminated from this test. In the end, only a little more than 100 people withdrew. It's because you're too charming. Even though these kids are in the Green Dragon Academy, they're still pampered and only children at home. If their parents find out that their children are suffering like this, they'll skin you alive. Tang Meng smiled and joked with Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't mind. He knew that this was how true brothers should be. If you want to follow me, don't even think about it if you can't even take this little bit of suffering. You and Tai Xiaohu have risked your life to fight with me. Ling Yan's one sentence had rendered Tang Meng speechless. At this time, the two of them were less than 50 meters away from the crowd. Some of the Green Dragon Gang members recognized Ling Yan and Tang Meng from afar. Their eyes lit up and their faces were filled with excitement. Yes, Ling Yan was finally here. At least they had reached the end of this round. Ling Yan scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Seeing that there was no one around, he suddenly had an idea. Tai Xiaohu, take this. Ling Yan yelled and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. After charging more than 10 meters, he leaped and went straight for Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yan's other motive was to test Tai Xiaohu's current skills. At the same time, the two of them could put on a show so that the rest of the people could see what they were about to get. Ha! Ling Yan's attack was too sudden. Tai Xiaohu didn't have time to say anything. He immediately channeled his true qi and roared. The true qi in his body surged and stacked layer by layer. Then, he leaped and went straight for Ling Yan. Bang! Their fists fiercely collided more than 10 meters in the air. True qi surged, and then the two tall figures crossed each other. Haha, not bad, again. As soon as Ling Yan landed, he turned around and praised Tai Xiaohu. Then, with a shake of his body, he dashed forward again. Boom boom boom. Tai Xiaohu did not back down. After landing, he turned around immediately and the two of them started fighting again. Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu had a tacit understanding. They both used the Tiangang Demon Fist and the Stellar Condensation technique to protect themselves. However, they didn't use too many movement techniques. Instead, they fought head-on with their fists. The fist energy surged, sending sand and pebbles flying. Holy shit, it's too powerful. Too domineering. F***ck, this is even better than the special effects on TV. Damn it. Luckily I managed to hold on. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see this. If we can do that in the future, won't we be able to get whatever we want? The Green Dragon brothers were so shocked by the battle between Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu that they almost forgot the pain they were suffering. They couldn't help but comment on it. Xiaohu, use all your strength to take this punch from me. Ling Yan loosened his muscles and stopped putting on a show. He said calmly as he defended against Tai Xiaohu's ferocious attacks. All right. Bring it on. Ling Yan let out a confident smile and punched out fiercely. This punch seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It had a mysterious trajectory. Tai Xiaohu knew that this punch would not be easy to take. With a roar, he raised his Raging Wave's internal skill to its maximum. He gathered both his fists together and took Ling Yan's overbearing punch head-on. Boom! Tai Xiaohu was sent flying while Ling Yan did not move an inch. Bang! Tai Xiaohu's body flew more than 10 meters away and landed on the beach. He supported himself with one hand for a long time before he managed to calm the true qi in his body and stood up slowly. Not bad, not bad. Xiaohu, you can beat someone at the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm without a weapon. With Ling Yan's foresight, he was able to test Tai Xiaohu's current combat strength. When Ling Yan was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, he could even beat someone at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 without the dragon elephant divine force. However, that was him. Ling Yan had the spatial ring, the dragon saliva, the devil's blade, the dragon vein sword, and all kinds of cultivation techniques that Tai Xiaohu didn't know. Tai Xiaohu didn't have any of these. It was already a talent to be able to beat an ancient warrior at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9 with his bare hands. What did Tai Xiaohu know now? The 1,000 miles godly steps, the stellar condensation technique, the Raging Wave's internal skill, the dragon elephant divine force, the Tiangang demon fist, and the Shaolin temple's dragon claw. That was it. Great! Boss is so cool. Thunderous applause and cheers came from behind the two of them. Ling Yan smiled and walked shoulder to shoulder with Tai Xiaohu in front of everyone. Brothers, you've worked hard. However, these tests are not enough. If you can pass the next 2 tests, I guarantee that in the near future, you will all be like us. Ling Yan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. There were still 2 more tests. The fierce battle between the two of them just now had already explained everything. It was more effective than talking 10,000 times. Don't worry, everyone. The next test is not to torture you. It's to test your character and courage. Lingyan smiled and added as he looked at everyone's anxious eyes. The first test tested one's physique, willpower, and endurance. These were the basic qualities of cultivation. The second test was a test of a person's temperament and courage. This was the basic quality of a person in battle. As he spoke, Lingyan took out a shiny machete from his spatial ring. The machete was 1 meter long and the blade was as wide as a palm. This was the weapon left behind by the enemies on the night of the battle at Mansion No. 1. Lingyan randomly picked one. 8 people in a group stand side by side in an arc. The distance between each group should be a little further apart. The 236 people were immediately divided into 30 groups and stood according to Lingyan's instructions. Xiaohu, catch. Lingyan threw the machete to Tai Xiaohu and smiled. Go over and stand in front of them. Swing your machete. Everyone, pay attention. When Tai Xiaohu swings his machete at you, retreat automatically. Those who blink will also retreat automatically. Lingyan said to Tai Xiaohu telepathically. When you swing your machete later, don't use too much strength. The most important thing is the distance. The tip of the machete should not be more than 5 centimeters away from their eyes. Tai Xiaohu was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. He could definitely control this. This was really a test of character and courage. When describing a person's ruthlessness, we often use the phrase, kill without blinking. Why? It was because they could do it without blinking. This was not to be underestimated. To ordinary people, they would close their eyes involuntarily when they encountered something scary or during a fight. This came from the fear in their hearts. It was an instinct. If you closed your eyes when someone was about to hit you, what was the point of fighting? Group 1. Tai Xiaohu held the machete in his hand and walked forward quickly. He stopped 2 meters away from the first group. With his height and arm length, this distance was just right. Get ready, I'm going to swing my machete. Tai Xiaohu said. Then, he raised his hand abruptly and swung the machete from left to right lightly. The shiny tip of the machete flashed in front of the 8 people. It was neither fast nor slow. If Tai Xiaohu's speed was too fast, these people probably wouldn't even have the time to blink their eyes. Ah! Oh my God! Just this one slash was enough to make those people who were trying their best to open their eyes shut in fear. Some of them even retreated, and some even fell to the ground in fright. 2 of you step back. 3 of you close your eyes. These 5 will leave. Lingyan immediately announced the result of the slash. He had divine sense and was watching from the side. There was no way to hide it from him. There were only 3 people left in the first group. Then came the second group, the third group. 1 slash was enough for each group. Half an hour later, the second round of the test ended. This time, 140 people were eliminated. There were less than 100 people left. There were still 96 people left. Those who were eliminated, you can take the bus back now. When you get back, each of you can go to your own hall to collect 1,000 yuan. Thus, another 3 buses left the mudflat. Many people sighed and were reluctant to leave. In their hearts, they regretted blinking. Abing paid attention to the 2 people who fainted but didn't leave. When he realized that they had passed the second round of the test, he couldn't help but look at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu held the machete and smiled without saying a word. At this moment, Lingyan spoke again. The third round is even easier. Everyone, split into 3 groups and stand in a big circle around me. After Lingyan tested everyone's physique, perseverance, endurance, and courage, the third round was actually the most important one. He wanted to use his divine sense to crush the remaining people and test their mental strength. Soon, the first group of 32 people came forward and stood side by side around Lingyan. They formed a circular wall with Lingyan in the middle. You guys just have to stand here. Those who can stand for 3 minutes without collapsing will pass. Divine sense was mental strength. Even though it was formless, it was all-pervasive. Mental strength was also a form of strength. Otherwise, how could one control a flying sword to kill someone from 1,000 miles away with just a thought? Without strength, how could Ning Ling Yu control the water sword? Even though Ling Yun couldn't use his mind to control the flying sword, he was already at Qi Cultivation Stage 1. His mental strength was refined beyond compare and could be used as an independent form of strength. The Qi Cultivation stage was to absorb Qi into the body and refine it into the spirit. At Qi Cultivation Stage 3, one could control the flying sword at will. One could place the flying sword into the body and control it to kill someone with just a thought. At Qi Cultivation Stage 4, which was the middle stage at Qi Cultivation, one could use sword kinesis flight. My head hurts. At this moment, Ling Yun had already used his mental strength to suppress them. Some people in the human wall immediately felt a splitting headache and began to hold their heads with both hands. After 3 minutes, Ling Yun immediately retracted his divine sense and looked up. 10 out, 22 passed. Then came the other 2 groups. 10 minutes later, all the tests were completed. There were exactly 72 people who passed the 3rd round. That was exactly 1/5, which was about 20% of the total number of people. It was a 280 phenomenon. Abing, record down the names of these brothers. Ling Yun said to Abing after sending the 24 people away. Then, he looked up and smiled at the 72 people who passed the test. Congratulations, you can follow me from now on. Our sect has a name too, the Immortal Physician Sect. From then on, these 72 people followed Ling Yun on expeditions to the east and to the west. Countless enemies would tremble in fear at the mention of their name. They were known as the 72 war gods of the Immortal Physician Sect. To be continued. Alright, everyone should be tired. Let's get in the car and cool off. Oh, you guys can swim in the sea if you want. Ling Yun waved his hand to let the 72 people who passed the test move around freely. Oh. Thank you, boss. They were only 16 or 17 years old after all. They couldn't take it anymore. They let the sheep go when they heard Ling Yun's words. However, since they passed Ling Yun's test, they no longer belonged to Green Dragon. They were Ling Yun's people, therefore, Ling Yun allowed them to do as they pleased. I didn't expect those 2 fellows to actually pass. Abing was impressed by Tai Xiaohu's foresight. He paid attention to the 2 guys who fainted but didn't quit. He realized that they were among the 72 people who passed the test. Xiaohu, Abing, let's go for a walk by the beach. Ling Yun suddenly turned his head and smiled at Tai Xiaohu and Abing. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing quickly arrived at the shore. Stepping on the fine, wet sand, they strolled slowly as they looked at the surging waves. Abing, I have something to tell you today. The Azure Dragon has to change its form of existence. Ling Yun didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Abing was a little dumbfounded. He was stunned. Change the format? Big Brother Yun, what do you mean? Tang Meng laughed. Stupid. Let me tell you, Big Brother Yun's meaning is that Green Dragon wants to wash its name clean and become a company. Do you understand? Ah? Abing stopped in his tracks. Tai Xiaohu's body trembled slightly. Big Brother Yun, what happened? Green Dragon was where Tai Xiaohu came from. He had a special feeling for Green Dragon. That was why he was so excited. Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder and smiled. I went to the city hall this morning. It was Uncle Li and Uncle Tang's request. Oh, I see. Tai Xiaohu came to a realization and immediately stopped talking. Ling Yun turned to Abing. Abing, what do you mean? Hee. Abing chuckled and scratched his head in embarrassment. Big Brother Yun, I've actually thought about this before. Oh? Ling Yun was a little surprised. Abing had just taken over Green Dragon. Ling Yun was shocked that he had such thoughts. Actually, it doesn't matter what kind of organization it is. It doesn't matter what form it is. What's important is what's inside. Also, my old man seems to have noticed that I've done something that Boss Green Dragon told me to do. If he really knows that I've done it, he'll probably send his soldiers to capture me and break my legs. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other speechlessly. Abing's words were not groundless. His father was a regiment commander, a deputy division commander. If he knew that his son had done this, breaking his son's legs would be considered a light punishment. At first, Ling Yan thought that Abing had great foresight, but it turned out that he was afraid of his father. In the end, it was Ling Yan who nodded. Then it's settled. The Green Dragon Hall will be changed to a security company. The Green Dragon Human Hall will be changed to other companies according to the main projects each hall is responsible for. Green Dragon Hall will be changed to a security company. Green Dragon Human Hall will be changed to other companies according to the projects they are in charge of. Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu were both in Xianxia City. They would be able to control the situation. Even if some of the elders in Green Dragon Hall didn't understand and wanted to cause trouble, they could settle it instantly. They had to clear their names. There was no room for negotiation. Big Brother Yun, there's no problem with the restructuring. What about our territory? Abing asked again. Ling Yan smiled and said indifferently, didn't you say it yourself? It's just a different form of existence. Things should be done as they should be. Green Dragon's Incense Hall and Green Dragon's territory can't be lost. That was the end of the discussion. Big Brother Yun, what about the 72 people? Ling Yan stopped in his tracks and looked at the guys who were shouting excitedly. He smiled and said, from now on, these 72 people are considered to have left the Green Dragon sect. But during this period, you'll still be in charge of them. You'll be in charge of them. Xiaohu, during this period of time, as long as you have time, gather them together and train them. Ling Yan passed the task of managing these people to Abing and the task of training them to Tai Xiaohu. Big Brother Yun, what about Uncle Long? I've made some progress on this matter. I'll handle it myself. You don't have to worry about it, Ling Yan said faintly. Xiaohu, Abing, bring everyone back. Xiaohu, before you leave, help me say a few words to everyone. Tang Ming and Ling Yan got into the car and left the mudflat at around 5 in the afternoon. Half an hour later, they arrived at Mansion No. 1 in Xianxia City. Big Brother Yun, I won't be able to accompany you tonight. I have to attend a dinner tonight. Tang Ming frowned as he returned to Mansion No. 1. I didn't want you to accompany me. Get lost. Ling Yan changed into another car after Tang Ming left. He drove directly to the Ordinary People's Clinic at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road. It was only a few minutes' drive. Ling Yan found a place to park his car and walked towards the Ordinary People's Clinic. It had been more than 20 days since the Ordinary People's Clinic was bombed. After more than 20 days of continuous reconstruction, the main building of the Ordinary People's Clinic had been completed. All that was left was the renovation work. Of course, the clothing store opposite the Ordinary People's Clinic was almost at the same pace. It's exactly the same as before, Ling Yan sized up the Ordinary People's Clinic and couldn't help but sigh. Ling Yan. Yao Ro heard Ling Yan's voice and ran out from the building immediately. There was some dust on her pretty face, but it couldn't hide her excitement. Didn't I say you don't have to watch over them personally? Why are you always so disobedient? Ling Yan smiled as he walked forward and gently wiped the dust off Yao Ro's face. It's good to do some work. I'm bored anyway. Ling Yan's sudden intimate action made Yao Ro shy. She lowered her head slightly and said softly. Why are you here? Ling Yan laughed. You haven't seen me for so long. I missed you, so I came to see you. Yao Ro blushed slightly and said in a small voice, it's not that I don't miss you. I believe that. Ling Yan said proudly. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, everyone has moved to Villa No. 9. Why don't you go there? Yao Ro became even more shy. After hearing Ling Yan's question. Back when you were seriously injured and unconscious, Sister Menghan and I told Auntie everything about us. We, too embarrassed to move over, Ling Yan understood without Yao Ro saying it. Only Lin Menghan and Yao Ro had sex with Ling Yan. Now that Ling Yan was fine, how could the two of them live with everyone else? If they really lived together, that kind of awkward situation would definitely be extremely painful. Ling Yan nodded and raised his chin at the same time. It's all built. Yao Ro was very excited at the mention of the clinic. Yes, it's all done. Next up is the renovation. Ling Yan smiled. Let's find the renovation team from before. They did a good job back then, and everyone is familiar with each other. You don't have to worry. Yarrow smiled happily. I think so too. I've already contacted them. They'll come over to renovate tomorrow. That's it then. What about Menghan? Call her, we'll eat together tonight. Yarrow bit her lips lightly and said awkwardly, Sister Menghan is about to break through. She's making use of the time to cultivate. Her phone is probably switched off now. The image of Lin Menghan's stubbornness surfaced in Ling Yan's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Lin Menghan must have been triggered by Yarrow's consecutive breakthroughs at Mansion No. 1 that night. Let's go then. Let's not care about her for now. We'll eat together. Yarrow was very happy that Ling Yan was willing to accompany Yarrow alone. She smiled happily and said, I know a good specialty restaurant. Let's go try it. Let's go there. The two of them got in the car and went around half of Xianxia City to the specialty restaurant that Yarrow mentioned. Ling Yan asked for the best private room and the two of them sat down. Roer, do you feel anything now that you've reached the peak of Xiantian realm level 3? Ling Yan asked Yarrow while they waited for the dishes to be served. Yes. First, I feel like I can feel things around me. It's like I'm seeing things with my own eyes. It's very clear. That's normal. This is divine sense. I won't hide it from you now. The Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique is actually a cultivation technique. Yarrow nodded and smiled. I can feel it too. The other difference is that I feel closer to the earth. It's like I can communicate with the earth and feel its pulse, that's right. Ling Yan laughed heartily. The Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique could communicate with the power of the earth. Once the realm was reached, the earth and rocks beneath one's feet would be under one's control. Roer, you're quite perceptive. It seems like I'll have to teach you something new tonight. Ling Yan was hinting. Yarrow blushed. She seemed to have thought of something and scoffed. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Roer, now that you know that you're a cultivator and have reached a higher level, do you still think the ordinary people's clinic is that important? Ling Yan hoped that Yarrow would cultivate seriously. Yarrow was stunned. It's very important. Without this clinic, I wouldn't have become your woman. I wouldn't be where I am today. She didn't forget her original intentions. Then, Ling Yan was touched. At the same time, he was in a difficult position. I'll be leaving Xianxia City in half a month to go to Beijing. Are you coming? The private room fell silent. Ling Yan sighed. Yarrow bit her lips and shook her head. I won't be going to Beijing. Ling Yan, there are many things you haven't told me, but I know that you have many important things to do in Beijing. I'm your woman, and I don't want to be your burden. I'll stay at the ordinary people's clinic and cultivate. At the same time, I'll help you with your business in Xianxia City. That's enough. With that, Yarrow suddenly smiled sweetly. Furthermore, you're only going to Beijing. It's not like you're not coming back. Nowadays, transportation is so advanced. It's only 3 hours by plane. Why do you have to be so serious? Really? Ling Yan thought about it and changed the topic with a smile. How about this, when the Heaven and Earth group is established, I'll arrange a position for you as the vice president. You don't have to manage anything. Ling Yan stared at Yarrow and asked, is that okay? Okay, I promise. After dinner, Ling Yan drove Yarrow back to Nanqui Courtyard. The two of them couldn't help but be affectionate. Yarrow was panting and her clothes were a mess. At 9 at night, Ling Yan told Yarrow about the disappearance of Long Kuan and his daughter. Then, he told her that he needed to go over to investigate. Shall I go with you? No, it's a small matter. I'll go over myself. Ling Yan didn't drive after leaving Yarrow's house. Instead, he used the 1,000 miles godly steps and headed north. He was as fast as a wisp of smoke. Yarrow's villa was in the southwest of Xianxia City. Long Kuan's house was in the northwest. Ling Yan arrived in no time. Whoosh! Unlike the last time, Ling Yan didn't stop and entered Long Kuan's house directly. Boom! Ling Yan entered the courtyard and used his divine sense to cover the entire area. He didn't want to miss out on any details. There are surveillance cameras indeed, things were different with his divine sense. Lingyan quickly found 4 pinhole cameras in a well-hidden place in the courtyard. So, where are the surveillance computers? It seemed like Long Kuan had set it up. As long as he found the surveillance computers, Lingyan would know what happened. Let's go in and take a look. Lingyan pushed the door open and entered the house. Once again, he released his divine sense and scanned every corner of the living room. He focused his attention on the painting of the azure dragon in the middle hall, especially the eyes of the azure dragon. Unfortunately, the pair of eyes was only drawn realistically. Behind the middle hall was a hard stone wall. There was nothing there. There was nothing in the living room either. Lingyan was not discouraged at all. He turned around and headed straight for Long Kuan's bedroom. F***ck, I've got it. Once he entered Long Kuan's bedroom, Lingyan scanned it with his divine sense and immediately discovered something. The secret was under Long Kuan's bed. There was actually a basement. Long Kuan's bedroom was paved with tiles with a diameter of 80 centimeters. It was the same under the bed. However, there were 4 tiles that looked the same, but they were connected and could be moved. The basement was under these 4 tiles. Lingyan knew that this was the mechanism. He immediately focused all his divine sense on the area around the 4 tiles. Then, he found the circuit and followed it to find the button that controlled the mechanism. The mechanism button was, of course, in a place that could be touched with one's hand. It was at the head of Long Kuan's bed, and it was made to look like a table lamp switch. It was very well hidden. Lingyan smiled, stepped forward, and pressed the button lightly. Whoosh! In his divine sense, the 4 tiles under the bed moved horizontally, revealing a square hole that was 1.6 meters long. This is the place. Without hesitation, Lingyan bent down and went under the bed. He placed both his feet into the hole and slid his body into the basement. The basement was square and slightly smaller than Long Kuan's bed. It was very simple. There was a table and chair with 3 computer screens on the table. There was also a bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. Because Long Kuan was very tall, the basement was more than 2 meters high. Lingyan could easily stand and move around in it. Lingyan sat on the chair directly. The 3 computer screens were all switched on. The images on them were of Long Kuan's entire house. The entire courtyard, living room, and Long Kuan's bedroom. Long Kuan was at home every day. He definitely didn't set up this surveillance system to prevent burglars. That was why he didn't monitor Long Wu's bedroom. Lingyan used to be an internet cafe manager. Naturally, there were surveillance computers in the internet cafe. With his memory restored, he was very familiar with how to operate a surveillance computer. He silently calculated the time in his heart. Then, he played the surveillance footage to 20 days ago, the night of the explosion at the Ordinary People's Clinic. He watched it in the day and fast-forwarded it all the way. Everything was normal. Soon, it was past 10 at night, until the moment when Long Wu entered the house. That night, there were indeed 2 middle-aged strangers at Long Kuan's house. F***ck, it really happened that night. The computer speaker was turned off. Seeing this scene, Lingyan immediately found the speaker and turned on the sound. Long Kuan, go back to the family. The head of the family has already called for a family meeting with the elders. As long as you are willing to hand over the key, the head of the family will let bygones be bygones. Moreover, the meeting has also decided that as long as you are willing to hand over the key, you will be given the position of an honorary elder. Your bloodline will receive the same treatment as before, or even better. Long Kuan sat on his armchair calmly. However, the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer with a mocking expression. Hand over the key? What key? I don't understand. Back then, I made it very clear that the key wasn't with me, but you didn't believe me. You sent people to kill me, and I was forced to live an ignoble existence. Seeing this, Lingyan couldn't help but smile coldly. It was indeed a family feud. Since Long Kuan had what the other party wanted, it seemed like the lives of Long Kuan and his daughter were safe. A stranger said in a deep voice, Long Kuan, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. Back then, the family head showed you some mercy. Otherwise, Do you think you would be able to hide in Xianxia City? We knew you were here, but we let you live comfortably for so many years. If not for the head of the family suppressing this matter, you and your daughter would have been captured by us and dealt with according to the family's rules. The other stranger with a beard was obviously not as impatient. He appeared very calm in the video. Long Kuan, to tell you the truth, the head of the family didn't kill you back then. On one hand, he believed that you would definitely think for the family, and that you would repent sooner or later. On the other hand, he really thought that the key wasn't with you. Hence, he sent many people to search for it over the years. Unfortunately, the place was destroyed, and we found nothing. Long Kuan said faintly, "So, you're here to find me again?" The middle-aged man with the beard was getting impatient as he said in a low voice, "That key is the key to open the underground palace. I'm sure you know how important it is to the Long family. The family head has indulged you for so many years. Now that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book have appeared, China will be in turmoil. Whether our Long family can stand at the peak of China depends on that key. Are you really going to remain indifferent?" F***ck, it really is the Long family. When Ling Yan heard the words of the middle-aged man with the beard, he was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his chair. Long Kuan was really from the Long family. However, what was the key that they were talking about? "It's not that I don't want to hand it over to you. It's just that I really don't have it. If you don't believe me, I only have this big place here. You can search as much as you want." As Long Kuan spoke, he waved his hands lightly as though he was telling Ling Yan to search as much as he wanted. Ling Yan was deep in thought. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. F***ck, could it be the green dragon jade pendant? He still remembered when the Ordinary People's Clinic opened, Long Kuan had called Ling Yan to the second floor to avoid everyone and gave him the green dragon jade pendant. Ling Yan still remembered clearly what Long Kuan said at that time. "This jade pendant hides a huge secret. When you're strong enough, look for me. I'll tell you everything. However, before you have enough power to protect yourself, you'd better keep it carefully in case you get yourself killed. Do you understand?" Thinking of this, Ling Yan suddenly understood. It seemed like the thing that the Long family was looking for was definitely the green dragon jade pendant. The green dragon jade pendant was actually the key to the underground palace? What kind of underground palace was that? And where was that underground palace? The green dragon jade pendant was so heaven-defying, but it was only the key to the underground palace. What kind of heaven-defying treasure was hidden in the underground palace? F***ck, it seems like Uncle Long really gave me a huge gift back then. Ling Yan thought to himself. Just based on this, he had to save Long Kuan and his daughter even if he had to go against the Long family and return them their freedom. "Daddy, I'm back." Long Kuan's face changed when he heard the commotion. His lips moved. Ling Yan knew that it was Long Kuan's telepathic message to Long Wu, reminding her to escape. "Humph, you can't leave now." The stranger laughed coldly and flew out of the courtyard. He raised his finger and pointed at Long Wu. "Long Kuan, are you going to hand over the item or not?" Long Kuan saw that his daughter was caught too. His face was pale, but he didn't panic. Even though Long Wu's surname is Long, she's also from the Phoenix clan. Do you dare to hurt her? Long Kuan didn't believe that the family head was kind and benevolent, so he spared his life and waited for him to repent. Of course, he knew that it was the Phoenix clan that stopped the Long family from hunting him down at the crucial moment. Indeed, after hearing what Long Kuan said, the stranger was so angry that he snorted. He was at his wits' end. "Humph, since you refuse to repent, don't blame us for carrying out the orders of the head of the family. We'll bring you back to the family and let him deal with you." Then, he saw the image of Long Kuan and his daughter being taken away by these two people. Seeing this, Ling Yan turned off his computer. He didn't need to watch anymore. So that was it. The Long family, the green dragon jade pendant, the key to the underground palace, the Phoenix clan. Ling Yan stood up slowly and smiled faintly. The Long family in the capital? Ling Yan turned off the computer and put the computer into his spatial ring before leaving the basement. He came out from under the bed and pressed the button again to restore everything to its original state. "I've gained quite a lot tonight," Ling Yan muttered to himself as he stood by the bed. Ling Yan had basically figured out Long Kuan's secret. He also knew the father and daughter's whereabouts. They were at the Long family in Beijing and were definitely safe. As for Ling Yan's own safety, that was hard to say. The green dragon jade, the key to the underground palace, Long Kuan's mouth was definitely sealed, but when Long Kuan passed the green dragon jade pendant to Ling Yan, that last Long Wu was present. The Long family might be able to pry open Long Wu's mouth. Long Wu wouldn't care about anything if she didn't care about anything. However, from what Long Kuan said, the Long family wouldn't dare to do anything to Long Wu. It seemed like the Phoenix clan would back Long Wu up. Damn, from the looks of it, if the Long family knows that the Azure Dragon Jade pendant is in my hands, won't they turn out in full force? The green dragon jade was indeed a treasure, but it had also become a hot potato. The Long family's foundation must be extremely deep for them to be able to survive for thousands of years. Looks like I have to recover my strength and return to my peak. Ling Yan had already become the enemy of the most powerful family in Beijing before he even reached Beijing. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly on the way back to Yao Rou's place. Ling Yan used his qinggong and arrived at Yao Rou's place in no time. "Rouer, I'm back." Yao Rou welcomed him with surprise. "You're back so soon? Then, are you leaving tonight?" She didn't ask Ling Yan about the outcome of this trip. Yao Rou was very clear about what to ask and what not to ask unless Ling Yan was willing to tell her. "Why are you leaving? Didn't I say that I'm going to teach you something new?" Yao Rou bit her lip gently. "Then, are you going to teach me now?" Ling Yan chuckled. "Hee, I'm not free now. Let's go warm up on the bed first, then I'll teach you how to use the power of the earth." During this period of time, in order to recover from his injuries and regain his strength, Ling Yan had been eating nutritious medicinal cuisine every day. He had been consuming thousand-year ginseng and dragon saliva. The yang fire in his body was too strong, so he naturally needed to resolve it. Yao Rou naturally understood what Ling Yan meant. Her face was shy, but her heart was secretly happy. She pushed Ling Yan with both hands and said, "Hurry up and take a bath." The night passed just like that. Finally, yin and yang coexisted. Ling Yan woke up in the morning feeling refreshed. In the early morning, Ling Yan was still practicing the stellar condensation technique. After accompanying Yao Rou for breakfast, Ling Yan left her house and headed straight to mansion number 1. "Old Wang, don't be in a hurry to break through. For the next week, you don't have to worry about anything else. Just focus on cultivating and adjust your body's condition to its peak." As he spoke, he took out a piece of thousand-year-old ginseng that was the size of a potato. "Divide this thousand-year-old ginseng into 7 portions. 7 days later, together with the dragon saliva and the dragon tiger pills from Mount Longhu, I will help you break through." Wang Feihu was so touched that he didn't know what to say. "Oh, if you don't want to be disturbed for the next few days, you can stay in the mansion in front. This is the key to that mansion." Previously, Ling Yan had bought the surrounding villas in order to fight against the ancient sections. Naturally, they were put to use now. Of course, it's best to stay here for cultivation. There's a spirit gathering formation here, so there's plenty of spiritual energy. Ling Yan and Wang Feihu met and arranged everything properly. "What about you, young Master Ling?" "Oh, I'm going into seclusion for a week to continue healing." Then, Ling Yan went straight into the mansion and sat on the sofa. He took out his phone and called Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Ning Lingyu, telling them that he was going into seclusion. Upon hearing that Ling Yan was going into seclusion, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the beauties in mansion number 9 dropped what they were doing and rushed over. "Rascal, where are you going to seclusion?" Qin Dongxue asked. She didn't bother to ask where Ling Yan went last night. "Auntie, I've already rearranged the spirit gathering formation in mansion number 1. There's plenty of spiritual energy here now. Of course, I'm going to seclusion here." Of course, Ling Yan had other plans. He was at Qi Cultivation Stage 1 now, and his energy center was very strong. He needed too much spiritual energy to recover his strength. Therefore, he mainly relied on the spiritual energy from the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs. Then, Ling Yan turned to Bai Xianer. "Xianer, I'm going into seclusion for a week. You'll be on guard for me during this time." Ling Yan didn't need to say anything. She was duty-bound. Big brother, what about us? Ning Lingyu asked. Just do what you need to do. As for you, Lingyu, the spiritual energy here isn't of much use to you. It's best for you to return to mansion number 9 and cultivate by the sea. Ling Yan smiled. Ling Yan, I'll stay behind to take care of your meals during this time. Ling Yan still couldn't abstain from eating. Even if he was going into seclusion, he still needed to eat. Therefore, Ling Yan's seclusion was decided. Bai Xian'er was in charge of guarding him, and Chao Shanshan was in charge of taking care of Ling Yan's meals. Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining were also in mansion number 1. One was to deliver medicinal cuisine to Ling Yun, and the other was to take care of the herbs in the yard. As for Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, they naturally returned to mansion number 9 to cultivate according to Ling Yan's arrangements. Then, Bai Xian'er followed Ling Yan's instructions and set up an illusion formation around the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs in the backyard. Ling Yan walked in and sat cross-legged beside the 3 stalks of spiritual herbs. He took out a piece of divine willow wood and placed it on his lap. Then, he began his 1-week seclusion. Time flew, and 6 days went by in a flash. The 7th day, Ling Yan sat cross-legged in the illusion formation with his eyes closed and his palms facing the sky. He was cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. After 6 days of seclusion, Ling Yan's energy center rotated rapidly. It was many times faster than when he first started to recover. The dantian in the shape of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish, where the eyes of the 2 yin-yang fish were, was gurgling with yin-yang true qi, which had returned to the state of being ejected out. Although the yin-yang true qi in the dantian was not full yet, it was already very full. Ling Yan released his divine sense. Now, his divine sense had a radius of 700 meters. In other words, his strength had recovered to 70% of his peak state. Ling Yan closed his eyes and didn't move. This was the first time he used his divine sense to check his body after he broke through to Qi Cultivation Stage 1 and was severely injured by the Golden God of Thunder. Now, Ling Yan was very satisfied with the recovery of his energy center. His meridians and acupoints were also almost recovered. He had recovered to at least 70%. F***CK, for more thoracic vertebrae have turned pale gold. As mentioned before, the bottom 7 vertebrae of Ling Yan's spine, 5 of his lumbar vertebrae, sacrum, and tailbone had already turned pure gold. Now, the bottom 4 of Ling Yan's 12 thoracic vertebrae had also turned pale gold. He won't stop until he reaches his goal. It seems like as long as he continues to drink the dragon's saliva, his spine will turn pure gold sooner or later. Ling Yan knew how this happened. He had drunk too much dragon saliva. Ling Yan had been drinking dragon saliva almost every day while he was recuperating and in seclusion. The dragon's spiritual energy in his body had long been overflowing, and the excess was used to reform his spine. I want to see what you'll turn my spine into. Instead of being shocked, Ling Yun was elated. His interest was piqued because he could feel that such a change in his body would only be beneficial to him. Then, Ling Yin inspected his energy center. Even though his energy center was rotating rapidly, Ling Yin could still see it clearly with his powerful divine sense. When he first broke through to Qi Cultivation Stage 1, the rotation speed of his energy center was so fast that the yin-yang true Qi was in a state of chaos. Now, however, it was black and white. This meant that the rotation speed of his energy center was incomparable to before. Of course, Ling Yin was clear that he was using the Dragon Elephant Divine Force at that time. 10 times the speed was naturally incomparable. In his energy center, the yin and yang qi each occupied their own side. The black and white were distinct, and there was a dragon-shaped curve in the middle. It was like a golden dragon, vivid and dazzling. F***CK, that's the Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yin was extremely excited. This time, he had enough time to see clearly and finally found the Earth Emperor's book. At this moment, the Earth Emperor's book had become smaller than a human's fingernail. Within Ling Yan's energy center, it was floating up and down. As the energy center rotated, it would drift between the yang fish and the yin fish. Ling Yan was curious. He tried to use his divine sense to activate the Earth Emperor's book, but he realized that it ignored him. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book belong to me, but when will I be able to use them? Ling Yan sighed. There was no use in being anxious. He knew that it was an immortal weapon, and his realm wasn't high enough. After inspecting his energy center, Lingyan shifted his gaze upwards to check his meridians and acupuncture points. After so many days of mending, Lingyan's meridians were no longer obstructed by the flow of true qi. Now, there was pure yang qi, pure yin qi, and dragon spiritual energy in Lingyan's meridians. Other than that, there was also a faint golden aura. That was the golden immortal spiritual energy that came from between his eyebrows. The four colors of qi flowed independently without interfering with one another. Now that Lingyan's conception and governing vessels had been opened, the four types of qi flowed through his meridians, down to his energy center, and up to his eyebrows, forming a perfect great circulatory cycle. Checking between his eyebrows, the emperor brush could still be seen clearly. It was still domineering and unmoving in the middle of his eyebrows. I've been in seclusion for 7 days, but not a single drop of divine energy has been formed. Sigh, Lingyan's seclusion this time was mainly to recover his strength. Even though the results of this cultivation were good, Lingyan was still unsatisfied. When he chose to break through under the dragon elephant divine force, he went through a life and death battle, and he even went through a tribulation. The damage to his body was too great. Looking up, Lingyan realized that there was a dark green qi flow there. It was misty, and he couldn't see it clearly. Lingyan retracted his divine sense and stopped looking inside. With a thought, he took out a dragon tiger pill, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Let's go into seclusion for another day and see how much I can recover. On the morning of the 8th day, Lingyan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 eyes, one black and one white, reappeared. His yin-yang divine eye was like lightning. August 3rd, Lingyan ended his seclusion and came out. To be continued. Big brother Lingyan, you're out of seclusion? Bai Xian'er, who had been guarding outside, came forward to greet Lingyan as he walked out of the illusory formation. Yes, Xian'er, it's been hard on you to guard me all these days. Lingyan raised his hand and caressed Bai Xian'er's hair, smiling. It's nothing. Xian'er is very happy that big brother Lingyan has recovered his strength. Bai Xian'er could see that Lingyan was in a good state. She was happier than if she had broken through herself. The time is too short. It's not perfect. I've only recovered about 80%. Lingyan didn't hide anything from Xian'er and directly told her about the effects of seclusion. However, I estimate that the remaining 20% will be finished in a week at most. There were only 5 days left until the opening of the Heaven and Earth group. Lingyan was afraid that Tang Meng would be too busy, so he came out of seclusion. Xian'er, remove the illusory formation. These 3 spiritual grasses will mature in another 2 days. Lingyan turned back to look at the 3 stalks of spiritual grass in the illusory formation and said with a smile. Boss. Lingyan. Young Master Ling. The 2 counts of the blood clan, Paul, Chester, Chao Shanshan, and Wang Feihu all gathered around after hearing that Lingyan had ended his seclusion. Let's talk inside. Lingyan's fair complexion had a healthy rosy glow to it. She was in high spirits as she smiled and said to everyone. Back at the villa, Lingyan sat on the sofa and briefly explained the situation of his seclusion to everyone. During breakfast, Qing Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu rushed to mansion number 1. They knew that Lingyan would be in seclusion for 7 days, so they came on the 8th day. Lingyan had no choice but to tell everyone about the effects of his seclusion. Everyone in mansion number 1 cheered when they heard that Lingyan's strength had recovered to 80% of his peak. Alright, that's all for my seclusion this time. Now, tell me about your matters. How's the progress? Lingyan was concerned about everyone. His gaze turned to Tang Meng first. Tang Meng was very excited. He didn't know much about cultivation, so he didn't feel much about Lingyan coming out of seclusion. He came here today not only to see Lingyan, but also to tell him about the progress of the Heaven and Earth group. Hey, big brother Yun, we've successfully acquired the 1,500 acres of land. Of course, this was within Lingyan's expectations. He nodded as if nothing had happened. Have you signed the contract? Are the procedures complete? Has the money been paid? Signed. You signed the contract on the day you went into seclusion and completed the procedures in 2 days. The 1.8 billion funds have already been transferred to you. Now, Ling Yan's identity card and bank card were in Tang Meng's hands. Moreover, the bank provided him with top-notch VIP services. He had already signed a contract with the bank, authorizing all his financial transactions to be handled by Tang Meng. Ling Yan couldn't help but grimace when he heard that. Even though he knew that he would be able to earn tens of times more in the future, he still felt the pinch of spending 1.8 billion in one go. Moreover, the land had been bought, and it still needed to be developed. With such a large piece of land, the funds needed to develop it as a whole would be an astronomical figure. Big Brother Yun, you wanted to acquire a total of 42 companies. As of yesterday, 35 of them have been successfully negotiated and signed. Tang Meng continued without waiting for Ling Yan to think too much about it. Ling Yan nodded and smiled. In other words, those 35 companies are all ours now? Tang Meng's face was filled with happiness as he chuckled. Yes, it's ours. These 2 days, when I'm free, one of my favorite things to do is to drive around the city and see our company on almost every street. That feeling is so King awesome. How could he not be happy? In a city, no matter where you go, this supermarket belongs to you, that hotel belongs to you. There are also clothing stores, cinemas, hospitals, car 4S shops, department stores, and so on. They are all your properties. You can change to anyone. Big Brother Yun, I want to give you 132 likes. You made such a wise decision back then. Tang Meng gave Ling Yan a thumbs up and said, Big Brother Yun, I want to give you 132 likes. Haha. Tang Meng was so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. Ling Yan frowned slightly and said, Stop nagging, just tell me how much you spent. Tang Meng was finally rescued from the ocean of happiness. He slapped his head and said, 2.8 billion, or 2.9 billion? Anyway, it didn't exceed 3 billion. Ling Yan's heart trembled again. F*ck, that's another 3 billion, however, when he raised his head and saw that all the beauties in the room were excited and eager, he didn't say anything more. Why were they so excited? Was there a need to ask? In the future, they wouldn't have to spend money to shop. Everything could be taken from Ling Yan's shop as long as they walked down the street. Of course, the goal of the business was to make a profit. Every shop had its own rules. Sometimes, they had to pay, but that was also the case. Once one side was spent, the other side went back into Ling Yan's pocket. In any case, it wasn't earned by outsiders. Moreover, the shop had its own rules. Wouldn't they ask for shopping carts from Ling Yan? Let's make an agreement. In the future, when you shop, you still have to spend money. I can give everyone a discount. Ling Yan mustered up his courage and said this. Then, he saw the faces of the beauties change. Each of them glared daggers at him. It looked like they wanted to skin Ling Yan alive. All right. Seeing this, Ling Yan had no choice but to give in. He spread his hands and said, free of charge, all right? All the beauties smiled sweetly at the same time, and only then did they let Ling Yan go. He turned to look at Tang Meng and said, there are still 7 more companies. How much more do we need to spend? Tang Meng scratched his head and said, the remaining 7 companies are bigger and more famous in the city. At the same time, they are more difficult to deal with. Xianxia and Xianxia are not even at home. They are running around every day. If we were to buy all of them, we would need another 1.5 billion. Based on this calculation, if they were to buy all 42 companies, they would need 4.5 billion. Initially, they estimated that they would need at least 3 billion. However, that was the minimum. Moreover, Ling Yan wanted to settle it within half a month. There was no time to negotiate at all. Therefore, they could only throw in money. The extra billion was actually to pay for efficiency. Ling Yan pondered for a while and immediately expressed his stance. Buy. Money is not a problem. However, since they are difficult to deal with, it is time for the city to step in. Inform Uncle Li today and tell him that I will speed up. Tang Meng was overjoyed. All right, Big Brother Yun. With your words, I am more confident. Just watch me. Ling Yan nodded calmly and smiled. It seems like Qin Jiantao and Xianruhai are indeed capable. This speed has exceeded my expectations. He smiled and said, Big Brother Yun, you're really good at choosing people. Both of them are extraordinarily skilled. Qin Jiantao is in charge of negotiations, and Qian Ruhai is in charge of accounting. Qian Ruhai, in particular, has clearly calculated the assets and profits of the other party. We won't be at a disadvantage. Ling Yin smiled and said, remember to reward them after this is done. Tang Meng smiled and said, definitely. You don't have to remind me, I will definitely give them. Both of them seem to be on steroids. They said that they have never felt so good after working for so many years. Ling Yan laughed heartily. Then speed up and try to take down these 7 companies within 3 days. We don't have much time left. This time, Tang Meng did not say anything. He only nodded solemnly. Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu and asked, then, how is the restructuring of Green Dragon going? Tai Xiaohu immediately replied, Big Brother Yun, the restructuring of Green Dragon is going very smoothly. After Abing and I returned, we specially gathered the 10 hall masters for a meeting. Abing made it sound more serious, so most of the elders in Green Dragon accepted it calmly. Of course, there are 1 or 2 who are unwilling to accept it. However, I told Abing that if they don't agree, they can go out and start their own businesses. After that, there was no after that. How powerful was Ling Yun? How powerful were Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao? How powerful was Green Dragon? If anyone really couldn't accept it and wanted to go out and start their own businesses, they would be annihilated in a matter of minutes. Ling Yun could not help but smile faintly. Is the restructuring complete? Tai Xiaohu also smiled. The restructuring is complete. The Dragon Hall has become a security company registered with the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. The Human Hall is much easier because it was originally a company. Nightclubs, KTV, discotheques, bath centers, teahouses, pig operation centers, construction materials companies, Green Dragon's Human Hall was only involved in these projects. It was originally registered with the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, so the restructuring was easy. At most, it would just be changing the company's name. Although it was said that Green Dragon was restructuring, it was actually mainly to change the Dragon Hall. You guys did well. Tai Xiaohu and Abing did not disappoint Ling Yun. Then, did you train those guys that I chose? Ling Yun was naturally referring to the 72 people that he had painstakingly chosen. Hee, now it was Tai Xiaohu's turn to laugh. Train? How can I not train them? Big Brother Yun, I'm currently training on the dam of Qingshui River at night. Bring them over and run on the dam. Tai Xiaohu was now at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. Ling Yun didn't need to worry about how he trained these guys back then. Ling Yun smiled. How's the effect? Is there anyone who can't take it and wants to quit? Tai Xiaohu shook his head decisively. Big Brother Yun, after the 3 rounds of tests, these guys are very stubborn. Moreover, it's livelier with more people. No one wants to quit. Ling Yan was even more satisfied with this result. Everything went smoothly. It could be said to be perfect. To be continued. Old Wang, how's your cultivation these few days? Are there any problems with your body? Ling Yan finally asked Wang Feihu. He had promised to help Wang Feihu achieve a breakthrough 7 days later. Young Master Ling, thanks to you, my body has completely recovered. I'm in peak condition. Wang Feihu knew what Ling Yan was going to say. Every time he thought about breaking through, he would smile from ear to ear. Alright, let's make it tonight. How about it? No problem at all. Ling Yan's help for Wang Feihu's breakthrough was decided. Xiao Miao, the herbs in the courtyard should be maturing soon, right? Ling Yan looked at Miao Xiao Miao. Of course, Miao Xiao Miao and Shui Mining were there. Miao Xiao Miao chose to cultivate in Mansion No. 1 while helping Ling Yan take care of the small herb garden. Shui Mining was very capricious when it came to cultivation. She would practice the spirit potency art whenever she wanted, and she would stop when she couldn't. She would be busy delivering medicinal cuisine to Ling Yun. Ling Yun mainly ate the medicinal cuisine that miracle Dr. Shui brewed for him during his seclusion. Miao Xiao Miao giggled. The spiritual energy in this courtyard is so dense, of course the herbs are ripe. I've already picked most of them for you. Ling Yun nodded. Miracle Dr. Shui had spent a lot of effort to find these herbs, but they were no longer of much use to him. However, they could be used to cultivate the marrow cleansing pill for the 72 fellows to cleanse their marrow. There were more than 70 of them. Ling Yun definitely couldn't cleanse them one by one. He would definitely use the pill. Thank you very much. Ling Yun smiled and gave Miao Xiaomiao a look. You know what I mean. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but recall the time when Ling Yun had just recovered. She blushed and scolded, I can't be bothered with you. Ling Yun chuckled and left the sofa. He hugged Ning Lingyu's shoulder. Lingyu, come out for a walk with me. Ning Lingyu's body tensed up, and her beautiful face turned red. However, she knew that Ling Yun definitely had something to say to her in private, so she followed Ling Yun out of the courtyard. Once out, Ling Yun turned right and walked towards the small herb garden in the west with Ning Lingyu in his arms. As expected, they are about to mature. Looking at the field of medicinal herbs, Ling Yun muttered to himself. After walking further away, he asked Ling Yu in a low voice, Ling Yu, how's your training recently? Ling Yun asked about Ling Yu's cultivation progress. Why did she have to avoid everyone? Naturally, it was because Ning Lingyu could now use her mind to control the water sword. Even though it was just a water sword, it was still considered as riding a sword. If this was heard by others, it would be too shocking. Unexpectedly, Ning Lingyu giggled, brother, so that's what you're asking me? Let me tell you, little Ant has already taught me the secret sound transmission technique, so I don't have to come out on purpose. Ling Yun immediately revealed an awkward expression. As for Ning Lingyu's cultivation, even though he taught her the omnipotent water control technique, the stellar condensation technique, and other cultivation techniques and ensured that she wouldn't lack elixirs, it was Qin Dongxue who stayed with Ning Lingyu every day. Qin Dongxue had taught Ning Lingyu the secrets of the pugilistic world, the ancient martial arts families, and the distribution of power in Huaxia, as well as some commonly used techniques such as Qinggong and the secret sound transmission technique. Strictly speaking, Ling Yan's understanding of the ancient martial arts families in Huaxia was far from Ning Lingyu's. The time he spent with Ning Lingyu was simply too little. How could I have forgotten about little Ant? Ling Yan said casually to cover up his embarrassment. Ning Lingyu turned sideways and looked at Ling Yan's awkward expression. She giggled like a blooming spring flower. Brother, I can control up to 12 water swords at the moment. That's about it. Ling Yun nodded. Since Ning Lingyu could use the power of water to control 2 water dragons to hover in the air, creating a dozen water swords was within his expectations. Then, what about the speed of the water swords? What about their attack power? This was the question that Ling Yun was most concerned about. Since they were using flying swords to kill, the 2 most important things were the extreme speed and the sharpness of the water swords. In other words, the attack power. Compared to controlling 12 water swords, it was better to control only 1 water sword and kill the enemy in 1 move. Multitasking is still a little difficult now, and the speed is not as fast as when I was controlling 2 flying swords. However, if I can control 6 water swords, the effect will be much better than when I was controlling 2 water swords. Ling Yun nodded. Then you should only practice 6 swords for now. Focus on increasing the speed and attack power of the water swords. In addition, you have to learn how to change. Since it is controlled with your mind, the swords will naturally change according to your heart. The more tricky the angle of attack, the harder it will be for the enemy to defend against it. Seeing that Ling Yun was so concerned about her, Ning Lingyu was secretly delighted. She said coquettishly, brother, I understand. Ling Yun patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder. That's good. Of course, Ling Yun was concerned about Ning Lingyu. During this trip to Beijing, he would definitely not be able to take care of her. Therefore, the stronger Ning Lingyu was, the better her ability to protect herself. Ling Yun was also more at ease. They did not stay outside for too long. After talking about this matter, they returned to the living room of the villa. Then, things are much clearer now. Once Ling Yun returned to the living room, he said to everyone, Tang Meng, you will be in charge of contacting the city for the next 2 days. Ask them to help us acquire the remaining 7 companies as soon as possible. Yes, Big Brother Yun. Xiao Hu, continue to help me train those guys. Increase the amount of exercise according to their physical endurance. Make sure that they can break through their limits every day. I understand, Big Brother Yun. Paul, Chester, I'll leave the 5 prisoners in the backyard to you. Watch them well. Don't let any of them die. Don't lose any of them. Understood, boss. Lingyan listed out the tasks one by one. After everything was arranged, he looked at everyone and asked Tang Meng, "Who's that? Where's Emma Wudao?" Tang Meng chuckled. "Him? Don't mention him. He's living and eating in the Lingyan building now. That guy wants to buy this and that feng shui that you asked him to set up. He was just done with it yesterday." "Oh? How was it? Did it work?" Lingyan asked with a smile. "I can't tell. However, the people working in the Lingyan building looked much better after he set up the feng shui. They were full of energy and vigor. Seems like it really worked." Lingyan smiled. Even though Mo Wudao's martial arts weren't that great, he definitely had the ability in this aspect. He definitely had it in him. If the feng shui of such a genius didn't work, then something must have gone wrong. Lingyan even believed that everything went so smoothly after he came out of seclusion. It must have had a lot to do with Mo Wudao's feng shui. "Alright, everyone can go back to work. I'm going out for a walk." Lingyan got everyone to do their own things. He casually drove a car out of the garage and left mansion number 1. Lingyan's first stop was the Lingyan building. F*CK, isn't Tang Meng a little too impatient? Lingyan drove to the entrance of the Lingyan building. He looked around and realized that the company's signboard had changed. The new signboard had changed to Heaven and Earth Group Limited. Lingyan looked at the building in the distance through the car window and realized that the building's name had changed too. The original Liancheng Real Estate had changed to Lingyan Building. It had only been 10 days since Lingyan took over Liancheng Real Estate. Now, there was no trace of Liancheng Real Estate. Heaven and Earth Group, Lingyan Building. Coincidentally, the person in charge of guarding the door was the same security guard from last time. He walked out immediately when he saw a car. He stumbled when he saw the driver. "Oh, Chief Ling, why are you here? Please wait for a moment, I'll open the door for you." Lingyan sat in the car and carefully observed the guard's appearance and complexion. He realized that this person's energy, qi, and spirit were worlds apart from the last time he was here. He had become more spirited than before. He no longer had that arrogant and despotic feeling, and the way he treated people was obviously different. Lingyan released his divine sense slightly and covered the entire Lingyan building. He found that all the staff who were working in the building were full of energy, their faces were flushed, and they were in high spirits. Their footsteps were steady and light, and everything was in order. No wonder even Tang Meng is impressed. Emma Wudao is amazing. But why is Emma Wudao sleeping soundly in the CEO's office at this hour? Lingyan exclaimed, but he frowned and said, "Why is Emma Wudao sleeping in the CEO's office at this hour?" At this time, Emma Wudao was fully clothed, sprawled out on the luxurious bed in the CEO's office, fast asleep. Lingyan's condensed divine sense covered the entire building. He casually observed a few of the offices where the executives worked. He realized that there were flowers, grass, rocks, and flowing water in these offices. Ignoring the details, the entire feng shui of the building was in harmony with the green mountains behind and the green waters in front. The Lingyan building's grandeur shot up into the sky. Even Lingyan couldn't find any fault with such a feng shui. Impressive, impressive. It must have been hard on this guy to make such a big building in a week. With that in mind, Lingyan decided not to disturb Mo Wudao and let him sleep. "Hey, you don't have to open the door. I'm just here to take a look. I'm not going in." Lingyan's divine sense was strong now. Why would he need to go in to take a look? He could see everything clearly just by looking at the door. "Ah? You're not coming in?" "Chief Ling, the Heaven and Earth Group is completely different from before. Aren't you coming in to take a look?" The security guard was confused. "I saw it. Let's go." With that, Lingyan turned the car around and went straight to his second destination. To be continued. Lingyan arrived at the Ordinary People's Clinic at 9:30 in the morning. This time, Ling Yan parked the car directly in front of the clinic and got out. Inside the ordinary people's clinic, the renovation team was in full swing. Naturally, it was still the same team, and the foreman of the renovation team was still Worker Sue. Under Worker Sue's leadership, the entire team had been working day and night for 7 days and 7 nights. Yao was naturally there to keep an eye on them. There were actually 3 other people here to help. These 3 were, of course, the 3 beautiful nurses that Ling Yan had hired. Sun Yujiao, Li Jinlian, and Xianxia. When Ling Yan walked into the ordinary people's clinic, the 3 of them were running around like butterflies under Yao Rou's command, cleaning up and helping out when needed. The sound of chainsaws cutting wood and the clanking of nails made by the renovation team were not as loud as the 3 men's voices. Seems like I'm not here at the right time. Is everyone busy? Ling Yan smiled and greeted everyone as soon as he entered. Io, my big boss, it's not easy to see you now. Before Yao Rou could say anything, Li Jinlian was the first to greet him. Her figure was exquisite, her waist swaying, and her eyes seductive. Aya, the handsome boss is here. This was Xianxia. Only Sun Yujiao's body trembled when she heard Ling Yan's voice. She hesitated for a long time before finally turning her head. It was obvious that she had been struggling internally. Ling Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. This girl was too reserved. Didn't I take advantage of you by treating you back then? Ling Yan waved at the 3 beauties. And I missed you guys, so I came over to check on the progress of the construction. Ling Yan, you're out of seclusion? Yao Rou immediately put down what she was doing and came forward to greet Ling Yan. And I'm out of seclusion. The effects are not bad. I've recovered about 80%. My body will be as good as new in a few days. Ling Yan looked at Yao Rou and said telepathically. Boss, I'm afraid you're not here to visit us, but to visit our lady boss, right? Li Jinlian was bold, deliberately teasing the 2 of them. Hearing this, Sun Yujiao bit her lower lip and looked at Li Jinlian with an unfriendly gaze. Fortunately, someone came over and changed the topic. Oh, Dr. Ling, you're finally here. Come in and take a look. How is the renovation going? If you find any problems, just tell me. The foreman of the renovation team, Worker Sue, came over and said with a smile. Ling Yan glanced over and smiled at Worker Sue. You've worked hard, Worker Sue. This renovation is better than the previous one, and the progress isn't slow either. Of course, it wasn't slow. This was the 3rd time Su Gong's renovation team had renovated the ordinary people's clinic. Worker Su was an honest man. He smiled and said, Dr. Ling, you're treating me like an outsider if you say that you've worked hard. You gave us 200,000 last time, and that's enough for us to renovate 6 or 7 times. You even saved our lives. If we don't work hard, we'll feel bad. Ling Yan laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. He smiled and asked, I think the renovations are almost done. How much longer until it's completed? Worker Sue smiled sheepishly. 2 days at most. Look, your employees are here to help too. They're very diligent. As the saying went, practice makes perfect. The previous renovation took 10 days. This time, it was completed in 9 days. Ling Yan said, then you guys get busy. I'm just here to take a look. Don't worry about me. After saying that, Ling Yan turned to Xianxia. Why are you here today? Xianxia's youthful face was pretty. Seeing that Ling Yan was talking to her, she couldn't help but giggle happily. Boss, you gave us a long holiday and even gave us high salaries. We feel bad about it. Now that we heard that the clinic is going to be renovated, how could we not come over to help? It was hot in the summer, so Xianxia wore a light-colored t-shirt. As she giggled, the 2 footballs in front of her chest bounced up and down. Ling Yan almost had a nosebleed. Li Jinlian's words weren't slow either. Moreover, we're all looking forward to starting work 1 day earlier. What if your clinic closes down? Where are we going to find such a good job? As she spoke, Li Jinlian actually winked at Ling Yan. It was obvious that she was seducing him. Ling Yan exclaimed in his heart. He thought to himself that he had really profited by coming here today. It was a feast for his eyes. He was originally here to check on the progress of the construction. He didn't expect the 3 nurses to be here as well. Thank you for your kind intentions. Thank you so much. Ling Yan still had to put on a good front since Xiao was present. He smiled at everyone. He carefully looked around the clinic and said to Xiao, the renovation this time is similar to the last time? It's more or less the same. Only some details have been changed. The layout is more reasonable than before. Xiao smiled. Alright, after the renovation is done, I'll get someone to set up a feng shui. We'll try to open at the same time as the Heaven and Earth group. Ling Yan made the final decision. The fate of the ordinary people's clinic was too tragic. They had to change their feng shui. Emma Wudao had nothing better to do anyway. Heaven and Earth group? This time even Sun Yujiao, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but ask Ling Yan in surprise. Yup, you'll know on the 8th. Ling Yan didn't hide anything. The opening of the Heaven and Earth group would definitely be on the news. Moreover, it would be on the front page. Then I'll leave first. Roer, don't tire yourself out. Ling Yan didn't stay for long. He left the ordinary people's clinic after reminding Xiao. Let me know if you miss me. I don't mind. Ling Yan used telepathy to say this to Sun Yujiao before he got into the car. Sun Yujiao heard it clearly. Her body trembled. After leaving the ordinary people's clinic, Ling Yan drove straight out of Xianxia City and went straight to Xianxia Wharf. He went to a place that no one expected, Xianxia Wharf's mansion number 1. This mansion number 1 wasn't Ling Yan's mansion number 1. It was the residence of the richest man in Xianxia City, Zhuang Tianda. After Zhuang Meifeng was taken away to the Tranquil sect, Zhuang Meina had changed a lot. This gradually changed Ling Yan's view of the Zhuang family. Even though Ling Yan had deliberately ignored the Zhuang family, he couldn't really ignore the Zhuang family because of his relationship with Zhuang Meifeng. At the very least, he had to invite Zhuang Tianda over for the opening of the Heaven and Earth group. Ling Yan had to give him face. At 10:30 in the morning, Ling Yan arrived at the entrance of Zhuang Tianda's mansion. Ling Yan got out of the car and rang the doorbell. Ling Yan, why are you here? Soon, Ling Yan saw Zhuang Meina run out of the mansion, her face full of excitement. Ling Yan noticed that Zhuang Meina didn't even wear shoes. She ran out barefoot. He could only smile bitterly. Then, Ling Yan saw Zhuang Tianda run out of the mansion alone. Nana, slow down. Look at you, you're not even wearing shoes. The two of them led Ling Yan into the mansion. Ling Yan sized up the courtyard as he walked into the house. He couldn't help but sigh. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Back when he came out of the crater, he heard that Zhuang Meifeng had been taken to the Tranquil sect by Priestess Desireless. Ling Yan was furious and killed his way here. With physique tempering stage 5 and the help of Cui Lao and Du Gumo, he had battled 3 Xiantian masters, killed Sun Tianbiao, killed Mao Mountain's Taoist master Wuchen, forced Shaolin Temple's master Xingqi to his death, turned the tide, and saved Tang Tianhao. It was also that night that Qing Dongshui appeared and chased away the Huaxia Condor team. From then on, she barged into Ling Yan's life. However, to this day, Ling Yan's beloved woman, Zhuang Meifeng, was still nowhere to be found. She was trapped in the Tranquil sect, waiting for him to rescue her. Ling Yan was moved by these thoughts. He followed Zhuang Tianda and Zhuang Meifeng to the living room in silence. Zhuang Tianda didn't say anything either. However, Ling Yan noticed that Zhuang Tianda's back was a little hunched. It had only been a few months since the opening of the ordinary people's clinic. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. He's probably filled with endless regret. Uncle Zhuang, why don't I see Auntie Zhao? Ling Yan couldn't help but ask about Zhuang Meifeng's mother, Zhao Baomen. Oh, she went to the Lingjue temple to burn incense at least 3 times a week. Zhuang Tianda smiled awkwardly and said, that's right. After a pause, Zhuang Tianda took the initiative to ask, Ling Yan, what brings you here today? Uncle Zhuang, on August 8th, my Heaven and Earth group will be opening ceremony. I wonder if you have time on that day to support me. Ling Yan said bluntly. Ling Yan's words were very polite. Since he was already here, there was no need to make things difficult for him. Oh, you're talking about this? This matter has spread throughout Qingshui City and even the entire Jiangnan province. I heard that you're acquiring a large number of companies in Xianxia City, and you don't care about the cost. This has shaken the entire Jiangnan province's business world. How generous, how generous! Zhuang Tianda exclaimed in admiration. Ling Yun, thank you for inviting me. Even if you didn't come to invite me, I would still have gone for such a joyous occasion. Zhuang Tianda's face was filled with shock, envy, regret, and desolation as he spoke. Uncle Zhuang, you're too humble. You're a big shot in Jiangnan province. Of course, I have to invite you personally. Ling Yin replied with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Uncle Zhuang, I'm not only going this time, but I also have a big gift for you. I just don't know if you're willing to accept it. Zhuang Tianda smiled. Ling Yin was a little puzzled. Wasn't it just opening a company? Giving a gift was enough. What kind of gift was it that made Zhuang Tianda ask about it? However, Zhuang Tianda's next sentence shocked Ling Yin so much that he stood up immediately. Zhuang Tianda's expression changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stared at Ling Yin. Uncle Zhuang, I've thought it through. I want to merge the Zhuang Medical Group into your Heaven and Earth Group. I'll give you 51% of the shares. What do you think? Ling Yin never dreamed that Zhuang Tianda would make such a decision. He was dumbfounded. To be continued. The Zhuang Family Medical Group had merged with the Heaven and Earth Group, and Ling Yin had 51% of the shares. This was definitely a huge gift. How could Ling Yin not be shocked? He wasn't here to ask Zhuang Tianda to cut the ribbon, he was here to collect his inheritance. Uncle Zhuang, that's impossible. I can't accept it. Ling Yin stood up and shook his head without hesitation. His attitude was very firm. Given Ling Yin's character, he wouldn't even hesitate to accept something that was given to him for free. However, the Zhuang family's assets were an exception. Even though Ling Yin was in Xianxia City and Zhuang Meifeng was thousands of miles away in the Tranquil Sect, Ling Yin felt that Zhuang Meifeng wasn't far away. She was looking at him silently, waiting for him. At this time, Zhuang Meina couldn't help but want to say something, but Zhuang Tianda glared at her. No matter how spoiled and pampered Zhuang Meina was, she had no right to speak on such a big matter. Ling Yun, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Let me finish. Zhuang Tianda stopped his daughter with a faint smile. After making this decision, he seemed to be much more relaxed. He looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, do you remember what I gave you when you opened the Ordinary People's Clinic? Uncle Zhuang, I remember very clearly. It was 1 billion in cash and 500 million worth of shares from the Zhuang Family Medical Group. Actually, it was 900 million in cash, but Ling Yin overheard the conversation between Zhuang Tianda and his daughter. He couldn't write a check for 1 billion, so he only wrote 900 million. Ling Yin had already given away a few hundred million previously. Why would he care about this little bit now? Zhuang Tianda smiled slightly. Yes, that's right. However, do you know how much the shares of the Zhuang Family Medical Group have risen since that day? Ling Yin asked curiously, how much did it increase? Zhuang Tianda raised his hand and smiled faintly. Pure increase, 5 times. Back then, it was only 6 yuan per share. Now, the Zhuang Family Medical Group's share price is 36 yuan per share. Ling Yin was stunned. He was in disbelief. That much? Zhuang Tianda chuckled. Seems like you don't even pay attention to these things. But do you know why? Ling Yin shook his head. He could roughly guess that the crazy rise of the Zhuang family shares had something to do with him. However, he wasn't sure, so he decided not to say it. Because of you. Zhuang Tianda relaxed and started talking. On the opening day of the clinic, you saved 22 patients on the verge of death, and all of them were saved on the spot. This scene was witnessed by many of the big shots in Xianxia City at that time. Even though ordinary people might not know much about your title as an immortal doctor, it has already spread far and wide in Xianxia City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Do you know how much financial power these people have? Now that they have seen your amazing medical skills and know that you own 5% of the Zhuang Medical Group's shares, do you think they will go crazy and snatch our company's shares? Let me put it this way. Ever since the opening of your clinic, the shares of the Zhuang Medical Group have not dropped much. Moreover, this is because the market is bad now. If the market was good, even I don't know how much it would rise. Back then, my company only had a market value of 10 billion yuan. Now, it's worth more than 60 billion yuan. Even if I give you half of the shares, I still have 30 billion yuan. My net worth is more than twice what it was before. Speaking of happy things, the haze on Zhuang Tianda's face finally dissipated. He laughed and said, "That's only if you hold 5% of the shares. What if you merge the Zhuang Medical Group into your Heaven and Earth Group? How much would the share price rise?" "So, I'm still the one who took advantage of you." Ling Yan still shook his head. He was about to speak when Zhuang Tianda stopped him. "This is only one of the reasons. The other reason, Ling Yan, is that I wanted to develop my business and occupy the market north of the Yellow River. That was why I befriended the Sun family and even betrothed Mei Feng to the prodigal son of the Sun family, Sun Xing. Now that I think about it, I made the wrong move." Zhuang Tianda didn't hide his mistake at all. His face was full of regret. But was the Sun family so easy to befriend back then? Do you know what their conditions were? They said that as long as Mei Feng and Sun Xing got married, I had to give 49% of the shares to Sun Xing as Mei Feng's dowry. Moreover, I was blinded by greed and actually agreed to this condition. Zhuang Tianda smiled absent-mindedly. He rubbed his face. "Ling Yan, now that Sun Xing is dead and the Sun family is about to collapse, I believe that as long as you can save Mei Feng, she will definitely marry you. Moreover, Uncle Zhuang believes that you can definitely save Mei Feng. Let me see her one more time." I was even willing to give these shares to the Sun family back then. Why shouldn't I give them to you now? I don't have to say much about your deep feelings for Mei Feng. Half of the assets originally belonged to Mei Feng, so it's the same if I give it to you. My shares have risen so much because of you, so I'm still making a profit by giving you half. Moreover, I'll be earning more in the future. Why shouldn't I give it to you? Therefore, you should accept this huge gift. That's the second point. Ling Yan was stunned by Zhuang Tianda's words. What other reason could there be? Zhuang Tianda smiled and said, "Uncle Zhuang, I know that your Heaven and Earth Group has reorganized the Shui family's 6 medical companies. Also, the city government has given you 100 acres of land to build a large medical research center. Think about it. With your medical skills, ability, and your current influence, as well as the help of the city government, once your pharmaceutical business starts, there will be no market for our Zhuang Pharmaceutical Group. You will snatch all the business away in minutes. There can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain. Moreover, I can't compete with you in the business arena because of Mei Feng. Ling Yan, tell me, if I don't take this opportunity to merge the Zhuang Medical Group into your Heaven and Earth Group, when should I?" Zhuang Tianda's words left Ling Yan speechless. No matter how much Ling Yan racked his brains, he really couldn't find a reason to refute him. "Uncle Zhuang, then, what do you mean by this and that?" "It's decided." Zhuang Tianda made the decision on the spot. Zhuang Meina stared at her father in shock. Was this still the greedy father she knew? "I will definitely be there for the opening of the Heaven and Earth Group. Get a few people here in the next 2 days and finish the procedures as soon as possible." After the discussion, Zhuang Tianda felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt as if the clouds had been dispelled and the sun had appeared. "Daughter, Mei Feng, Daddy has done wrong in the past. I've let you down. But this time, Daddy believes in my decision. It won't be wrong." Zhuang Tianda wiped his tears and waved at Zhuang Meina. "Nana, it's almost noon. Hurry and ask Auntie Li to make lunch." Zhuang Tianda naturally wanted Ling Yan to stay for lunch. Initially, Ling Yan had no intention of eating here. However, since he had accepted such a huge gift, he had no choice but to eat. After lunch, Ling Yan left, ignoring Zhuang Meina's insistence. Zhuang Tianda and Zhuang Meina walked Ling Yan to the door. "Ling Yan, you have to save Mei Feng," Zhuang Tianda said. "Don't worry, uncle. That day won't be too far away." This was the heaviest gift Ling Yan had ever received. It wasn't because of the 30 billion yuan in assets, but because of Zhuang Mei Feng. In Ling Yan's heart, even 300 billion yuan or 3 trillion yuan couldn't compare to Zhuang Mei Feng. "Mei Feng, wait for me. It won't be too long." On the way back to Qingshui City, Ling Yan slammed on the accelerator as if he was venting his frustrations. Ling Yan believed that with his Qi cultivation level 1 strength, he could crush the entire ancient martial arts world. The tranquil sect was nothing. It was already 3 in the afternoon when he returned to Xianxia City's mansion number 1. Ling Yan called Wang Feihu over, and the two of them sat on the sofa. He began to explain to Wang Feihu the key to breaking through to Xiantian realm. He also told him more about cultivation, which benefited Wang Feihu greatly. Breaking through wasn't difficult, but Ling Yan wanted Wang Feihu to break through to Xiantian realm level 7. By nightfall, Wang Feihu was ready. Ling Yan took out the dragon tiger pill, the 1,000-year ginseng, the 1,000-year fleece flower, and the mysterious gourd. Then, he asked Wang Feihu to sit cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. Eat this ginseng and fleece flower first. Then, activate your cultivation technique. Once the medicinal effects are released, break through with all your might. I'll protect you. Wang Feihu followed Ling Yan's instructions and broke through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. Eat the dragon tiger pill. The dragon tiger pill had once allowed a Xiantian realm level 7 expert to reach the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 in an instant. Wang Feihu felt a surge of medicinal power exploding in his stomach. He had just broken through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, so he couldn't control the overbearing medicinal power of the dragon tiger pill. Ling Yan managed to protect Wang Feihu in time. His hand was as fast as lightning as he placed a palm on Wang Feihu's back. He immediately controlled the chaotic true qi in Wang Feihu's body. Continue charging. Pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. Drink the dragon saliva. Again. With the help of the 1,000-year ginseng, the dragon tiger pill, the dragon saliva, and Ling Yan, Wang Feihu actually broke through to Xiantian realm level 8. However, Ling Yun didn't stop. He continued to send spiritual energy into Wang Feihu's body. It wasn't to help him break through, but to help him stabilize his realm and prevent himself from going berserk. Wang Feihu only retracted his palm after the true qi had circulated 36 times in his body. Congratulations, old Wang. Thank you, young Master Ling. Ling Yun didn't say much. He only smiled. Wang Feihu's realm was enough to protect Tang Meng for now. To be continued. Ling Yan had spent more than 4 hours helping Wang Feihu in his breakthrough. Old Wang, I'll leave Tang Meng's safety in your hands from now on. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Yan looked at the kneeling Wang Feihu and said seriously. Don't worry, young Master Ling. I, Wang Feihu, swear that as long as I'm still breathing, I'll ensure his safety. Ling Yan nodded and left mansion number 1 after getting Wang Feihu's promise. At midnight, Ling Yan arrived at the luxurious Hot Springs Villa district and parked his car in front of Lin Minghan's villa. He scanned the area with his divine sense and saw Lin Minghan cultivating in the villa. Minghan, open the door for me. Lin Minghan was cultivating the Arctic technique with all her might. She opened her eyes immediately when she heard Ling Yan's voice. She floated down the bed and opened the door for Ling Yan. Hubby. Humph, you still know how to call me hubby? I think you've almost forgotten about me. Ling Yan said angrily. It was no wonder that Ling Yan was angry. Lin Minghan hadn't shown her face since Ling Yan woke up. How could he not be angry? Hubby, are you really angry? Lin Minghan noticed that Ling Yan didn't look like he was joking. She couldn't help but feel a little afraid. She carefully observed Ling Yan's reaction. Humph. Ling Yan sat on the sofa and crossed his arms. Hubby, don't be angry. You should understand me. When you were unconscious, I told Auntie about our situation in a hurry to take care of you. How could I still have the cheek to stay there after you woke up? How embarrassing. Ling Yan was speechless. She had the same reason as Xiao Rou. Moreover, he knew that Lin Minghan was the most sensitive among all the beauties around him. All right, you can put it that way. However, it's been so many days. Why didn't you call me? Ling Yun continued to denounce him, not letting him off easily. Lin Minghan was embarrassed. She stroked her hair and said nervously, Hubby, you've wronged me. I was worried about you for the first few days, but I couldn't get through to you at all. As for what happens next. If I say that I was too busy cultivating and forgot about it, will you forgive me? Based on Lin Minghan's stubborn temper, it was possible that she had forgotten about it. Ling Yan laughed in his heart and teased, "You're training so hard? Do you want to break through?" "That's right, hubby. You said that my aptitude is better than Sister Yao Rou's, but Sister Yao Rou is already at Xiantian realm level 3, while I haven't broken through to the Xiantian realm. I'm worried." Lin Menghan bit her lips lightly, a hint of anxiety appearing on her beautiful oval face. It was obvious that Yao Rou's breakthrough had agitated her. Anxious? What's the use of being anxious? When it came to cultivation, not only did it depend on one's aptitude and comprehension, but it also depended on one's luck. You only saw that Yao Rou had a breakthrough that night, but have you ever thought about how big of an opportunity she received? Yao Rou was cultivating the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique, and with the help of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book, she was able to break through. Ling Yan lectured her without holding back. Furthermore, you're just learning and only think about breaking through. Don't you know what kind of environment you're in? What kind of environment? During the dog days of summer, it was the hottest time of the year. The highest temperature every day could easily reach 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. Lin Menghan was cultivating the Arctic ice technique. Without Ling Yan's guidance, Lin Menghan wouldn't be able to break through even if she worked herself to death. Looking at Lin Menghan's anxious expression, Ling Yan couldn't bear to lecture her anymore. Instead, he explained the reason to her in detail. Menghan, if your Arctic ice technique was cultivated to the great success stage, it wouldn't matter where you cultivate. However, right now, you're still easily affected by your surroundings. The Arctic ice technique cultivates the true energy of ice. It's such a hot day right now, and you're actually thinking of relying on your own strength to break through a major realm. This is simply wishful thinking. All cultivation is about 4 words: wealth, companion, method, and place. Wealth. The ancients said that one cannot cultivate without wealth. In other words, one must have a certain amount of financial resources. Because in the early stages of cultivation, one has to spend most of his time and effort on cultivation. Correspondingly, he won't have much time to cultivate. Without a certain amount of material resources, it's very difficult to cultivate. Imagine if one had to go to work one day and go on a business trip the next. Furthermore, one had to earn money to feed the family, pay the mortgage, and take care of the elderly and children. How could one cultivate then? Of course, we don't lack this now. Ling Yan said slowly, method is the technique and cultivation method. Without the method, it's just blindly cultivating. It's hard to see the door. We don't lack this either. Land is the place to cultivate. Different environments have different feng shui and aura. It's also different for everyone, including their aptitude and technique. Yao Rou cultivates the Yellow Springs Earth Imperial technique, so I let her stay in the Nangqi courtyard. Why? Because it's surrounded by mountains. Tai Xiaohu cultivates the Raging Waves internal technique, so I let him cultivate day and night on the embankment of Qingshui River. Why? Because there's a huge tide there, so he can experience the circulation of true qi. Ling Yu cultivates the omnipotent water control technique, so I let her cultivate by the sea because there's water there. At this point, Ling Yan paused and looked up at Lin Menghan. As for you, you cultivate the Arctic ice technique. Is there a need to ask? The place where you cultivate naturally has to be a world of ice and snow. The Arctic ice technique was a technique that Ling Yan stole from the Arctic ice palace in the cultivation world. Of course, it was only suitable to cultivate in a world of ice and snow. Is that drought demon strong? Even if it's strong, it's afraid of water and frozen when it meets ice. That's the case for the drought demon. It's repelled because it counters each other. The entire environment in Qingshui City isn't suitable for you to cultivate at all. It's even more difficult for you to break through. You're still thinking of locking yourself in your house and trying to break through. Isn't that just asking for fish from a tree? Ling Yan's words enlightened Lin Menghan. She was no longer as anxious as before. Hubby, I understand now. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Then, what about companionship? Ling Yan laughed heartily as he stood up. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Menghan and bent over to pick her up. As for companionship, let's go to bed. I'll explain it to you in depth. Lin Menghan instantly knew what Ling Yun wanted to do. Her body softened, and her face turned red. She didn't dare to say another word. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Of course, that wasn't what Lingyun meant. It was referring to fellow cultivators. The Book of Rites said, learning alone without friends is bound to be ignorant and ill-informed. It meant that when you cultivate, you need someone to verify with you. Only by improving together would you be able to bring out the best in each other. An hour later, Lin Menghan was drenched in sweat. Her bright eyes were as gentle as water as she looked at Lingyun in a daze. Hubby, what you mean is that I have to find a world of ice and snow to cultivate, right? Who has the time to talk to you about that? Lingyun bent down and kissed Lin Menghan's delicate mouth. The night passed just like that. Hubby, where do you think I should go to cultivate? How about Iceland? Lin Menghan wanted to say something during breakfast, but she eventually gritted her teeth and voiced her thoughts to Lingyun. Iceland? Lingyun was stunned. The island country in northern Europe appeared in his mind. It was close to the Arctic Circle and sounded very cold. You really know how to choose a place. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. According to my geographical knowledge, Iceland isn't considered cold even though it's close to the Arctic Circle, especially in summer. It's just that there are glaciers. If you don't believe me, you can look it up online. Lingyun couldn't help but laugh. Lin Menghan panicked. Hubby, where do you think I should go to cultivate? It's summer in Xianxia now. Where would I find a place to cultivate? If you really want to find a cold place to cultivate, I suggest you go to Canada. The northern part of Canada is already within the Arctic Circle. It's really a world of ice and snow all year round. Furthermore, Paul and Chester are both from America. They definitely have connections in Canada. I can get them to arrange for people to take care of you. What do you think? Lin Menghan thought about it seriously after listening to Lingyun's suggestion. Finally, she nodded. All right, I'll go to Canada then. Lingyun could feel Lin Menghan's desperation. He knew that she was stubborn and it was hard to change her mind once she had decided on something. In Lingyun's heart, nothing was more important than cultivation. That was why he supported Lin Menghan's decision. That's settled then. However, you can't leave now. Wait for another 2 days. After the Heaven and Earth group opens for business, you can go to Canada to cultivate. During this period of time, I can also tell you more details that you need to pay attention to in terms of cultivation, as well as key points. Thank you, hubby. In the next 2 days, Lingyun didn't dare to be careless as the 3 spiritual herbs in Mansion Number 1 were about to mature. He stayed in Mansion Number 1 to take care of them. Of course, Lingyun also started to pay attention to the herbs in the small herb garden. He picked them as they were ripe and stored them in order to cultivate the marrow-cleansing pill. At the same time, Lingyun called Lin Menghan over to Mansion Number 1 to eat and stay with her. The two of them were almost inseparable. He guided Lin Menghan carefully and didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. If he were to cultivate alone, once he lost his qi and went berserk, it would not be a joke. Even though Lingyun was an immortal doctor, he was separated by the Pacific Ocean. If anything happened to Lin Menghan, he wouldn't be able to help. Moreover, Lingyun specifically asked Paul and Chester. Both of them indeed had good connections in Canada. They guaranteed that there would be no problem taking care of Lin Menghan. 2 days later, the Heaven-yang grass, earthine grass, and dragon saliva grass matured. Lingyun was overjoyed. He picked the 3 spiritual herbs and stored them carefully in his spatial ring. Within these 2 days, Tang Meng came to Mansion Number 1 almost twice a day to report the progress of the acquisition of the 7 enterprises to Lingyun. Due to the involvement of the municipal government, the negotiations went smoothly in the past 2 days. Another 6 companies signed the contract and successfully completed the acquisition. There was only one more enterprise left. On the morning of August 6, Lingyun called Tang Meng to Mansion Number 1. To be continued. Tang Meng arrived at Mansion Number 1 at 8:30. Hey, big brother Yun. Tang Meng couldn't help but grin when he saw Lingyun. The excitement on his face couldn't be concealed at all. The Heaven and Earth group was opening the day after tomorrow. Lingyun couldn't help but tease Tang Meng. How are you? Can you sleep for the next 2 days? Hee hee, big brother Yun, I can't sleep, I really can't. I've been counting down the days with my fingers, waiting for the opening of the Heaven and Earth group on the 8th of August. Don't worry, we'll definitely open for business. I'll make you the CEO of the Heaven and Earth group. You can eat and sleep when you need to. Ling Yan patted Tang Meng's shoulder, smiling as he told him not to be so excited. The Heaven and Earth group had already gone through all the procedures at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. They were just waiting for the opening day. There were still 2 days left. As for the last company, it wouldn't affect the opening of the Heaven and Earth group whether or not it was successfully acquired. However, since Ling Yan had decided on something, there was no way he would give up halfway. Wouldn't it be a slap to Ling Yan's face if he couldn't acquire this one company? Ling Yan and Tang Meng sat on the sofa in the living room, sipping tea as they chatted. I have something to tell you. Don't get too excited after hearing it. Ling Yan decided to give Tang Meng a pleasant surprise. Tang Meng's eyes lit up. Big brother Yun, what is it? He knew that Ling Yan must have something good to say, and it must be something extremely good. Give Qian Ruhai a call. He doesn't need to participate in the negotiations today. He has other things to do. Ask him to bring our legal experts and accountants to Uncle Zhuang's mansion number 1 at Qingshui Wharf to acquire the Zhuang Family Medical Group. 2 days ago, Uncle Zhuang decided to merge his Zhuang Family Medical Group into our Heaven and Earth Group. He also gave me a total of 51% of the shares, with us taking the majority. Tang Meng was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded by what he had just heard. Uncle Zhuang. Zhuang Family Medical Group? Big brother Yun, the richest man in Qingshui City, Zhuang Tianda's medical group? 51% of the shares? Merge with the Heaven and Earth Group? Tang Meng's face was filled with disbelief. He stuttered as he scratched his head with one hand, trying to think of a solution. His other hand uncontrollably climbed onto his thigh and pinched it hard. He was afraid that he was dreaming. Ouch. The intense pain from his leg told him that he was not dreaming. You don't have to pinch my thigh. I'm not dreaming. Ling Yan smiled. Don't forget, we have to inform Uncle Li about this. We need the full cooperation of all the departments. We need to complete all the procedures within a day. For a company with a market value of 670 billion to change ownership within a day, this was an earth-shattering event for the municipal government. It would even shake the entire Jiangnan province. The Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical Group was a listed company, and this was a restructuring. During the restructuring period, the trading of the shares would be suspended. While Tang Meng was still in a daze, Ling Yan finished his sentence in one breath. Then, he smiled and asked, I told you not to get agitated, is there a problem? Even though Tang Meng was stunned, he still heard Ling Yan's words clearly. He muttered to himself, this is too big. Uncle Li has to personally mediate and take control of the situation. Big brother Yun, do you know that the current market value of the Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical Group is close to 70 billion? Including all the assets of the Heaven and Earth Group, we are only a third of that. This is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I reckon that even if we tell Qian Ruhai about this, he will be at a loss for what to do. Ling Yan laughed. Anyway, since I've told you about it, just do your best. Even if you can't settle it within 2 days, the Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical Group is already ours in name and substance. I believe that in the past 2 days, Uncle Zhuang has already prepared everything that needs to be prepared. Ling Yan believed that it wouldn't be too troublesome. Tang Meng could only nod his head blankly. After a long while, he asked excitedly, Big brother Yun, what happened? Why did Uncle Zhuang suddenly decide to give the Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical Group to you? I'll tell you the specifics of this matter later. You should call Uncle Li and Qian Ruhai first. Tang Meng picked up his phone and started making calls. Even his voice was trembling. Good. Good. This is a big matter. Tell Ling Yan, I will personally mediate and try to rush forward. Xiao Meng, you must remember, this matter must be kept confidential by all parties involved. Remember. Li Yifeng's voice came through the phone. Ling Yan could hear that Li Yifeng's voice was trembling as well. He couldn't hide his excitement. It seemed like he was shocked. Secretary Wang, inform all the department heads to hold an emergency meeting in the conference room. I'll host it personally. After hanging up the call, Li Yifeng immediately called his secretary in and spoke to him. On the other hand, Tang Meng immediately called Qian Ruhai. According to Ling Yan's instructions, he explained the situation to Qian Ruhai and asked him to bring his men to Qingshui Wharf. Of course, Tang Meng didn't forget to remind Qian Ruhai to keep this a secret except for Chen Jiantao. Qian Ruhai was together with Chen Jiantao when he received the call. The two of them were discussing how to negotiate today to acquire the last company. Qian Ruhai was speechless for a long time after hanging up the phone. His heart was in turmoil. "Old Qian, what's wrong? What happened?" Chen Jiantao couldn't help but ask after seeing Qian Ruhai's strange expression. Qian Ruhai looked up at Chen Jiantao and said with a trembling voice, "Old Chen, we might be rich." After saying this, Qian Ruhai's face revealed a touch of joy. Then, it turned into ecstasy. He asked Chen Jiantao, "How much money do you have now?" Chen Jiantao was puzzled. "Money? Why, are you short of money?" Qian Ruhai frowned. "Who wants to borrow money from you? I mean, get as much money as you can now. Prepare to buy stocks." "Buy stocks? Why would I buy stocks? The market isn't good now. Besides, I still have a sum of money in the stock market." Qian Ruhai could not be bothered to listen to Chen Jiantao's nagging. He said directly, "Listen to me. Everyone knows about this. When the market opens later, sell all the stocks in your account and immediately buy a new stock, Zhuang Family Pharmaceutical. Remember, you have to fight for the shares at the daily limit. If nothing goes wrong, the Zhuang family's pharmaceutical company's daily limit will be sealed in at most 5 minutes and will never open again. Also, there will be an emergency suspension after the market closes today." Chen Jiantao didn't believe it and joked, "Old Qian, you don't usually invest in stocks. Why are you talking about stocks all of a sudden? And why are you so confident? Do you have any inside information?" Qian Ruhai smiled mysteriously. He suddenly came to Chen Jiantao's side and whispered into his ear, "The call just now was from President Tang. He told me that the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group wants to merge with our Heaven and Earth group. I'll go over later to meet the chairman of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group and go through the procedures. The people from the municipal government will also appear. They will do their best to coordinate and complete the merger within 2 days." After saying that, Qian Ruhai straightened his back and looked at Chen Jiantao excitedly with a you-know-what-I-mean expression. F***CK. Chen Jiantao almost jumped out of his chair. He was extremely shocked. After a while, Chen Jiantao murmured, "I was wondering why the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group stock price rose so much in such a bad year. It increased 5-fold in just a few months. So this is the reason. I'll buy it even if I have to sell everything I have." Chen Jiantao rubbed his hands excitedly. It had only been a few days since he started working for his new boss. And it was a super benefit. "Old Qian, are you buying it?" Qian Ruhai smiled mysteriously again. "You know that I don't invest in stocks. Besides, I have to bring some people over now." When Chen Jiantao heard that, he had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at Qian Ruhai as if he was looking at a retard. Qian Ruhai chuckled. "I'll call my wife to buy it." Chen Jiantao immediately rolled his eyes. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Because of Tang Meng's phone call, the entire Qingshui city was in an uproar. Inside mansion number 1. "Big brother Yun, it's all settled. There shouldn't be a problem," Tang Meng said. Ling Yun nodded and changed the topic. "What kind of company is it?" "It's Jishur Tang Pharmacy. They have more than 100 shops in Jiangnan province. Just in our Qingshui city alone, there are more than 20 of them. Moreover, every shop is very profitable. That's why their boss isn't willing to sell it." Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. "How many times have you talked?" Tang Meng shook his head. 7 or 8 times. Chen Jiantao makes a trip almost every day. His lips are worn out, but it's useless. "Then, how much did you offer them?" "On average, 2 million yuan for each shop. We offered them 200 million yuan in total. Big brother Yun, our price is very reasonable. You have to know that each shop only earns about 1 million yuan a year. It's a pharmacy. Other than the houses, there's only medicine. how much can it be worth? Speaking of the Jishir Hall pharmacy, Tang Meng could not bring himself to be happy anymore. Ling Yan pondered for a moment. Then, can we agree to give them another 100 million? Tang Meng scratched his head. I don't think it's possible. The boss isn't an ordinary person. Even the municipal government can't do anything? It's useless. They have connections in the province. They don't care about the municipal government at all. No matter how powerful we are, we can't force them to buy or sell, can we? Ling Yan stood up slowly and smiled. This won't do, and that won't do. From what you're saying, it seems like I really have to do it myself. Tang Meng immediately beamed. Hee, Big Brother Yun, isn't it because you have to do it personally? As the saying goes, when an immortal doctor sets out, one is worth two. Jishir Hall Pharmacy. Ling Yan would definitely buy it just because of its name. Ling Yan was an immortal doctor. It was fine if he didn't see it, but since he saw it, he had to buy it. After a series of acquisitions, Ling Yan now owned a medium-sized private hospital. Miracle Dr. Shui had given him 6 medical companies, 4 of which were pharmaceutical factories. Of course, they produced all kinds of traditional Chinese medicine. Other than that, there were 2 medical equipment companies that mainly focused on sales. Also, the 100 acres of land approved by the city government was used to build a large-scale medical drug research center. Medical Drug Research Center, Hospital, Pharmaceutical Factory, Medical Equipment Company. Ling Yan had it all. The only thing left was the pharmacy. If Ling Yan wanted to provide comprehensive medical services to the citizens of Xianxia City, how could he not have a chain pharmacy? Would he have to sell the medicine or elixirs that he produced in the future in other people's pharmacies? That wasn't Ling Yan's style, therefore, Ling Yan decided to do it himself. He had to buy the Jishir Hall pharmacy at all costs. After all, he had money now. Where's Mo Wu Dao now? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng. Mo Wu Dao? Tang Meng's face was filled with hatred. That be *TCH? Now, he refuses to leave the Ling Yan building, telling me that there's something wrong with his feng shui and wandering around the building in his Taoist robe. Actually, that be *TCH is trying to pick up girls. Ling Yan was shocked. F*CK, that be *TCH. Tang Meng nodded. Yes, that's right. He keeps saying that his looks aren't right, that he's like a black cloud covering his forehead, and that he'll use the hands of female employees to read their fortunes. Ling Yan was furious. F*CK, how dare he pick up the employees of the Heaven and Earth Group? Tang Meng, call Chen Jiantao now and tell him to bring Mo Wu Dao here. Chen Jiantao? I'm afraid Chen Jiantao won't be able to invite him. He's a big shot in the Ling Yan building now. I'm afraid he won't come back. Ling Yan chuckled. Tell Chen Jiantao to call the police if Mo Wu Dao doesn't come back. Tell him what I said. Tang Meng immediately gave Chen Jiantao a call. Yes, ask Mo Wu Dao to come back with us. Big Brother Yin said that if Mo Wu Dao dares to refuse, you can call the police directly. After hanging up the phone, Tang Meng and Ling Yan looked at each other and laughed. Ling Yan looked at the time and saw that it was already 9:10 p.m. He said to Tang Meng, all right then, I'll bring them to the pharmacy of Jishir Hall for a discussion today. As for the acquisition of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, there are 3 parties involved now. The municipal government, the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, and us. There needs to be someone in the middle to liaise with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be disconnection. Needless to say, this person was Tang Meng. Big Brother Yun, I'm going to Uncle Li's place now. Zhuang Tianda and Ling Yan had already come to an agreement. All they needed to do was to go through the procedures. Therefore, Tang Meng's main point of contact was still to go to the city hall. Old Wang, come here for a moment. Ling Yan called Wang Feihu in. He pointed at Tang Meng and said, Old Wang, from now on, you'll be Tang Meng's bodyguard. Is that okay? Wang Feihu swears to protect young Master Tang with his life. Ling Yan nodded and laughed. Alright, then you two can slowly get along from now on. After Tang Meng and Wang Feihu left, Ling Yan sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. The corner of his mouth curled up from time to time. Zhuang Tianda is indeed a tycoon in the business world. He's a sly old fox. He doesn't want to lose out at all. He's really profited from this. It turned out that Xianxia didn't just chat with Ling Yan for 2 hours that day. They also finalized many details of the acquisition. Zhuang's pharmaceutical group was listed on the stock exchange. After a few splits, the total number of shares of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group had reached 182 billion. Of course, Xianxia was the largest shareholder. He owned more than 85% of the company's shares. This had been the case for so many years. On the day of the opening of Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic, he gave Ling Yan 5% of the shares. Even then, he still owned 80% of the total shares. Therefore, the tradable shares of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group in the secondary market were less than 15%, which was less than 300 million shares. Based on the current share price of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, which was about 36 yuan, the tradable market value was just about 10 billion. Ling Yan didn't give Xianxia 2 days for nothing. During these 2 days, a mysterious fund had been quietly buying up the shares of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group in the secondary market while the stock price was unstable. In 2 days, they bought exactly 4.99% of the shares. There was no need to make an announcement. This mysterious fund, needless to say, served Xianxia all year round. In other words, Xianxia and Ling Yan owned a total of 90% of the shares of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. With a total market value of more than 60 billion, 90% of the shares would be more than 54 billion. As long as the secondary market rose, Ling Yan and Xianxia's net worth would increase by 54 billion. All it took was 1 day. Don't forget that Ling Yan had bought so many companies in one go. He had only spent a total of 4 billion, and he had earned it all back in 1 day. That was indeed the case. The stock market was sluggish, and the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group's share price was slightly lower today. However, a few minutes after the market opened, a large amount of money suddenly rushed into the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. The share price soared, and in less than 5 minutes, it was firmly sealed by a large amount of money. Even the dealers in the secondary market who were operating the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. At this time, Li Yifeng had just finished an emergency meeting regarding the merger of the Zhuang's pharmaceutical group into the Heaven and Earth group. Chief Chen, why are you so happy all of a sudden? Hey, don't just look at your phone, focus on driving. At this time, Emma Wudao and Qin Jiantao were on the way to mansion number 1. Emma Wudao couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Jiantao suddenly beaming with joy while playing with his phone. Hee, more than 1 million in the blink of an eye. Wouldn't you be happy if it were you? Emma Wudao was even more puzzled. You still earn money by driving? Qin Jiantao chuckled. The shares I just bought are up to the upper limit. Emma Wudao rolled his eyes. As expected of a general manager, you guys are still the best at earning money. Qin Jiantao drove while Emma Wudao led the way. The two of them arrived at mansion number 1 very quickly. Why, you're willing to come back? The first thing Ling Yan said when he saw Emma Wudao was F***ck, if I didn't come back, old Chen would have called the police. Ling Yan, you're really bad. Emma Wudao was infuriated. Ling Yan laughed heartily and put his arm around Emma Wudao's shoulders. Let's go, I have something to discuss with you today. A Qi refinement stage immortal doctor and a feng shui master. Ling Yan didn't believe that they couldn't handle a mortal. Chief Chen, lead the way, let's go. Qin Jiantao had been to Jisher Tang's pharmacy many times. He was very familiar with the route. Of course, he was responsible for leading the way. Chief Ling, the boss of Jisher Tang is Yan Keming. He's 56 or 57 years old. He's quite a low-profile person. He runs the biggest pharmacy in the city and is also a famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I heard that he's from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. I heard that he's often invited by some provincial leaders to treat their family members. That's why he has some connections in the province. He doesn't lack money and doesn't care about the price we offer. No matter who it is, he's not selling. That's why it's a headache. On the way there, Qin Jiantao explained the situation of Jisher Hall very clearly in just a few sentences. Ling Yun and Emma Wudao sat at the back of the car. The two looked at each other and Ling Yun smiled. Alright, let's go meet him. 20 minutes later, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the three of them arrived at the entrance of Jishirtang in the city center. Before getting out of the car, Lingyan scanned the interior of Jishirtang with his divine sense. The pharmacy of Jishirtang was quite large. It was more than 300 square meters. There were more than 10 staff in white standing behind the counter. They were in charge of selling medicine. At the innermost part of the pharmacy was a rather large office. An old man in his 50s was sitting inside. He wasn't tall and had a thin figure. He was drinking tea and reading the newspaper. The three of them got out of the car. Emma Wudao looked around and muttered, "Why is this pharmacy opposite the People's Hospital?" Lingyan raised his hand and gave Emma Wudao a knock on the head. "Nonsense, why isn't such a big pharmacy opposite the People's Hospital? Why is it opened in your Mountain?" The three of them strode into Jishirtang and went straight to Yan Keming's office. Emma Wudao walked the slowest. He looked like he was taking a stroll on the streets. Lingyan knew what he was doing and naturally didn't care. "Old master, I'm here to disturb you again." The office door was open. Qin Jiantao came to the door and greeted Yan Keming respectfully. Yan Keming turned his head, glanced at Qin Jiantao, and said indifferently, "Not selling." That was all. Lingyan shook his head slightly and went straight into the office. He smiled and said, "Old Master Yan, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Lingyan, the chairman of the Heaven and Earth Group. I took the liberty of coming here today to discuss some business with you." Yan Keming still didn't raise his head. "Not for sale." "I said I'm not for sale. It doesn't matter who comes." He didn't even have the intention of asking Lingyan and the rest to sit down. Of course, Lingyan wouldn't stand. He sat opposite Yan Keming. He didn't bother to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Old master, 300 million. What do you think?" Yan Keming finally looked away from the newspaper. He looked up at Lingyan and shook his head slowly. "Not for sale, 400 million. Lingyan was rich and imposing. He threw money first. Yan Keming's eyes finally showed a hint of hesitation. After thinking for a while, he still shook his head. 600 million. Sigh, Lingyan really didn't believe it. There was a grudge against money, Lingyan thought to himself. With this 600 million, he could open such a big pharmacy in any city. When he heard 600 million, Yan Keming's breath stopped. He raised his head again and looked at Lingyan seriously. "Young man, it seems that you are really rich and sincerely want to buy my pharmacy chain. However, this is not a matter of money. The three words Jishirtang are the signboard passed down from my ancestors. I really can't sell it." To be continued. There was no point in throwing money at him. The original price was 200 million, but Lingyan raised it to 600 million in the blink of an eye. He didn't expect Yan Keming to be able to resist it. If Lingyan wasn't willing to sell it for 600 million, then it wasn't a problem of money. Of course, Lingyan could raise the price to 800 million or 1 billion. He didn't believe that Yan Keming wouldn't be tempted. However, Lingyan wouldn't be Lingyan if that happened. It was true that Lingyan was rich, but he wasn't that rich. Moreover, Yan Keming was using the brand passed down from his ancestors. Lingyan wouldn't be able to match his status. To put it bluntly, it would be degrading. Lingyan thought for a while and changed to a roundabout strategy. "Old master, I believe that your brand was passed down from your ancestors. However, I don't believe that your family's legacy has never been broken. How many years has it been since the reform and opening up? It's true that your ancestors opened the Jishir Hall before, but it was broken for many years. Did you reopen the Jishir Hall in the past 10 years? Lingyan used his divine sense to see the business license of the Jishir Hall. It was clearly registered in 1995. Lingyan's words made Yan Keming's face turn ugly. It was obvious that he had been exposed by Lingyan on the spot when he brought up his signboard. Therefore, Yan Keming's tone became harsh. "A brand is a brand. I reopened it because of my ability and the blessing of my ancestors. There's no way you can buy it now." Yan Keming was so angry that he sealed off the negotiation space. He didn't give Lingyan any room to maneuver. Lingyan only smiled faintly. Old Master, our Heaven and Earth group has acquired more than 40 companies in the past 10 days. I'm sure you've heard about this. Ling Yan glanced at the newspaper in Yan Keming's hands. It was about the Heaven and Earth group purchasing various companies in Xianxia City. Yan Keming put down the newspaper and smiled. It's reported in the newspaper every day. I read it every day too. Ling Yan cupped his fists. 41 companies have been bought. Now, you're the last one. May I ask you to give me some face? Yan Keming shook his head. It's their business. I really can't sell it. This isn't about face. Haha. Ling Yan laughed heartily. Old Master, to tell you the truth, my Heaven and Earth group will be opening for business the day after tomorrow. To be honest, it doesn't really matter to me whether or not you buy your pharmacy chain. I'm not here to buy it. Yan Keming didn't say anything and quietly waited for him to continue. But, do you know what my Heaven and Earth group does? Ling Yan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Yan Keming sneered, I know you're rich. You bought so many companies in one go. It seems like you're willing to do anything. Ling Yan nodded. Yes, we can indeed do anything. But today, I want to tell you that my main business is still the pharmaceutical industry. Ling Yan pursed his lips. I don't think you want to have such a powerful opponent like me before the Heaven and Earth group opens for business, right? Ling Yan's gaze sharpened. Old Master, I have a hospital, 4 pharmaceutical factories, and 2 medical equipment companies in my hands. Furthermore, the city government has given me 100 acres of land to build a medical drug research center. Also, I might as well tell you today. Have you heard of the Zhuang Family Medical Group? It will soon be merged into our Heaven and Earth group. This group mainly produces and sells medicine. I believe you know better than me how many pharmacies they have in Xianxia City and even in Jiangnan province. Ling Yan leaned forward and looked at Yan Keming confidently. Do you think you stand a chance against me in Jiangnan province in the future? When Yan Keming heard this, he was shocked and his expression changed. The Heaven and Earth group bought over the Zhuang Family Medical Group? This was definitely earth-shattering. Ling Yan really didn't want to bully him, but this old man was too stubborn. If he didn't crush him, he would really think that his reputation was worth a lot. Ling Yan, are you trying to threaten me? Yan Keming's expression changed again. Old Master, you're exaggerating. I'm not threatening you. If I really wanted to, I wouldn't be here today. Ling Yan wasn't lying. Ling Yan wasn't lying. If he really wanted to threaten Yan Keming, he could just tell Green Dragon and Yan Keming's pharmacy would be shut down. It was very simple. He would find someone to buy medicine and then say that someone died from it. In terms of connections, power, money, and tactics, Ling Yan could crush Yan Keming by 100 streets. He just didn't want to do that. There was no need to bully an old man just to buy a pharmacy chain. Old Master, I'm here today because I don't want to see your pharmacy collapse after the opening of the Heaven and Earth group. Ling Yan smiled. So, let's have a good discussion now. You can sell the pharmacy to me, then change to another city and shop. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he didn't continue speaking. He had to give Yan Keming enough time to think about it. Then, Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Mo Wudao. How is it? Have you figured anything out? Ling Yan didn't bring Mo Wudao here for nothing. Back at Dragon Gate Mountain, Mo Wudao didn't even know Ling Yan's date of birth. He could tell from Ling Yan's face that there was danger in Mansion No. 1 and told Ling Yan to rush back as fast as possible. That was how Ling Yan managed to get back in time and resolve the crisis. So, he trusted Mo Wudao's methods. As the saying goes, every family has its own problems. If there was a house, there would be feng shui. Which family's feng shui didn't have any problems? After using the hard method, it was time to use the soft method. Mo Wudao nodded and also sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan. I can tell. This old man has his own difficulties. Looking at his face, he does have the face of a wealthy man. He'll be blessed in his life. Unfortunately, he has taken all of it. If I'm not wrong, his wife and children are problematic. One of them might be in the hospital opposite now. I understand. That's enough. After Ling Yan finished speaking, his heart was instantly filled with joy. This made things much easier. At this time, Yan Keming's face was gloomy and his forehead was sweating. Obviously, Ling Yan gave him a lot of pressure just now. It was a pharmacy. As long as the medicine was good and famous, who would buy from his own shop? Wouldn't his business plummet? If there was no business in the shop and the medicine couldn't be sold, what was the use of guarding a pharmacy all day? For a moment, Yan Keming was at a loss. He couldn't make up his mind. Ling Yan felt that the time was right. He said, "Old master, you said it's not a problem of money. It seems like you used the signboard as an excuse. I think you must have something that you can't tell me, right?" After that, Ling Yan stopped talking and observed Yan Keming's reaction. Sigh. Sure enough, after a few hesitations, Yan Keming finally raised his head slightly and sighed. Seeing that there was a chance, Ling Yan immediately increased his attacks. "Old master, if you really have some difficulties, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you solve it?" Yan Keming shook his head and sighed. "You can't help me. My problems aren't about money. CEO Ling, since you put it this way, I'll tell you. This pharmacy chain can be said to be my life's work. I know how much it's worth. 200 million is reasonable. If you're greedy, 300 million would be the most it's worth. It's not worth 600 million. But I really can't sell it. If I sell it, I won't have any income in the future. I won't have money to feed my wife and child. My wife is fine. She's lying there motionless for a few years. She's definitely ahead of me. I can take care of her with my family's assets. But I'm worried about my son. That child got injured in his spine when he was 20 years old, causing his lower body to be paralyzed. It's been 9 years. If I die in the future, what will he eat and drink?" Ling Yan finally said it. After hearing it, he finally let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, "Why didn't you say it earlier? You made me waste so much time talking." Yan Keming's wife was in a vegetative state and his son was paralyzed. Tang Meng indeed had foresight. When an immortal doctor was involved, one was equivalent to two. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "Old master, you don't have to sigh. I can cure their illnesses." "Oh." Yan Keming was in a daze. He subconsciously thought that Ling Yan was comforting him. He couldn't help but respond. However, he felt that something was wrong. "What did you just say? You said that their illnesses, you." Ling Yan smiled brightly. "Yes, I said, I can cure their illnesses. Moreover, I guarantee that I can cure them." What a joke. Back then, Ling Yan was only at physique tempering stage 7 and he could easily cure 22 dying patients on the spot. What more now that he was at Qi cultivation stage 1? "You guarantee that you can cure them?" I didn't hear wrongly, right? You're not lying to me, right?" Yan Keming stood up immediately. His whole body was trembling. His lips were trembling as if he was grasping at straws. Ling Yan also stood up. "Old master, let's not talk about the business first. Let's treat the illnesses first. Let's go." "You're leaving just like that?" Yan Keming didn't expect Ling Yan to be so decisive. He couldn't react for a moment. Hee, old master, if you're willing to let them lie in bed for a while longer, I guess you won't be able to see them after today." The four of them quickly left the pharmacy of Jishir Hall. Under Yan Keming's lead, they actually went straight to the City People's Hospital. They arrived at the intensive care unit where Yan Keming's wife was staying. Under Yan Keming's doubtful gaze, Ling Yan took only 20 minutes to wake Yan Keming's wife up with the help of the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. The couple hugged each other and cried bitterly. After another half an hour, Ling Yan arrived at Yan Keming's house. He performed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot and cured Yan Keming's son. He could walk on the spot. Yan Keming's entire family knelt on the ground and thanked Ling Yan for saving their lives. Yan Keming immediately expressed that he would not accept a single cent from Ling Yan. He would give all 96 pharmacies of Jishir Hall to Ling Yan as repayment. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't do such a thing. In the end, he bought Jishir Hall for 200 million yuan. To be continued. "Boss, please take a look at me and see if there's anything wrong with my body." After Yan Ke came out of the Ming family, Qin Jiantao looked at Ling Yun differently. It was as if he was looking at a god. Ling Yan's confidence, strength, negotiation skills, and Ling Yan's miraculous hands all left an indelible impression on Qin Jiantao. Qin Jiantao knew that he was in luck. Just based on Ling Yan's miraculous skills, he was worthy of following Ling Yun for a lifetime. Why? This was equivalent to having a few more lives for him and his family. As long as people didn't die, Ling Yun had a way to cure them. How great was that? It couldn't be bought no matter how much money you had. I say, are you done? I already said that you're very healthy, there's nothing wrong with you. If there was something wrong with you, I would have treated it when we were drinking that day. And, as long as you don't drink too much in the future. Ling Yun was getting impatient from Qin Jiantao's nagging. Mo Wu Dao, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He had seen even crazier things done by Ling Yun. Treating a person's illness was nothing to him. I say, lunatic, I saved you 400 million yuan. Shouldn't you share some with me? Mo Wu Dao said with a cheeky smile. F***ck, you want a share of the money just because I let you read my physiognomy? Do you believe that I won't kick you out of the car? Ling Yun glanced at Mo Wu Dao and said with a smile. Mo Wu Dao could only sigh. Sigh, you're turning your back on me now that you're done. Fine, I won't bother you with such things in the future. Ling Yun laughed. Alright, you did well today. I'll give you 1 million yuan. Is that enough for you to spend? Mo Wu Dao was the type of person who only needed money. His eyes lit up when he saw Ling Yun agree, and he grinned from ear to ear. However, I won't give you this money for free. There's something else you have to help me with. Mo Wu Dao's smile instantly froze on his face. The corners of his mouth retracted little by little as he glared at Ling Yun. Can you stop looking like you're constipated? Don't worry, it's a small matter. My ordinary people's clinic was renovated yesterday. Go take a look this afternoon and help me set up a feng shui. No problem. Mo Wu Dao readily agreed. Old Chen, after lunch, come back again and look for Yan Keming to complete the necessary procedures. Our Heaven and Earth group is going to open the day after tomorrow. We can't afford any delays. Now that he was familiar with Qin Jiantao, he started to call him Elder Chen. He wanted to call him Brother Chen, but Qin Jiantao wouldn't dare to agree. President Ling, I understand. Now, Qin Jiantao was absolutely in awe of Ling Yun. He was completely loyal and obedient to Ling Yun. The three of them found a restaurant and had lunch together. Chief Ling, do you still remember that this restaurant belongs to our Heaven and Earth group now? Okay, then let's eat and dash today. This meal was indeed a free and dash meal. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ling Yun only asked Qin Jiantao to sign the bill before leaving. Moreover, he was respectfully escorted out by the hotel manager. Lunatic, I think the whole of Xianxia City has become your home. All you need to do is build a roof above Xianxia City. Mo Wu Dao said sourly. Don't say that, you're making me feel embarrassed. Ling Yun chuckled happily. TSK, you still know how to feel embarrassed? Mo Wu Dao said disdainfully. After lunch, Mo Wu Dao went to the ordinary people's clinic to set up the feng shui, while Qin Jiantao went to Yan Keming's house to complete the procedures. As for Ling Yun, he went directly to mansion number 1. After entering the courtyard, Ling Yun's figure flashed, and he came to the side of the small herb garden. More than half of this batch of herbs had ripened. Because they were picked as they ripened, the remaining half had yet to ripen. Looks like it's too late. But just as well, I'll use you guys to cultivate the Supreme Green Emperor technique. Ling Yun had already reached the 5th stage of the Supreme Green Emperor art before he reached the 1st stage of Qi cultivation. Furthermore, it was the 3rd minor realm of the 5th stage. At that time, Ling Yun could already use the Supreme Green Emperor technique to ripen the herbs. Now that Ling Yun had reached the 1st stage of Qi cultivation, his Supreme Green Emperor technique had also improved, reaching the peak of the 5th stage. Now, he could use it on a large scale. This technique was exchanged for 9 celestial-grade spiritual meridians at an auction in the cultivation world. It was most suitable for an immortal doctor like him to cultivate. Since he was an immortal doctor, he had to deal with herbs, spiritual herbs, and elixirs every day. Ling Yun traveled around the world and found a useful spiritual herb that wasn't ripe yet. What should he do? He could use the Supreme Green Emperor technique to ripen it, then take it away. All the spiritual herbs were ready to be refined into elixirs or talismans. All that was left was one spiritual herb that wasn't ripe. What should he do? Directly ripen it. Anyway, the spiritual herbs and spiritual trees that were ripened by the Supreme Green Emperor technique were no different from natural growth. There were no side effects at all. That was why Ling Yun was willing to use 9 celestial-grade spiritual meridians to buy this non-combat technique. Now, Ling Yun not only had the Supreme Green Emperor technique to ripen herbs, he had also learned the Black-Yellow Sutra and cultivated the Black-Yellow True Qi. According to Ling Yun's guess, the Black-Yellow Sutra wasn't an ancient martial arts technique at all. It was a top-notch cultivation technique that was on par with the yin-yang harmony balance. Ling Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the Supreme Green Emperor technique to accelerate the ripening of the herbs in the small herb garden. Even though it was Ling Yun's first time using the Supreme Green Emperor technique, the effect was shocking. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Under the activation of the Supreme Green Emperor technique, the herbs in the small herb garden quickly grew into flower buds according to their stage of growth. The flower buds bloomed within a few minutes, and those that bloomed began to bear fruit. Those that bore fruit were ripe and fell off. As for those herbs that were already ripe and plucked, as long as they weren't uprooted, they began to grow green sprouts as if spring had arrived. If someone were to stand here, they would definitely have the feeling of a white steed flitting past a crack and the blue sea turning into mulberry fields. Because within an hour, they had seen the scene of plants growing for a year. Did anyone see it? Of course, someone saw it. Xianxia was in mansion number 1. She was originally in her bedroom when she heard that Ling Yun had returned. She couldn't help but take a peek and found that Ling Yun had gone to the small herb garden. This small herb garden had been taken care of by Xianxia. When she saw Ling Yun go over, she thought that he was going to forcefully pluck the unripened herbs. She was so angry that she came out of the mansion and followed him. Then, she saw the shocking scene. It was like a dream. Ling Yun used an hour to ripen half of the herbs in the small herb garden in one go. Then, he slowly stopped and stood up. This hour had used up 30% of the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body. The Supreme Green Emperor technique could accelerate the ripening of plants. The fundamental reason was that it could release the spiritual energy from the cultivator's body and then convert it into the body of the plant. Then, this spiritual energy could accelerate the plant's growth by absorbing nutrients and water from the earth, shortening the plant's growth cycle. Even if he recited the Supreme Azure the Arch cultivation art 10,000 times, there wouldn't be any changes to the plants without using any spirit qi. After Ling Yun stood up, he didn't turn back. He was still looking at the small herb garden in front of him, admiring his masterpiece. He said lightly, "Is it fun?" Meow xiao meow. Ling Yun suddenly turned around and stared at Meow xiao meow with a pair of handsome eyes. His heart was pounding. He smiled brightly and said, "Do you want to learn? If you do, I can teach you." Meow xiao meow. At this moment, Little Gold, who was circling in the sky, flew down and stopped directly in front of Meow xiao meow. It flapped its wings and chirped anxiously. It was obvious that it was urging Meow xiao meow to agree quickly. Che. Who cares? Meow xiao meow's pretty face changed again. She suddenly raised her hand and sent Little Gold flying. She rolled her eyes at the arrogant Ling Yun and turned to leave. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. Was there a need to be so proud? Hey, don't forget to pluck these ripe herbs. Ling Yun didn't forget to shout at Meow xiao meow's pretty figure. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Meng called Ling Yun to say that the merger with the Zhuang Family Medical Group was basically completed. There were only a few details left. He would let Qianruhai settle it the next day. At the same time, after the market closed, the shares of the Zhuang Family Medical Group immediately announced that the company's shares were suspended due to an emergency. Immediately after that, Qin Jiantao, who had gone to the Jishir pharmacy, called Ling Yun to say that the acquisition was a success. The money had been paid and all the procedures had been completed. At this point, everything before the Heaven and Earth Group's opening ceremony had been settled. They only had to wait for the opening the day after tomorrow. An hour later, Tang Meng, Qin Jiantao, and Qianruhai arrived at mansion number 1. Tang Meng and Qian Ruhai carried 2 thick stacks of contracts out of the car and came to the living room. The two of them heavily placed the 2 stacks of contracts in front of Ling Yun. Tang Meng handed Ling Yun a pen. "Big brother Yun, thank you for your trouble. Please sign it. These are the acquisition contracts for the 42 companies and the Zhuang family medical group." Ling Yun didn't expect Tang Meng to have such a trick up his sleeve. Looking at the 2 thick stacks of contracts gave him a headache. He frowned slightly. "Didn't I hand everything over to you? You're the CEO of the Heaven and Earth Group, okay? I don't need to sign it, it's too troublesome." Tang Meng chuckled. "Hee, big brother Yun, the CEO these days is just a high-ranking worker. A CEO is a CEO, but you're the chairman." Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai laughed at the same time. The two of them finally completed the task that Ling Yun gave them before the Heaven and Earth Group opened for business. Moreover, they made a huge profit because the Zhuang family medical group's shares hit their upper limit. Of course, they were happy. Tang Meng was even more satisfied now. He said to Ling Yun with a cheeky smile, "Chairman, thank you for your trouble. You've been a hands-off boss for too long. We've been running around for half a month, and you're still not willing to sign a few words?" Ling Yun had no choice but to pick up the pen and ask impatiently, "Where do I sign? Every contract here has a spot reserved for the chairman to sign. You can sign it there." Ling Yun could use the dragonfish phantom ability to split himself into 12. He could also use various treasures to help Wang Feihu level up 3 times in one night. He could also use the Supreme Azure Emperor technique to accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs. However, things like signing contracts still had to be done page by page and signed one contract by one. Ling Yun frowned and suppressed his anger. His heart was filled with hatred for Tang Meng as he signed the contract. Every time he raised his head, his glare at Tang Meng would intensify. It was true that there were more than 40 companies, but such a formal acquisition could not be completed with just a simple acquisition contract. That would be too casual. These were all legally binding documents. Which company didn't need at least 7 or 8 contracts to be acquired? 7 or 8 contracts were all the same, and that was a small number. Of course, there were some that were small, like the military bun shop. However, for a listed company like the Zhuang Medical Group, there were dozens or even hundreds of contracts. No matter how fast Ling Yun's hands were, it would take him more than an hour to sign hundreds of documents. Fortunately, he still had divine sense. He picked up a document and scanned it. He knew which page to sign on. "Tang Meng, you know my temper. I'm not a gentleman if I don't get my revenge." After signing more than half of the documents, Ling Yun raised his head and looked at Tang Meng, who was sitting there leisurely drinking tea. His anger burned even hotter. He wanted nothing more than to kick Tang Meng into Qingshui Lake. "Hee, big brother Yun, all the best." Tang Meng wasn't afraid at all. He even cheered for Ling Yun. Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, who were sitting at the side, could only smile apologetically. This was a conflict between the chairman and CEO of the Heaven and Earth Group. They didn't dare to get involved. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yun finally signed all the contracts with his name. Then, with a light grip, the poor pen turned into powder. "Is that good?" Ling Yun smiled coldly at Tang Meng. Seeing that Ling Yun was really done, Tang Meng stood up and gave Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai a look. "Take the documents and return to Ling Yun building." "Retreat." Tang Meng was also scared. There was no one else in the villa. If Ling Yun really wanted to beat him up, the two mortals wouldn't be able to stop him. "Get back here." Seeing that Tang Meng was about to escape, Ling Yun didn't get up. Instead, he reached out and grabbed at Tang Meng's back. The Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool spun, and Tang Meng couldn't move an inch. Tang Meng couldn't leave and could only turn back. He immediately put on a flattering smile and said, "Hee, spare me, big brother Yun. This is a necessary procedure. After all, this is your property." Ling Yun snorted coldly. "Now you know fear? Why did he care so much earlier? Look at your guts. Don't worry, I won't deal with you right now. I have something to discuss with you." Oh. Tang Meng calmed down and returned to the sofa. Heaven and Earth Group is opening for business the day after tomorrow. Do you know who we need to invite? How are the preparations going? Ling Yan stopped joking with Tang Meng and got straight to the point. The two of them had worked so hard to prepare for this moment. Ling Yan naturally didn't want anything to go wrong on the opening day. Hee, big brother Yun, you really hit the nail on the head. I've already prepared for this. Tang Meng magically took out a few pieces of paper from his pocket and folded them neatly. He then passed them to Ling Yun. This is a list of people that I have come up with that we need to invite. There are people from Xianxia City's political circles, business circles, various media outlets in Jiangnan province, and some of our own friends. They are all clearly categorized. I didn't bother you with the majority of them. I've already sent out invitations to them. The ones that are marked on the paper are the ones that need to be invited. The ones that aren't marked will have to wait for you to decide. At the same time, see if there are any that you missed out. Ling Yan nodded and opened the few pieces of paper. He scanned them with his divine sense. Honestly speaking, Tang Meng's way of doing things made Ling Yan feel at ease. The names, positions, and work units of the people that needed to be invited were all clearly listed on those pieces of paper. For example, the political circles. The first one was naturally Xianxia City's top leader, Li Yifeng. His position was Minister of State, and his workplace was the municipal committee compound. Moreover, there was a tick at the back, which meant that the invitation had already been sent. Then, it was naturally Tang Tianhao. As for the business circles, the first one was, of course, Zhuang Tianda. This was a must. The media circles were naturally the major television stations, major web portals, and some famous financial reporters. Then, of course, it was their own people. Miracle Dr. Xue was naturally the first to be invited, followed by Murong Wencher, Song Jingyang, and so on. Ling Yan was quite satisfied with this invitation list. He smiled and nodded. Not bad. From your point of view, it is indeed very comprehensive. There are no omissions. Big brother Yun, I made the decision on my own. I didn't invite the military. My dad said that it is a little more sensitive these days, Tang Meng added. Ling Yan smiled. That's right. We are here to cut the ribbon, not to go to war. Why do we have so much to do with them? That's good enough. However, Ling Yan looked at the list and asked with a frown, why did you invite so many people that I don't know? I have never even heard of these people. There were hundreds of people on the list, but Ling Yan only knew a few of them. That was why he asked this question. Big brother Yun, we are opening our doors to do business. How can we complain about having too many friends? Let me tell you the truth. I didn't come up with this list alone. These are all suggestions provided by professionals. Therefore, Tang Meng explained to Ling Yun. For example, he specifically consulted his father, Tang Tianhao, about the political circles, Song Jingyang, and the media circles, Su Lingfei, and so on. Big brother Yun, after taking over the Zhuang family medical group, our plate is really big. The total assets of our Heaven and Earth group are now about 100 billion yuan. Even though we can't compare to a central enterprise in terms of scale, we can be considered a giant aircraft carrier in the business world for Xianxia City and even the entire Jiangnan province. When you pull out the carrot, you bring out the mud. Every leader's relationship is complicated. How could they not think about something as big as our Heaven and Earth group's opening? If we neglect any of them, it would be equivalent to slapping their faces. Ling Yan thought that Tang Meng was right. Who would complain about having too many friends when doing business? After all, it was just an opening ceremony. It wouldn't be good to neglect any of them. After all, this wasn't the time when Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic opened. It was completely different now. Then what are you still thinking about? If you want to invite them all. After all, no one in Xianxia City has a grudge against us now. Ling Yan chuckled and said, however, you must be clear about your priorities. Who are your own people and who are important figures? You must consider everything clearly. Big brother Yun, I understand. That's a must. Tang Meng smiled. However, big brother Yun. Tang Meng pondered. Even though we didn't send out an invitation, I reckon that there will be people from the province. This implied that Li Yifeng might not be the biggest boss in the political circle. Needless to say, there will definitely be people from the province. As for what level, it's hard to say. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Tang Meng furrowed his brows. Uninvited? What should we do then? Tang Meng frowned. That's not a problem for us to worry about. I think Uncle Li and Uncle Tang have already thought about it. They will help us when the time comes. As for us, we'll just play it by ear. What else can we do? At this moment, Ling Yan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan picked it up immediately. It was Qin Dongxue. Rascal, where are you? Auntie, mansion number 1. The Heaven and Earth group opens on the 8th of August, right? Yes, the day after tomorrow. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Qin Chongqing will be there on the opening day. Ling Yan was stunned and immediately asked, Qin Chongqing? Who is Qin Chongqing? Qin Dongxue giggled. Forget about your stupidity. Who else can it be? It's my father. In terms of seniority, you and Lingyu have to call him Grandpa. Ah. Ling Yan stood up and raised his voice. What is he doing here? Ling Yan panicked. Wasn't it just opening a business? What was old Master Qin doing here? At the same time, Ling Yan was shocked. Qin Dongxue actually called his father by his name. That was too much. Qin Dongshue's voice came from the phone again. What else could he be here for? He'll cut the ribbon for your opening. I'm hanging up. Ling Yan was dumbfounded. Qin Chongqing, Qin Shuyue, and Qin Dongshue's father, was the current head of the Qin family. Even though Ling Yan hadn't asked Qin Dongxue about the Qin family, he had a rough idea. The Qin family's influence wasn't in Beijing, but in the south of the Qinling Mountains. The Qin family was located at the border of Sichuan, Shaanxi, and Hubei. It could be considered the hinterland of Huaxia, but its influence was spread all over the provinces south of the Yangtze River. As soon as this old man arrived, those people mentioned earlier were instantly crushed to the point where they were nothing at all. How should he greet him? How should he address him? Should he call him Grandpa or Grandpa? However, reality didn't give Ling Yan much time to think. Another call came. This time, it was from Lin Menghan. Ling Yan, I have something to tell you. He took a deep breath and asked, what's the matter? My old man is retired and has nothing to do at home. He heard that the Heaven and Earth group is opening, so he decided to come personally. Lin Hongjun, Old Master Lin. Another one. Ling Yan was even more confused. Why did these old men like to gather together? If there was another one, he could play mahjong with Miracle Dr. Shui. If there was no one, he would let Murong Wencher take over. What should he do? He had to brace himself and welcome him. To be continued. Beijing, Ling family. My precious grandson has built such a big business in Qingshui City. It's time for the opening ceremony. What right do you have to stop me from going? Ling Lai's tall figure was pacing back and forth in his courtyard. His face was red, and his hair was standing on end. He was furious. In front of him was a group of people kneeling on the ground. The head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen, the second son, Ling Yu, Ling Xiu, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and of course, Cui Lao. Ever since Ling Yan left Beijing, Ling Lai had been keeping a low profile at home. However, he had been paying attention to the news in Qingshui City. Of course, it was because of Ling Yun. The Heaven and Earth group had been making a series of acquisitions in the past half a month. Ling Lai naturally saw it. After confirming that the Heaven and Earth group was going to open on August 8th, Ling Lai couldn't sit still anymore. He decided to go to Qingshui City to cut the ribbon for his precious grandson. But how could he do that? Right now, the Ling family had become the focus of attention in Beijing. All the forces were watching their every move. If Ling Lai were to go to Qingshui City and appear at the opening ceremony of the Heaven and Earth group, all the secrets of the Ling family would be revealed to the world. Then, all the effort the Ling family had put in the past month would be wasted because of Ling Yun and Ling Lai's meeting. That was why Ling Zhen and Ling Yu objected to the old master's decision. They knew that the old master was letting his emotions affect his decisions. "Father, at the end of the day, Ling Yun is just an opening ceremony. It's not worth it to expose the relationship between Ling Yun and the Ling family just for this ceremony." Ling Lai raised his head and snorted. "Humph. So what if it's exposed? Do you really think the Ling family is still the Ling family of the past?" With Ling Yun's help, not only did Ling Lai recover from his injuries, but he also broke through to Xiantian realm level 8. After this period of cultivation, he had broken through to the middle of Xiantian realm level 8 and was only one step away from the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. There was naturally a reason why Ling Lai was able to cultivate so quickly. One had to know that when Ling Lai broke through to Xiantian realm level 8, his energy center was filled to the brim. Within it, the immortal spiritual energy from the Earth Emperor's book took up 70% of it. Ling Yin used his own black-yellow true qi, the Ling family's divine willow wood, and the Earth Emperor's book's immortal spiritual energy to help Ling Lai break through. These three items were the same as the Ling family's inheritance and Ling Lai's black-yellow sutra. As he spoke, Ling Lai released his aura that was close to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. The old master could not be blamed for being so overbearing. He knew very well that he was already so powerful. Coupled with his heaven-defying precious grandson, Ling Yun, their strength was enough to go all out against any force in Beijing. Moreover, there were the few members of the blood clan under Ling Yun who were almost immortal. The rise of the Ling family was just around the corner. What was there to hide now? When Ling Lai said this, Ling Zhan and Ling Yu stopped talking. The Ling family had been suppressed for too long. For the past 18 years, they had suffered countless losses. Who could remain calm when they thought about the rise of the Ling family? "Old master, I understand how you feel now. Our Ling family is indeed not afraid of anyone now, but you have to think for third young master." Cui Lao knelt on one knee. He knew that he was the only one who could persuade Ling Lai at this moment. Ling Lai's aura suddenly stagnated. "You mean third brother?" "Ling Xiao." Even though the Ling family had been secretly searching for clues for the past month, they couldn't find Ling Zhao's whereabouts. This made Ling Lai despair. He thought that his third son had fallen into the hands of the enemy and was killed. Sigh. Ling Lai couldn't help but sigh as he thought of Ling Xiao. He had obtained a precious grandson, but he had lost his most beloved son. How could the old man endure this? Cui Lao was also sad, but he still persuaded, "Old master, third young master's whereabouts are still unknown. Once Ling Yun's Heaven and Earth group opens, he will definitely rush to Beijing. As long as he comes, he will definitely think of a way to save his father. Even though we can't find third young master, Ling Yun is a smart child. He might have a way. However, if you go and expose your relationship with Ling Yun to the world, third young master's safety will be hard to say." After Ling Lai heard this, he immediately retracted his aura and hesitated. At this moment, Ling Yu said hurriedly, "Father, what Cui Lao said makes sense. If you go just like that, it will definitely be disadvantageous to third brother. Furthermore, it will bring Ling Yun countless troubles. We really can't afford to go." Sigh. Ling Lai sighed again after thinking for a long time. In the end, he cancelled his decision to go to Qingshui City. "Alright, I'll listen to you this time. I won't go." Seeing that old master had finally thought things through, everyone in the Ling family heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Lai continued, "However, I can choose not to go, but the Ling family can't pretend that we don't know anything. We still have to send someone over." "Grandpa, I'll go." Hearing that Ling Lai was going to send someone over, the juniors of the Ling family, including Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li, immediately fought to go. They were going to see Ling Yun. After not seeing Ling Yun for such a long time, they couldn't wait any longer. "Shut up." Ling Lai's voice stopped all of them. "The few of you stay at home and cultivate. How about this, Cui Lao, or you, bring Ling Xiao to Qingshui City. Ling Xiao is a lady, so it's normal for her to go out. It won't attract much attention. Cui Lao will take care of everything else." "Hee, rest assured, Grandpa. I guarantee that nothing will go wrong." Ling Xiao was extremely happy that Ling Lai had chosen her. She glanced at her brothers with a smug look and saw their envious and jealous gazes. In the end, the Ling family sent out Cui Lao and Ling Xiao. "Alright, you guys can disperse. Go do what you need to do. Ling Lai waved his hand for everyone to disperse. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly smiled and said, "Humph, Qing Chong Qing, you old fox. So what if you go? Ling Yan is my biological grandson." It was still Beijing, the Ling family's outer residence, which was also the courtyard house that Ling Yun used to live in. Now, it was naturally the Chow family who were temporarily hiding here. At this time, everyone from the Chow family was here, including Chow Tianlong. "Grandpa, father, there are two things I need to report to you," Chow Tianlong said to Chow Juanxiong and Chow Xingchong. "First, Xianxia called to say that Ling Yun has found a way to save you. The first thing he will do when he comes to Beijing is to cure our entire family." This was naturally a joyous occasion for the Chow family. After hearing this, everyone was incomparably excited. After the family had calmed down, Chow Tianlong brought up the second matter. "The second matter is that Ling Yun's Heaven and Earth group is about to open for business." Xianxia said that everything will be decided by Grandpa. After hearing this, Chow Juanxiong fell into deep thought. After a long time, Chow Juanxiong looked at his only grandson and said slowly, "Tianlong, you have to make a trip on behalf of the Chow family for this matter." Chow Tianlong was shocked. "Oh? Grandpa, do you think the Chow family can go?" Chow Juanxiong smiled and said firmly, "Tianlong, you're wrong. This time, it's not just the Chow family that can go. We have to go. Ling Yin will be coming to Beijing soon, probably in 3 to 5 days. At that time, it's time to pick a side. The Chow family has been greatly indebted to Ling Yun. Now that his company is opening for business, it's not right for Shanshan to go alone. Tianlong, remember, after you go to Qingshui, don't hide anything. Just stay with Ling Yun openly. The closer, the better. From now on, the Chow family will announce to the world that we will support Ling Yun with all our might." Chow Tianlong didn't expect Chow Juanxiong to make a decision so quickly. He nodded and said worriedly, "Grandpa, it's fine for me to go, but what about you guys?" Chow Juanxiong laughed. He looked around at the family that had completely transformed into vampires and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Our family has already become like this. What do you have to worry about? Tianlong, don't worry about us. Tomorrow, bring the bodyguard that Ling Yan left for you and head to Qingshui." "Then, Grandpa, what gift should I bring?" Chow Juanxiong smiled. "You don't have to bring any gift. You will be the biggest gift from the Chow family to Ling Yun." What Chow Tianlong brought was the support of the Chow family. Naturally, this gift was important enough. But it's not good for that kid to not bring any gift for his business. How about this, take your father's bank card and transfer 10 billion to him." Unlike the Ling family and the Chow family, the opening of the Heaven and Earth group was naturally received by all the big families in Beijing. They also held an emergency meeting to discuss it. During the meeting, the different factions within the various clans engaged in a fierce battle of words. They argued until their faces were red with anger, but in the end, no conclusion was reached. The reason was simple. They didn't know the intentions of the Long family and the Yi family. The two big families in Beijing were very united and didn't release any information. This left the other big and small families at a loss. In such a turbulent time in Beijing, if the Long family and the Yi family didn't make a move, who would dare to make a move? It's open again. This guy is really developing fast. That night, in a forest in the Immortal Ridge, a woman with an incomparably enchanting figure was sitting on a stone bench beside a waterfall. Her face was covered with a black veil, and her entire body was wrapped in a black veil. She mumbled to herself. "This time, I won't cause trouble for you, but, what gift should I give you this time?" Yi Xingchen had arrived at the place where she negotiated with Ling Yun. Her beautiful eyes blinked lightly, and her eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. To be continued. However, Bu Zheng wouldn't give up. He would write at least one more chapter for everyone to read tomorrow. "Thank you for your monthly votes, how about I give you some money?" Yi Xingchen sat on the stone stool she used to sit on. She looked across the table as if Ling Yun was sitting there. No, that's too tacky. Plus, you don't lack money at all." Yi Xingchen actually giggled, her beautiful eyes filled with innocence. If Ling Yan could see this scene right now, Would he still think that she was the devil-sex holy maiden who killed without batting an eye? Then, should I give you some treasures? No, no, you don't lack that either. Who knows how many treasures are in that magical ring of yours? This won't do, and that won't do. Xianxia's willowy eyebrows furrowed as worry emerged in her heart. Giving a gift to someone who didn't lack anything really took a lot of thought. Xianxia thought long and hard, rejecting one idea after another. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Then I'll just give it to you. Xianxia's brows relaxed, and a mischievous smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She immediately took out a small and exquisite communicator and contacted someone. Auntie Qing Feng. Young master. Xianxia frowned slightly when she heard how the other party addressed her. She said in a sweet and innocent tone, Auntie Qing Feng, haven't I told you many times? Just call me by my name. Qing Feng smiled. Young master, you have to follow the rules set by master. What's the matter? Xianxia didn't want to dwell on this topic. Auntie Qing Feng, how's Xiao Mimi's cultivation? Qing Feng smiled. Oh, I was wondering what it was. You're talking about her? She broke through to the Xiantian realm a month ago and is now at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. Xianxia nodded. Then, what about her demon formless charm technique? She's already at the 5th level, Qing Feng answered. That fast? Xianxia exclaimed. Qing Feng seemed happy. Yes, she was born with a natural charm. Her aptitude is impeccable. With the help of that mysterious aura, it's only natural for her to advance quickly. Why? Young master is looking for her? Since she has broken through to the Xiantian realm, let her come out. Let her rush back to Qingshui City before tomorrow night. Yes, I will obey young master's orders. Aunt Feng, you're here again. Xianxia hung up the phone, turned his head slightly, and looked in the direction of Qingshui City. His gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains. Ling Yun, I wonder if you're satisfied with this gift. Qingshui City, Mansion Number 1. Big Brother Yun, should we invite some celebrities to our Heaven and Earth Group's opening ceremony? In the evening, after receiving 2 important calls, Ling Yun sent Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai back to the Heaven and Earth Group with the 2 stacks of contracts. However, he still asked Tang Meng to stay for dinner. The 2 of them had too many things to discuss. Not long after dinner, Tang Meng was picking his teeth when an idea popped into his head. Ling Yun frowned. He looked at Tang Meng and said, Are you out of your mind? We're cutting the ribbon for the opening ceremony, not shooting a movie. What's the point of all this fancy stuff? What, you're getting cocky already? Tang Meng cried out in grievance. Big Brother Yun, which powerful company doesn't hire a few celebrities to help out? This is a very powerful publicity effect, okay? Moreover, Big Brother Yun, don't forget that our Heaven and Earth Group has acquired the biggest cinema in Qingshui City. We'll have to deal with these celebrities in the future. In the past few years, the box office of movies had been rising steadily. The film business had shown explosive growth, and the profits behind it were very shocking. Therefore, Tang Meng not only wanted to acquire the cinema, but he also wanted to establish a film company. Seeing how anxious Tang Meng was, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. I'm a celebrity. Do I still need to hire celebrities? It's just that I'm not a movie star. Alright, you can do whatever you want with these small matters. I don't care. However, don't blame me for not reminding you that these celebrities won't even have the chance to show their faces on the day of the opening ceremony. Why would the Heaven and Earth Group need those celebrities to help out? Qin Chongqing, Lin Hongjun, and Miracle Dr. Xue were coming. There might even be some provincial leaders coming. In front of these people, those celebrities probably wouldn't even dare to be arrogant. However, Ling Yan still agreed to Tang Meng's suggestion. He could see that Tang Meng was already thinking about the company's business. He wouldn't interfere with the specific business matters, nor would he pour cold water on Tang Meng. However, I heard that those celebrities have very full schedules. If you invite them now, will they have time? Let me tell you, on the opening day, don't find any second or third-rate celebrities to embarrass me. Tang Meng chuckled. Don't worry, Big Brother Yun. I'll contact Su Lingfei. She knows all the celebrities. Su Lingfei? She knows these people? With Tang Ming's reminder, Ling Yan suddenly thought of the popular actress in Jiangnam province. Naturally, he also remembered the ice sculpture he gave her. Then, he immediately remembered the other promise he made to someone else. F*ck, how could I forget about her? Will Yi Xingchen take the opportunity to cause trouble at the opening? That's bound to cause trouble. Even though Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen had already slapped hands to form an alliance, this little devil was always elusive. Moreover, her personality was even more domineering. Ling Yan didn't dare to take the risk. Do you have anything else? If not, then hurry up and scram. I'm starting to get busy. Ling Yan began to chase him away. Tang Meng thought about it carefully and felt that he had said most of what he needed to say. Thus, he quickly slipped away. After Tang Meng left, Ling Yan went directly to his study. Ling Yan's study was very big, at least 70 to 80 square meters. It was very comfortable. Closing the door, Ling Yan couldn't help but think of a beautiful figure. Wrapped in a black veil, long hair that reached her waist, arrogant and domineering. Naturally, it was Yi Xingchen. After we parted, I was either fighting or healing. I was so busy that I actually forgot about her. Ling Yan shook his head and laughed bitterly. I wonder where she is now and how she's doing. However, thinking was just thinking. He still had to do what he had to do. With a thought, Ling Yan directly took out the Imperial Emerald King from the study. He used one hand to gently hold it in midair, not letting it fall to the ground. Fall to the ground? What a joke, the Imperial Emerald King jade was so heavy. Once it fell to the ground, the floorboards in Ling Yan's study would collapse. Whoosh! Once the Imperial Emerald King jade was taken out, the smooth, mirror-like cut surface instantly illuminated the entire study with a green glow. With another thought, the Devil's Blade appeared in Ling Yan's hand. With one hand holding the Imperial Emerald King, Ling Yan used the other to cut the Imperial Emerald King. The tip of the blade cut into the Imperial Emerald King more than a foot deep. Then, Ling Yan gently twisted his wrist and carved out a basketball-sized piece of Imperial Emerald King jade. Then, Ling Yan put the Imperial Emerald King into his spatial ring and floated to the sofa in the study. Holding the Devil's Blade in one hand and the piece of Imperial Emerald King jade in the other, Ling Yan once again thought of Yi Xingchen's appearance in his mind. Then, he was dumbfounded. F*ck, you want me to carve a sculpture for you, but you won't let me see your face. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Ling Yan had promised to carve a sculpture for Yi Xingchen using the Imperial Emerald King jade and a set of top-grade red jade jewelry. If Yi Xingchen came to cause trouble again, this would be Ling Yan's trump card. When the time came, the sculpture and jade jewelry would be placed in front of Yi Xingchen, and he would probably be able to win the little devil over. However, Ling Yan hadn't seen Yi Xingchen's face. How could he carve it? However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Yan. Eyes, aura, charm. Ling Yan sat there and pondered for a long time. Finally, he decided to carve Yi Xingchen's face with the black veil. He would mainly carve her eyes, aura, and charm. At this thought, Ling Yan closed his eyes. His mind was filled with Yi Xingchen's appearance. Her arrogant aura, her every frown and smile, her unparalleled charm, her domineering arrogance, Yi Xingchen gradually came to life in Ling Yan's mind. That's it. Ling Yan's eyes were still closed, but he tossed the Imperial Emerald King jade into the air lightly. He raised the Devil's Blade in his left hand, and the tip of the blade stuck to the Imperial Emerald King jade. Now that Ling Yan was at the first stage of Qi cultivation, his unparalleled divine sense was only concentrated within a 3-meter radius. His will was so strong that he didn't even need to open his eyes to carve. At this moment, there was only one vivid figure in his mind, and that was Yi Xingchen. Then, the blade moved according to his heart. Swoosh, 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 Ling Yan used the tip of the Devil's Blade to stick to the Imperial Emerald King jade. His wrist shook non-stop as he cut and slashed at the speed of lightning. His movements were relaxed and natural, but they were exquisite and precise. This was what he had promised Yi Xingchen. He had to carve with all his heart and satisfy her. Now, Ling Yan sat down. He didn't use his eyes. Instead, he closed them tightly and carved with all his heart. Big and small pieces of the Imperial Emerald King jade fell to the ground, but Ling Yan didn't feel sorry for it. It was because he liked it. Very quickly, the basketball-sized, sparkling green imperial green jade gradually turned into a human figure. Although the face was covered by a veil, the proportions of the figure, the charm of the aura, and the unparalleled aura were exactly the same as the stars in the night sky, vivid and lifelike. Whoosh! After the last cut, Ling Yan reached out with lightning speed and held the fallen sculpture tightly in his hand. It was smooth and warm to the touch. Only then did Ling Yan open his eyes. He stared at that lifelike Xianxia and was incomparably satisfied. He chuckled and said, "Xianxia, you've finally fallen into my hands this time, right?" "Yes, but," Ling Yan thought that it wasn't right. What kind of gift was giving Xianxia's sculpture to Xianxia? If he wanted to give something, he should give his own sculpture. Ha, in for a penny, in for a pound. Ling Yan took out the King of Stones and carved out a basketball-sized piece of jade from it. Very quickly, he carved a sculpture of himself. Naturally, it was still lifelike and lifelike. He placed his sculpture side by side with Xianxia's sculpture, so that the two sculptures faced each other. Yes, this is more like it. After carving, Ling Yan took out the super Tonghulu with a thought. Compared to the Imperial Emerald King, this was the real King of Stones. The 5 gray stone balls strung together were made up of 5 different colors of top-grade jade: purple, white, yellow, red, and black. As long as their gray stone skin was peeled off, they would shine with a dazzling brilliance. Ling Yan hadn't touched the super Tonghulu since Song Jingyang cut out the top-grade red jade. Now, he wanted to make a complete set of jewelry for Xianxia. But how can one set be enough? If you want to give me 5 sets. 5 colors, 1 set for Xianxia to match. Xianxia, the next time we meet, this will be my gift to you. To be continued. Stay Up Late presents the second update. Seeking monthly votes, seeking recommendation votes, thinking about Xianxia, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile as he muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, the jade shards that had fallen to the ground flew into Ling Yan's hand, and he stored them in his spatial ring. After all, they were 2 basketball-sized pieces of imperial green jade. After the carving was complete, the shards were of different sizes, but they were all useful to Ling Yan. Then, Ling Yan brandished his knife again. He peeled off the remaining 4 pieces of top-grade jade. Following Ling Yan's movements, the gray stone shards fell like rain. Soon, he had peeled off all the stone shards. Purple, white, yellow, red, and black, the top-grade jadeite finally took off its ordinary and ugly appearance in Ling Yan's hands. Under the illumination of the lights, the jadeite was colorful and dazzling, blooming with the most brilliant splendor. Hee, it's really beautiful. Even the knowledgeable Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at such a beautiful scene. Such a treasure was definitely rare in the world. It was a generous gift from nature, a truly rare treasure. I have no problem with carving, but I'm not a professional when it comes to making jewelry. I'll have to find a professional for this. As he spoke, Ling Yan put away the statues of himself and Xianxia. He also put away the multicolored candied hawthorn and left the study. As for the gray stone shards on the ground, they were worthless. Naturally, someone would clean them up. I'm going out for a while. Ling Yan shouted at the top of his lungs. He left the house and went straight to Qingshui City's Antique Street. Of course, Ling Yan was going to Yudingxian to look for the Lord of Jade. Before the college entrance examination, Ling Yan had once given out some benefits. That time, he had made more than 10 sets of green imperial jade jewelry in one go and given out quite a few. Those jewelry were all made by the best sculptor the Lord of Jade had found. It could be said to be beautiful, and the design was ingenious. Ling Yan was very satisfied. Moreover, no matter who he gave it to, they all praised it and liked it wholeheartedly. That was why Ling Yan came to the Lord of Jade for help this time. Yudingxian was brightly lit. Morong Wencher, Han Laosan, and Song Jingyang were there as well. There was also an unfamiliar old man in his 50s sitting in the living room. The 5 of them were chatting and sipping tea. Ling Yan noticed that the 5 of them were talking about the opening of the Heaven and Earth group. He couldn't help but laugh. Lord of Jade, I'm here to visit you. Please forgive me if I've been rude. Ling Yan stood outside the door, his voice loud and clear. directly sending the message to the living room where the 5 of them were. Apart from the unfamiliar old man, the other 4 immediately stood up when they heard the voice and looked at each other in dismay. Of course, they could tell that this was Ling Yan's voice. "What are you waiting for? Speak of the devil, and he's here. Go and welcome him." Song Jingyang, who was the most familiar with Ling Yan, was the first to snap out of his daze and walk out. The unfamiliar old man didn't know what was going on, but he could only follow after seeing the other 4 go out to welcome him. "Oldly, aren't you going to the Heaven and Earth group to congratulate Ling Yan? Now, the main character is here. This is Ling Yan. Ling Yan, let me introduce you. This is Huaxia's #1 jewelry carving master, Master Li Yuza. The dozen sets of jewelry you had last time were all made by him." The 5 of them invited Ling Yan into the living room. After some small talk, the Lord of Jade took the initiative to introduce the 2 of them. Huh. This was really a pillow sent to him when he was dozing off. Li Yuza looked at Ling Yan. He was indeed a dragon among men. He immediately stood up and cupped his fists. "It's an honor to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Ling Yan hurriedly stood up and returned the greeting. How could it not be? Ling Yan thought to himself. He was here to look for him. We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so polite. Sit down and talk. The Lord of Jade gestured for the 2 of them to sit down. "Ling Yan, your Heaven and Earth group is opening the day after tomorrow. You must be very busy these 2 days, right? Why are you here at this time? Is there anything I can help you with?" Ever since Ling Yan moved the green dragon out at sea away from Yuding Xian, he hadn't been here. The Lord of Jade knew that Ling Yan had something to do with his sudden visit. Ling Yan went straight to the point. "Hee, Lord of Jade, I won't hide it from you. I really have a favor to ask this time. However, it's a coincidence that the person I'm looking for is this Master Liu." Song Jingyang and the Lord of Jade looked at each other. They knew that Ling Yan wasn't here to look for them. "Boss Ling, feel free to speak your mind. I'll do my best as long as it's within my capabilities." Li Yuza had heard of Ling Yan's name from the Lord of Jade and the others for a long time. Now that Ling Yan was looking for him, he agreed readily. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. It's like this," Ling Yan quickly explained the purpose of his visit. "Bracelets, earrings, necklaces, a total of 5 sets of jewelry. I'll deliver them the day after tomorrow at the latest." After listening to Ling Yan's request, Master Li Yuza muttered, "This isn't difficult. If we work day and night, we should be able to complete it by tomorrow night." Then, he looked at the empty-handed Ling Yan and asked in confusion, "The key is, what materials do you use to make them?" Ling Yan came empty-handed. Did he have to pick the materials himself? "I brought the materials. They're right here." Ling Yan left his seat and walked to the center of the room. With a slight smile on his face, the colorful candied hawthorn appeared in his hand. It shone brilliantly in the living room. Silence. The 5 big shots of the jewelry and jade industry in the living room were all stunned. After a long while, the Lord of Jade's expression changed from shock to bitterness. His expression was as though he had just married his wife and was about to consummate their marriage, but someone else had barged in and snatched her away. There was no difference. Who wouldn't feel bitter? Moreover, the Lord of Jade loved Jade as much as his life. "Ling Yan, this is the candied hawthorn that you bought from me?" Other than Li Yuza, the other 4 people present knew that this was the super Tonghulu skewer. The basketball-sized red jade was cut out by Song Jingyang himself. It's not just red jade, but 5 colors. 5 colors. I didn't expect nature to be so amazing. This is really an eye-opener, so this is the real king of stones. Even though it's not as big as the Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade, it's much more valuable and rare. My life wasn't in vain after seeing these treasures. It was worth it. The other 4 people also reacted. They couldn't hide the shock on their faces. They couldn't help but stand up, as if they were attracted by something. They walked towards Ling Yan, or rather, towards the skewer of sugar-coated haws. Without Ling Yan's consent, the 5 of them reached out to touch the rare treasure and praised it. Their excitement was indescribable. "Lord of Jade, this is indeed the candied hawthorn. If you feel that you lost out, name a price, and I can compensate you now." Seeing the Lord of Jade's expression of bitterness, disappointment, regret, shock, and excitement, Ling Yan felt bad and said, "The Lord of Jade has a complicated expression on his face." He had used 500 million yuan to get 3 treasures from the Lord of Jade, the Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade King, this candied hawthorn, and the Lord of Jade's treasure, the green dragon out at sea. Ling Yan had definitely gotten a great bargain. In contrast, the Lord of Jade had suffered a great loss. How could he not feel bad when he saw the true body of the candied hawthorn? Ling Yan's current value was far from what it used to be. That was why he wanted compensation. Ling Yan wouldn't have brought it up in the past. The Lord of Jade regained his senses after hearing Ling Yan's words. "That's not what I meant," he said solemnly. "Ling Yan, I'm doing business. Business is business. I sold it, and that's that. Moreover, I really didn't take this strange-shaped stone seriously. To tell you the truth, if someone came to buy the stone at that time, they would probably buy it at the price of the strange stone. At most, it would be a few tens of thousands of yuan. If that's the case, then I, Yu Xingjin, will be the one to blame. Perhaps this rare treasure will be buried in this world for a long time. As for what happened just now, I indeed lost my composure. However, I'm just an ordinary person. This is human nature. Please forgive me." Yu Xingjin waved his hand without waiting for Ling Yan to speak. "Therefore, don't bring up the matter of compensation again." Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang, and the rest nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. It was very normal to make a mistake while gambling on stones. Moreover, Ling Yan had given him 500 million yuan. Moreover, Ling Yan had promised Yu Xingjin that he would give him a 10% discount according to the market price as long as he bought the Imperial Green Jade from him. Everyone present knew about this. "Chief Ling, you said 5 sets of jewelry. Does that mean 1 for each color?" Li Yuza was quick-witted. In order to prevent the awkwardness from continuing, he changed the topic and talked about business. "That's right. Master Li, how big of a piece of material do I need for each color of jade?" Ling Yun naturally asked Li Yuza since there was a professional present. Li Yuza gestured with his hands. Ling Yan took out the devil's blade and cut out a large piece of each color of jade. He passed it to everyone in turn. "Then, I'll have to trouble you, Master Li?" Li Yuza exuded an indescribable confidence as he held the top-grade red jade in his hands. "Thank you, Chief Ling, for trusting me. I dare to guarantee that these 5 sets of jewelry will be the most perfect jewelry I've ever made in my life." When the best craftsmen encountered the best materials, they would definitely be able to inspire him. "Thank you very much, Master Li. This is just a small reward. Please accept it." Ling Yan took out a 2 million yuan check and stuffed it into Li Yuza's pocket, ignoring his refusal. Ling Yan had really gone all out for Yi Xingchen. Who asked Yi Xingchen to be the woman that moved him the most? After the business was done, Ling Yan told Li Yuza in detail about the sizes and the general style of each piece of jewelry. The rest was up to the master to decide. Then, Ling Yan bid farewell and returned to mansion number 1 to cultivate. He had no time to waste because the next 2 days would be Ling Yan's busiest days. To be continued. Eh? That's not right. I was too excited just now and didn't see where Ling Yan took out the skewer of candied haas from. Oh right, that black knife, and that check. Could he be a magician? After Ling Yan left, Li Yuza seemed to have woken up from a dream and asked in confusion. Song Jingyang and the Lord of Jade seemed to have expected Li Yuza's question. Song Jingyang smiled and said, "You can treat it as a magic trick or pretend you didn't see anything. You can figure out the rest yourself." Li Yuza was an extremely serious person. After pondering for a long time, he said dumbfoundedly, "He really is an extraordinary person, an extraordinary person." Ling Yan's divine sense was still around even though he wasn't there. He wanted to hear what these people had to say about him making something out of nothing. Now that Ling Yan had reached Qi Cultivation Stage Level 1, he already had the ability to protect himself. As long as it was not too shocking, there was no need for him to deliberately hide those secrets that were not very important. He would reveal them casually. That was why he took things out of his spatial ring in front of the 5 of them. It wasn't an accident, it was intentional. Magic trick? Ordinary people always have a way to explain things they don't understand. Let's just treat it as a magic trick. Ling Yan laughed and used his qigong in the night. In a few minutes, he returned to mansion number 1. As soon as he entered the villa, Ling Yan saw a slim figure standing beside the small herb garden on the west side of the villa, carefully observing the herbs. These herbs are actually very normal, and they are all growing very well. But, how is this possible? Can he really pull them up through excessive enthusiasm? Miao Xiaomiao frowned and muttered to herself as she inspected every stalk of herb. Because she was too curious, and her thoughts were too focused, Miao Xiaomiao did not even notice Ling Yan coming up behind her. Hey, what are you doing? Ah. Ling Yan's sudden voice gave Miao Xiaomiao a fright. Miao Xiaomiao turned around suddenly, her face pale. She punched and kicked Ling Yan. Are you crazy? How dare you appear behind me in the middle of the night? Ling Yan didn't believe that a person who could use the sound of a flute to attack the drought demon would be so scared by a sentence from behind. Miao Xiaomiao's fear was fake. She was embarrassed and embarrassed. You want to learn? I can teach you if you want. With that, Ling Yan walked past Miao Xiaomiao and sat down cross-legged beside the small herb garden. Miao Xiaomiao had already finished harvesting all the matured medicinal herbs that he had hastened earlier in the day. Right now, he was going to carry out the second round of hastening. Miao Xiaomiao hesitated for a long time, looking around like a thief. Then, she suddenly said in a small voice, "Can you really teach me?" He knew that Miao Xiaomiao wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. It was already a miracle that she could hold out until now. What did you say? The voice is too low for me to hear. Ling Yan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, he used his divine sense to secretly observe Miao Xiaomiao's shy beauty. Then, he saw Miao Xiaomiao gently lean over and place her lips next to his ear. I say, can you teach me? Ling Yan flew up into the sky and covered his ears with his hands. Half of the people in Xianxia City could probably hear it. The decibel level was so high that it definitely exceeded the limits of humans. When Ling Yan landed on the ground, he found Miao Xiaomiao with her hands on her waist and her chin raised. She had a gloating look on her face. Did you hear it this time? I heard it. Ling Yan spread his hands and said tearlessly, I'll teach you. Miao Xiaomiao giggled. Wouldn't it have been fine if you had said that earlier? Brother Yan thought to himself, I'm the typical example of someone who wouldn't die if I didn't court death. The two of them sat cross-legged again, and Ling Yan began to teach them telepathically. The next morning, Ling Yan returned to his bedroom after he finished cultivating the stellar condensation technique. He took a comfortable hot shower and tidied up before going downstairs to the living room. Wearing a snow-white shirt, casual trousers, and shiny leather shoes, Ling Yan looked very energetic. Big Brother Yan is so handsome today. Even though Shui Mining was no longer interested in Ling Yan's handsomeness, she couldn't help but be smitten with him today. Looking at Shui Mining, who came to deliver the medicinal cuisine, Ling Yan's face was filled with bitterness. Even though the medicinal cuisine that miracle Dr. Shui prepared for him was extremely nourishing, he had been eating it for more than half a month and was already sick of it. Ning Er, I have to go to the airport to pick someone up today, so I have to dress more formally. He first explained before smiling and trying to please her. Ning Er, can we discuss this? My body has completely recovered now, so I won't have to eat this medicinal cuisine anymore, okay? Who knew that Shui Mining would slam the big pot of medicinal cuisine in front of Ling Yan and say sternly, no. Grandpa said that you have to eat this for half a month, not even a day less. Yes. Little sister Ning Er, he's lying to you. I can guarantee that his body hasn't returned to its peak, so you have to let him eat it. Mo Wu Dao walked out of his room. Seeing this scene, he wanted to see the world in chaos, and started to add oil to the fire. Ling Yan turned his head and saw Mo Wu Dao's gloating face. He was instantly angered. Mo Wu Dao, do you want to die? Who knew that Mo Wu Dao wasn't afraid at all? He shrugged and said, Little sister Ning Er, look, I'm doing this for his own good, but he wants to kill me. You can help me get justice. Yes, Brother Wu Dao is right. Brother Yun, hurry up and eat it, don't waste my good intentions. Okay, I'll eat it. Seeing that Shui Mining had taken out her killer weapon, Ling Yan could only surrender. At the same time, he glared at Mo Wudao and said, "Little Daoist, just you wait." And so, Ling Yan's breakfast was settled. After breakfast, Ling Yan rested for a while. Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, and Lin Menghan arrived almost immediately. When Ling Yan saw that it was Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan, he asked curiously, "Lingyu, where's Auntie?" Ning Lingyu shook her head and said, "Big brother, Auntie asked us to pick up Grandpa together." "She's not going." Ling Yan was stunned. "Ah? Auntie's not going?" Then. Qin Chongqing was Qin Dongshua's biological father. How could Qin Dongshua not be there to welcome him? Moreover, thinking about how Qin Dongshua kept calling Qin Chongqing by his name, Ling Yan wondered if the father and daughter had a falling out. "Then how do we pick him up?" Ning Lingyu said, "Big brother, I've seen Grandpa's photo, and I know which flight he's taking." Ling Yun nodded. "That's good. What time is he arriving?" "If the flight isn't delayed, it should arrive at 1:15 p.m. Then, Ling Yan looked at Lin Menghan. "Menghan, when is Grandpa Lin's flight?" Ling Yan was naturally asking about Lin Menghan's grandfather, Lin Hongjun. At Lin Hongjun's level, even though he was retired, he would still take a military plane or a special train. This was without a doubt. "He'll arrive at 12:10 p.m. sharp." Ling Yan asked again, "Are they landing at the same airport?" Lin Menghan smiled and said, "Yes." Ling Yan knew that they were all landing at Qingshui City International Airport. Ling Yan had already received Shui Lao's message through the communicator. He knew that Shui Lao and Ling Xiao were coming to Qingshui City at around 11 am. Shanshan, when will your big brother arrive? My big brother drove here. And, from Beijing to Qingshui City, it'll be afternoon no matter how fast he is. However, I told him to come here directly. Alright, then don't go anywhere today. Just wait for him at home. Ling Yan quickly clarified everything. Then, he looked at Mo Wudao and said, "I say, don't wear this Taoist robe today. Hurry up and change. When Tai Xiaohu arrives, we'll go to the airport." Mo Wudao shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, this is the symbol of a Mao Mountain Taoist. I won't change it even if I die." Ling Yan naturally had his reasons for bringing Mo Wudao to the airport. He wanted to meet Qin Chongqing and ask about Qin Shuyua's date of birth. Then, he would get Mo Wudao to predict his fortune. "Alright, up to you then. You can be smug all day long." Since Mo Wudao wouldn't change his Taoist robe, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered. At 9:30 am, Tai Xiaohu and Abing each drove a car to mansion number 1. At 10 am, Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, Mo Wudao, Tai Xiaohu, and Abing boarded 4 black commercial vehicles and rushed to the airport. Tang Mei was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Group's opening today. He was busy with Chen Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, so Ling Yun naturally wouldn't look for him. He picked up Chui Lao and Ling Xiao first. At 11 am, Chui Lao and Ling Xiao's plane arrived on time. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun and the rest received them at the airport exit. Big sister. Ling Yun was naturally happy to see his big sister, Ling Xiao. To everyone's surprise, Ling Xiao pounced on Ling Yun and gave him a big bear hug. This was true kinship. "Little rascal, you look so handsome today. Honestly, did you miss me?" After a long time, Ling Xiao let go of Ling Yun and took a step back as she teased him. Ling Yun blushed slightly as Ling Xiao took the initiative to hug him. "Of course I did." After exchanging some pleasantries with Chui Lao, Ling Yan waved his hand and called Tai Xiaohu over. "Xiaohu, I've arranged where Chui Lao and my sister are staying. Drive them there now." Chui Lao and Tai Xiaohu were already very close, so Ling Yan asked him to send them there. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Yun still had to pick up the others, so she didn't say much. She waved goodbye to everyone and left the airport with Tai Xiaohu. After watching the 3 of them leave, Ling Yan waved his hand and said, "Menghan, Lingyu, the 3 of us will go and pick up Grandpa Lin." Since Lin Hongjun came on a military plane, the exit from the airport was naturally different from ordinary flights. Ling Yun didn't let Mo Wudao and Abing go over because their identities weren't suitable. At 12 am, a white-haired old man in ordinary clothes walked out of the airport's dedicated exit. Lin Minghan's face lit up immediately. Grandpa. She immediately sprinted towards the old man. To be continued. Needless to say, this white-haired old man who had just walked out of the airport was Grandpa Lin Hongjun. Lin Menghan dove into Grandpa Lin's embrace. Hee hee, lass, you're playing outside and not coming home. Do you miss Grandpa? Grandpa Lin's face was full of righteousness and vigor. Even though his hair was white, his face was glowing. However, when facing his precious granddaughter, there was only love on his face. The Lin family only had one precious granddaughter. How could Grandpa Lin not dote on her? Of course I miss Grandpa. Otherwise, would I have come to the airport to pick you up? Lin Menghan slowly withdrew from Grandpa Lin's embrace and said coquettishly. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Seeing that Lin Menghan and Grandpa Lin were done being intimate, Ling Yin immediately gave Ning Lingyu a look. The two of them walked forward and greeted Grandpa Lin respectfully. Grandpa Lin suddenly stood up straight and looked at Ling Yin from head to toe. His gaze was like that of a tiger's, and the aura of a superior suddenly exploded from his body. Ling Yin was calm and composed as he looked at Grandpa Lin with a smile. What a joke. If Ling Yin were to explode with his aura, Grandpa Lin would probably collapse. Why would he be afraid? Not bad, not bad. Kid, I've seen your photo. You're the Ling Yin who stole my precious granddaughter away, right? Grandpa Lin saw Ling Yin's calm expression and immediately retracted his aura, returning to the image of an ordinary old man. Hee hee, Grandpa Lin, Menghan and I, Ling Yin was not afraid of Grandpa Lin's aura, but that did not mean that he was not afraid of being questioned by his grandfather. He immediately felt guilty. Grandpa. Lin Menghan was embarrassed and stomped her feet to express her dissatisfaction. Alright. You only know how to care for him. He even sent my precious granddaughter to Canada. Can't I say a few words to him? It seemed like Lin Menghan had already told the Lin family about her trip abroad these past 2 days. Grandpa. If you say another word, I'm going to ignore you. I'll leave you here and get your old subordinates to come and pick you up. Lin Menghan was extremely bashful and immediately used her trump card. Okay. Grandpa won't talk about it anymore. I won't talk about it anymore, okay? Lin Hongjuan's gaze landed on Ning Lingyu as he changed his expression to one of kindness. Little girl, you must be Lingyu, right? Ning Lingyu was still smiling. She nodded her head and said, Grandpa Lin, I'm Ning Lingyu. Lin Hongjun nodded his head kindly, his eyes filled with praise. Yes, Lingyu is really pretty, even prettier than my Menghan. Ning Lingyu replied obediently, you flatter me, Grandfather Lin. I'm not as pretty as Sister Menghan. Ling Yun and Lin Menghan laughed it off as a courtesy remark from the old man. Ling Yun interrupted, Grandpa Lin, Menghan's car is parked outside. Shall we go to the car? Okay. This is not the place to talk, Chen. Behind Lin Hongjun stood a young guard. Ling Yun could tell that this Xiao Chen was actually a Hotian realm level 9 expert. Little Chen bowed slightly. Chief. I'll be with my granddaughter today. I'll give you a day off. Little Chen was dumbfounded. Chief, why? Are you worried that my granddaughter will harm me? I'll give you a day off. You can do whatever you want. This is an order. Little Chen stood at attention. Yes. This scene made Lin Menghan and Ning Lingyu burst out laughing. Thus, Lin Hongjun, Lin Menghan, and Ning Lingyu walked out of the airport. Ling Yun naturally carried Grandpa Lin's luggage from behind. Ling Yun sent Lin Hongjun and Lin Menghan to the car. After placing the luggage in the trunk, he got into the car as well. Grandpa Lin, I have to pick someone up later. I won't be accompanying you back. Lin Hongjun nodded repeatedly. Okay. I know you're busy today. Just do what you need to do. Of course, he knew what kind of person Grandpa Lin was. He was here for the opening of Lingyun World Corporation. How could there not be other important people present? Seeing that Grandpa Lin was not offended, Lingyun smiled. Grandpa Lin, forgive me for being presumptuous. Can I touch your head? Lin Hongjun was stunned. Touch my head? While he was still in a daze, Ling Yan's left hand had already reached the back of Lin Hongjuan's head. A level 4 healing talisman appeared in his hand. Then, he shouted, "Activate!" When Lin Hongjun joined the army, he was severely injured and passed out. He knocked his head on the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone, which saved his life. It was also because of this that he obtained the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. There was also a huge scar on the back of his head. Now, Ling Yan was using the healing talisman to remove the scar on Grandpa Lin's head. Lin Hongjun felt a cool and comfortable feeling at the back of his head. He instantly understood what Ling Yan was going to do. 2 minutes later, Ling Yan withdrew his hand. Lin Hongjun touched the back of his head and realized that the scar had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh. "Little kid, when Minghan's father went back and told me about you, I really didn't believe him. Now, it seems like you're indeed worthy of the title of Immortal Doctor." Ling Yan smiled. "Grandpa Lin, I'm the only successor of the Immortal Doctor. Take this small treatment as a gift for our first meeting." Then, Ling Yan took out another healing talisman and passed it to Lin Menghan. "Menghan, Grandpa Lin must have many old injuries from the war. When you go back, treat Grandpa Lin." Ling Yan got out of the car and asked, "Grandpa Lin, do you want someone to drive you?" Lin Hongjun smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. I don't spend much time with Menghan. She's going overseas soon. You should give us some time to chat. Menghan, let's go. Grandpa wants to visit your house." After sending Grandpa Lin off, Ling Yan and Ling Yu returned to the airport lobby. They bumped into the guard, Xiao Chen, at the entrance. Looking at Xiao Chen's worried face, Ling Yan smiled. "Master Chen, don't worry. Grandpa Lin will be fine in Qingshui City." The two of them chatted for a while before Ling Yan called Abing. "Abing, drive Master Chen to the Triumph Grand Hotel. Get him a presidential suite. You have to arrange everything, understand?" Xiao Chen said that there was no need for that, but how could he resist Ling Yan and Abing? He was practically shoved into the car and sent away. At this time, it was almost 1 o'clock. Ling Yan and Ning Lingyu entered the airport and met up with Mo Wudao. They waited for the most important person of the day, Qin Chongqing. At 1:15 p.m., Qin Chongqing's flight arrived on time. 10 minutes later, he appeared at the exit of the airport with a follower. Qin Chongqing was more than 70 years old, but he looked less than 60 years old. There was only a little white hair on his head, and his face was thin. He wore a tang suit on his upper body, white loose trousers on his lower body, and cloth shoes on his feet. His steps were steady, and his bearing was natural. Ling Yan didn't need Ling Yu to point him out. He recognized Qin Chongqing immediately. This was the VIP passage of the airport. There were very few people coming out from here. Most importantly, Qin Chongqing was a Xiantian realm expert. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. Grandpa. If Ling Yan could recognize him, Ning Lingyu would definitely be able to as well. She took 2 quick steps forward but immediately stopped. She then shyly greeted her grandfather. Unlike Lin Menghan, this was Ning Lingyu's first time seeing her maternal grandfather. Even if she knew that he was her biological grandfather, she would not be able to do what Lin Menghan did and throw herself into Qin Chongqing's arms. Lingyu. Naturally, it was also Qin Chongqing's first time seeing his granddaughter. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. His eyes became moist instantly. This scene reminded Ling Yan of the first time he saw Ling Lai. He had never seen his own grandson or granddaughter for 18 years. How sad was it to see him again? "You are indeed my granddaughter. Good girl, quick. Let Grandpa take a good look at you." Qin Chongqing quickly took 2 steps forward. He raised his hand to wipe the hot tears in his eyes and looked up at Ning Lingyu carefully. Ning Lingyu's eyes were already filled with tears. At this moment, not only did she see her biological grandpa, but she also thought of her mother, Qin Qiuyue, who was far away in the Heavenly Sword sect. How good would it be if her mother and little aunt were here? So similar, so similar. "Lingyu, you really look like your mother." Qin Chongqing looked at Ning Lingyu for a long time. He couldn't help but put his hands on her shoulders and nodded repeatedly. Lingyu nodded hurriedly as well. She raised her hand to wipe her tears before turning her head and saying, "Grandpa, this is my brother, Ling Yun. Qin Chongqing then looked up at Ling Yun. Ling Yun took a step forward. Grandpa, he thought about how to address Qin Chongqing for the whole day. In the end, he decided to follow Ling Yu's lead and address him as Grandpa. However, Qin Chongqing directly waved his hand and smiled. You are from the Ling family. You should call me Grandpa. Ling Yun instantly let out a long breath. He didn't expect the old man to be so straightforward. He immediately changed the way he addressed him. Qin Chongqing then looked at Emma Wudao beside him and asked casually, this is? Emma Wudao took 2 steps forward and according to Taoist etiquette, he greeted Qin Chongqing. Boundless Heavenly Lord, Emma Wudao from Mao Mountain's Shangqing faction pays his respects to Senior. Qin Chongqing nodded slightly. However, he said, Mao Mountain's Shangqing faction? They actually sent their disciples down the mountain for training? Good, good. Then, he grabbed Ning Lingyu's hand and said to Ling Yun, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go. Ling Yun asked, Grandpa Qin, did you come alone? Qin Chongqing nodded. I'm here to see you. Do I need an entourage? The 4 of them quickly left the airport and got into the car. Naturally, Ling Yun drove. Emma Wudao sat in the front passenger seat while Qin Chongqing and Ning Lingyu sat in the back. Ling Yun started the car and turned back to ask, Grandpa Qin, I have 2 mansions. Where are you going? Qin Chongqing smiled and asked Ning Lingyu, where is your aunt now? Ning Lingyu replied, at Qingshui Wharf. Qin Chongqing waved his hand. Then let's go to Qingshui Wharf. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. His daughter didn't want to meet her father. Her father was going to look for his daughter. To be continued. On the way from Qingshui City's International Airport to Qingshui Wharf's villa, Qin Chongqing held on to Ning Lingyu's hand the entire time. Along the way, he inquired about her well-being and asked all sorts of questions. It was as if he was going to tell her all the love and concern he had accumulated for the past 18 years. Ling Yan had no chance to interrupt, so he could only focus on driving. Emma Wudao was even more so. The moment he got into the car, he took out his newly bought phone and played with it non-stop. He didn't care about anything else. 40 minutes later, Ling Yan arrived at Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9, but the door was shut. Ling Yan scanned the mansion with his divine sense and realized that Qin Dongxue wasn't at home. Qin Dongxue knew that Qin Chongqing would look for her, so she decided to hide in advance. However, Ling Yan rolled down the window and shouted, Auntie, open the door, we're back. Qin Chongqing chuckled. Brat, stop acting. With our realms, how can we not know that there's no one in the mansion? Ling Yan's face immediately turned red. Qin Chongqing was at Xiantian realm level 7, so he could hear falling leaves within 100 meters. How could he not hear the sound of breathing? Ever since Ning Lingyu gained divine sense, she realized the usefulness of it. Naturally, she knew that there was no one in the mansion. Fortunately, Ning Lingyu had the key. Grandpa, I'll go down and open the door. Qin Chongqing let go of Ning Lingyu's hand and smiled. All right. Let's have a seat in the house. Then, he sighed and said, this auntie of yours. Sigh, it seemed like Qin Chongqing was very disappointed that Qin Dongxue was avoiding him. Ning Lingyu opened the door, and Ling Yan drove the car into the courtyard and stopped in front of the mansion. Everyone got out of the car, and Emma Wudao said, Ling Yan, I think the surroundings are pretty good. Let's take a look around. Emma Wudao was a slippery person. Since the 3 of them were at home, he naturally wouldn't be an eyesore. In a flash, Ning Lingyu appeared beside everyone. Qin Chongqing wasn't surprised by Ning Lingyu's reaction. It was obvious that he understood the basic situation of Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu through various channels. The most important channel wasn't Qin Dongxue, but Aunt Mei. Ning Lingyu landed beside Qin Chongqing. Qin Chongqing once again held her hand tightly. Without any hesitation, he walked into the house directly. The 3 of them entered the house. Qin Chongqing pulled Lingyu to the sofa and sat down. Ling Yan stood at the side. Qin Chongqing held onto Lingyu's hand and scrutinized her for a long time. Tears welled up in his eyes again as he sobbed, My child, I've made you suffer for so many years, this was the family's way of saying it. Once it was said, it meant that they had officially recognized each other as relatives. Lingyun used telepathy and said, "Lingyu, kowtow to your grandfather." Ning Lingyu did not know what to do with this grandfather whom she was meeting for the first time. Naturally, Lingyun had to remind her. Ning Lingyu was smart. She immediately stood up and walked to a meter in front of Qin Chongqing. She knelt down on both knees and kowtowed to Qin Chongqing 3 times respectfully. Lingyu greets grandfather. Ning Lingyu kowtowed 3 times. No matter how strong Qin Chongqing was, he couldn't help but tear up. Qin Chongqing accepted Ning Lingyu's 3 kowtows. He immediately stood up and pulled Ning Lingyu up. "Good girl, you've made me so sad. Does your head hurt?" "Grandfather, it doesn't hurt." After Ning Lingyu kowtowed, the ceremony was completed. Lingyun greets grandfather Qin. After Ning Lingyu finished kowtowing to Qin Chongqing, Lingyun naturally knew that it was his turn. He had been raised by Qin Qiuyue for 18 years. Naturally, he also knelt down. However, he only kowtowed to Qin Chongqing once. After all, they were not blood-related. Other than Qin Chongqing, no one else could accept Lingyun's kowtow. "Alright, I can accept your kowtow. Get up." Qin Chongqing also accepted Lingyun's kowtow. He did not take advantage of his seniority, nor did he care about the difference in the way Lingyun and Ning Lingyu knelt. He also went forward and helped Lingyun up. Lingyun stood up and thought to himself, "It seems like grandfather Qin is a very reasonable and straightforward person. Why is auntie so abnormal and avoiding him?" Thus, Lingyun asked, "Grandfather Qin, why don't you chat with Lingyu for a while?" "I'll go and find auntie?" Old Master Qin laughed and waved his hand. "There's no need. Because of your mother, your auntie already has a grudge against me. Now, because of some other things, I don't know what kind of temper she has. She's throwing a tantrum at me. You don't have to look for her. Even if you find her now, she won't come back with you." Qin Chongqing seemed to know his daughter's temper like the back of his hand. "Lingyun, sit down." After Lingyun sat down, Qin Chongqing coughed and cleared his throat. Then, he said, "Lingyun, because Qiuyu raised you for 18 years, we are also a family. As an elder, I don't have to be so polite." At this time, Qin Chongqing's imposing manner as the head of the family was fully displayed. His words and actions were not sloppy at all. Lingyun smiled and said, "Grandfather Qin, if you have any instructions, just tell me." Qin Chongqing laughed and said, "Lingyun, during the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, you single-handedly fought against the 8 major sections. The 8 major sects suffered heavy casualties and returned in low spirits. The news has already spread throughout the pugilistic world." This point, Lingyun also understood without Qin Chongqing saying it. Because that night, Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun Sword Sect, Deity Sword Mountain, and Divine Fist Sect all had people alive. This matter could not be concealed. "Grandfather Qin, it's not that exaggerated. That night, I was just lucky." Qin Chongqing nodded. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He changed the topic and said, "However, the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain made things a little difficult for grandfather Qin." Lingyun was very clear about this point. It was mainly because he had defeated the Deity Sword Mountain Villa, killed their big senior brother, Guo Tian, and announced in front of all the sects that Qin Dongxue had left the Deity Sword Mountain Villa. For the past 18 years, the Qin family had relied on Deity Sword Mountain. Otherwise, the Qin family would probably be no better than the Ling family. Lingyun has caused trouble for grandfather Qin. Please forgive me, grandfather Qin." "Humph." Qin Chongqing snorted lightly. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. "You let Dongxue betray Deity Sword Mountain. You don't know how much trouble you have brought to the Qin family." Qin Chongqing's words were a little harsh. However, he was an elder, and it was the first time they met. Lingyun could only explain with a bitter smile, "Grandfather Qin, you don't know the situation at that time." Qin Chongqing waved his hand and said, "I know the situation at that time. I'm not here today to blame you. So, you don't have to explain it to me." Then, he suddenly turned to look at Ning Lingyu and said in a warm tone, "Lingyu, I haven't seen you once in the past 18 years. I didn't care about you even once. You must be blaming me, right?" When he said this, Qin Chongqing's face was full of guilt. Ning Lingyu shook her head hurriedly. Grandfather, I didn't even know that mother still had, she didn't even know that Qin Qiuyue had the Qin family behind her. If it wasn't for Ling Yan's strong rise and the fact that he had killed countless enemies in Qingshui City, who would have thought that Qin Qiuyue was actually a Xiantian realm master and a member of the Qin family? It would have been fine if Ning Lingyu didn't say this, but the moment she said it, Qin Chongqing's tears flowed down his face. Child, don't say any more. It's been hard on you, but if it wasn't for your mother who didn't listen to my advice and took a wrong step, our Qin family wouldn't have suffered for 18 years. Sigh, but then again, if it wasn't for that step, there wouldn't be you, Lingyu. Qin Chongqing's expression was agitated. He choked on his tears and said incoherently, but Ling Yan understood the hidden message. At this point, Qin Chongqing's emotions calmed down a little. He wiped away the tears on his face and looked up at Ling Yan. Rascal, you don't have to guess blindly. This time, I have a few very important things to do. I won't hide the ins and outs of many things that happened back then from you. I will definitely tell you. However, I know that you will be very busy with the opening of your company tomorrow. So, now isn't the time to talk to you about these things. Go do what you need to do first. After tomorrow, we will talk in detail. Since old Master Qin had made it so clear, what else was there for Ling Yan to guess? He immediately accepted it. Alright, then I will listen to Grandfather Qin. Qin Chongqing waved his hand. Alright, then go back to Qingshui City. Ling Yu will be enough to accompany me here. He actually sent Ling Yan away directly. Grandfather Qin, look, it's already past 2 in the afternoon. Should we find a place to eat first? Ling Yan had been busy picking up people from the airport and hadn't had time to eat. He was a little hungry. Oh, there's no need. You can go eat with the little Taoist from the Maoshan sect. Then, Qin Chongqing turned his head and looked at Ning Lingyu with a smile. Lingyu, I heard from Xiaomei that you learned cooking from your mother. The Xiaomei that Qin Chongqing was referring to was naturally Aunt Mei. Ning Lingyu smiled happily and stood up hurriedly. Grandfather, I will go cook for you now. Alright. Grandfather will be in luck today. Qin Chongqing laughed heartily. Suddenly, he saw that Ling Yun was still standing there. He immediately glared at him. Rascal, why are you still here? Are you trying to steal my food? Ling Yun chuckled. Grandfather Qin, I will leave immediately. However, can you tell me my mother's birthday? Qin Chongqing was stunned. Why are you asking this? Ling Yan said directly, Grandfather Qin, you know that my mother went to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect. I want Emma Wu Dao to test her luck. After Qin Chongqing heard this, his face immediately collapsed, and he said in a deep voice, there's no need to test. Xiao Yu will be fine on this trip. It's just that, she will suffer a little and suffer a little. In the end, Qin Chongqing told him Qin Qiuyue's birth date. Ling Yan's mood was heavy as he drove away from the villa. Emma Wu Dao was already waiting by the roadside when he reached the foot of the mountain. He got into the passenger seat and asked, Lunatic, what's wrong? Something's wrong with you? Did you get beaten up by Grandpa? Scram. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't speak. Ling Yun replied. The Qin family's secret was secondary since it happened 18 years ago. However, Ling Yun was furious when he heard that Qin Qiuyue was wronged at the Heavenly Sword sect. Wronged? Who wronged her? The Heavenly Sword sect. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many restrictions preventing Ling Yan from acting rashly, he would have killed his way to the Heavenly Sword sect to rescue Qin Qiuyue. I can do whatever I want, but I can't let my mom suffer. But how could he do that? Not to mention Qin Qiuyue, Ling Zhao's whereabouts were still unknown. His biological mother was still locked up in the forbidden grounds of the Devil sect and had no freedom for 18 years, he could only take things one step at a time. Ling Lai didn't attend the Heaven and Earth group's grand opening, but only Cui Lao and Ling Xiu came. Ling Yun knew better than anyone that Ling Lai and the Ling family didn't dare to make a move. The entire Ling family was waiting for him to go to Beijing. As long as he found Ling Xiao, the Ling family wouldn't suffer any more grievances. Boom! Ling Yan floored the accelerator, and the car shot out like a cannonball. F***ck. I say, slow down, you almost gave me a concussion. Emma Wudao was caught off guard, and his head knocked hard. Ling Yan ignored him. On the way back to Xianxia City, he didn't let go of the accelerator at all. It wasn't until they entered Xianxia City that Ling Yan eased off the accelerator, and the car slowed down. Then, he said, my mother's name is Qin Qiuyue. Her birth date is. She's currently at the Heavenly Mountain Heavenly Sword sect. Ugh, Emma Wudao was still dizzy from Ling Yan's racing. He swallowed his saliva and said, if only there were photos. Ling Yan replied, oh, Ling Yu has it. I'll show it to you later. Emma Wudao suggested, Ling Yan, it's almost 3 o'clock now. Why don't we find a place to eat first? I'm starving. Alright. The two of them found a restaurant and had a hearty meal before returning to Villa No. 1. Xianxia, your brother isn't here yet? Ling Yan asked Xianxia as soon as he entered the living room. Ling Yan, you're back? You must be exhausted, right? Come here, I'll give you a massage. Xianxia could tell that her brother was in a bad mood. She pulled him to the sofa and sat him down. She went to his back and started massaging his shoulders. Ling Yan enjoyed Xianxia's massage and his mood gradually improved. My brother contacted me just now. He should be here in an hour. Xianxia said to Ling Yan. Oh, then we'll wait for him here for a while. Ling Yan picked up his phone and called Tai Xiaohu too. Ask about Cui Lao and Ling Xiao. Tai Xiaohu told Ling Yan that Cui Lao chose to stay at his original place while Ling Xiao stayed at the Triumph Hotel. However, big sister Ling Xiao said that you can look for her tonight after you're done with your work. Ling Yan said that he understood and hung up the phone. Ling Yan, isn't big sister Ling Xiao the Ling of Beijing? Xianxia asked in confusion. Xianxia, stop asking. I'll tell you everything when we get to Beijing, Ling Yan said faintly. Ling Yan would be going on a killing spree if he went to Beijing. Why would he need to hide his identity as a descendant of the Ling family? An hour later, a car stopped at the entrance of Villa No. 1. Ling Yan scanned it with his divine sense and knew that it was Chao Tianlong. Xianxia, your brother is here. Let's go and pick him up. Ling Yan stood up and walked out of the living room with Xianxia. He gestured for Chao Tianlong to drive in. Chao Tianlong got out of the car first. Then, a foreigner got out. Marquis Edward greets my esteemed master. When Ling Yan left Beijing, he promised Chao Juanxiong that he would send a servant from the blood clan to protect Chao Tianlong. The servant he sent was naturally Marquis Edward. Chao Tianlong was the only heir of the Chao family. Ling Yan couldn't afford to lose him. That was why he chose his strongest servant to protect him. Ling Yan smiled faintly and nodded. Edward, what level are you now? Esteemed master, I'm now at the peak of the Marquis rank. I'm just a step away from becoming a Grand Duke. While Ling Yan was asking Edward all sorts of questions, Chao Xianxia and Chao Tianlong were reunited. Naturally, they had to chat. Come, let's go in first. The four of them entered the house and sat down. Seeing Edward standing behind him, Ling Yan smiled and said, Edward, you can sit anywhere you like in my place. Edward shook his head gentlemanly. Master, your servant is willing to stand behind you. Ling Yan smiled and didn't bother with him anymore. Brother-in-law, seeing that you've arrived safely, I can imagine that the Chao family has regained control of some power in Beijing, right? Chao Tianlong felt a little helpless when he heard Chao Xianxia call him brother-in-law, but Chao Xianxia blushed. Chao Tianlong deliberately raised his head to look at his sister. Suddenly, his expression changed. Xianxia, the two of you, don't tell me you've already. Chao Xianxia was instantly embarrassed. Her face turned red and she stomped her feet. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Haha, I called you brother-in-law in advance. Look at how excited you are. Ling Yan laughed. Ling Yan, if you dare to bully my sister, I'll strangle you to death even if I can't beat you. Chao Tianlong glared at Ling Yan. Your sister has always been the one bullying me, alright? Ling Yan spread his hands. Hey! Chao Xianxia put her hands on her waist. Can you two not use me as a topic of conversation when you meet? Can't you get down to business? The two of them became obedient instantly. You're right, it's true. After a month of running around, the Chao family has regained control of some power. Chao Tianlong answered Ling Yan's question. That means we're safe for now? Safe. Chao Tianlong nodded. Then, with a solemn expression, he said sincerely, Ling Yan, thank you. Ling Yan laughed it off. Come, you should be tired after a day of traveling. Drink some water and rest. I have a present for you. Ling Yan took the initiative to pour tea for Chao Tianlong. Chao Tianlong picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. There's no need for tea. I know Qin Jianwei is with you. Bring me there quickly. Ling Yan was speechless. Ling Yan was speechless. For Chao Tianlong to be so anxious, it seemed like he couldn't wait any longer. All right, let's go now. Ling Yan stood up and led the three of them to the small storage room in the backyard where the 5 prisoners were kept. The 5 prisoners were the Devil Sect's Holy Son, Sikong Wuji, Mount Longhu's Lai Ri, Qin Jianwei, Qin Sen, and Qin Sen's bodyguard, He San. Ling Yan had a use for all 5 of them, so he didn't kill any of them. Qin Jianwei, F***CKU. Bam. Chao Tianlong's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw Qin Jianwei's mutilated body. He rushed forward and kicked Qin Jianwei out of the door. Chao Tianlong twisted his body and kicked him again before Qin Jianwei landed on the ground. Bam. Bam 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 bam. Chao Tianlong didn't let Qin Jianwei land on the ground after kicking him. He only stopped when he had vented enough, panting like a bull. This was what it meant by when enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Chao Xianxia was a woman. There were some things she couldn't do, but Chao Tianlong was different. Haha, Chao Tianlong, how does it feel to have your whole family become members of the blood clan? Ha 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 ha. Qin Jianwei was on the verge of death, but he was still provoking Chao Tianlong. Chao Tianlong was about to kick Qin Jianwei, but Ling Yan stopped him. Don't hit him anymore. He's still useful to us in case something goes wrong in the future. Qin Jianwei's blood would be needed if something went wrong during the rescue. That was why Ling Yan stopped Chao Tianlong. Ling Yan patted Chao Tianlong's shoulder. Don't worry, he won't live for more than a few days. No one will stop you even if you want to turn him into ashes. Chao Tianlong's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Qin Jianwei on the ground. Turn his bones into ashes? How can I let him die so easily? That night, Tang Mei rushed over to talk to Ling Yan about the arrangements for the opening ceremony. The two of them chatted for 2 hours. After sending Tang Mei off, Ling Yan received a call from the Lord of Jade. He went to Yuding Xian and received the 5 sets of jewelry that Li Yuza had made. These 5 sets of jewelry might have been made overnight, but they were even more perfect than the 10 sets he had made previously. That was why Ling Yan was very grateful to Li Yuza. At 10:30 p.m., Ling Yan went to the Triumph Grand Hotel alone to meet Ling Xiu. The two of them talked about family secrets, but no one knew what they talked about. On the same night, Yi Xingchen waited for Xiao Mimi, who had been summoned back to Qingshui City, in the villa where Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were imprisoned. Xiao Mimi knelt down immediately when she saw Yi Xingchen. Slave Xiao Mei greets the young master. Get up. Yi Xingchen didn't let Xiao Mimi kneel. She used her heavenly demon true energy to lift Xiao Mimi up. Ling Yan told me that you are his woman. Wouldn't he go crazy if he knew that you kowtowed to me? Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes carried a hint of mockery as she said with a smile. Xiao Mimi's heart skipped a beat. I don't dare to. Yi Xingchen let out a tinkling laugh. Xiao Mei, who changed your name? Xiao Mimi didn't dare to raise her head. My master. I don't dare to call her by her name, she answered honestly. It's Aunt Qingfeng. Have you seen my master? Yi Xingchen laughed. Xiao Mimi's body trembled. My status is too low. I can't enter the forbidden area of the Devil Sect. Yi Xingchen sighed deeply. Prepare well tonight. Tomorrow, Ling Yan's Heaven and Earth Group's opening ceremony will be held. Go back to his side. The 8th of August. Feng Shui. Suitable for opening the market, receiving money, entering a residence, hanging a plaque. God of Fortune, Southeast. According to that fella Mo Wu Dao, the best auspicious day for opening this year was this day. Moreover, the weather was good today. The sky was clear, the clouds were white, and the sun was shining brightly. There was even a slight breeze. In the morning, Lingyan arrived at the rooftop of the villa. He finished practicing the stellar condensation technique and flew downstairs. After washing up, he changed into the clothes that Xianxia had specially chosen for him. When he returned to the living room, Xianxia and the rest were already waiting for him. Lingyan walked to the middle of the living room and stopped. He straightened his back and asked with a smile, "How is it? Am I handsome?" Seeing Lingyan dressed like this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Handsome, really handsome. Haha, that's good. Everyone, hurry up and eat breakfast. After breakfast, we'll set off to Lingyan building." Lingyan laughed and went straight to the dining table. Xianxia asked from behind, "But Lingyan, why aren't you wearing a tie today? Didn't I prepare one for you?" Lingyan waved his hand behind him without turning his head. "Ties are usually made for workers. I'm the boss today. Why would I need to make that? It's scary." At 7:30 in the morning, after breakfast, everyone took a few cars and rushed to Lingyan building. Lingyan took Mining's car. It was the limited edition Maybach 62. On the way to Lingyan building, it attracted a lot of attention. "Wow, Tang Meng did a good job. This feeling." From afar, Lingyan could see the scene at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth Group and couldn't help but praise it. Today, the Heaven and Earth Group's headquarters, which was also known as Lingyan Building, was wide open and ready to welcome guests from all over. Outside the courtyard, a huge red arched door had already been erected. It spanned across the entire courtyard, and a banner was written on it. "Congratulations on the opening of the Heaven and Earth Group." On both sides of the arched door, colorful flags fluttered in the wind. Whether it was inside or outside the Heaven and Earth Group's courtyard, there were all kinds of flowers placed on the roadside, and the fragrance of the flowers filled the air. The big red firecrackers that were waiting for the opening had already been piled up in piles at the door of the security room, just waiting for the moment of the opening ribbon cutting. In fact, Tang Meng even hired a few dragon and lion dance troupes today. The entire Lingyan building was beautifully decorated. The Maybach was unimpeded as it drove into the courtyard and stopped in front of the stairs leading to the main entrance of the Lingyan building. Inside the courtyard, there was another scene. From the courtyard to the main entrance of the Lingyan building, there was an 18-meter wide red carpet. On both sides of the red carpet, there were also fresh flowers in full bloom, and the fragrance of the flowers assailed the nostrils. At the bottom of the stairs of the Lingyan building was another huge red arched door. On it was written, "Congratulations to the Heaven and Earth Group for their grand opening." On both sides of this arched door, there were 72 professional etiquette ladies hired. They were all models about 1.7 meters tall, and they were all wearing the same red cheongsam gowns. They had sweet smiles on their faces, and they were in charge of receiving the guests. Looking up, the entire front of the Lingyan building was filled with congratulatory banners from all the major companies in Xianxia City. They were all neatly colored and fluttered in the wind. Around the red carpet, there were all kinds of media outlets, including television stations, large web portals, magazines, and newspapers. There were all kinds of reporters walking around, and the flashes of their cameras were incessant. Such a grand occasion could not be held without at least 10 to 20 million yuan. It was the epitome of luxury, burning money. That's right, it was definitely burning money. What the F***ck, is there a need to do this? Lingyan sat in the Maybach as his eyes wandered around the long legs of the etiquette ladies on both sides of the red carpet. Mining, who was driving, pouted her delicate little mouth and said angrily, "Pervert." Lingyan ignored her and laughed it off. The flashy Maybach drove straight into the courtyard without any obstructions, and it only stopped in front of the stairs leading to the main entrance of the Lingyan building. All the employees are here so early today. Lingyan had already noticed that there were dozens of senior and middle-level executives of the Heaven and Earth Group, led by Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, were already waiting at the bottom of the stairs. They were lined up neatly and had been waiting for a long time. Everyone knew that today was the opening day of the Heaven and Earth Group, and their faces were filled with smiles. "Hello, President Ling." Qin Jiantao saw Lingyan and was inexplicably excited. He immediately took the lead and clapped. Our chairman is here, everyone, let's give him a round of applause. Due to the outstanding performance of Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai in the past half a month, Ling Yan appointed them as the general manager and financial director of the Heaven and Earth Group. Ling Yan got out of the car with a handsome smile on his face. He took the initiative to wave at his employees. Thank you all for your hard work today. Let's go, everyone, follow me to the CEO's office for a while. We'll come to the entrance to welcome the guests later. When the people behind him got out of the car, Ling Yan waved his hand and directly led everyone into the Ling Yan building. As for the people who lined up to welcome him, Ling Yan didn't care. This was because Tang Meng had said last night that all the procedures for today's opening ceremony had already been arranged and rehearsed. The people who would do what at what time were all fixed. Ling Yan didn't need to care. As for Ling Yan, he only needed to show his face at a few key occasions to greet the important guests, and that would be enough. You guys don't say, Tang Meng really did make it look like that. Ling Yan brought everyone to the CEO's office and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window that was as bright as a mirror. He looked at the entire Heaven and Earth Group's headquarters and smiled. How is it doing? He only needs to spend money and hire a professional etiquette company to do it, okay? Nowadays, for things like this, they go directly to the etiquette company. Xianxia seemed to have seen this kind of scene too many times. She sat on the sofa and said calmly, "That's already very good. No wonder that guy told me that I only need to show my face at the key times. I thought it would be very troublesome." Ling Yan turned around and said with his hands in his pockets, "It's not troublesome at all. From 9 to 10 a.m., some important leaders from the province and city will come over. There will also be some important guests. You need to go to the entrance to welcome them. From 10:20 a.m. to 11 a.m., all the guests will be in the conference room for the grand opening ceremony. Several important leaders from the province and city will be invited to speak. You are the boss, so of course, you have to be there. Then, it will be 11:18 a.m. You have to cut the ribbon on time. You have to be the first to make the cut. After the ribbon cutting, there's nothing else for you to do. All that's left is to have lunch and drink with the leaders and guests." Xianxia smiled and told them all about Ling Yan's arrangements that morning. After that, she laughed. "Don't worry, it's not troublesome at all. You are the boss, after all. Who would dare to trouble the boss?" Shui Mining, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest laughed as well. Yes, today is on a completely different level from the opening day of the Ordinary People's Clinic. As he said that, Ling Yan looked down and saw a few cars driving in. He used his divine sense and smiled. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu have arrived. Then, Ling Yan used telepathy to call Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to the CEO's office. "Big brother Yun, how is it? Is the scene okay?" Tang Meng's face was flushed, and the excitement and pride in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He couldn't wait to speak to Ling Yun. "Not bad, not bad. The scene is good enough. However, including the celebrities you invited, how much money did you spend today?" "Hee, not much, just 80 million, Tang Meng said casually. F***CK, 80 million? That's still not enough? Isn't that a lot?" Tang Meng laughed. "Big brother Yun, don't talk about me. You give away hundreds of millions. I'm spending money on the right things, okay? Yes, it's up to you today." Ling Yan smiled and didn't say anything else. The opening ceremony of the Heaven and Earth Group was a big day for Ling Yan and Tang Meng. In the eyes of society, this was considered the pinnacle of success with a foundation and a facade of their own. Everyone chatted excitedly for a while. When it was close to 9 o'clock, Tang Meng suggested, "Big brother Yun, let's go down now. Uncle Li and my dad should be here at 9 o'clock sharp. They're going to help us welcome the provincial leaders." Then, he whispered into Ling Yan's ear, "Big brother Yun, the governor of our province, the one in charge of economics and business, is coming today." "Oh?" Tang Meng smiled. "It's Su Lingfei's father, Su Jingming." Ling Yan was stunned. F***CK, I didn't expect Su Lingfei to have such a big background. Tang Meng laughed and said proudly, "What do you think?" At 8:55, Ling Yan brought Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Abing, and the beauties out of the Ling Yan building. They walked the red carpet all the way to the main entrance. It had to be the main entrance. Otherwise, how could they walk the red carpet if the leaders' cars drove directly to the Lingyan building? They didn't have to wait long. Just after 9 o'clock, Lingyan saw a total of 10 black cars slowly driving over. He used his divine sense to scan them. They were the higher-ups of the municipal government, Li Yifeng. The 10 black cars slowly stopped at the entrance. Li Yifeng was the first to get out of the car. He was full of energy and walked towards Ling Yun with a smile on his face. Ling Yun also took a few steps forward and held Li Yifeng's hand tightly. Ling Yun, congratulations. Thank you, Uncle Li. It's all thanks to Uncle Li's support. The various reporters that had swarmed out of the courtyard had long since aimed their cameras at Ling Yun and Li Yifeng. They snapped wildly, recording this classic moment. To be continued. Congratulations, Ling Yun. At this time, Tang Tianhao also got out of the car. He was full of smiles as he walked over with his head held high and spoke loudly to Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao was the CEO of the Heaven and Earth Group. Tang Meng was supposed to be absent today, but Ling Yun was the master of the place. Actually, Tang Tianhao didn't need to be absent with Ling Yun's influence in Xianxia City. It would seem intentional if he did. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Ling Yun shook hands with him. Under the flashing lights, the two of them smiled knowingly. Everything was understood without words. Frankly speaking, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao were the only ones who came to congratulate Ling Yun. The others didn't have much interaction with Ling Yun. After Tang Tianhao congratulated Ling Yun, he quickly walked behind Li Yifeng. At this time, the other leaders had already gotten out of their cars and walked over. Come, Ling Yun, let me introduce you to the leaders of the municipal government. Li Yifeng smiled and gently patted Ling Yun's shoulder. Then, he led Ling Yun forwards. This is the Standing Committee of Xianxia City, the mayor. This is our Xianxia City Organization Department head. This is, congratulations, congratulations. Li Yifeng didn't care about what others thought of his relationship with Ling Yun. He calmly introduced them to each other. Ling Yun also smiled and shook hands with them, expressing his thanks in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What a joke! With the leader of Xianxia City personally introducing them, the other leaders seemed a little restrained. What was there for Ling Yun to be nervous about? After shaking hands with Ling Yun, the leaders didn't follow the guidance of the hostess. Instead, they stood behind Li Yifeng. Obviously, they knew that there were more important leaders coming today. Naturally, it was the leaders of the provincial government. This exchange of greetings took more than 20 minutes. Soon, another car drove over from afar. Tang Meng looked up and saw the license plate. He whispered into Ling Yun's ear, "Big Brother Yun, that's Governor Su's car." Ling Yun nodded lightly. Then, the car slowly came to a stop. An old man in his 50s got out of the car. He was wearing an ordinary Chinese tunic suit and had a warm smile on his face. He waved at everyone as he walked slowly towards Ling Yun. "Governor Su, you are here?" Li Yifeng gave Ling Yun a meaningful look. Then, he strode forwards and stretched out his hand towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming smiled and nodded. He first exchanged a few words with Li Yifeng before turning to Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, I came uninvited today. Please don't take offense, okay?" Ling Yun's expression didn't change, and his attitude was indifferent. He smiled faintly and said, "Governor Su, it's my great honor to have you here at the opening of my company. I can't wait to welcome you, so how could I dare to think of anything else?" Su Jingming's eyes revealed a hint of praise as he smiled and said, Your words are appropriate and your actions are graceful. You are indeed a young talent, young and promising." Ling Yun smiled modestly. "You flatter me, Governor Su. You're too kind." "Ling Yun, I've heard of you a long time ago. I've even seen you on television. I even saw the statue you carved for Ling Fei." Su Jingming spoke with fervor and assurance, his eyes shining as he looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, "I was impulsive that day. Please don't blame me, Governor Su." As he spoke, Ling Yun took the initiative to extend his hand. Su Jingming naturally extended his hand as well and shook it gently. He said, "After the opening, if you have time, come to my house to cook at my place. Ling Fei's craftsmanship isn't bad." Ling Yan's heart moved. Thank you, Uncle Su. After I'm busy for a while, I will definitely pay you a visit. What kind of person was he? Seeing that Su Jingming had taken the initiative to invite him, he immediately changed his words. Su Jingming raised his hand and patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Then, he nodded and didn't say anything else. As the two of them talked and shook hands, the flashes around them never stopped. How could the reporters not know that this was the province's Governor Su? Governor Su, there are still many guests coming. Do you think we should go in and have a seat? Li Yifeng suggested immediately when he saw that Su Jingming had no intention to speak. Yifeng, I heard that you are going to enter the provincial government. I have to congratulate you in advance. Come, let's go in and have a good chat. Su Jingming immediately took big strides and walked shoulder to shoulder with Li Yifeng and Ling Yan towards the entrance of the Heaven and Earth group. At this time, the leaders of the city began to follow. The group of people entered the Heaven and Earth group and walked on the red carpet. Ling Yan escorted the leaders all the way to their specially prepared rooms. Only then did he take his leave and return to the main entrance. Just like that, the leaders of the city and the province were all welcomed. Haha, Ling Yan, we are here to congratulate you. Wow, today's scene is really grand. Ling Yan saw Murong Wenshi, Song Jingyang, the Lord of Jade, Han Laosan, Li Yuze, and the others as soon as they got out of the car. Thank you, Grandpa Murong, thank you, Uncle Song, because everyone was so familiar with each other. Ling Yan and Tang Meng were much more relaxed. After a round of pleasantries, they were led in by the hostess. After these people entered, the big shots of Qingshui City's business world, led by Zhuang Tianda, came in waves to congratulate Ling Yan. Ling Yan and Tang Meng received a total of more than 300 people in the span of 20 minutes from 9:25 to 9:50. The peak of the guests was finally over, and the number of cars that rushed over gradually decreased. This was really a celebration from all over. *CK, my face is swollen from laughing just now. Tang Meng couldn't help but rub his face with his hands when he finally had time to rest. Ling Yan laughed. Who asked you to invite so many people? The conference room won't be able to fit all of them. Ah, Grandpa Shui is here. From afar, Ling Yan saw Miao Xiaomiao rushing over in a red Porsche with Miracle Dr. Shui. Ling Yan, Tang Meng, Shui Mining, and the others naturally went forward to welcome Miracle Dr. Shui. After some conversation, Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao led Miracle Dr. Shui in. Then, Lin Menghan rushed over with Elder Lin. Then, Ning Lingyu rushed over with Qin Chongqing. Ling Yan and Tang Meng welcomed them one by one and sent them in respectfully. Then, there was naturally someone to make arrangements. Before 10 o'clock, after welcoming 4 to 5 waves of late guests, Ling Yan waited for his big sister, Ling Xiu, to arrive. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiu actually came in Chao Tianlong's car. The two representatives of the younger generation of the Ling and Chao families actually sat in the same car and appeared at the entrance of the Heaven and Earth group. Ling Xiu and Chao Tianlong got out of the car and went straight to Ling Yan, ignoring the flashing lights on the side of the road. Haha, brat, not bad at all. You're not inferior to those big companies in Beijing. Ling Xiu wore a fitting dress and walked forward leisurely. Her temperament of a lady from a big family was simply stunning. Hee, it's just a small scene. How can it catch big sister's eye? Ling Yan immediately went forward and gave Ling Xiu a hug in front of everyone. I say, not bad at all. After Ling Yan and Ling Xiu's hug ended, Chao Tianlong raised his hand and patted Ling Yan's shoulder lightly. Haha, it's fine for others to say that, but don't make fun of me. Ling Yan laughed lightly. At this moment, Chao Tianlong took out a bank card in front of everyone and raised it slightly. Facing the countless cameras, he smiled and said, the Chao family of Beijing congratulates Ling Yan's Heaven and Earth group for its grand opening. Holy *T. Aya, holy *T. Hearing this, the surrounding reporters went crazy. They started taking pictures of Chao Tianlong and Ling Yan like crazy, afraid that they would miss any minute detail. 1. 10 billion. Tang Meng was dumbfounded on the spot. This was simply too extravagant, and Chao Tianlong actually shouted it out in front of everyone, as if he had expected this. Ling Yan was very calm. He reached out and took the bank card from Chao Tianlong's hand. Thank you, brother-in-law. This sentence was even more shocking. Xianxia stood at the side and didn't know what to do. Of course, Chao Tianlong and Ling Yun didn't do this for the reporters, but for those with ulterior motives. Ling Xiu didn't say anything. She just stood at the side and smiled without saying a word. Xianxia, accompany my big sister and your brother to the CEO's office. Okay. Big brother Yun, I think most of the guests are here. There's no need for us to stand here to welcome the rest. Why don't we leave it to Qin Jiantao and the rest? Tang Meng said to Ling Yun after seeing that most of the guests had arrived. Okay. Ling Yun had just said yes, but before he could even turn around, his entire body seemed to have been immobilized. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure had barged into the range of Ling Yun's divine sense without any warning. Ling Yun only needed one look at the figure to know who it was. Xiao Mimi was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a long red dress that wrapped around her delicate body. Her figure was extremely voluptuous. She was driving her car, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Just as Ling Yun was dumbfounded, Xiao Mimi had already driven to Ling Yun's side. She gently lifted her hand and took off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face. She gently flipped her long hair and smiled at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, long time no see. Ling Yun's gaze was fixed on Xiao Mimi, who was twice as beautiful as before. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly smiled brightly. Yeah, long time no see. Ling Yun would never have thought that Xiao Mimi would appear here today. Shouldn't she be cultivating hard at the Devil Sect's headquarters? Ling Yun naturally remembered when he asked the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, Yi Xingchen, about Xiao Mimi's whereabouts. At that time, Yi Xingchen told him that Xiao Mimi was cultivating in the main altar of the Devil Sect. She would be released once she broke through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Yun was confident that Xiao Mimi's cultivation speed was fast, but he really didn't expect Yi Xingchen to release her. The current Xiao Mimi's appearance hadn't changed much. The only difference was that her skin was fairer and more supple than before. However, Ling Yun could see that there was a special aura around Xiao Mimi. That kind of charm was something that others wouldn't be able to learn even if they wanted to. Why, am I not welcome? Or have you forgotten about me? Xiao Mimi, who was sitting in the car, was secretly happy to see Ling Yun staring at her. Her beautiful eyes wandered as she asked gently. Of course you're welcome. Ling Yun went forward and opened the door personally. He grabbed Xiao Mimi's arm and helped her out. Big sister Xiao, it's really you. Why are you back? You've become prettier. Only then did Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu recover from their shock. Both of them quickly came forward and said excitedly. How could they not be excited? To them, Xiao Mimi had been through life and death with them. Naturally, their relationship was different. Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly. Yes, I'm back. I've made you worry all this time. It's good that you're back. Today is the grand opening day of the Heaven and Earth group. It's double the happiness. Tang Meng's mouth worked better than anyone else's. Ling Yun expanded his divine sense to the maximum, covering a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. He searched carefully but didn't find Yi Xingchen. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Yun naturally understood that Yi Xingchen must have deliberately allowed Xiao Mimi to come back today. This was probably Yi Xingchen's silent gift. Let's go in. It's past 10 now. Everyone should be waiting for us in the conference room. At 10:20 a.m., Heaven and Earth Group was going to hold a grand opening ceremony in the multi-purpose conference hall of Lingyun Building. Many ordinary guests had already entered the venue. This morning's schedule did not leave any time for Lingyun. Even if he wanted to talk to Xiao Mimi, it was impossible. However, since Xiao Mimi was back, there would be plenty of opportunities to catch up. There was no hurry. Xiao Mimi naturally understood this as well. Ling Yun, the ordinary people's clinic was destroyed when I left. I didn't expect you to have already established the Heaven and Earth group when I returned. Xiao Mimi walked on the red carpet and looked at the grand opening of the Lingyun building. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Yeah, you've also become a Xiantian master. Ling Yun said casually, a little absent-minded. That night, Xiao Mimi was kidnapped when she went out to look for Zhuang Meifeng. She wanted to ask about Zhuang Meifeng's situation, but she knew that it was not the right time to do so she refrained from asking. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and the rest quickly entered the Lingyun building and went straight to the conference hall. At this time, the multifunctional conference hall of the Lingyun building was already packed with people. The cameras in the hands of hundreds of reporters were flashing non-stop as they filmed the entire process. As the star of the day, Ling Yun immediately became the focus of all the reporters as soon as he entered the conference hall. All the cameras were pointed at him, and they were almost blinded by the flashes. Chief Ling, your Heaven and Earth Group is opening ceremony today. What are your thoughts? Chief Ling, as the youngest boss of a group in Jiangnan Province, can you say a few words for us? Chief Ling, what is the main business of Heaven and Earth Group? Chief Ling, in the face of all the questions from the reporters, Ling Yun just smiled and walked directly to his seat. 5 minutes later, the important leaders of Jiangnan Province and Xianxia City, led by Su Jingming, began to enter the conference hall. They were led to their seats by the hostess. Everyone, please be quiet. After everyone was seated, 2 hosts walked up to the stage and began to host the opening ceremony. Seeing these 2 people walk up from the backstage, the conference hall was in an uproar. Even Ling Yun knew these 2 hosts. They were the 2 popular hosts of the Spring Festival Gala. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng and smiled as he gave him a thumbs up. Using telepathy, he said, "Awesome." Tang Meng smiled proudly. "Hello everyone, it's my honor to be here to host the opening ceremony of Heaven and Earth Group. I'm the host, Little Saw." "Hello everyone, I'm the host." After the 2 hosts introduced themselves and completed the opening remarks, it was naturally Su Jingming's turn to speak. "Hello everyone, I'm the governor of Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming. Since the host has asked me to speak, I'll say a few words. I'm here today mainly for the opening ceremony of Heaven and Earth Group in Xianxia City, Jiangnan Province. Heaven and Earth Group is a large group that mainly deals in medicine, supplemented by real estate. It also includes hotels, construction materials, transportation, supermarket chains, and other integrated businesses. It can be said that Heaven and Earth Group is an economic giant ship in the entire Jiangnan Province. Su Jingming didn't speak in a bureaucratic manner or read from a script. He spoke with fervor and assurance. Ling Yun knew that this governor Su definitely had a good understanding of his Heaven and Earth Group. Actually, what Ling Yun didn't know was that Su Jingming didn't speak in a bureaucratic manner because he saw the 2 elders sitting below the stage. Others might not know old master Lin Hongjun, but how could Su Jingming and Li Yifeng not know him? The other person was naturally Qin Chongqing. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Chongqing's influence spread throughout Jiangnan. Naturally, Su Jingming knew him. The 2 of them were now sitting down and listening. How could he still speak in a bureaucratic manner? Moreover, even if they weren't here, Su Jingming wouldn't speak in a bureaucratic manner. This was because he knew that when Li Jiujiang was taken down, Tang Tianhao was investigated by the people from the province. It was Ling Yun who rescued Tang Tianhao with a phone call. Ling Yun didn't rely on himself to get to where he was today. He had a powerful background. Once they understood this, no one would dare to speak in a bureaucratic manner here. After Su Jingming finished speaking, it was Li Yifeng's turn to speak. When Li Yifeng talked about the Heaven and Earth Group and Ling Yun, his words were very skillful. He directly packaged Ling Yun as a business genius who had started from nothing but through his own hard work, step by step. Just like what Governor Su said just now, the Heaven and Earth Group is not only in Xianxia City, but also in Jiangnan Province. It is an outstanding, comprehensive enterprise that benefits the people's livelihood. I believe that after the Heaven and Earth Group opens for business, it will definitely become an outstanding taxpayer of our Xianxia City. It will also bring quality service to the people of Xianxia City and an excellent service experience. When Li Yifeng finished speaking, there was another round of applause. So now, student Xiao Sa extended his hand in Ling Yun's direction and made an inviting gesture. Let's invite today's main character, the chairman of the Heaven and Earth Group, CEO Ling Yun, up on stage to speak. Ling Yun stood up with a smile and walked up to the microphone with his head held high. He smiled and said, "It's just a speech. I don't have to say anything else since the 2 leaders have already spoken." However, Ling Yun suddenly changed the topic and said, "I have something to announce here. From today onwards, for the next 3 months, all the businesses of the Heaven and Earth Group, including our commercial housing, medicine, medical equipment, as well as our hotels, restaurants, supermarkets, cinemas, car 4S shops, and everything else, will all be discounted by 10%. Wow! As soon as Ling Yun's words fell, there was an uproar on the stage. Facing the flashing lights, Ling Yun maintained a smile and said calmly, "That's all I want to say. I hope that everyone will spread the word and the media will spread the word. Thank you, everyone." After Ling Yun finished his speech, he walked down the stage and returned to his seat amidst the gasps of the audience. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun, who had returned to his side and wanted to cry. He said helplessly, "Big brother Yun, that's easy for you to say, but I've lost a few billion in profits. It doesn't matter. Try it and you'll understand." Ling Yun smiled faintly. Generous, CEO Ling is really generous. The Heaven and Earth Group just opened today, and he's already giving benefits to the citizens of Xianxia City. Xiaosa was also extremely shocked. After praising Ling Yun, he smiled and said, "Today is the grand opening of the Heaven and Earth Group. We've even invited some famous celebrities to cheer for the ceremony. Please give them a round of applause." Then, it was time for the A-list celebrities to appear. When he saw the first person walking out, Ling Yun frowned slightly. Fan Rubing? Why is she here too? Big brother Yun, she volunteered to come through Su Lingfei. She won't accept a single cent. Tang Meng smiled. That's fine. At 11 o'clock, the grand opening ceremony ended on time. Everyone left the venue and walked out of the conference hall, ready to cut the ribbon. 10 minutes later, all the preparations for the opening ceremony were ready. At 11:17, Ling Yun, Qin Chongqing, Lin Hongjun, Su Jingming, Li Yifeng, Miracle Dr. Shui, and of course, Tang Meng came to the side of the ceremonial lady who was holding the red silk and picked up a pair of pure gold scissors. At 11:18, the auspicious hour had arrived. Following the announcement of the host, the opening ceremony of the Heaven and Earth Group will now begin. 7 pairs of scissors reached out at the same time and cut the red silk. At the same time, someone lit up the red firecrackers placed at the entrance. The sound of the firecrackers was deafening. At the same time, a total of 1,888 balloons rose into the air at the same time. All the dragon and lion dance teams began to move. Soaring dragon and leaping tiger, the entire Heaven and Earth Group's headquarters was bustling with noise and excitement. At this moment, the main character of the day, Ling Yun, stood there with a faint smile on his face. He seemed extremely calm. "Father, I can go and find you now. Mother, I can go and save you now. Mei Feng, Long Wu, wait for me. Our Ling family is going to rise." At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had been standing beside Ling Yun, quietly held his hand. To be continued. As the saying went, 2 flowers bloomed, and each had its own branch. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching event in Xianxia City today was the opening ceremony of the Heaven and Earth Group. However, another place related to Ling Yun was also bustling. That place was, of course, the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, the Ordinary People's Clinic. Today, Wang Hongyuan, the former owner of the Hongyuan clothing store, arrived early and started setting up the inflatable arch with his employees. They placed a large pile of firecrackers at the entrance of the clinic. Wang Hongyuan was beaming with joy today. That was because the Ordinary People's Clinic and the clothing store, which were destroyed by the explosion a month ago, were going to reopen for business today. Moreover, the families of the 2 employees who were killed in the explosion also received tens of millions of yuan from Ling Yun. The families of the deceased were very satisfied with the compensation and chose to keep the peace. After all, the dead were dead, and the perpetrators had been brought to justice. Tens of millions of yuan in compensation was countless times better than nothing. Tens of millions of yuan in compensation for a life was extremely rare in Huaxia. Therefore, even though it seemed like a loss, the Hongyuan clothing store gained a good reputation after the news spread. After the renovation, Wang Hongyuan was hiring salespeople. Once the advertisement was released, there was a flood of applicants. He was dazzled by the selection. Another thing that made Wang Hongyuan happy was naturally the opening ceremony of Ling Yun's Heaven and Earth Group, which he had decided to follow wholeheartedly for the rest of his life. Wang Hongyuan knew that he didn't follow the wrong boss. Ling Yan's domineering way of doing things, his kindness to good people, and the speed of development far exceeded the limits of Wang Hongyuan's imagination. While he was shocked along the way, he also remembered all of Ling Yan's deeds in his heart. However, he knew that he was just an ordinary person. His ability was management. Therefore, he didn't join in on the opening ceremony of Ling Yan's Heaven and Earth group. Instead, he chose to stay here and look after his stall. Wang Hongyuan first set up the ordinary people's clinic before returning to his clothing store to set up his stall. In Ling Yan's eyes, the ordinary people's clinic and the Hongyuan clothing store were more important. Therefore, even though they were opening at the same time, he had to put the ordinary people's clinic first. Boss Wang, the position of the god of fortune today is in the southeast. Remember to set off the firecrackers in that position. Wang Hongyuan was in the middle of instructing his employees to hang up the banners when he suddenly heard the voice behind him. He quickly stopped what he was doing and turned around with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with sincere admiration. "Oh, Priest Mo is here? Eh? Why didn't you go to the Heaven and Earth group's grand opening today?" The person who gave Wang Hongyuan some pointers was none other than the Mao Mountain Taoist priest, Mo Wu Dao. This swindler was wearing a brand new green Taoist robe today. His hair was tied into a bun, and he held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Standing at the busy crossroads, he was as eye-catching as he could be. 2 days ago, Mo Wu Dao came to the ordinary people's clinic to set up the feng shui. That afternoon, Wang Hongyuan happened to be helping out at the ordinary people's clinic. When he heard that Mo Wu Dao was a Maoshan Taoist invited by Ling Yan, he immediately pulled him to the clothing store opposite and asked him to set up the feng shui. Needless to say, after Mo Wu Dao finished setting up the feng shui, Wang Hongyuan felt different every time he entered the clothing store. Even though he couldn't put his finger on it, he felt comfortable wherever he looked. It gave him a sense of peace and comfort. Therefore, Wang Hongyuan regarded Mo Wu Dao as a heavenly being, thinking that he was a true feng shui master. Mo Wu Dao flicked his horsetail whisk and smiled faintly when he heard Wang Hongyuan's question. "I'm an outsider. The prosperity of this world is nothing to me. That kind of place is too noisy and messy. It will destroy my Dao heart, so I won't go." Alright, if either Ling Yan or Tang Meng were here, they would definitely step forward and kick him. They would scold him for being unable to move just because he saw a few nurses from the ordinary people's clinic. But of course, Wang Hongyuan didn't think that way. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He nodded and said, "Taoist priest is indeed an expert. Priest, please take a look and see if there are any other problems with my setup today." Mo Wu Dao laughed shamelessly in his heart and coughed lightly. Boss Wang, your setup here is pretty good. I just don't know how the clinic opposite is doing now." Wang Hongyuan replied immediately, "Oh, you mean the clinic? Boss Yao has been here for a long time, and I'm almost done with the setup. I heard that there will be many guests coming today. Do you want to go over and see if there are any problems?" Mo Wu Dao didn't come for the clothing store today. His target was the ordinary people's clinic, but he was too embarrassed to go there directly. The opening is a big event. I should go over and take a look, lest they mess up the god of wealth again. Wang Hongyuan smiled immediately. "Priest Mo, you're really a thoughtful person. I'm almost done here, let's go over and take a look." Then, Wang Hongyuan gave some instructions to the workers and crossed the road with Mo Wu Dao to the ordinary people's clinic. At this time, the 3 female nurses, Sun Yujiao, Li Jinlian, and Xianxia, had already arrived at the ordinary people's clinic. They were all on the first floor of the clinic, busy tidying up and making the final preparations for the opening. "Oh, Master Mo is here? Please come in and take a seat. What tea would you like to drink?" Li Jinlian was cleaning at the door. When she saw Mo Wu Dao, she immediately smiled and invited him into the house. It had to be said that the Mao Mountain Taoist priest at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 was still very good at scaring people. He came to the ordinary people's clinic to set up a feng shui layout. Even if Ling Yun didn't pay him, he would still put in a lot of effort. Therefore, he was very welcomed by the 2 nurses. Of course, Sun Yujiao was an exception. Isn't the ordinary people's clinic opening today? I'm here to take care of it. Where's Boss Yao?" Mo Wu Dao couldn't help but glance at Li Jinlian's chest. Fortunately, he didn't forget to ask the owner of the place, Yao Rou. Xianxia said quickly, "Oh, you mean our boss? She's upstairs chatting with a guest." "Master Mo, are you looking for our boss?" Mo Wudao thought to himself. "Wouldn't Ling Yan break all three of his legs if he knew that I was looking for your boss?" He shook his head hurriedly. "Oh, no, I'm just here to take a look. I'm afraid something might go wrong, upstairs." It was already past 10 in the morning, and many people had already arrived at the Ordinary People's Clinic. All of them were beauties that could topple nations and cities. Yao Rou was the owner of the place, so she was naturally here. Bai Xianer was here, and she also brought the sisters, Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong. Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling were here early because they were close by. Miao Xiaomiao drove here after sending her grandfather, Miracle Doctor Shui, to the Heaven and Earth group. That was because she had been the attending doctor here ever since she learned the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. As for Shui Mining, she had always been a slacker. Heaven and Earth group was bustling with activity, and Ling Yun was there as well. She would rather die than come here today. Apart from these stunning beauties, there were 2 other people here as well. Kong Shouru and Su Bingyan were here as well. Including the 3 nurses downstairs, there were 12 beauties here. At this time, there was a lot of traffic at the crossroads outside. No one would have thought that there would be so many beauties in this small Ordinary People's Clinic. Some of these beauties came in groups, and some came alone. But no matter how they came, they were all gathered here for one reason: the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic. Another reason was that the last time the Ordinary People's Clinic opened, everyone was there except for Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong. At this moment, the 9 beauties were sitting on the spacious second floor, drinking fragrant tea and munching on melon seeds. They sat there and chatted idly, all talking at once. It was truly a lively scene. "Big Sister Yao Rou, I'm telling you, you should really go abroad when you have time. I accompanied my mom and auntie to Europe. It was really an eye-opener." Zhang Ling was born with a glib tongue. Ever since she entered the room, she had never stopped talking. She had been talking about what she had seen during her trip abroad. That night at the Triumph Hotel, Zhang Ling told Ling Yun about her mother's divorce. After Ling Yun comforted her, she went straight to Liang Fingyi's house the next day to accompany her mother, who was temporarily staying at her aunt's house. The 3 of them opened their hearts and chatted for the whole day. That day, Liang Fingyi suggested that the family of 3 go to Europe to relax. Liang Fengqin agreed. On the same day, they bought plane tickets to Europe and flew there directly. Zhang Ling missed Ling Yun, but she had to go since her mother and auntie had decided to go. That trip lasted for more than a month. Zhang Ling had just returned the day before yesterday. She was jet-lagged at home for a day and came directly to the Ordinary People's Clinic today. Hearing Zhang Ling talk about Europe, Yao Rou only smiled. "I'll go when I have the chance." Then, she looked up at Liang Fingyi. "Dr. Liang, I didn't expect you to come this time." "Thank you." Liang Fingyi smiled gently and glanced in the direction of the Heaven and Earth group. That guy didn't care about the opening at all. We can't just ignore it. Then, she lowered her head and bit her lip. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the past month. Yeah, too many things happened. Luckily, we're all here. Qingshui City is peaceful now, Yao Rou said faintly. After going through a few life and death situations, Yao Rou's entire temperament was different from before. There was an inexplicable calmness in her eyes and tone. After saying that, she suddenly looked at Liang Fingyi. "Oh right, Dr. Liang, do you remember Sister Lu Li who came to the opening? She's about to give birth and was admitted to the hospital a few days ago. She's in the obstetrics and gynecology department of your hospital. Her due date is in the next 2 days." Yao Rou knew Lu Li much earlier than Ling Yun. Now, they were naturally closer than before. Of course, Yao Rou would tell her that Lu Li was about to give birth. Liang Fingyi smiled. "Oh? She's staying in our hospital? That's much more convenient. I'll give a call to my colleague later and ask her to take care of her." Just like that, the 9 beauties chatted. Soon, everyone asked Miao Xiaomiao about the opening of the Heaven and Earth group. Miao Xiaomiao smiled and roughly described it. Soon, it was 11:10 p.m. It wasn't far from the auspicious hour. The 9 beauties went downstairs to the Ordinary People's Clinic. At 11:18 p.m., the Ordinary People's Clinic officially opened with firecrackers. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, Xiaohong walked to Yao Rou's side and asked softly, "Sister Yao Rou, why aren't you going to the Heaven and Earth group?" Yao Rou turned back to look at the signboard of the Ordinary People's Clinic. She smiled and patted Xiaohong's head. "Ling Yun, you have your own heaven and earth, and I have my ordinary life. To be continued. I didn't believe it in the past, but now I'm convinced. 2 chapters took 10 hours to write, and I only finished it at 5 in the morning. It's tough, please support me. You have your world, I have mine." Yes, ordinary. At this moment, most of the people here were probably thinking the same thing, right? Before Ling Yan's heaven-defying rise, Yao Rou was just a poor student who came from the mountains and was a nurse in a third-rate hospital. Kong Shiru was an ordinary teacher in Xianxia High. Her highest position was a class teacher. Zhang Ling was just an ordinary high school student in Xianxia High. Su Bingyan was self-employed. She ran an internet cafe and was the lady boss of the cafe. As for Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong, they came from poor families and had experienced all sorts of hardships since they were young. Liang Fingyi might be better off, but she was just an attending doctor in the surgery department of the provincial hospital. Today was the opening of Ling Yan's Heaven and Earth group, but they all chose this place. It wasn't because they didn't want to go, but because they didn't dare to. They didn't have powerful families, strong backgrounds, or dazzling statuses. They were just ordinary people in this world. They didn't even know how to introduce themselves if they went. Back when Ling Yan opened the Ordinary People's Clinic, they came because it was just an ordinary clinic. They didn't have to worry about anything. Even if they couldn't bring glory to Ling Yan, they wouldn't embarrass him. But now, Ling Yan had a net worth of hundreds of billions. He had established the Heaven and Earth group, and there were so many important people going. They would only be doing odd jobs if they went. Ling Yan wouldn't even have time to talk to them. In this world, everyone had their own self-awareness, and it was precisely because they knew that they didn't go. Ling Yan's growth was too fast. It was beyond everyone's imagination. When the Ordinary People's Clinic first opened, who would have thought that Ling Yan would have such dazzling achievements? Who were the people at the Heaven and Earth group now? Forget about the provincial and city leaders, forget about the celebrities in the business world. Just the women around Ling Yan. There were Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, Xue Mining, Shuang Meina, Su Lingfei. There was also Ling Xiao, who rushed over from Beijing. They were either rich or respectable, or they had both. Their identities and backgrounds were each more powerful than the other. The Ordinary People's Clinic couldn't compare to any one of them. Rather than going to the Heaven and Earth group to be an ordinary spectator, they might as well stay here and enjoy a peaceful life. This was the true thought of these women who came here. Ling Yan being able to treat everyone equally was Ling Yan's achievement. It was important to know one's own limits. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. Bai Xian and Miao Xiao Miao were different from them. The 2 of them appeared here today. Bai Xianer was not greedy for the prosperity of the world and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Miao Xiao Miao was driven by her personality. She felt that she should be here, so she came. After the simple yet lively opening ceremony, everyone returned to the Ordinary People's Clinic. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming here to celebrate the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic. I have already booked a private room at Shangri-La. Shall we head over now to celebrate? Yao Rou's suggestion was immediately approved by all the beauties. Then, Yao Rou turned around and smiled at the awkward Mo Wudao. Of course, I would also like to thank Master Mo for coming today. I wonder if you would like to go with us? There were 12 beauties here, so Mo Wudao wouldn't dare to go no matter how thick-skinned he was. He smiled awkwardly and said, I won't be going. Boss Wan just told me that he has something to do in the afternoon, so I'll be leaving first. Goodbye. After saying that, Mo Wudao was like a rabbit whose tail had been set on fire, scampering and skipping as he directly slipped away. The beauties couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh as they watched Mo Wudao's fleeing figure. Sisters, our destination is the Shangri-La Hotel. Let's go. Let's go. Heaven and Earth Group Headquarters. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the Heaven and Earth Group arranged some follow-up activities, such as cultural performances, tours of the Lingyun building, inscriptions, discussions, and the like. However, Lingyun didn't need to participate personally. Tang Meng, Chen Jiantao, and the others could handle it. CEO Ling, I didn't think we would meet again. May I have the honor of taking a photo with you? Unknowingly, Fan Rubing had appeared in front of Lingyun. She smiled and invited Lingyun to take a picture with her. Lingyun raised his head and smiled at Fan Rubing. Sorry, I don't take photos with others. He rejected her directly. Fan Rubing didn't expect Lingyun to reject this opportunity that countless ordinary people dreamed of. Furthermore, she was the one who took the initiative to ask for a photo. However, Fan Rubing wasn't the least bit discouraged. She still smiled and said, "It seems like CEO Ling has some misunderstandings about our encounter in Beijing. Then, it just so happens that I'm filming at Hengdian Cinema and have 2 commercials to shoot in Qingshui City. Therefore, I'll be spending more time here. I wonder if CEO Ling would like to have a meal with me if you have the time?" My treat. In that case, I'll have a chance to clear up the misunderstanding. Seeing that Fan Rubing wanted to treat him to a meal, Lingyun smiled. Sorry, I'm very busy these days. I don't have the time. He rejected Fan Rubing once again. In the next few days, Lingyun needed to prepare for his trip to Beijing. He was indeed busy, but it wasn't like he had no time at all. He rejected Fan Rubing purely because he didn't like her and couldn't be bothered with her. Fan Rubing's expression changed after being rejected by Lingyun twice in front of everyone. She was extremely embarrassed. Yo, CEO Ling, superstar Fan took the initiative to treat you to a meal. Just give her some face. Don't forget, I was the one who invited him for you, and he didn't charge a single cent. Su Lingfei happened to come over and saw the scene. She quickly came over to help Fan Rubing. That depends on the situation. Lingyun smiled and asked Su Lingfei, "May I know what Beauty Su wants from me?" Su Lingfei smiled. CEO Ling, after the lunch, our TV station wants to arrange for me to do an interview with you. Do you have time? Lingyun smiled and waved his hand. Forget about the interview. If you really want an interview, go interview Tang Meng. He's the CEO of Heaven and Earth Group. He's more suitable than me. Su Lingfei panicked. Eh? I say, why don't you give face to anyone? They're trying to increase your popularity, not harm you. Lingyun smiled. Beauty Su, it's not that I don't want to give you face. To tell you the truth, what I'm most afraid of now is increasing my popularity. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Then he changed the topic. However, if Beauty Su has any personal matters, feel free to look for me at any time. After saying that, Lingyun left. After Lingyun left, the 2 beauties stood there looking at each other. Fan Rubing said sincerely, "Lingfei, thank you for helping me just now." Su Lingfei shrugged and laughed at herself. No need. We're in the same boat. The lunch at Heaven and Earth Group was not arranged in any hotel. Instead, it was held directly in the Lingyun building. The lunch was divided into 2 parts. The important guests were arranged to eat at the 28th floor of the Lingyun building. There were a total of 8 tables. As for the other celebrities in the business world, they were arranged to eat in the multi-purpose banquet hall of the Heaven and Earth Group. Of course, it was also a luxurious banquet that was comparable to a 5-star hotel. Lingyun could not run away from this lunch. He definitely had to accompany them. However, because this was a public banquet, not everyone sitting together were close friends or relatives. Therefore, at this kind of banquet, everyone was just exchanging pleasantries and pleasantries. It was purely for social interaction. There was no substantive communication between everyone. After the lunch ended, Lingyun and Tang Meng got busy again. They had to send off the important guests one by one. By 2:30 in the afternoon, most of the guests had left. Everything was coming to an end. The lavish banquet ended just like that. Lingyun returned to the CEO's office. Big sis, I don't think you have much interest in this kind of scene. Lingyun stood in front of the window and looked at the busy staff downstairs. He smiled and asked Ling Xiao, who was beside him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It's nothing. I've seen too much. It's all superficial. After it's over, we'll go our separate ways. Yes, it's all superficial. Everyone has to go their own ways in the end. Ling Yan let out a rare sigh. Ling Xiu giggled and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Brat, how old are you? How can you sigh in front of me? Tell me, what do you plan to do next? Ling Yan said without hesitation, Big sis, I still have to meet a few people in the next few days. At the same time, I'll settle some personal matters. After that, we'll go to Beijing together. Ling Xiu nodded. Alright, let's go back together then. However, Brat, don't you have a bunch of girls surrounding you in Xianxia City? Why didn't I see many of them today? Ling Yan sighed helplessly. They didn't come. Why? Ling Xiu was puzzled. Ling Yan muttered to himself. He bit his lip and pondered for a while before saying faintly, I think it might be because of their inferiority complex. No matter how capable Ling Yun was, he couldn't stop others from feeling inferior. That was their own feelings. Only he could resolve it himself. I understand. That night, Lu Li's child was born at the provincial hospital. It was a C-section. The boy was named Li Jian. Ling Yan personally brought some people to visit him and forcefully left Lu Li a check worth 10 million. At the provincial hospital, Ling Yan met Liang Fingyi and took the initiative to invite her to be the director of his private hospital. Liang Fingyi agreed without hesitation. The next day, Lin Hongjun and Grandpa Lin arranged to meet Ling Yun. After a short conversation, Lin Hongjun left Xianxia City with his granddaughter. He said that Lin Menghan had to make a trip home before leaving the country, so Ling Yan personally sent them off at the airport. On the third day, Ling Yan went to Qingxi International City Garden to visit Liang Fengqin. He gave Liang Fengqin a set of imperial green jadeite jewelry. Liang Fengqin didn't reject it, but she didn't express anything about the relationship between Ling Yan and her daughter. That night, Ling Yan used the Supreme Green Emperor technique to mature the herbs before leaving the villa. He went to the crater and released his divine sense to observe the situation with the green dragon out at sea. The green dragon out at sea stone was still in its original position. Everything was normal, so Ling Yan left the crater. That night, Ling Yan didn't return to his residence. Instead, he went to the small courtyard that he rented before he bought the villa and spent the night there. Time flew, and it was August 11th, to be continued. Phew, at dawn, Ling Yun, who was cultivating alone in the small courtyard, slowly opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his handsome eyes. Cultivation Stage 1, my body has finally recovered completely. Ling Yan looked into his body and said calmly. After more than half a month of recovery, Ling Yan's body had finally returned to its peak condition. His energy center rotated rapidly, and the yin-yang true qi in his energy center was completed. New yin-yang true qi shot out from the yin-yang fisheye and flowed through Ling Yan's 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. After reaching the qi cultivation stage, Ling Yan's conception and governing meridians had long been opened. Now, all the true qi in his body had formed a perfect cycle. Now, all of Ling Yan's meridians had been restored to their original state, and all of his acupoints had returned to normal. What was different from before was that every acupoint of Ling Yan's was shrouded in a faint white halo. The halo looked weak, but it was pure and holy. Looks like this is the legendary power of faith. Black and white yin and yang energy, as well as golden dragon spiritual energy, these three majestic auras flowed rapidly in his meridians, unimpeded, all the way up to his glabella, where they slowly flowed and transformed into divine energy. Ling Yan released his divine sense and expanded it to its limit, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Within the range of his divine sense, he only needed to move his divine sense, and he would be able to know the situation at the back of his hand. His realm steadily reached the middle of the first level of qi condensation. With a smile on his face, Ling Yan sat cross-legged without moving. He raised his index finger and pointed forward gently. Whoosh, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb shot out of thin air from the tip of Ling Yan's index finger and hit the tree 2 meters in front of him. With a loud crack, the tree trunk that was electrocuted was instantly charred black. This was the power of lightning in Ling Yan's body. Hee, this is a sure kill technique for sneaking up on people. Next, Ling Yan continued to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. He only stood up and ended his cultivation when the sun was high up in the sky. Mei Feng, this courtyard contains too many beautiful memories. Wait for me, I will definitely save you and bring you back. Ling Yan suddenly came here alone because he missed Shuang Mei Feng. At that time, Ling Yan was still at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3. Now, he was already a Qi cultivation stage level 1 cultivator. He already had the strength to dominate China. Then, Ling Yan flew out of the courtyard and onto the road outside. He hailed a taxi and went straight to mansion number 1. After returning to mansion number 1, Ling Yan had his breakfast and left for Qingshui Wharf after giving some instructions to the people in the mansion. Qin Chongqing had already told Ling Yan that today was the day they would meet face to face. At 8:30 a.m., Ling Yan arrived at Qingshui Wharf's mansion number 9. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Qin Chongqing sitting alone on the sofa, drinking tea. "Grandfather Qin, where's Ling Yu?" Qin Chongqing glanced at Ling Yan and smiled. "Ling Yu has something to do and will only be back in the afternoon. Today, there are only the two of us here." Ling Yan smiled. He knew that Ling Yu had been sent away by old master Qin. "Come and sit." Qin Chongqing didn't waste any time and directly invited Ling Yan to sit down. Ling Yan obediently came to the sofa opposite Qin Chongqing and sat face to face. At the same time, he put on a look that said he was all ears. "I know that you were seriously injured some time ago. How are your injuries now?" "Thank you for your concern, Grandfather Qin. My body is now as good as new." Qin Chongqing smiled and said, "That's good. Ling Yan, there's something Grandfather Qin wants to ask you. You can answer it or not, it doesn't matter." Ling Yan smiled and said, "Grandfather Qin, if you have something to ask, I will definitely tell you everything I know. What realm are you in now? Can you tell me?" Ling Yan heard that and realized that Qin Chongqing was asking him this. He immediately smiled and said, "I don't dare to hide it from Grandfather Qin. I'm currently at Qi cultivation stage level 1 and have stabilized at the middle stage." Qin Chongqing's hand that was holding the teacup stopped immediately. He looked at Ling Yan and smiled. "Oh? Qi cultivation stage level 1? Seems like Grandfather Qin guessed correctly. You are indeed a cultivator." Qin Chongqing was very satisfied with Ling Yan's answer. Ling Yan didn't plan to hide it. He directly nodded and said with a smile, "Junior is indeed a cultivator. My master is from the Immortal Physician sect. My master travels the world all year round. I am the only successor of the Immortal Physician sect." Ling Yan thought about it. His sudden heaven-defying rise would inevitably cause others to be suspicious. Instead of hiding it, it was better to make up a reasonable identity for himself and give the outside world an explanation. He was originally an immortal physician. Moreover, every time someone asked him about the origin of his master, he would use this illusory immortal physician sect to deal with it. Therefore, he might as well directly turn the fake into the real thing. "Grandfather Qin, I said that I'm a cultivator, but you aren't surprised at all. It seems like you have some understanding of the cultivators in Huaxia." The current Ling Yan really wanted to know for sure whether there were cultivators in Huaxia. And Qin Chongqing was undoubtedly the best person qualified to answer this question. Qin Chongqing smiled and nodded. "That's right. Of course I have some understanding of cultivators. That's because what I'm going to tell you next is related to cultivators. It's the Dharma ending era now. The spiritual energy on earth has dried up. The cultivators in Huaxia mainly focus on ancient martial arts. Even if they reach Xiantian realm level 9 and possess supernatural powers, they basically think that this is the embodiment of the pinnacle of martial arts." With just a few words, Qin Chongqing had more or less explained the situation of the ancient martial arts practitioners in Huaxia. Then, he glanced at Ling Yan and said, "But Ling Yan, since you are a cultivator, you should know that after they cultivate to the extreme, they don't have the cultivation method and don't know how to continue cultivating. Am I right?" Ling Yan instantly knew that Qin Chongqing didn't just understand cultivation. In fact, he understood it very well. Grandfather Qin is very thorough. This is the truth. The stellar condensation technique, the omnipotent water control technique, the supreme green emperor technique, the arctic ice technique, the yellow springs earth emperor technique, Tai Xiaohu, Ning Lingyu, Miao Xiao Miao, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou. Weren't these people cultivating? It didn't matter how high or low their realms were, because what they practiced was the cultivation method. Of course, they were cultivating. Grandfather Qin, I didn't expect you to know so much about cultivators. Could it be that you've seen a real cultivator? The two of them finally got to the point after chatting for a long time. Qin Chongqing smiled but didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he changed the topic. Ling Yun, Dong Shui has been with you for so long. How much do you know about the Qin family? Ling Yun shook his head and said frankly, Grandfather Qin, to be honest, Auntie didn't tell me much about the Qin family, so I don't know much about it. Qin Chongqing nodded and smiled. Then, do you know about Emperor Qin's mausoleum? Emperor Qin's mausoleum? Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. He immediately answered seriously, Emperor Qin's mausoleum is the mausoleum of Emperor Qin. In Huaxia, anyone who has studied history and geography would know about it. He didn't expect Qin Chongqing's next sentence to be earth-shattering. Our Qin family is the tombkeeper of Emperor Qin's mausoleum. It has been passed down for more than 2,000 years. What? Ling Yun stood up abruptly. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The Qin family was actually the tombkeeper of Emperor Qin's mausoleum? No wonder their surname was Qin. No wonder Qin Chongqing knew so much about cultivators in Huaxia. How many secrets were left behind after more than 2,000 years of inheritance? Sit down and talk. Ling Yun was shocked, but Qin Chongqing was very calm. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Ling Yun, this matter isn't a secret among the real big families in Huaxia, such as the Long family and the Yi family. I'm telling you now so that you know what's going on. However, what we're talking about today isn't related to this matter. Ling Yun nodded and sat down. It seemed like Qin Chongqing didn't intend to talk too much about this topic. After Ling Yun sat down, Qin Chongqing continued, Ling Yun, do you remember what I said the day I arrived? I told you not to speculate about Qiuyue's matter. After the Heaven and Earth group opens for business, I'll tell you everything that happened that year. Ling Yun was here for this matter. He nodded solemnly. I remember. Pain flashed in Qin Chongqing's eyes. He said in a low voice, then I'll tell you what happened that year. 18 years ago, under Ling Yun's expectant gaze, Qin Chongqing began to narrate. It turned out that 18 years ago, after Qin Qiuyue reached the Xiantian realm, she went out to travel. Who knew that she would meet someone called Ning Tianya? Ning Tianya was handsome, confident, and had an imposing appearance. The moment he met the devastatingly beautiful Qin Qiuyue, they fell in love at first sight. At that time, both of them were in their 20s. Coincidentally, they crossed the line between a man and a woman and got together. Normally, a man and a woman should get married, and both of them were from the pugilistic world. Who knew that things would develop beyond everyone's expectations? Qin Qiuyue was a young girl, so she was fine. But who knew that Ning Tianya came from a hidden family in Huaxia, the Ning family? Not only that, when Ning Tianya brought Qin Qiuyue back to the Ning clan and requested the elders of the Ning clan to go to the Qin clan to propose marriage, he found out that the elders of the Ning clan had already arranged a marriage for him without his knowledge. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Ning Tianya and Qin Qiuyue, who had fallen in love. Ning Tianya immediately decided to break off the engagement. Even if he had to run away from the family and elope with Qin Qiuyue, he wanted to be with her. It was this decision that caused the Ning family to offend the girl who was engaged to them. And at that time, the girl who was engaged to the Ning family was the daughter of the sect leader of the Heaven Mountain Heaven Sword sect. At this point, Qin Chongqing suddenly stopped. A trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes. To be continued. Grandpa Qin, what's the name of the daughter of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect? Ling Yun asked coldly. Qin Chongqing's expression told him that Ling Yun was at the crux of the matter. D. Xiaozhen. Qin Chongqing was practically gnashing his teeth as he spat out the name word by word. D. Xiaozhen. Ling Yun repeated the name and said coldly, it seems like D. Xiaozhen didn't agree to Ning Tianya breaking off the engagement? Qin Chongqing nodded with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, that's right. Of course, D. Xiaozhen didn't agree to break off the engagement. Not only did she not agree to break off the engagement, she even brought the people of the Sky Sword sect to the Ning clan out of jealousy. She wanted to kill Qiuyu to vent her anger. At this moment, Ling Yan's eyes were as cold as a knife. He asked lightly, "Oh? What happened after that?" Qin Chongqing said, "Qiuyu was heartbroken when she found out that Ning Tianya had an engagement. She was devastated when she saw Di Xiaozhen killing her way to the Ning family. The Heaven Sword sect is a cultivation sect. With the Ning family's influence, they couldn't afford to offend the Heaven Sword sect at all. When Di Xiaozhen arrived and saw Qiuyu, she slapped her without any explanation. Qiuyu vomited blood on the spot and was seriously injured. Ling Yan's heart ached. He asked coldly, "Didn't Ning Tianya stop her?" Qin Chongqing shook his head and said painfully, "Stop her? Ning Tianya and Qiuyu combined weren't Di Xiaozhen's match. How could they stop her? Did no one care about the Ning family? That engagement was arranged by the Ning clan's clan head and the Heavenly Sword sect. The Ning clan had already agreed to the engagement between Ning Tianya and Di Xiaozhen. Now that Ning Tianya has broken off the engagement, why would the Ning clan interfere?" Qin Chongqing covered his face with his hands, as if he didn't want Ling Yun to see the pain on his face. "Unfortunately, my daughter was suffering outside. As her father, I didn't know at all. His precious daughter was suffering so much outside, and as a father, he didn't know at all." Even though 18 years had passed, he still felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. But at this moment, Ling Yun was rather calm. He was terrifyingly calm. "Alright, the Ning family doesn't care. What happened next?" Qin Chongqing wiped away his tears. "Fortunately, Ning Tianya truly liked Qiuyu. He threatened to kill himself to save your mother. In order to save Qiuyu, Ning Tianya also paid a huge price. Di Xiaozhen forced him to swear a blood oath in front of Qiuyu that he would never see Qin Qiuyu again in this life. I'm not muddle-headed. By right, they had an engagement first. Qiuyu and Ning Tianya were engaged after that. Now that something like this had happened, Qiuyu being slapped by her is also the price Qiuyu has to pay for her mistake." But, Qin Chongqing's expression gradually became fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "But, of all the things he shouldn't have done, he shouldn't have thought that Di Xiaozhen would be so vicious." After Ning Tianya made his vow, she actually asked Ning Tianya to marry her on the spot. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth twitched, and the corners of his eyes twitched. This woman was a little too sinister. If Di Xiaozhen's previous actions were out of jealousy, that would be understandable. But what she did later was to deliberately humiliate Qin Qiuyu. Ling Yan asked in a low voice, "Grandpa Qin, you mean that Di Xiaozhen wanted my mother to personally witness the marriage between Ning Tianya and her?" Qin Chongqing said angrily, "What else could she have done? Your mother had just been seriously injured. Even if she wanted to leave at that time, she couldn't." Ling Yan was enraged, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "What a vicious woman." Qin Chongqing continued, "At that time, Qiuyu only had one thought, which was to kill herself. But that vicious woman said that if your mother dared to commit suicide, she would lead the people of the Heaven Sword sect to annihilate the Qin family." Hearing this, Ling Yan gritted his teeth and was already seething with anger. Qiuyu couldn't die, but she couldn't leave either. She could only watch as Ning Tianya and Di Xiaozhen got married. The wedding took a total of 9 days from preparation to completion. And your mother had to endure the humiliation for 9 days. After 9 days, Ning Tianya and Di Xiaozhen got married. Then, Qiuyu left the Ning family as if she was escaping, leaving the place where she was humiliated. Originally, Qiuyu was completely disheartened at that time. Her plan was to go home and see me for the last time. Then, she would find a place where no one was around and kill herself. But when she returned home, she found out that she was already pregnant, which is the current Lingyu. Even after returning home, Qiuyu didn't tell anyone about the humiliation and grievances she had experienced. Tears flowed down Qin Chongqing's face, and he choked on his words. Lingyan knew that there was more to it. "Then, Grandpa Qin, how did you find out about these things later on?" Qin Chongqing said angrily, "When Qiuyu was in the Ning family, didn't she suffer a blow from Di Xiaozhen? When the Ning family arranged for someone to treat Qiuyu, that person already knew that Qiuyu was pregnant. However, this matter ended up reaching Di Xiaozhen's ears. That Di Xiaozhen was extremely vicious. Naturally, she wouldn't allow Qiuyu to give birth to the child. So, she brought her people again and attacked the Qin family aggressively. It was only at that moment that I knew that such a huge incident had happened while Qiuyue was out traveling. She had suffered so much humiliation. After the Qin family knew what had happened, everyone was naturally enraged. Both parties had a huge battle. Lingyan didn't need to think to know that the Qin family had lost this battle. The other party was a cultivation sect. Even though the Qin family was strong at that time and had many Xiantian realm experts, no one was a match for Di Xiaoxin. Moreover, she brought so many people from the Heavenly Sword sect with her. We lost. We lost terribly. The Qin family suffered heavy casualties. It was after that battle that we lost the right to be on par with the Long family. After Di Xiaoxin won the battle, she made a request to me. Either she destroyed the Qin family or she killed Qiuyue's child on the spot. Ling Yan was surprisingly calm at this moment. He asked lightly, "What about Ning Tianya? Did he not do anything? Or was he not there?" Qin Chongqing snorted. Di Xiaoxin had already made Ning Tianya swear not to see Qiuyue again. Why would she let Ning Tianya follow her? How was the matter resolved in the end? At this point, Ling Yan already understood the overall situation. He didn't want to hear more. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. In the end, the deity Sword Mountain Villa intervened. I don't know what they said to Di Xiaoxin, but she actually changed her mind. That vicious woman said that the child in Qiuyue's stomach could be born. However, after the child was born, she had to be sent to the Ning family to be raised by them. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Humph, what a vicious woman. Ling Yan knew that if Ning Lingyu was handed over to the Qin family, she would definitely fall into Di Xiaoxin's hands. The consequences would be unimaginable. I couldn't watch the Qin family be destroyed. Therefore, I discussed with Qiuyue that after the child was born, we would return the child to the Ning family. Who knew that Qiuyue would rather die than comply? She directly announced that from that moment on, she was no longer my daughter. She also cut all ties with the Qin family. She wouldn't give the child to anyone. I know. Qiuyue had no choice. She wanted to cut ties with the Qin family so that Di Xiaoxin wouldn't make things difficult for the Qin family. When Di Xiaoxin saw this, she wanted to kill Qiuyue on the spot. Who knew that at this time, Ning Tianya would send someone to deliver a letter to Di Xiaoxin. When Di Xiaoxin saw the letter, her expression changed. She didn't do anything. Instead, she told the Qin family that the bloodline of the Ning family couldn't be left outside. 18 years later, when Qiuyue's child grew up, she would send someone to bring Qiuyue's child back to the Ning family. Later on, I found out that the letter said that if Qin Qiuyue died, Ning Tianya would immediately commit suicide. At that time, it seemed like Di Xiaoxin already had his child. If Di Xiaoxin had killed Qin Qiuyue, Ning Tianya would have died for sure. Once Ning Tianya died, the child in Di Xiaoxin's womb would be fatherless. Because of this, the Qin clan and Qin Qiuyue would be spared. Ning Lingyu was able to be born. At this point, Qin Chongqing said dejectedly, Qiuyue had a hard life. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. However, since it's already happened, the Qin family has to admit it. I just feel sorry for Qiuyue. To be honest, I didn't want Qiuyue to have this child. After all, she was only 19 years old and unmarried. How could she have a child? Furthermore, I hoped that after this matter had died down, I would find someone for Qiuyue to marry. Who knew that Qiuyue was stubborn and would rather break than bend? She swore to me that she would never marry and that she would definitely give birth to the child and raise it. Moreover, in order to not implicate the Qin family, she left the Qin family quietly after the people from the Heavenly Sword sect left. Ever since then, she has never returned. It was that night that the deity Sword Mountain Villa brought the 10-year-old Dong Shui back to the sect and taught her martial arts. To Qin Chongqing, that was a nightmarish night. The Qin family was almost slaughtered and humiliated. Qin Qiuyue cut off all ties with the Qin family and ran away from home. The 10-year-old Qin Dongshui was taken away by the deity Sword Mountain Villa. This was the sequence of events that happened 18 years ago. Ling Yan listened for a long time and didn't speak. He understood everything. Why the Qin family was indebted to the deity Sword Mountain Villa, why Qin Qiuyue suffered for 18 years, why Ning Lingyu was seriously ill the moment she was born, why Qin Qiuyue couldn't make any progress in her cultivation, why Qin Dongxue held a grudge against Qin Chongqing. After Qin Chongqing told him everything that had happened that year, Lingyan instantly understood everything. Grandpa Qin, then why did my mother leave Qingshui City in a hurry at the beginning of April and go to the Heavenly Sword sect? Lingyan asked suddenly. Who knew that Qin Chongqing would shake his head? I don't know the specific reason either. However, to make your mother do this, it can only be related to one person. Ning Lingyu's father, Ning Tianya, Qin Chongqing said dispassionately. I think something must have happened to Ning Tianya. Come to think of it, it was my fault back then. Back then, we shouldn't have let Qiuyu go out to travel. After Qiuyu got into trouble and everything was settled, we shouldn't have let her run away from home. Otherwise, Lingyu could have grown up in our Qin family. At least Qiuyu and Lingyu wouldn't have to suffer so much. The old man seemed to have used up all his emotions when he recounted the pain of the Qin family. Even though his voice was calm, he couldn't hide the fact that he was choking with emotions. Obviously, Qin Chongqing had hardened his heart to protect the Qin family. That was why he didn't have any contact with Qin Qiuyue all these years. It was precisely because of this that Qin Dongshue's heart turned cold towards her father. There was some animosity between the father and daughter. Grandpa Qin, you don't have to blame yourself. You're not at fault. My mother isn't at fault either. Lingyan sat down quietly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his tone was as cold as ice. The ones at fault are the Sky Mountain Sky Sword sect, the Ning family, and that vicious Di Xiaoshan. It was clearly the other party's fault. Why should he take all the blame? This time, Lingyan included the Ning family as well. From Lingyan's point of view, he wasn't strong enough. Grandpa Qin, don't worry. Now that I know about this, I will definitely avenge my mother. I will make the Sky Sword sect and that Di Xiaoshan pay a heavy price. I will definitely rescue my mother from the Sky Sword sect as soon as possible. The Qin family's strength was nothing in the eyes of the Sky Sword sect. But now, with Lingyan, the promise of 18 years? Send Ning Lingyu back to the Ning family? To be Di Xiaoshan's maid? That was simply a pipe dream. Lingyan couldn't help but laugh coldly. Qin Chongqing kept nodding his head, but he didn't say a word. After stabilizing his emotions, he nodded and said, Lingyan, I chose to tell you everything because I believe that you have the ability to rescue your mother. However, I have another important matter to attend to in Qingshui City this time. Lingyan said directly, Grandpa Qin, please speak. Qin Chongqing said in a low voice, this child, Lingyu, has never known that she has a grandfather like me since she was born. Even until today, she still doesn't know about the Qin family. Therefore, this time, I want to bring Lingyu back to the Qin family and let her stay for a period of time. She can also get to know the people of the Qin family. Lingyan frowned. Grandpa Qin, you're Lingyu's grandfather. This request is reasonable, but, with the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family, what if Di Xiaoshan comes looking for us again? Lingyan was, of course, worried about Lingyu's safety. He was afraid that if something were to happen to Lingyu, he would be in deep trouble. Qin Chongqing shook his head slightly and said, oh, you don't have to worry about that. Don't forget that Qiuyu is still in the Heavenly Sword sect. I reckon that even if Di Xiaoshan still remembers the agreement, she won't be able to come over now. Lingyu will be safe during this period of time. Lingyan thought about it seriously. Even if Di Xiaoshan really went crazy and wanted to bring Lingyu back to the Ning family, he would have to wait until the matter with the Heavenly Sword sect was resolved. By that time, Lingyan guessed that he would have already gone to the Heavenly Sword sect and annihilated the entire sect. Yes, that's right, directly annihilating the entire sect. After humiliating Qin Qiuyu to such an extent, Lingyan would avenge his mother even after 80 years. Alright, I'll be leaving for Beijing soon. I won't be able to take care of Lingyu during this period of time. Why don't you bring Lingyu back to the Qin family to stay for a period of time? Lingyan agreed to Qin Chongqing's suggestion and asked, but about my aunt? Is she still unwilling to see you? Qin Chongqing laughed. Oh, you mean Dongxue? There's a grudge between us, but it's not that deep. As for why she's avoiding me this time, it's because of something else. After a pause, Xianxia continued, I chose a marriage for your aunt and wanted to bring her back to meet the other party. Who knew that she would hide before I even reached Xingshui? Dong Xue is 28 years old this year. I'm afraid that what was Xianxia afraid of? Naturally, he was afraid that Dong Xue would follow in her sister's footsteps. If it happened again, the Qin family wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Ling Yan was speechless. At this time, he heard Xianxia continue, forget it, since she's unwilling to have such a marriage, then forget it. A melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet. Sigh, these two sisters, each more troublesome than the other. Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. But, why did he heave a sigh of relief? Ling Yan, I know you're a descendant of the Ling family, and I also know that you're a loyal child. I heard that your father went missing, and this is a huge matter. You have to find him first, or your Ling family won't dare to touch him. However, Grandpa Qin still has to remind you to be careful of three forces when you go to Beijing this time. The Devil sect, the Long family, and the Yi family. If I'm not wrong, the incident that happened to your Ling family wasn't just because of your father and mother. Someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where the righteous and evil sects worked together to attack your Ling family. Back in the day, the Long, Ling, and Qin families of Huaxia were three great secular families that stood on equal footing. Who would have thought that your Ling family would meet with misfortune first, and then my Qin family would meet with misfortune afterwards, suffering the calamity of annihilation one after the other? Thinking about it, it really makes one sigh. At this point, Xianxia let out a long sigh. Grandpa Qin, I know that the Long family has been standing in Huaxia for thousands of years, so they must have a deep foundation. Since the Ling family and the Qin family can stand on equal footing with the Long family, why were they so weak? Not to mention the Ling family, at least the Qin family was the tombkeeper of Emperor Qin's mausoleum. They had more than 2,000 years of history. How could they not even defeat the Heavenly Sword sect? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Child, it was more than 40 years ago. At that time, your grandfather and I were still very young. The Ling family and the Qin family could be said to have countless masters. There were many masters above Xiantian realm level 9. However, all the masters from the Ling family went to Kunlun, while all the masters from the Qin family went to the Imperial Mausoleum. At this point, Xianxia seemed to realize that he said something wrong and stopped talking. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't let go of such an important secret. He immediately asked, Grandpa Qin, then what? Xianxia didn't seem to want to talk about this. None of them came back. None of them came back? Ling Yan was shocked. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Then, what about the Long family? Xianxia smiled. In those 20 years, the Long family seemed to be looking for something. It should have something to do with dragons. I heard that they sent many masters to Punlai. Punlai. Ling Yan's memory was correct. The green dragon out at sea was said to have been found in Punlai. More than 40 years ago, the Ling family went to Kunlun, the Qin family went to the Imperial Mausoleum, and the Long family went to Punlai. Xianxia nodded. In the process of searching, the Long family also lost many people. As for whether or not they found anything, outsiders don't know. Then, he raised his head and looked at Ling Yan seriously. Ling Yan, you don't have to ask me why. This is a shocking secret of Huaxia. Even if you ask your grandfather, I don't think he will tell you. It's true that you are a cultivator, but your current strength is not enough. Seeing that the old man didn't want to say more, Ling Yan smiled. Alright, since Grandpa Qin is so serious, I won't ask any more. Ling Yan thought to himself, even if you don't tell me, can't I investigate secretly? Once I'm done with my business, can't I just go to these places one by one? With that, Ling Yan stood up and started taking things out of his spatial ring. 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old ginseng, 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old knotweed, a large bottle of dragon saliva, 3 dragon tiger pills, and other treasures. Grandpa Qin, Ling Yan is unable to repay my mother for raising me. This is my filial gift to you. Ling Yan said. Seriously to Xianxia's dumbfounded expression. No wonder your cultivation speed is so terrifying. There were simply too many natural treasures. Xianxia regained his senses after a long time. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "But since you are filial to me, I will accept them all." These were all supreme treasures for cultivation and were of great help to the strength of the entire Qin family. Qin Chongqing wouldn't reject them no matter what. Then, his expression turned serious. "This should be the dragon saliva, right? Ling Yun, this is something that the Long family is determined to get. You will have to deal with the Long family on this trip to Beijing. You must be careful." Ling Yun smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, Grandpa Qin. I know what to do." "When do you plan to return to the Qin family, Grandpa Qin?" Qin Chongqing smiled. "I have already settled a few important matters in Xianxia City. I plan to leave with Lingyu this afternoon." Then, he explained, "I asked Lingyu to go out so that she won't hear some things and be sad. On the other hand, I want her to make some preparations before she leaves." But I think this child is probably going to look for your aunt." Lingyu naturally understood this point. "Alright then, I will wait for Lingyu to come back. Then, I will send you to the airport." Ning Lingyu returned to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9 at noon. After the three of them had lunch, Ling Yun drove them to Qingshui City's airport. "Lingyu, during this trip to the Qin family, don't delay your cultivation. If you need anything during your cultivation, ask Grandpa Qin for it. At your current level, increasing your realm isn't that important. The most important thing is to practice your combat skills. Without actual combat, it's useless no matter how high your realm is." Before Qin Chongqing and Ning Lingyu boarded the plane, Ling Yin reminded Ning Lingyu repeatedly. Even though she was going home with her grandfather, it was the first time Ning Lingyu left Qingshui City. She held back her tears and said to Ling Yun, "Big brother, when you go to Beijing, you must be careful. Don't forget to contact me at any time." As she spoke, Ning Lingyu waved the exquisite communication device in her hand. Ling Yin smiled and caressed Ning Lingyu's hair. "Sister, don't worry." At night, in the small herb garden on the west side of Mansion No. 1. At the edge of the herb garden, the beautiful Miao Xiao Miao was sitting cross-legged on a large futon, preparing to practice the Supreme Green Emperor technique. "Sister, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing now? Why do you come here every day to practice?" Shui Mining stood at the side and asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Miao Xiao Miao smiled and said, "Ling Yan said it's called the Supreme Green Emperor technique." "Supreme Green Emperor technique? What's it for?" "It's a magic that can bring forth the vitality of plants and make them grow faster," said Yi Zichen. "Oh, huh. Sister, do you mean it's a ripening agent?" Miao Xiao Miao couldn't help but laugh. "What ripening agent? But if you really want to understand it that way, it's more like it. Don't disturb me, let me practice for a while." With that, Miao Xiao Miao closed her eyes and started to practice the Supreme Green Emperor technique. In front of Miao Xiao Miao, there was a stalk of jade green medicinal herb that was growing vigorously. Right now, she wanted to try using the Supreme Azure Emperor art on this stalk of medicinal herb. The first step was to use the technique to convert the spiritual energy in her body into plant spiritual energy. The second step was to use the technique to expel the plant spiritual energy out of her body. The third step was to control the wood spiritual qi outside of his body and have it surround the medicinal plant, allowing the wood spiritual qi to nourish it. At the same time, he would infuse it into the roots, leaves, flowers, and fruits of the medicinal plant, giving it new vitality and nutrients, allowing it to grow rapidly. This was the general content of the first 3 stages of the Supreme Green Emperor technique. Speaking of the 5 elements, Miao Xiao Miao's was of the wood element. Otherwise, Ling Yin wouldn't have taught her this technique. Ling Yin had always taught in accordance with her aptitude. Therefore, the spiritual energy in Miao Xiao Miao's body was mainly based on plant spiritual energy. This was her innate talent. Miao Xiao Miao came from the Miao village in the 10,000 mountains of Yungue. She grew up in nature and had a natural affinity for plants and flowers. Therefore, she had an innate advantage in cultivating the Green Supreme Emperor art. After cultivating with Ling Yun for a few days, she had already touched the threshold of the 3rd stage of the Green Supreme Emperor art. Miao Xiao Miao calmed her heart and quickly forced the wood spiritual qi out of her body. Then, she controlled the ball of spiritual qi to wrap around the stalk of medicinal herb in front of her. As long as it could be injected, the medicinal herb would instantly undergo a transformation. However, that was as far as she could go. She was still unable to infuse the spiritual energy into the body of the herb. But even so, the herbs that were enveloped by the ball of spiritual energy clearly became more vigorous, and the green leaves became more vibrant. Miao Xiao Miao very much wanted to infuse the cluster of wood power into the medicinal plant. Her smooth forehead was covered in sweat. After a long while, Miao Xiao Miao gave up and slowly opened her eyes. Shaking her head, a look of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Sister, did you fail? Seeing Miao Xiao Miao's expression, Xue Mining asked cautiously. Yes, Ling Yan said that the Green Supreme Emperor art can only be cultivated to the 3rd stage. I'm only at the peak of the 2nd stage now. I haven't reached the 3rd stage yet. The Green Supreme Emperor art was divided into 10 stages, and each stage was divided into 9 small realms. Xue Mining pouted and said heartlessly, Sister, why are you cultivating this technique? It's not like you can use it to fight. It's a waste of time and energy. Nonsense, who said that this technique can't be used to fight? A lazy voice sounded from the courtyard door. In the next moment, Miao Xiao Miao and Xue Mining only saw a blur before Ling Yan appeared in front of them. His speed was as fast as teleportation. Then, with a wave of his hand, the futon that Miao Xiao Miao was sitting on suddenly flew into Ling Yan's hand and was thrown far away. Even though Miao Xiao Miao's reaction was fast, she didn't expect Ling Yan to do this. She took a deep breath and tried to fly up, but she was enveloped by an invisible force, causing her to fall on her but on the wet ground. Miao Xiao Miao's clean clothes were instantly stained with mud. She was extremely embarrassed. Ling Yan, what are you doing? Miao Xiao Miao, you've forgotten the foundation of the Green Supreme Emperor art, Ling Yan said calmly. Foundation? Miao Xiao Miao was stunned. The Green Supreme Emperor art is about communication. The most important thing is the heart, and then the technique. Ling Yan said calmly. Everything in the world, as long as it's alive, has its own spirit. Even though this spirit can't be strong or weak, it still exists. The spirituality of plants isn't considered weak. For example, the man-eating flower. Other than not being able to speak, it's practically alive. There's also the mimosa plant. At this point, Ling Yan lifted his chin slightly and pointed to the medicinal herbs in the small herb garden. The reason why these medicinal herbs are so full of vitality is because they grow in the spirit. Gathering Array of Mansion No. 1. Coupled with the fact that I've been using the Green Supreme Emperor art to stimulate them daily, their spirituality has long surpassed that of ordinary plants. They can already be called spiritual herbs. And you? Ling Yan's gaze fell on Miao Xiao Miao's face. You're afraid of getting your clothes stained with mud, so you sit on this futon and fantasize about activating these medicinal herbs. With your high and mighty attitude, based on your current realm, even if you tire yourself to death, you still won't be able to inject the spiritual energy into this medicinal herb. Because it doesn't want to accept it. You have to know that these medicinal herbs, or almost all plants on land, grow in the soil. At this point, looking at Miao Xiao Miao's expression of sudden realization, Ling Yan smiled slightly. Think about it carefully, when I'm accelerating their growth, when have I not sat directly on the soil? Everything has a spirit, and everything has a root. If you want these plants to grow quickly, even if you're cultivating the Green Supreme Emperor art, you have to put down your high and mighty attitude and try your best to be on equal footing with them. Only then will they accept you and listen to you. After saying this, Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Xue Mining, who was listening attentively. Ning Er, this Green Supreme Emperor art is actually also a battle technique. Moreover, when cultivated to the highest realm, it can even be very powerful. If I'm not wrong, this Green Supreme Emperor art is the art of life, art of time, and even the art of longevity. The Green Supreme Emperor art has a total of 10 levels. Of which, the first 3 levels are the basic stages. They can communicate with plants and use spiritual energy to accelerate the growth of individual plants. From the 4th to the 6th level, you can accelerate the growth of plants on a large scale. Moreover, as the realm increases, the speed of the acceleration will increase. In other words, from the 4th to the 6th level, you will be able to accelerate the growth of plants. However, from the 7th level onwards, things start to change. The 7th level of the Green Supreme Emperor art is called Flowers Bloom with a Thought, the 8th level is called Life from the Dead, and the 9th level is called Green Supreme Emperor Summon. What does flowers bloom with a thought mean? It means that with just a thought, the flowers will bloom. In other words, the fruits will ripen. Life from the dead is even more terrifying. For example, if you look at a table that is usually used for eating, what does that mean? Then, what about the 9th level of Green Supreme Emperor Summon? Shui Mining asked in shock. Ling Yan laughed. Didn't I say it just now? You know about the man-eating flower, right? It probably means that you have already transformed into the Green Supreme Emperor and can make all the plants listen to you, turning them into man-eating flowers. What does it mean for the plants around you to be able to live, move, and listen to you? That is the Green Supreme Emperor art. What about the 10th level? Miao Xianxia asked in shock. The 10th level of the wordless heavenly book doesn't have any incantations. I guess it's up to the cultivator to figure it out on his own. Ling Yan thought to himself, the highest level that I have ever cultivated was the 8th level of the Green Supreme Emperor art. I can barely use the 9th level, but I can forget about the 10th level for now. With that, Ling Yan casually sat on the ground and began to use the Green Supreme Emperor art. Then, Shui Mining witnessed a terrifying phenomenon that toppled her worldview. It was as if she had experienced the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Ling Yan stood up. I have prepared enough herbs. Let's tidy up tonight. I'm going to start refining pills tomorrow. After that, he didn't care about the 2 dumbfounded beauties and directly flashed back to the living room of the villa. In a flash, Ling Yan arrived at the gym of the villa. There were more than 10 sacks of herbs that Tang Meng had prepared for Ling Yan. They had been piled there all this time, bathing in the spiritual energy of the villa and receiving nourishment. After being tempered, these herbs could be used to make all kinds of talismans. Of course, they could also be used as supplementary ingredients for refining pills. Refining pills required the balance of yin and yang. Since there was a main ingredient, there was naturally a need for supplementary ingredients. In the corner of the gym, there were more than 100 types of metal weapons, mainly swords and knives. These were used by Ling Yan to refine weapons. Ling Yan used the yin-yang eye. One eye was black while the other eye was silver. His gaze began to see through these metal weapons, mainly to observe their metal composition. Metal weapons were naturally made of gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, and lead. However, there were also some other rare metals. It's just as I expected. After I refine all these weapons, I should be able to craft a flying sword with the materials I've refined. After reaching the 1st level of Qi cultivation, Ling Yan could refine weapons. Naturally, he wanted to refine a flying sword before going to the capital. This was a necessary preparation before going to the capital. Early the next morning, Ling Yan called by Xian'er, Miao Xiaomiao, and Mo Wudao to mansion number 1. From this day onwards, Ling Yan did not leave the house for the next 3 days. He took out the Shenong cauldron and focused on refining talismans and pills. With the help of the other 3 people, Ling Yan managed to refine 120 yin-yang pills, 100 dragon spirit pills, and 150 marrow cleansing pills in 3 days. Moreover, while waiting for the pills to be completed, Ling Yan took the time to draw thousands of different kinds of talismans, all of which were level 6. 3 days later, Ling Yan stored all the metal weapons in the gym into his spatial ring and brought by Xian'er to a metal smelting factory. He wanted to use the furnace there to refine a flying sword. To be continued. Ling Yan brought by Xian'er to a metal smelting factory in the southern suburbs of Xingshui City early in the morning. This was the largest metal smelting factory in Xingshui City. Thanks to Tang Meng's hard work, this metal smelting factory was fully owned by Ling Yan even before the Heaven and Earth Group was established. Ling Yan was only at Qi cultivation stage 1 now. He couldn't create a flying sword out of thin air without modern smelting equipment. Metals had to be melted, separated, and purified at high temperatures. The required materials had to be prepared properly before they could be fused into a furnace. Ling Yan went straight to the general manager's office. General Li, how's the progress on the matter that General Tang asked you to prepare? Report to General Ling. According to General Tang's instructions, 5 tons of steel and the workshop for the smelting furnace have been prepared for you. General Li didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Ling Yun. He was so nervous that he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. This was the chairman of the Heaven and Earth Group, the boss behind the CEO. How could a general manager of a small metal smelting factory not be nervous when Ling Yun came personally? 5 tons of steel was 10,000 kilograms. Ling Yun wanted to extract a few kilograms of metal from this 10,000 kilograms of steel for emergency use. This was what Ling Yun meant by the 4 words of cultivation: wealth, companionship, method, and place. Wealth couldn't increase one's realm, but it could provide all the conveniences for one's cultivation. If one didn't have a single cent, who would prepare the steel for him? Who would prepare the workshop for him? Very well, then bring me there now. Ling Yun didn't waste any time. He was in a hurry. When they arrived at the workshop, Ling Yun asked the workshop director to explain in detail how to operate the various equipment and things to take note of. He had a photographic memory. Once he grasped everything, he sent everyone out. Xianxia, let's begin. Learn diligently. When only Ling Yun and Xianxia were left in the workshop, he turned on the switch for the smelting furnace. Ling Yun's first step was to smelt the 5 tons of steel. He had the strength of 10,000 kilograms now, so throwing the steel into the furnace was a piece of cake. There was no need for any lifting equipment at all. The fire was blazing, and the temperature in the workshop quickly rose to more than 40 degrees Celsius. However, Ling Yun and Xianxia were unperturbed. Once the 5 tons of steel had completely melted, Ling Yun started to divert away the red-hot molten steel that he did not need. Finally, he extracted the metals that he needed. What a waste of money! Ling Yun couldn't help but be speechless as he looked at the metal materials that were finally purified. 10,000 kilograms of steel had only been purified into about 5 kilograms of metal. The ratio was 1 in 1,000, of course. After the molten steel cooled, it was still steel and could be sold for money. But the premise was that if you wanted to refine it, you had to buy it first, right? These 10 kilograms of metal can be used for emergencies. Next, Ling Yun threw all the metal weapons in the spatial ring into the furnace to be melted. This was the real burning of money. One had to know that those metal weapons were almost all weapons used by Xiantian experts. These metal weapons had been tempered thousands of times. Any one of them would cost more than $1 million. If these weapons were placed in the pugilistic world, they would be fought over by ancient martial arts masters. However, Ling Yun just melted them down casually to refine a flying sword. After a series of procedures of melting, diverting, and purification, Ling Yun finally gathered the metal materials that he needed. And, including the ones just now, it's about 50 to 60 kilograms. It's more than enough to refine a flying sword. Ling Yun released his divine sense and said softly, "Go." Dozens of kilograms of metal materials actually flew into the air and fell directly into a very small furnace. Xianxia, it's all up to your fire now. Xianxia smiled coquettishly and flew directly to the side of the furnace. She aimed both palms at the furnace, and 2 fire snakes instantly shot out from her palms. This was Xianxia's fire fox flame technique, red flame sky burning palm. Since it was called the sky burning palm, the temperature of the flames was unimaginable. The metal materials quickly melted into a molten state and slowly flowed out of the furnace into a narrow sword-shaped groove. The sword-shaped groove was 1 foot long and 1 inch wide. Naturally, this was prepared by Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood beside the sword-shaped groove with full concentration. When the metal liquid filled the sword-shaped groove, he immediately activated the yin-yang harmony balance and mobilized the yin qi in his body to directly lower the temperature. As for the control of the fire, that was naturally the method of Ling Yun, a master of blacksmithing. Rise. Before the flying sword completely cooled down, Ling Yun used his divine sense to activate the sharp sword. It flew into the air and hovered in front of him, motionless. The Devil's Underworld Essence blade appeared in Ling Yun's hands. He wanted to inscribe an array on the sharp sword before it completely cooled down. A sword without an array was at most a sharp sword. It couldn't be considered a flying sword. What was a flying sword? It could be controlled with one's mind, could change its size at will, could be hidden in one's body, and could be incomparably sharp. It could be used to kill people in the air. This was a flying sword. At this moment, Ling Yun activated his divine sense to the extreme and focused it all on the small sword. Then, he used the devil's underworld essence blade in his hands to inscribe an array on the blade. Swoosh, 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 Ling Yan brandished the blade at lightning speed, consecutively inscribing 8 spatial arrays on the blade. 2 were wind arrays, and 2 were diamond arrays. They were symmetrically distributed on both sides of the blade. There were a total of 12 arrays. Of course, the spatial arrays this time weren't to create a space within the blade. Instead, they allowed the blade to change its size at will. As for the wind arrays and diamond arrays, they were naturally to increase the speed, hardness, and sharpness of the flying sword. Pfft. When all 12 arrays were inscribed, Ling Yan bit the tip of his tongue and spat a few drops of blood onto the blade. Very quickly, the blood merged into the blade and disappeared. Arrays and blood were the most crucial parts of refining a flying sword. Without arrays, the flying sword couldn't change its size at will. Without blood essence, the flying sword was ownerless. The owner couldn't establish a mental connection with the flying sword and couldn't control it as he pleased. Only then did Ling Yan put away the devil's underworld essence blade. His left thumb and index finger held the hilt of the sword while his right index finger and middle finger came together. He activated the Arctic ice technique and gently wiped the blade from left to right. The blade cooled down instantly and became incomparably hard. It was bone-chilling and emitted a misty green glow. The flying sword was successfully refined. Ling Yan instantly felt the mental connection between him and the flying sword. It seemed to have a life of its own and could feel Ling Yan's thoughts. Haha, it's actually an inferior-grade spiritual weapon. Not bad, not bad. There were 5 types of weapons: magical weapons, spiritual weapons, treasures, Dao weapons, and immortal weapons. Each of them was further divided into inferior grade, intermediate grade, superior grade, and supreme grade. It was Ling Yan's first time refining a spiritual weapon. Even though it was only an inferior grade spiritual weapon, it was enough to make him extremely happy. Go! With a single thought, the green flying sword flashed and disappeared. It went straight for a pile of rebar that was as thick as a child's arm. Chi, chi, chi. The green flying sword slashed through, and everywhere it passed, the rebar was cut in half. The cut was extremely smooth, showing how sharp it was. Return. Following Ling Yan's shout, the flying sword received Ling Yan's summons and immediately made a turn in the air before flying back. Return. The green flying sword shrank rapidly and became smaller than an embroidery needle. It disappeared directly into Ling Yan's mouth. When Ling Yan had just broken through to the Qi refinement stage, he had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage level 3 with the help of the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. When he was fighting Grand Duke Dracula, he had used a drop of divine energy to mobilize hundreds of huge iron balls in Mansion No. 1 that weighed a few hundred kilograms. In an instant, he had set up an armillary sphere maze formation to protect everyone in the mansion. Now, even though Ling Yan was only in the middle of Qi cultivation stage 1, this flying sword was his natal flying sword. It was connected to his thoughts. Moreover, this flying sword was an inferior-grade spiritual weapon. Therefore, he could only control it freely within a 10-meter radius. However, Ling Yan's realm wasn't high enough unless he used a drop of God's energy. After so many days, Ling Yan finally managed to condense a drop of God's energy between his eyebrows. He couldn't bear to use it now. Ling Yan opened his mouth and spat out the flying sword. He played with it in his hand and couldn't bear to part with it. Congratulations, big brother Ling Yun. So this is a flying sword? Xianxia said enviously as she watched Ling Yan having so much fun. Yes, this is a flying sword. Hee, this is a must-have for traveling. It's a magical weapon for killing and robbing. Big brother Ling Yun, aren't you going to give this flying sword a name? Yes, this is the first flying sword I've made. Since it's green and as fast as a phantom, I'll call it Green Shadow. Green Shadow. Xianxia, we've wasted a day here. Let's go, Ling Yan said to Xianxia, we've wasted a day here. Let's go. It was already evening when Ling Yan and Xianxia returned to Mansion No. 1. After dinner, Ling Yan led the people from Mansion No. 1 to set up the 1000 Chance 9 slaughter formation once again. After setting up the formation, Ling Yan went to where the 72 disciples of the Immortal Physician sect were cultivating. He took out 72 marrow cleansing pills and handed them to Tai Xiaohu to distribute. Each person had one pill and he made them swallow it on the spot. Ling Yan personally stood guard and cleansed all 72 people at the same time. That night, Ling Yan returned to Qingshui Wharf Mansion number 9 alone. Even though Ning Lingyu went to the Qin family, Qin Dongxue returned. "Brat, are you going to Beijing?" "Yes, everything is ready. I've set a date with Cui Lao for tomorrow. We'll fly to Beijing in the afternoon." Qin Dongxue smiled. "I'll go with you this time." "Ah. Brat, didn't we agree that I'll kill all over the world with you?" On the morning of August 16, Ling Yan bade farewell to everyone in Qingshui City. At noon, he gathered his family for a meal at the Triumph Hotel. There were a total of 3 tables. At 5 in the afternoon, Ling Yan took Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and a dozen others to Ling Lai's private plane. To be continued. After a 3-hour flight, Ling Yan's plane landed smoothly at the capital's international airport at around 8 at night. Ling Yan had meticulously planned to arrive in Beijing at night so that he wouldn't attract attention. Ling Xiu had already informed the Ling family before boarding the plane. Ling Lai had sent 3 cars that had been waiting for a long time on the dedicated runway of the airport. Among them, there were 2 black 7-seater business cars and a bus that was tightly covered by curtains. Ling Yan didn't alight the plane immediately after the cabin door opened. Instead, he sat there and gave his orders. "Paul, Chester, the 2 of you, throw these 4 prisoners onto the bus." Edward, put Qin Jianwei on the 7-seater commercial vehicle. Ling Yan brought the 5 prisoners hidden in the backyard of mansion number 1, Sikong Wuji, spiritual master Lai Ri, Qin Jianwei, Qin Sen, and He San, to Beijing. Ling Yan said to Ling Xiu after giving his orders, "Big sis, we'll do as we've discussed. You and Cui Lao will escort these 4 back to the Ling family first. Paul and Chester will protect you on the way back. Throw these 4 people into the Ling family's dungeon when we get home. Paul and Chester will look after them. Don't let anything go wrong." "Don't worry." Ling Xiu nodded. "Big sis, tell Grandpa not to worry about me when you go back. With my current strength, there won't be any problems in Beijing." Ling Yan smiled. "Then you have to be careful. Visit Grandpa as soon as you've settled down. Don't forget what I told you." Ling Xiu covered her mouth and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, big sis. I understand. Let's go down." After the 3 members of the blood clan brought the 5 prisoners off the plane, Ling Yan called out to them and walked out of the cabin. "Brother-in-law, you can drive this car," Ling Yan said to Chao Tianlong as he pointed at the black commercial vehicle with Qin Jianwei inside. "Of course, I'll drive this car." Chao Tianlong nodded. Ling Yan smiled and waved his hand. The rest of the people got into the first black MPV. "Big sis, I'll make a move first." Ling Yan got into the car, bade farewell to Ling Xiu, and drove out of the airport. Chao Tianlong followed closely behind in his car. After watching the 2 black MVs leave, Ling Xiu said to Cui Lao, "Let's go too." As for the 2 crew members, Chang Jun and Su Rui, they temporarily stayed at the capital airport to handle some necessary procedures. Hey, it's really worthy of being the capital of China. The capital is really bustling. Look at those lights. The black commercial car arrived at the airport highway. Mo Wudao, who had come to the capital for the first time, was captivated by the bustling scene of the capital. He couldn't help but look around, full of praises. Ling Yan couldn't help but throw a look of disdain at Mo Wudao as he drove. "Look at your inexperienced face." Other than Mo Wudao, Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, and Xiao Mimi were also in the car. Since the Heaven and Earth Group had just opened for business, it still needed a series of reorganization. Therefore, Ling Yan did not bring Tang Meng along. Tai Xiaohu was busy training the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect, so he was also left in Qingshui City. Returning to the capital once again, Chao Shanshan felt uneasy. Along the way, she stared at the night scenery by the roadside silently. Things remained the same, but the people had changed. "Shanshan, don't worry. I'll definitely cure your family this time." Ling Yan smiled gently and comforted her. He knew what Chao Shanshan was worried about. The corners of Chao Shanshan's mouth lifted as she smiled sweetly and nodded her head lightly. Ling Yan didn't use telepathy because there was no need to hide anything from the people he brought along in this car. The place he was driving to was the northwest corner of the capital, the courtyard house that Ling Yan stayed at the last time he was here. 20 minutes later, Ling Yan drove the car onto the 5th Ring Road and headed west along the road. At around 9 o'clock at night, Ling Yan and Chao Tianlong arrived at the entrance of the courtyard house and parked their car. The courtyard house was very quiet in the night, and the doors were tightly shut. "Edward, bring Chen Jianwei into the courtyard." Ling Yan instructed Edward after making sure there was no one around. Then, he flew into the courtyard with Chao Xianxia in his arms. Whoosh, 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 Qing Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, Mo Wudao, and the rest naturally used their qinggong to enter the courtyard. "Auntie, you guys sit here for a while, I'll go save them first," Ling Yan said to Qing Dongxue. "There's no time to lose. We'll go to the basement in the backyard to save them," Ling Yan said to Chao Xianxia and Chao Tianlong. "Edward, bring Chen Jianwei over too." The first thing Ling Yan wanted to do when he arrived in Beijing was to treat the Chao family members who were in dire straits. Chao Xianxia and Chao Tianlong could not wait any longer. They nodded at the same time and followed Ling Yan to the backyard. They arrived at the passageway outside the basement very quickly. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. This was the armillary sphere maze formation that Ling Yan had set up. "Edward, wait outside with Chen Jianwei." With that, he carried Chao Xianxia and led the way into the armillary sphere maze formation. After entering the basement, it was naturally a different scene. There was a dark passageway, dim light, and the rooms where the 10 people of the Chao family were hiding. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Big brother Yun is here to save you." Chao Xianxia greeted her family as soon as she came in. Swoosh, 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 a few tall black figures rushed out from the basement and stood in the passageway, all of them excited. Ling Yan's heart sank as he scanned them with his divine sense. After more than a month, the 10 members of the Chao family had completely transformed. It was nighttime now, and they had all transformed into the blood tribe. Their eyes were red, and their faces were green with fangs. Coupled with the excited expressions on their faces, their tall figures blocked the corridor. That kind of scene was like a group of fiends that had rushed out from hell. Ah! Even though Chao Xianxia had seen many members of the blood clan, she was still frightened to see her family members in such a state. Her heart ached so much that she almost fainted. Ling Yan's expression did not change. He silently transferred a stream of spiritual energy into Chao Xianxia's body to calm her down. "Hello, Grandpa Chao." Ling Yan smiled as he looked at the tall figure that rushed out first. Chao Juanxiong nodded silently. "Ling Yan, you're here? Come in and talk." With that, Chao Juanxiong flashed and returned to the basement room. Ling Yan put Chao Xianxia down and said telepathically, "Xianxia, don't be afraid. They are your family. I will cure them tonight." Then, he brought Chao Xianxia into Chao Juanxiong's room. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom." Chao Xianxia and Chao Tianlong walked in one after the other and greeted the elders of the family. Naturally, it was inevitable for them to exchange pleasantries. Ling Yan stood silently at the side, observing the members of the Chao family while rehearsing the treatment methods in his mind. "Grandpa, the biggest enemy of our Chao family, Chen Jianwei, has been brought back. He's at the entrance of the basement now," Chao Tianlong said. "What?" Chao Juanxiong stood up immediately after hearing that. It looked like he wanted to rush out and take revenge. "Grandpa Chao, don't be impatient. I didn't bring him in because I was afraid he would do something to you." Ling Yan stopped him immediately. Chen Jianwei had already reached the peak of the Earl rank. Even though he was tortured to the point where he was on his last breath, these members of the Chao family were the ones who received the embrace. Ling Yan was afraid that something would go wrong if he did something to them. "Grandpa Chao, the main reason I'm here tonight is to cure all of you. As for revenge, you can do so at any time when you're back to normal." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he secretly observed Chao Juanxiong's expression and discovered that there was a flash of hesitation in his blood-red eyes. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Grandpa Chao wouldn't have other thoughts, would he? Sure enough, Chao Juanxiong hesitated for a long time before saying, "Ling Yan, after adapting for more than a month, I suddenly feel that my condition is quite good. why don't you treat them? I don't need to treat them first. What? Grandpa. Father, you, upon hearing Chao Juanxiong's words, Chao Shanshan, Chao Tianlong, and Chao Xingcheng were all shocked and stunned. Ling Yan's heart sank as well. The body of the blood clan might have many drawbacks, but there was one good thing about it. It was an immortal body and a long lifespan. Chao Juanxiong was already 80 years old. Even if he reached the Xiantian realm, how long could he live? At most, he could live for another 30 years. One could imagine how tempting the long lifespan of the blood clan was to him. Grandpa Chao, I can understand your thoughts, but think about it. If Qin Jianwei were to die, wouldn't you be? Ling Yan said. Wouldn't he die soon too? Ling Yan's words were very effective. Chao Juanxiong's eyes flashed with hesitation. Father, please change your mind. Grandfather, please change your mind. Everyone in the Chao family knelt on the ground, hoping that Chao Juanxiong would change his mind. Ling Yan stood at the side, his divine sense locked onto Chao Juanxiong. He was ready to take action if he made any abnormal movements. Ling Yan was on full alert, waiting for Chao Juanxiong to change his mind. Chao Juanxiong stared at Ling Yan with his bloodshot eyes. No one knew what he was planning. To be honest, Chao Juanxiong wanted to leave after seeing that Ling Yan had the confidence to save everyone in the Chao family. He knew that he couldn't get past Ling Yan. At this moment, Ling Yan's voice traveled into his ears. Old master, please change your mind. If you really want to live forever, I have other ways. Ling Yan knew how strong Chao Juanxiong's desire for immortality was, and the Chao family wouldn't be able to change his mind. Ling Yan was too embarrassed to attack Chao Juanxiong, so he could only use his trump card. If he really wanted to live forever, he could cultivate. Even though cultivators couldn't live for thousands of years like the blood clan, Ling Yan's ability could allow Chao Juanxiong to live twice the lifespan of an ordinary person. Chao Juanxiong's expression changed again and again. After struggling for a long time, he looked up to the sky and sighed. All right. I'm still thinking about my lifespan when the Chao family is in such a state. I'm really muddle-headed. Chao Juanxiong finally changed his mind under Ling Yan's persuasion, or rather, Ling Yan's threat. Phew, everyone in the Chao family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Chao Juanxiong had changed his mind. Ling Yan also let his guard down. Chao Juanxiong returned to his chair and raised his hand to the kneeling people. Get up, all of you. We'll prepare to receive Ling Yan's treatment now. Then, he looked at Ling Yan with a flash of guilt. Ling Yan, I was blinded by greed just now. Please don't take it to heart. Grandpa Chao, it's normal for you to have such thoughts. I can understand. Ling Yan smiled and shook his head. Then, what method are you going to use to save us? Chao Juanxiong asked. Have you really researched the formula to change our blood? Ling Yan shook his head and said, Grandpa Chao, even though I brought Qin Jianwei's blood, I didn't research any formula. I plan to use another method to save all of you. However, all of you might suffer a lot if we do it together. So, I'm going to use the stupid method to save all of you one by one. What method? Chao Juanxiong asked. I've cultivated a cultivation technique before. After some experimentation, I found that it can remove the toxins in the blood of the blood clan, and it's very fast. Ling Yan was referring to the Black Yellow Sutra. Chao Juanxiong lowered his head in deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and asked, Ling Yan, are you really confident? This was a matter of life and death. Chao Juanxiong had to ask. Ling Yan nodded solemnly. I'm 100% sure that it will be foolproof. Ling Yan's cultivation of the Black Yellow Sutra had reached the great success realm. He could fill the entire basement with the black yellow true qi in his body and perform group healing on the 10 members of the Chao family. However, the 10 members of the Chao family would suffer unbearable pain. If it was Chen Sen, Ling Yan wouldn't care at all. He could suffer as much as he wanted. However, the members of the Chao family weren't enemies. They were Chao Shanshan's family, so he decided to treat them one by one. Ling Yan, why isn't it painful when you heal them one by one? Chao Xianxia had been through the battle at Mansion No. 1 and had seen Ling Yan turn Chen Sen from a blood clan back to a normal human being. Of course, she understood the pain. Ling Yan smiled and said, "It's not that there's no pain, it's just that I can reduce the pain to a minimum, at least to a bearable level." With that, he opened his left hand towards Xianxia. In his hand was a bewitching and eye-catching blood-red pearl. This was the inheritance of the Chen family, the blood element pearl. This blood element pearl was a pearl of blood essence. It had the ability to produce blood, coagulate blood, exchange blood, suck blood, and many other incredible effects. This is the blood element pearl. It has the ability to produce blood and coagulate blood. To turn a blood clan member back into a normal human being, all we have to do is to remove all the toxins in their blood. The process of removing the toxins is extremely painful. However, with this blood element pearl, we can temporarily condense the blood in your body. Then, I will remove the toxins in your blood as soon as possible. After that, we can use its ability to produce blood to give your body the amount of blood of a normal human being. This was Ling Yan's method of treatment. After listening to Ling Yan's method, the members of the Chao family looked at the pearl in Ling Yan's hand. They were silent but full of anticipation. "Grandpa Chao, I will start the treatment now. However, who should I start first?" The members of the Chao family looked at each other. Since they were going to be treated one by one, someone had to be the first. However, no matter who it was, they would have to risk their lives. "Ling Yan, let me go first." Chao Xingchang, Chao Shanshan's father, was the first to step forward. "Xingchang, let me go first." Seeing that Chao Xingchang was the first to step forward, his wife, Lu Qiongfeng, could not help but be worried. She grabbed her husband and decided to be the first to be treated. Seeing this, Ling Yan could not help but laugh. "Uncle Chao, Auntie Lu, it doesn't matter who goes first. You don't have to worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have rushed over today." Chao Xingchang could not persuade his wife and finally decided to treat Lu Qiongfeng first. "Shanshan, go to the room next door with Auntie Lu first. I will be there in a moment." "Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, you don't have to maintain this mutated state. Everyone should return to normal." Ling Yan would only dare to treat the members of the Chao family if they returned to their original appearances. Otherwise, how would they be able to go out and meet people in the future if they still looked like the green-faced fanged beasts even after they were cured? Ling Yan asked Chao Shanshan and Lu Qiongfeng to prepare first. After giving some instructions to the members of the Chao family, he immediately walked over. At this time, Lu Qiongfeng had already changed back to her original appearance. She was no longer a green-faced fanged beast. However, her face was very pale and her eyes were slightly red. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled. He thought to himself that this saved him the trouble of reminding her. "Auntie, you just have to sit here and don't move. Don't worry about anything else." Ling Yan smiled and comforted Lu Qiongfeng. Then, he held the blood element bead in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blood element bead flew out. Ling Yan knew that the body of the blood clan had a strong defense. Therefore, he used a lot of force. The blood element bead penetrated Lu Qiongfeng's loose clothes and hit her body. Entering her body, below the navel was the place where the sea of blood was. The moment the blood element bead entered her body, Lu Qiongfeng's body visibly shook. "Auntie, after such a long time, you should be able to control the blood in your body, right?" Since she had become a member of the blood clan, even if there was no one to guide her, she should be able to control the blood in her body. This was because it was an instinct of the blood clan. Sure enough, Lu Qiongfeng nodded and said, "I know." Ling Yan smiled and said, "That's easy. Try to condense the blood in your body into the bead. Let me know when you're done." Lu Qiongfeng naturally did as she was told. After a short while, she nodded at Ling Yan and said, "I'm done." The reason why transforming the blood and removing the poison was unbearable was because the blood was scattered all over the body. Now that Ling Yan had used the blood element bead to condense Lu Qiongfeng's blood in one spot, completing the process of removing the poison, there was only one spot of pain. Naturally, it was better than the pain of the entire body. "Auntie Lu, please bear with it. I'm starting." After saying that, Ling Yan instantly activated the Black-Yellow Sutra. The majestic black-yellow true qi in his body flowed rapidly. Under Ling Yan's guidance, it flowed to his right hand. Then, Ling Yan decisively slammed his palm on the blood element bead. under Ling Yun's deliberate manipulation, the surging black-yellow true qi flowed continuously into Lu Qiongfeng's body and instantly enveloped the ball of blood. Ah! With that, Lu Qiongfeng cried out in pain. She couldn't bear the pain at all. Suddenly, she couldn't control the ball of blood that had condensed in one spot in her body. The ball of blood was about to scatter in all directions. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't allow that to happen. With a light shout, he forcefully controlled the black-yellow true qi and wrapped it tightly around the ball of blood. The black-yellow true qi was the natural nemesis of the poison in the blood of the blood clan. After wrapping around the ball of blood, it immediately began to remove the poison. The color of the ball of blood gradually weakened and gradually became the bright red of a normal human. The blood clan could control the blood in their bodies, but ordinary people couldn't. Moreover, ordinary people couldn't be deprived of blood for too long. Therefore, as the poison was gradually removed, the color of the blood became more and more normal. Ling Yan also gradually expanded the range of the black-yellow true qi, allowing the blood to flow back to her heart and then to Lu Qiongfeng's entire body. This was because as the poison was reduced, the pain would also lessen. Lu Qiongfeng could already bear it. It was easy to say, but the complexity and difficulty of doing it was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, Ling Yun was an immortal doctor and had a thorough understanding of the coordination of all the organs in the human body. Otherwise, Lu Qiongfeng would have died more than 10 times. After an unusually difficult half an hour, the poison in Lu Qiongfeng's blood was finally completely removed. Blood regeneration. It was only a blood element bead, so it wasn't a problem for Ling Yun. After studying it once, he could already control the blood element bead freely. Under the effect of the blood element bead, the hematopoietic mechanism in Lu Qiongfeng's body played a powerful role. Very quickly, it produced enough blood to sustain Lu Qiongfeng's life. It's done. Lu Qiongfeng's treatment was successful. Ling Yan retracted his palm and then reversed the yin-yang true qi. He raised his hand and sucked the blood element bead out of Lu Qiongfeng's body. Xianxia, use the healing talisman on your mother. Xianxia immediately passed the healing talisman that she had in her hands to Lu Qiongfeng. The level 6 healing talisman instantly healed Lu Qiongfeng's wounds. Ling Yun, how is it? After using the healing talisman, Xianxia looked at her unconscious mother and asked Ling Yun worriedly. Using his divine sense, Ling Yun said, Auntie Lu's heartbeat is normal, and her blood is flowing normally. She has now returned to normal. She is unconscious because of the pain just now. Another reason is that the various tissues in her body have undergone a reverse transformation and need to adapt again. Another reason is that her blood is insufficient, and she is too weak. Thump, hearing that her mother was safe and had returned to normal, Xianxia relaxed and sat on the ground with a thump. She knew that the Chao family could be saved. To be continued. Ling Yan observed Lu Qiongfeng for a few more minutes. After confirming that she was fine, he called Chao Tianlong over and asked him to send Lu Qiongfeng out of the basement. A normal human would evolve very quickly in the first few months of the embrace as long as there was enough fresh blood. It was the same logic as a newborn baby growing very fast before 1 year old. The Chao family members in the basement had been embraced by Qin Jianwei for more than 4 months. They were no different from ordinary descendants of the blood clan, be it in terms of their physical state or mental state. It was already past 10 at night, and it was getting closer to midnight. The blood clan's thirst for blood would be very strong during this period of time. That was why Ling Yun was worried about a situation. That was, as Ling Yun treated more and more members of the Chao family, what if those who hadn't been treated couldn't resist the strong thirst for blood and killed their own family members? If that really happened, it would be fratricide. Ling Yun was very strong, but he had to be busy treating them. What would Ling Yun do if the Chao family members in the state of the blood clan sucked the blood of their own family members while he was treating them? Even if he could stop them, his method of treatment would definitely be interrupted, and the person receiving treatment would almost certainly die. If that really happened, Ling Yun wouldn't be saving the Chao family but harming them instead. Although the Chao clan was a family, even among normal humans, there were many examples of brothers killing each other, let alone now that they were all part of the blood clan. Ling Yun didn't dare to bet on how big the hole in the brain of the blood clan was. How many normal human emotions did they have? The blood clan faced fresh human blood like a drug addict facing drugs. How crazy was that? That was why Ling Yun didn't dare to take the risk. He had to send them out immediately after saving one of them. Ling Yun sat cross-legged and thought about it seriously. He suddenly stood up and gestured for Chao Shanshan to follow him out. Grandpa Chao, please wait for me. I'll go out with Shanshan and be back soon. With that, he carried Chao Shanshan and flew through the armillary sphere maze formation to the outside of the basement. Edward, give me Qin Jianwei. You guard this place and don't let anyone escape. Then, he carried Qin Jianwei to the front yard in a flash. Letting Edward guard the basement was naturally to prevent Chao Juanxiong from having any other ideas. Shanshan, you can't stay here tonight. Go take care of your mother. Although Chao Shanshan didn't want to leave the basement just like that, when she thought about how her unconscious mother needed someone to take care of her, she could only nod her head. But Ling Yun, what about the basement? Don't worry, I'll get your brother and Edward to help. Ling Yun threw Qin Jianwei on the floor after Chao Shanshan went upstairs. Auntie, I'll leave this person in your care tonight, he said to Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue smiled. Don't worry. Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong returned to the basement after everything was arranged. This time, however, he brought Marquis Edward with him. As expected, as soon as Edward entered the basement, the absolute pressure of a high-ranking blood breed immediately made the Chao family members not dare to have any more thoughts. Edward, guard me carefully when I'm treating them. Suppress anyone who makes a move. I'll follow your instructions, boss. Edward had gotten used to calling Ling Yun boss after interacting with Chester for a few days. Ling Yun passed a handful of healing talismans to Chao Tianlong and told him how to use them. Brother-in-law, stay by my side and help me. Once I'm done treating someone, send them out immediately. Chao Tianlong nodded. Chao Tianlong understood Ling Yun's worries after seeing how cautious Ling Yun was. He nodded in agreement and was extremely touched. Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong returned to the room where Lu Qiongfeng was treated. Grandpa Chao, Auntie Lu has been treated. Everything is fine now. Anyone can come over now. Ling Yun said while holding the blood element bead. After saving Lu Qiongfeng, Ling Yun had a successful experience. He was more confident in his heart, and the rest would naturally follow naturally. Ling Yun focused on treating them while Edward guarded them carefully. Chao Tianlong was in charge of transporting the treated members of the Chao family. 1, 2, 3, Ling Yun's skills were getting better and faster. By midnight, he had successfully treated 4 members of the Chao family. Ling Yun saved 4 people, but there were 4 less people in the basement. When midnight came, the eyes of the Chao family members, led by Chao Juanxiong, turned red. Their eyes flashed with a thirst for blood. They started to become restless. Some of them couldn't help but grow their fangs. They were about to transform. Even though there was plenty of animal blood in the basement, Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong were both living humans right now. Ling Yun, what do we do now? Chao Tianlong felt a chill down his spine when he saw the scene. During the 1 month he was in Beijing, he had been warned by Edward that he never dared to come here at this time of the night. It's simple. We can't let them drink blood tonight, Ling Yun said with a smile. Ling Yun got up and went to the room where the other 6 people were. He apologized and knocked them out. His method was simple and crude, but it was definitely effective. Alright, let's continue. Just like that, time passed. After another 4 hours, the remaining 6 members of the Chao family were all successfully treated by Ling Yun. The last person Ling Yun treated was naturally the head of the Chao family, Chao Juanxiong. Even though it was already autumn, the days were still long and the nights were short. The sun would rise at 5 in the morning. Therefore, even though the Chao family members were awake after 3 in the morning, they were no longer rash or bloodthirsty. Therefore, Ling Yun chose to treat Chao Juanxiong last. He had to treat Chao Juanxiong in a normal state. He was afraid that there would be any side effects. That would be troublesome. Now, only Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong, Chao Juanxiong, and Edward were left in the basement. Ling Yun was still sitting cross-legged, playing with the blood element bead in his hand. He looked at Chao Juanxiong, who was lying on the ground, and used the black-yellow sutra to recover the true qi in his body. Ling Yun had been busy for an entire night, saving 10 people consecutively. He had used up 90% of the black-yellow true qi in his body. He was really tired, but Ling Yun was also really happy. This wasn't an ordinary treatment. He had restored a member of the blood clan from the blood clan to a normal person. The Chow family could walk in the light of day again. Brother-in-law, from today onwards, the Chow family can see the light of day again. Ling Yun smiled and turned his head to look at Chow Tianlong, who was also silent. Ling Yun, words cannot express our gratitude. No matter what you need in the future, the Chow family is willing to go through fire and water for you. Chow Tianlong's eyes were red as he looked at Ling Yun gratefully. We're family, don't be so formal. Ling Yun laughed. Chow Tianlong nodded and didn't say anything else. Alright, bring Grandpa Chow out first. Send him to the second floor of the villa and find a bedroom for him to rest. He'll be fine when he wakes up. Alright, Chow Tianlong replied and carried Chow Ju and Xiong out of the basement. Ling Yun didn't get up. Instead, he played with the blood element bead in his hand, concentrating and thinking quietly. I didn't expect this bead to be so extraordinary. It's indeed a family inheritance. After using the blood element bead for an entire night, Ling Yun not only mastered the basic usage of the bead, but he also discovered some other uses. Ling Yun now had the inheritance of 2 of the 7 big families in Beijing. The Ling family had 2 pieces of divine willow wood, and the Qin family had 1 blood element bead. The Long family's inheritance was definitely related to dragons. Ling Yun even guessed that it was most likely a dragon. The Li family definitely didn't have it, but what about the Yi family, the Chow family, and the Sun family? Did they have any inheritance? What kind of inheritance would it be? Thinking about this, Ling Yun's gaze became playful. With a thought, Ling Yun stored the blood element bead into his spatial ring and stood up. Edward, get those buckets of blood out before the sun rises. Find a drain and pour it out. We don't need these things anymore. Oh, leave 1 bucket for Qin Jianwei to drink. Ling Yun came to the entrance of the basement and broke the armillary sphere maze formation after giving the order. The sky was getting brighter, and a ray of light shone in. The basement immediately became bright, and it was no longer gloomy and gloomy. Ling Yun returned to the living room in a flash. Qin Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, and Mo Wudao, who had been waiting in the living room, stood up. Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yun a thumbs up. Brat, you did a good job. Are you tired? Ling Yun plopped down on the sofa, stretched himself, and said, not bad. Let me massage your shoulders. Xiao Mimi took the initiative to stand behind Ling Yun and give him a massage. While enjoying Xiao Mimi's massage, Ling Yun took out the bottles of Qin Jianwei's blood and threw them on the table. Ling Yun collected the blood from mansion number 1 when he cut off Qin Jianwei's limbs. Naturally, it was useless now. Qin Jianwei had also lost his usefulness. Ling Yun looked at Qin Jianwei, who was lying on the floor like a dead dog. Chen, you harmed people, and I saved them. What else do you have to say? Qin Jianwei's face was ashen. He was in complete despair. Edward, bring Qin Jianwei back to the basement. Watch him carefully, don't let him die. Ling Yun asked Edward to bring Qin Jianwei to the basement when he returned to the living room. This person was naturally left to avenge the Chow family. He had nothing to do with Ling Yun anymore. Phew, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief after everything was settled. Saving the Chow family was the first thing Ling Yun did in Beijing. It was done in one night. To be continued. Ling Yun closed his eyes and rested for about 20 minutes. You don't have to massage me, I'm going to cultivate for a while more. Help yourselves. Just now, Ling Yun released his divine sense slightly to observe the 10 members of the Chow family that he had saved. He realized that the 4 people he had saved before midnight had already woken up. Other than the fact that their bodies were weak, everything was normal. This was especially so for Lu Qiongfeng. She was the first to wake up after being treated by Ling Yun. At that moment, she was already sitting at the head of the bed, talking to Chao Shanshan. Since Lu Qiongfeng, the first to be saved, was already in such a state, the rest of the Chow family naturally wouldn't have any problems. Thus, Ling Yun went to cultivate with ease. To Ling Yun, cultivation was the most important thing in the world. It could be said that Ling Yun would cultivate as long as he had the time. That was the biggest reason for his rapid progress. Ling Yan's physique was already heaven-defying, and he had been cultivating non-stop. How could he not be fast? Mo Wudao hadn't slept the entire night, so he was feeling a little dispirited. When he heard that Ling Yan was going to cultivate again, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and say, "What a cultivation maniac." Then he closed his eyes again. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly as she followed Ling Yan out of the house. 5 in the morning was the best time to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. Ling Yan wouldn't miss it, and neither would Qin Dongxue. The two of them spent 2 hours cultivating. At 7 in the morning, Ling Yan stopped cultivating and returned to the house. Chao Tianlong had been taking care of his family. Of course, the focus was on his grandfather and father. After Ling Yan's treatment, they were now normal people. Their bodies were weak and needed care. However, the sun had just risen, and the Chao family had basically woken up. They didn't show any signs of being afraid of sunlight. This meant that the people of the Chao clan had completely recovered to normal. Chao Tianlong had been waiting for Ling Yan in the living room after receiving instructions from his father, Chao Xingcheng. "Ling Yan, my father and the others say they're hungry and want to eat. What do you think they should eat?" Chao Tianlong asked impatiently the moment Ling Yan entered the house. Ling Yan laughed. "Do you even need to ask?" They were all normal people now. Of course, they could eat whatever they wanted. Just follow their habits and go out to buy them. Of course, buy the most nutritious ones. "Alright, I understand." Chao Tianlong nodded and said, I have to hurry back home and get some clothes and daily necessities for them." The Chao family was one of the top secular families in China. Now that everyone in the Chao family had returned to normal, they had to pay attention to their appearance when they went out to meet people. These things were naturally indispensable. Ling Yan said, "Then you should go now and come back early." "Do you want me to go with you?" Chao Tianlong naturally understood that Ling Yan wanted to ensure his safety. He laughed and said, "There's no need. This is the capital, and it's broad daylight. If I need protection even when going home, then I won't go out in the future." It was obvious that Chao Tianlong was greatly encouraged after all 10 members of the Chao family returned to normal. He had completely regained his confidence and was in high spirits. After a pause, Chao Tianlong continued, "The Chen family can't even take care of themselves now. They can't deal with me either." Ling Yan laughed at the mention of the Chen family. "Alright then, you can go by yourself. I'll go out and open the door for you." In a flash, Ling Yan exited the living room and used fulgurating shadows. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air outside the door. He used the key to open the door of the courtyard house and returned in a flash. The entire process took less than 5 seconds and didn't attract the attention of anyone on the way. Even if someone accidentally saw it, they would at most think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After Ling Yan opened the door, Chao Tianlong walked out immediately and got into the black business car from last night. After Chao Tianlong left, Ling Yan immediately used his divine sense to find that everyone in the Chao family, including Old Master Chao Juanxiong, had woken up. They were all in their own rooms, but there wasn't any substantive communication between them. Ling Yan smiled and said loudly to Qin Dongxue and the rest, "Auntie, I'm hungry. Let's go out for breakfast now." Ling Yan's words were meant for the Chao family to hear. The Chao family had just returned to normal. Eating wasn't important, but they urgently needed some space. They washed up, changed their clothes, and tidied themselves up to return to the dignified lifestyle of a big family. They even needed to hold a short family meeting. In the living room, Ling Yan, Qin Dongxue, and Xiao Mimi were all experts with extraordinary hearing. That was why the Chao family would feel awkward if they were here. That's right, Big Brother Yun was so understanding. That was why he suggested leaving. "Yes, Auntie is hungry now. Let's go out for breakfast." Qin Dongxue was smart and naturally understood Ling Yan's intention. "Xianxia, it's broad daylight now. There won't be any safety issues here. I'll go out with Auntie for a while. Help Auntie and the rest clean up." Ling Yan said telepathically to Chao Xianxia. "If there's anything, just call me." With that, Ling Yan waved his hand and left the courtyard house with Qin Dongxue, Xiao Mimi, and Mo Wudao. Ling Yan spoke only after the black MPV was far away from the courtyard house. According to the current state of the Chow family, they will probably return home tonight. However, the Chow family doesn't want to interact with you at this time. That was without a doubt. The Chow family was living under Ling Yun's courtyard house. Now that everything was back to normal, they naturally didn't want to interact with outsiders for fear of losing face. Rascal, you speak as if you're the only one who understands the ways of the world. Do you think we're stupid? Xianxia said coquettishly. I know what you mean. You want to chase us away? Alright, we have a few houses in Beijing anyway. I'll just stay there for a day. It just so happens that I have some matters to settle. Then I'll stay in a hotel. Xiao Mimi smiled. Then what about me? Emma Wudao was dumbfounded. The little Taoist had come down from Mao Mountain and didn't have an identification card. He couldn't stay in a hotel even if he had money. Hee, what else can you do? Think of a way yourself. Otherwise, you can wander around the streets for a day and find a cafe. Ling Yan said with a face full of schadenfreude. Who knew that Emma Wudao would laugh nonchalantly? Alright, that's a good idea. I can wander around for a day, but as long as I meet someone, I'll tell them that Qingshui City's Ling Yan is in Beijing. Then, he waited for Ling Yan to make his move with a face full of pride. F***ck, you win. Ling Yan wanted to kick this guy out of the car. He raised his hands in surrender. Alright, I'll settle it for you. A 5-star luxury hotel, a presidential suite. You can stay anywhere you want, alright? That's more like it. Emma Wudao laughed. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't use his identification card to get a suite. He took out his phone and gave Tang Meng a call. That was it. Ling Yan stayed in a 5-star luxury hotel near the courtyard house. There were 2 presidential suites with an advance payment of 2 million. It was indeed a casual stay. Emma Wudao hugged Ling Yan's arm and rubbed his head against Ling Yan's body. Tycoon, I'll follow you from now on. Ling Yan's face turned cold as he flung Emma Wudao away. Scram to the side. Don't get too worked up. If you can't do what I asked you to do, don't even think about the presidential suite. You'll be living in the doghouse. What did Ling Yan want Emma Wudao to do in Beijing? To look for Ling Xiao, of course. Hee, don't worry, it won't be a problem. Emma Wudao replied flatteringly. After breakfast, Qin Dongxue flagged down a random cab and left. Ling Yan drove Xiao Mimi and Emma Wudao to the hotel that they had booked. Then, he drove around Beijing aimlessly. Yes, he drove around everywhere because he wanted to familiarize himself with Beijing. 5th ring, 4th ring, 3rd ring. Ling Yan released his divine sense. As long as he passed by the places, he would remember all of them. Ling Yan returned to the courtyard house only after he received a call from Chao Shanshan. Ling Yan parked his car at the entrance of the courtyard house at around 10:30 in the morning. The 12 members of the Chao family were all in the living room, waiting for Ling Yan's arrival. Chao Juanxiong was the first to stand up from the sofa when he saw Ling Yan. Everyone else followed suit. The members of the Chao family had already had their breakfast, washed up, and changed into the clothes they usually wore at home. In Ling Yan's eyes, they looked dignified and extraordinary. This was the aura of a top family in Huaxia. Even though their faces were still pale, they were full of energy. The joy and satisfaction of surviving a calamity was written all over their faces. Apart from this, everyone's eyes, which had returned to black, flashed with gratitude. Boundless gratitude. Grandpa Chow, Uncle Chow, Auntie Lu, congratulations. Congratulations everyone. Ling Yan was shocked by the Chow family's lineup, but he got used to it immediately and greeted everyone with a smile. Ahem, Chao Juanxiong coughed lightly and cleared his throat before saying, Ling Yun, I won't say much about your kindness to the Chao family. It's useless to just talk about it. We had a family meeting just now, and I've decided that we'll go home tonight. But before we leave, I have something to announce. Chao Juanxiong looked at Ling Yun with a faint smile. Don't be afraid, it's just a joyous occasion. Get engaged to Shanshan as soon as possible. Get engaged? Ling Yun was dumbfounded. He really did not expect that the first decision the Chao family made after they were able to see the light of day was for him to get engaged to Chao Shanshan. To be continued. Chao Shanshan, who was standing at the side, knew about the Chao family's decision. However, after hearing her grandfather's words to Ling Yun, she was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Her heart was beating like a drum as she lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her shirt. She did not dare to look up at Ling Yun. However, even though Chao Shanshan was shy and timid, it couldn't hide the happiness that shone in her eyes. Ling Yun's face turned red as well. There were many women around him, but none of them wanted to get engaged to Ling Yun. Long Kuan had mentioned it before, but he told Ling Yun that it was a betrothal from when they were young, not this kind of engagement. Grandpa Chao, this engagement. Is there a need to rush? Engagement was usually discussed by the parents of both parties, and they had to hire a matchmaker. Ling Yun did not know about this, so he did not know what to do. Chao Juanxiong put on a straight face. Why, you're not willing? Do you think our Shanshan is not good enough for you? Or do you think our Chao family is not what it used to be? He had just treated old Master Chao, and he was already starting to be on bad terms with Ling Yun. Grandpa Chao, that's not what I meant, Chao Juanxiong glared at him. Then what do you mean? I'm betrothing my most beloved granddaughter to you, and Shanshan is as pretty as a flower. What are you dissatisfied with? Chao Juanxiong blew his beard and glared at Ling Yun, but the rest of the Chao family could not help but laugh. The relationship between Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan was like a flea on a monk's head. It was only a matter of time, and everyone present knew it. Seeing this, Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. What's the point of all of you bullying me? This is my house, okay? Hee, Grandpa Chao, it's not that I'm dissatisfied with you betrothing Shanshan to me. Of course I'm willing, but don't talk to me about this. Talk to the elders in my family. Ling Yun thought about it and directly kicked the ball to the Ling family. When Chao Juanxiong heard this, he tried hard to hold back his laughter, but he still kept a straight face. Ling Yun, don't play tricks with me. Our family is here today. I'm not asking anyone else but you. Now, in front of Shanshan, do you agree or not? I agree. Ling Yun saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he agreed without hesitation. Good lad. Seeing that Ling Yun had agreed to it, Chao Juanxiong was elated. He stopped trying to hold back his laughter and burst into laughter on the spot. There was also a burst of warm applause and laughter in the courtyard. Sit, everyone sit down. Shanshan, don't be shy. Come sit with Ling Yun and let us have a good look. No matter how generous Chao Shanshan was, she couldn't help but feel shy at this moment. She dilly-dallied for a long time before finally moving to Ling Yun's side. Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony. He put his arm around Chao Shanshan's shoulders and sat on the sofa. Look, everyone is a family now. How comfortable is it to sit down and chat like this? After everyone had sat down, Chao Juanxiong looked around and said happily, his beard curling up. How could she not be happy? Where else could she find such a good son-in-law? He couldn't even find a lantern. Lu Qiongfeng sat at the side and looked at Ling Yun carefully. The smile on her face was so wide that it couldn't be removed. This was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Of course, Ling Yun could feel it. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't help but blush when everyone looked at him like this. Chao Shanshan was even more embarrassed. She held Ling Yun's hand, which was full of sweat. Everyone teased the young couple for a while and chatted for a while. After a while, Chao Juanxiong suddenly spoke. Ling Yun, just now you mentioned that you wanted the Chao family to discuss the engagement with your family. But, I heard from Shanshan that your mother isn't in Qingshui City now? Chao Juanxiong was obviously beating around the bush. He was seriously asking about Ling Yun's background. Now that they were a family, Chao Juanxiong's question wasn't considered overstepping his boundaries. Instead, it gave Ling Yun a lot of room to maneuver. Ling Yun thought for a while before raising his head and looking at Chao Juanxiong. He said seriously, Grandpa Chao, you don't have to ask me like this. I think you've already guessed it. I don't need to hide it from you anymore. Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, Auntie Lu. I'll tell you now. My surname is Ling. This courtyard house is one of the outer residences of the Ling family. As for me, I'm a descendant of the Ling family. My biological father is Ling Xiao, and my biological mother is the previous holy virgin of the devil sect. After that, Ling Yan stopped talking and looked at Chao Juanxiong quietly. At the same time, Ling Yan clearly felt that Chao Shanshan's body tensed up after he revealed his true identity. Pa! Chao Juanxiong slapped his thigh and stood up immediately. He laughed out loud and said, "Heh! I knew it. You're indeed a descendant of the Ling family, the son of Ling Xiao and the grandson of that old fellow Ling Lai. Ha ha ha, you're a good match." Xianxia, agreeing to go to Qingshui City to study was the best decision I've made in my life. Chao Juanxiong was so happy that he almost danced with joy. Everyone in the Chao family couldn't help but laugh at old Master Chao's words. The joy of surviving a calamity, coupled with the fact that they had a son-in-law like Ling Yun, made the Chao family a family member. It would be a lie to say that they weren't happy. Chao Shanshan's heart was filled with joy. She held on to Ling Yun's hand tightly and pressed her soft body against Ling Yun's. In Chao Shanshan's heart, since Ling Yun had agreed to the engagement in front of the entire Chao family, it was already set in stone. From now on, Ling Yun was her legitimate fiancé. Even though she was shy, she did not have to worry about anything else. Everyone laughed for a while. Ling Yun suddenly raised his head and glanced at the Chao family. With a smile, he raised his hand and started taking things out of his spatial ring. 1,000-year ginseng that had completely turned into a human form and 1,000-year Chinese knotweed were taken out by Ling Yun and placed gently on the coffee table in front of him. The entire living room became silent instantly. Everyone's gazes fell onto those 2 stalks of spirit medicine, and they didn't even blink. This is, even Grandpa Chao, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was dumbfounded. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Grandpa Chao, this is a 2,000-year ginseng and 1,000-year Chinese knotweed. They are both spiritual herbs. Especially the Chinese knotweed. It can nourish blood, dark hair, strengthen muscles and bones, and nourish the liver and kidneys. It is the most suitable for your current body condition." This was a huge gift from Ling Yan to the Chao family. He didn't take out too much because the members of the Chao family had just returned from being members of the blood clan. Their bodies needed time to recover, and he was afraid that if he took too much, the Chao family would overdo it. With that, Ling Yan looked at everyone again and smiled. "As for how to use these 2 things, I don't think I need to explain, right?" Chao Juanxiong was so excited that his lips trembled. He reached out with both hands, one in each hand, and grabbed the 2 spiritual herbs at the same time. These are all peerless elixirs that are rarely seen in this world. Chao Juanxiong held the 1,000-year ginseng and Chinese knotweed in front of him, his eyes darting back and forth as he spoke excitedly. "These 2 can be used together. I think that in less than 5 days, your bodies will be back to their peak and even better than before." Ling Yan smiled faintly. This, Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, Chao Tianlong, and Lu Qiongfeng were so excited that they couldn't speak coherently. "This gift is too precious." Chao Xingcheng stared at Ling Yun, dumbfounded. He thought that Ling Yun had already done his best to help the Chao family recover. Who knew that Ling Yun would take out such a treasure at this time? "Uncle Chao, compared to the 10 billion that big brother Tianlong gave me, this is nothing," Ling Yun said with some embarrassment. Chao Juanxiong glared at him and said, "You brat, stop talking nonsense. This is a rare treasure. How can it be bought with money? But since you're willing to take out such a treasure, it's enough to show your sincerity towards Xianxia. I won't reject it and accept it." Grandfather Chao loved these 2 treasures so much that he couldn't bear to part with them. It was as if he was afraid that Ling Yun would go back on his words. Ling Yun suddenly changed the topic. "Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, I have a small request." Chao Juanxiong laughed heartily. Speak boldly. Grandpa Chao will agree even if it's 100 requests." "Grandpa Chao, my father, Ling Xiao, has been missing for a long time. The most important thing for me to come to Beijing this time is to find my father. Therefore, before I find my father, I hope that you can help me keep my identity a secret." Ling Yun said thoughtfully. "Say no more." Chao Juanxiong didn't wait for Ling Yun to finish. He waved his hand and said solemnly, "Ling Yun, since you've revealed your identity to me today, the Chao family and the Ling family will be in-laws from now on. From now on, your matters and the Ling family's matters are also the Chow family's matters. I also know what happened to the Ling family 18 years ago. The Ling family's matters are too important to the whole of Huaxia, especially your father, Ling Xiao. Don't talk about keeping your identity a secret. Even if you need our help, the Chow family will go through fire and water without hesitation. Grandfather Chow made the final decision. Because it concerned Ling Xiao's life and death, Ling Yan reminded him repeatedly. He didn't expect Grandfather Chow to say such a thing. Since that was the case, there was no need to say anything else. Thank you, Grandpa Chow. At this moment, Ling Yan sensed 2 cars parked at the entrance of the courtyard house. To be continued. Ling Yan stood up immediately. Grandpa Chow, someone parked a car at the entrance. I'll go out and take a look. Chow Juanxiong laughed heartily and gestured for Ling Yan to sit down. There's no need to look. It must be my chef who came at this hour. Chow Xianxia smiled sweetly at Ling Yan and said, Grandpa has been away from the world for such a long time. After eating breakfast this morning, he felt that the food was not good, so he asked my brother to call a few of his favorite chefs over to prepare lunch for us. It can be considered a celebration. Xianxian, how dare you make fun of your grandpa? Are you asking for a beating? Chow Juanxiong's face turned red and he blushed as he said this. It was indeed the chefs. Other than the driver, there were 3 middle-aged men in the first car in front. Their ages ranged from 30 to 50 years old. Behind them was a van with 5 young men in it. The rest was filled with fresh fish, vegetables, and fruits. The 3 middle-aged men got out of the van and called for the people behind them to send the ingredients into the courtyard house. It was obvious that the 3 in front were Grandpa Chow's personal chefs. The young men behind them were their assistants. Ling Yan retracted his divine sense. Oh my God! This was the prestigious life of a top family in Huaxia. The members of the Chow family had just escaped from their confinement. With just a phone call, they could summon 3 chefs with abundant ingredients to cook for them. They could cook whatever they wanted to eat. This kind of enjoyment was really unimaginable. Chow Tianlong went out and quickly led the 3 chefs into the living room. Upon entering the living room, the 3 of them stood at the same time and bowed to Chow Juanxiong's family. Master Huang, long time no see. You don't have to be so formal. I called you over today because I wanted to see the dishes you made. Chow Juanxiong said with a smile. Chow Juanxiong didn't introduce Ling Yun. After exchanging a few words with the 3 chefs, he waved his hand and sent them to the kitchen. An hour later, the dishes were served on the dining table. Every dish looked, smelled great. Ling Yun swallowed his saliva secretly. Chow Juanxiong called out to Ling Yun, come. Everyone, take a seat. Ling Yun, come and sit next to me. Have a taste of Master Huang's cooking. He's the god of cookery in China. Indeed, just as Chow Shanshan had said, not only Chow Juanxiong, but the 10 people from the Chow family had already been living in seclusion for a few months. Looking at the table full of delicacies, they could not wait any longer. Chow Juanxiong said, Sky Dragon, open the wine. We have to celebrate with some wine today. I'll bring 3 bottles of liquor first. This first toast is to Ling Yun, to thank him for saving our Chow family. Old Master Chow didn't even give Ling Yun a chance to decline. He took the lead and downed the first drink. The second wine is to celebrate our Chow family's return to the light of day. Our Chow family has been reborn after a calamity. We have survived this great crisis. The third toast is to celebrate Shanshan and Ling Yan's engagement, as well as the official alliance between the Chow and Ling families. After drinking 3 glasses of wine, they began to exchange toasts and toasts. The whole restaurant was filled with laughter. This was Ling Yan's first official meal with the Chow family. This lunch took more than 2 hours. After everyone had their fill, the Chow family began preparing to return home in the afternoon. While everyone was busy, Chow Shanshan quietly pulled Ling Yun to the side and whispered, Ling Yun, my mother said that she wants me to accompany her for a few days. Do you want me to send someone to protect you? Ling Yun asked after some thought. Chow Shanshan smiled. You don't have to worry about me. My grandfather has already analyzed the situation. Even though there are turbulent undercurrents in the capital, it looks calm on the surface. All of this is related to you and your Ling family. As long as you don't appear, the Long family and the Yi family won't make any moves. The other families can only wait and see. Therefore, Beijing is actually very safe now. Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't have decided to let us go home together. Moreover, as long as my grandfather returns home, it means that the Qin family's plan to deal with the Chao family has failed. Without Qin Jianwei, it will be impossible for the Qin family to deal with us in the dark. When the Chao family returns home, all the big families in Beijing will definitely react as long as we make any movements. No matter what kind of reaction it is, no matter which family jumps out, it will be beneficial to you. Because I will always be with you when you return to Xianxia City. Moreover, my brother went to Xianxia City to celebrate the opening of the Heaven and Earth group. No matter who wants to deal with the Chao family, it will be equivalent to provoking you. No one will offend a powerful enemy in the dark for a little benefit on the surface. Therefore, the Chao family is actually very safe at this time. Hearing Chao Shanshan's words, Ling Yan thought to himself that old Master Chao was really something. No wonder he called Chef over to his courtyard house today. Thus, he nodded. Alright, then go home and stay with uncle and auntie for a while. Even though the Chao family has seen the light of day again, your family has lost so many relatives. They might look happy on the surface, but their hearts are actually very sad. With Ling Yan's approval, Chao Shanshan took the initiative to hold Ling Yan's hands. Their eyes met. Ling Yan, promise me that you will be careful in Beijing. Remember to call me no matter what happens. Don't let me worry. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Ling Yan smiled. At night, Ling Yan accompanied the Chao family for dinner. After dinner, 3 black cars stopped at the entrance of the courtyard house. Of course, they were here to pick up the Chao family. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Marquis Edward to bring Qin Jianwei from the basement to the front yard. Grandpa Chao, this is Qin Jianwei. I'll hand him over to you now. Please do whatever you want with him. Chao Juanxiong's eyes were spewing fire. He glared at Qin Jianwei, gritting his teeth. Sky Dragon, take him away. Qin Jianwei is really going to hell now. Ling Yan stood at the entrance of the courtyard house and watched the Chao family's car leave. He shook his head slowly and smiled. Of course, Ling Yan understood that Qin Jianwei was already a dead man the moment he handed him over to the Chao family. As for how he died, that was none of his business. Ling Yan returned to the courtyard house after the Chao family's car disappeared from view. At this time, only he and Edward were left in the courtyard house. Edward, you're at the peak of the marquee now, right? Yes, boss. Get ready. I'll help you advance to Grand Duke on the night of the full moon. Thank you, boss. Edward's eyes flashed with joy. Rest for a while. Come with me to do something tonight. Ling Yan returned to his room and changed into the golden-black devilish silkworm suit. He flew into the room and started cultivating the stellar condensation technique with the help of the moon and stars. Ling Yan had already reached the peak of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. It would be difficult to break through to the third major realm, but he had to cultivate it. That was because this technique could provide a strong defense. It was too important for both battles and Ling Yan's tribulation. Ling Yan cultivated for more than 2 hours in one go. He only stopped at 11 o'clock at night. Let's go. Ling Yan called out to Edward after his cultivation. They didn't drive. Instead, they flew over the wall and headed north. They soon entered a forest. Alright, let's transform here. Edward instantly transformed. His body instantly became taller, and at the same time, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Ling Yan landed on Edward's back and ordered, fly to an altitude of 1,000 meters, then head south. Ling Yan wanted to go to the Chen family's southern suburbs courtyard. Edward carried Ling Yan and soared into the night sky. They soon reached an altitude of 1,000 meters and flew toward the southwest direction of the capital. Edward's flight was very stable. Even so, it was many times faster than driving. They arrived in the sky above the Qin family's southern suburbs courtyard. 20 minutes later. Ling Yan pointed to a secluded forest and told Edward to land. Edward, you should know that this is the Qin family. I'll go in later to do something. Transform into a bat and wait nearby. Be ready to receive me at any time. With that, Ling Yan took out the mask and covered his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Then, Ling Yan released his divine sense and extended it bit by bit towards the Chen family's villas. The security is indeed tight. As Ling Yan had expected, the backyard of the Chen family had a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5. Furthermore, there were hidden sentries in many hidden places. However, this kind of defense was no different from being blind to Ling Yan. He used his powerful divine sense to avoid the sentries and cameras and sneaked into the backyard of the Chen family. With the realm and skills of those sentries, it was impossible for them to detect it. This time, Ling Yan wasn't here for revenge or to fight. Instead, he was here to retrieve something. Ling Hao had given Chen Sen a check of 20 million yuan when he asked for help to kill Ling Yan in Xianxia City. Ling Yan didn't die, so Ling Hao took back the check. However, he gave Chen Sen a check of 2 million yuan as compensation. This time, Ling Yan was here with the check personally signed by Ling Hao. Ling Hao was the son of the current head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen. Chen Sen and He San's testimonies weren't enough for Ling Yan to touch Ling Hao. He needed material evidence. Ling Yan had to have both witnesses and material evidence to make Ling Hao speechless. Ling Yan proceeded cautiously and soon arrived at Chen Sen's place. Realizing that the window was open, Ling Yan's figure flashed and he directly entered through the window. After entering Chen Sen's room, Ling Yan released his divine sense. Indeed, he found the check on the bedside table. Found it, Ling Yan immediately put the check into his spatial ring. He was about to leave when he heard a conversation. "Hai Peng, did the Yi family give you an answer?" "Father, the head of the Yi family is still avoiding us. He didn't give us an answer." "Chen Haipeng, wasn't that the head of the Chen family?" The father that Chen Haipeng was referring to was naturally Chen Jingtian. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the conversation between the two of them. He immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. Instead, he held his breath and retracted his aura. At the same time, he quietly expanded his divine sense and probed in the direction of the voice. This was what it meant to wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Ling Yan's most important mission in Beijing was to rescue Ling Xiao. Before he found Ling Xiao, the entire Ling family wouldn't dare to act rashly, and Ling Yan couldn't reveal himself either. Before finding Ling Xiao's whereabouts, Ling Yan didn't want to stir up a storm in Beijing. That was why Ling Yan came here tonight only to collect the check. He didn't expect to find something even bigger. This was a conversation between 2 generations of the Chen family. Ling Yan naturally had to listen in. However, Ling Yan knew that Chen Haipeng was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, and Chen Jingtian was at least at Xiantian realm level 8. That was why he didn't dare to make a big fuss even if he used his divine sense. That was because one's sense of hearing was very sensitive at the later stages of the Xiantian realm. Ling Yan could easily be detected even if he used his divine sense. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of fighting, and it was easy for him to escape. However, he wouldn't be able to hear the Chen family's secret, and he would also alert the enemy. That wouldn't be good for him, and it might even affect his overall plan. Ling Yan switched from external breathing to internal breathing. He was in a state of tortoise breathing, and the divine sense that he released was ethereal. It wasn't invasive at all. The state of the divine sense was like the air. It was everywhere, but it didn't flow. It didn't change into the wind, and people couldn't feel it. 2 people entered the range of Ling Yan's divine sense. One was an old man about 70 years old, and the other was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. The old man was tall and skinny. He had disheveled hair, a long face, and an inch-long beard. He had a tall aquiline nose and a pair of eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's. This was naturally Chen Jingtian. Chen Haipeng's appearance was similar to Chen Jingtian's, but he was in his prime. He was slightly fatter than Chen Jingtian, and his voice was low. At this moment, Chen Jingtian snorted coldly, "Humph. I didn't expect the Yi family to be so heartless. Did they really think that they didn't leave behind any evidence for what they did in the past?" Chen Haipeng's face was filled with shame as he gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I'm incompetent, causing the Chen family to suffer heavy losses. That's why I was neglected. Chen Jingtian's eagle eyes stared at Chen Haipeng for a long time before he said in a deep voice, letting Jian Gui use the embrace to deal with the Chao family was actually a good idea. However, I didn't expect things to not go according to our wishes. Someone came out of nowhere. I don't blame you for this. Ling Yan snickered in his heart. He thought to himself, Qing Yaojin, who came out of nowhere, is eavesdropping on your conversation right under your noses. But Chen Jingtian then changed the topic. You sent people to capture the second son of the Ling family, Ling Yu, and wanted to use him as a hostage to force the Ling family to submit to our Chen family. That is a huge mistake. Why don't you think about how bloodthirsty those people from the Ling family are? It has been 18 years since they suffered heavy losses. However, who have they submitted to in these 18 years? Even though the Long family has been kind to the Ling family for so many years, the Ling family is merely grateful. They have never truly submitted to the Long family. How foolish! How foolish! The more Chen Jingtian spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he slammed the coffee table, leaving a clear palm print on the granite coffee table. Now that the Chao family has yet to be destroyed and the Ling family has yet to fall, it is our Chen family that has suffered heavy losses. Now, we actually need the help of the Yi family. How passive are we? Chen Haipeng lowered his head as he listened to Chen Jingtian's scolding. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he said softly, "It's my fault." Humph. Chen Jingtian snorted coldly as he asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out the identity and background of that Ling Yan?" At this point, his background isn't important anymore. The key is whether he is from the Ling family or not. We must find out about this. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat as he heard this. He knew that many people were already suspecting his true identity. As expected, Chen Haipeng said, "Father, it's really hard to explain Ling Yan's background. His rise is too sudden and too violent. However, according to the information that we have gathered from various sources, one thing is certain. This Ling Yan claimed that he came from a mysterious sect called the Immortal Physician sect. As for Ling Yan's identity, everyone in Beijing is guessing that Ling Yan is definitely related to the Ling family. However, they aren't sure if he is a descendant of the Ling family because there is no concrete evidence." Chen Haipeng pondered deeply. According to the news from Qingshui City, Ling Yan's Heaven and Earth group opened for business 9 days ago. At that time, a total of 4 special people appeared at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. They were Qin Chongqing, Lin Hongjun, Chao Tianlong, and the last one was Ling Xiu from the Ling family. Chen Jingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 out of the 8 big families of Huaxia actually went? Chen Haipeng frowned and nodded. That's right. That's why outsiders couldn't see it clearly. Ling Xiu and Chao Tianlong went to the ribbon-cutting ceremony together. Because of our relationship with the Chen family, the Ling family and the Chao family are now on the same side. This is very normal. The Ling and Chao families had a blood feud with the Chen family. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan are classmates. Moreover, the two of them are in an open relationship. Therefore, it's reasonable for Ling Yun to save Chao Shanshan and the Chao family. Qin Chongqing from the Qin family appeared because of Qin Qiuyue. After all, Ling Yun is Qin Qiuyue's godson. Therefore, Ling Xiu's appearance was too inexplicable and sudden. It caused all the big families in the capital to speculate. That's because she might be accompanying Chao Tianlong to announce that the Ling and Chao families have formed an alliance. She might also be there specifically to rope in Ling Yun. After all, they share the same surname, and Ling Yun has already proven his strength. Of course, there's also the possibility that Ling Xiu is there to acknowledge her family. It's not just us. Everyone is guessing what the relationship between Ling Yun and the Ling family is. Chen Haipeng lifted his head slowly and looked at his father, waiting for his decision. Chen Jingtian's pair of eagle eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flickering. He said in a low voice, "Don't make guesses about such things, and don't hold any illusions. We have to consider the most disadvantageous situation, which is to assume that Ling Yun is the descendant of the Ling family." Ling Yun, who was secretly eavesdropping, closed his eyes immediately. What the F***ck, the big families in Beijing weren't fools to be able to stand at the peak of Huaxia for so many years. Other than the fact that they couldn't be sure, they had thought of almost everything they needed to think of. Chen Haipeng nodded solemnly. Yes, father. If Ling Yan isn't the descendant of the Ling family, we still have a chance to make peace. However, if he really is the descendant of the Ling family, then, Haipeng, you're wrong. Whether or not Ling Yan is the descendant of the Ling family, he's still the enemy of our Chen family. The only difference is the method we use to deal with him. While speaking, Chen Jingtian suddenly stood up. His hair and beard fluttered as he angrily said, "Don't you forget how many experts of our Chen clan died in his hands. None of the people we sent to Qingshui City came back alive. Needless to say about those dead bats, there's still the hundreds of ninjas from Japan and the hundreds of ancient martial arts masters from the mansion in the southern suburbs. Other than that, there's also your elder brother Chen Haishan, your younger brother Chen Haishan, your three most outstanding sons, Jian Hao, Jian Jia, Jian Goe, and that good-for-nothing son of yours, Chen Sen. Originally, with your uncle in Huaxia summer organization, our Chen family had a chance to surpass the Long family and become the most powerful family in Huaxia. But now, we've been single-handedly damaged by him. Even if we can tolerate this kind of blood feud, your uncle will not. The Ling and Chao families wanted revenge on the Chen family. How could the Chen family not want revenge on Ling Yun now? Our Chen family and that Ling Yun are irreconcilable enemies. He's already on your uncle's kill list. If not for the complicated relationships in Beijing, your uncle wouldn't have tolerated him until today. I understand. I was overthinking just now. It's mainly because Ling Yun is too ruthless and unscrupulous. He doesn't leave his enemies alive. I'm afraid he. Chen Haipeng lowered his head. Chen Jingtian gritted his teeth and smiled. What are you afraid of? Afraid that he'll suddenly come to our house? Wipe out the entire Chen family? Chen Haipeng lowered his head for a long time before finally saying, yes. Haipeng, don't worry. With your uncle around, Ling Yan won't be able to wipe out the Chen family. If he dares to come, I guarantee that he won't be able to leave. Chen Jingtian suddenly laughed maniacally. Chen Haipeng's uncle was naturally Chen Jingxian from the Huaxia Heaven group. Father, if that Ling Yan is really a descendant of the Ling family? Chen Haipeng asked. Do you have any clues about the whereabouts of the third son of the Ling family, Ling Xiao? Chen Jingtian narrowed his eyes. Ling Yan pricked up his ears at the mention of Ling Xiao, afraid to miss a word. Chen Haipeng shook his head. Father, there aren't any clues yet. However, we can confirm that Ling Xiao is no longer in Beijing. Chen Jingtian frowned. Search. Hurry up and send people to search. I came here this time to talk to you about this matter. Right now, the Long family, the Yi family, the Sun family, and all the other families, including the Condor team, are all looking for Ling Xiao. Whoever finds Ling Xiao first will be able to take the initiative in this battle between the families. If Ling Yan is really from the Ling family, then he must be the bastard son of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian 18 years ago. Whoever finds Ling Xiao will be able to control Ling Yun. Family hegemony, dragon roaring in the 9 continents, everyone should be able to see, the big, climax plot is about to begin, please monthly votes, Yin Qingxian. Ling Yun felt his chest heat up when he heard Chen Jingtian's last sentence, Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. Didn't that mean that the name of the previous holy virgin of the devil sect was Yin Qingxian? This was the first time Ling Yun heard his biological mother's name. However, Ling Yun wasn't sure if it was Yin Qingxian or Yin Qingxian. So this was the name of his biological mother. It was really nice to hear. Ling Yun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Ling Yun had gained a lot of information from eavesdropping. First, all the big families in Beijing valued Ling Yun greatly. They either saw him as a strong enemy or wanted to get to know him. This also showed that Ling Yun was powerful enough, at least in the eyes of the Huaxia secular families. Secondly, even though the Chen family was greatly weakened, they still didn't care about the Ling family and the Chao family, even if they joined forces. In their eyes, their real opponent was Ling Yun. Moreover, the Chen family believed that there was someone who could deal with Ling Yun, Chen Jingxian, who was in the heavenly group. Thirdly, all the big families in Beijing guessed that Ling Yun was from the Ling family, but other than the Ling family and the Chao family, no one was sure. This was Ling Yun's only advantage at the moment, and it was also his intention to hide his identity. Finally, the news of Ling Zhao's disappearance had reached the ears of all the major clans in the capital, but they did not make a move. They were all secretly searching for Ling Zhao's whereabouts, and whoever found Ling Xiao would gain the upper hand. Of course, this was just a guess, but Ling Yun was 100% sure. Who was Ling Xiao? That was his biological father. Ling Yun would be at a disadvantage if anyone held a knife to Ling Zhao's neck. However, Ling Yun could deduce from the conversation that Ling Xiao wasn't in the hands of any of the big families in Beijing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to look for him. This saved Ling Yun a lot of trouble. However, none of this made Ling Yun more shocked and excited than hearing his mother's name. Ling Yun was in a trance, and his divine sense spread out. He almost missed the conversation between the father and son of the Qin family. He hurriedly gathered his divine sense and eavesdropped. Your son understands. Your son will definitely use the entire clan's power to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. We need to find Ling Xiao as soon as possible, Chen Haipeng said solemnly. Qin Jingtian laughed coldly. If Ling Yun is really Ling Zhao's unfilial son, then as long as our Qin family finds Ling Xiao first, won't that Ling Yun be captured without a fight? Are you willing to die? At that time, we will use Ling Xiao to force Ling Yun to cripple his own martial arts before destroying the Ling family in one go. We'll settle old and new grudges together. Chen Haipeng reminded in a low voice, Father, from what I know, that Ling Yun is unruly and lawless. He never plays by the rules. Even if we capture Ling Xiao, do you think he won't care about Ling Zhao's life? Ha 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 ha, Qin Jingtian burst into laughter. Haipeng, you're wrong again. I think you've been beaten up by Ling Yun. Don't you know that even though some people in the Ling family make mistakes, I've never heard of anyone in the Ling family being unfilial. Don't worry, this is in the Ling family's blood and bones. It can't be changed. Just think about the current head of the Ling family, and you'll understand. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. The current head of the Ling family? Isn't that Ling Zhen? Some people make mistakes, but not unfilial. Think about the current head of the Ling family. Link them all together. Ling Yan pondered over Qin Jingtian's words, and his eyes turned as sharp as a blade. Thank you for your guidance, father. Chen Haipeng nodded repeatedly. We don't know if Jian Gui is dead or alive. Without him, we can't count on those damn bats from the west. They might be strong, but their weakness is too obvious. They can't be of much use, Qin Jingtian said. Because of the Shennon cauldron, the Japanese will send more people over. I think it will happen in the next 2 days. With so many ninjas dead, they will definitely seek revenge. Now, their target is the same as ours, Ling Yun. As for your uncle, he's been in the heavenly team for so many years. He'll definitely help when the time comes. The Sun family can't even protect themselves now. They're running around looking for help. I heard that they've put in a lot of effort. Not only did they find a member of the heavenly team to hold the fort, but they also invited a hidden family. The Sun family might not have offended the Ling family, but they're even more desperate than us when it comes to dealing with Ling Yun. Once Ling Yun arrives in Beijing, the Sun family will be wiped out. So, if Ling Yun attacks the Sun family first, we'll wait and see. If there's an opportunity, we'll eliminate Ling Yun directly. If he attacks the Qin family first, you'll immediately ask the Sun family for help. Let them attack first and let them die first. However, I think the Sun family is going to fall this time. They won't be able to survive this. Qin Jingtian gave a simple explanation of the clan's situation, then looked up at Chen Haipeng and said, Haipeng, the reason I'm telling you all of this today is so that you can keep your cool. Don't panic. Our Qin clan might be weakened, but we still have a lot more power behind us. Even if it really doesn't work, at the critical moment, Father will tell us some secrets. At that time, we can drag the Long family and the Yi family down with us. At this time, if they want to watch the fire burn and reap the benefits, don't even think about it. Ling Yan really wanted to hear the secret from Qin Jingtian. What kind of secret was it? Qin Jingtian was so confident that he could drag the Long family and the Yi family down with him. Unfortunately, Qin Jingtian did not speak anymore. The Qin family, the Japanese, the heavenly group, Qin Jingxian, and the Sun family were known enemies of Ling Yun. Ling Yun vaguely felt that the Long family and the Yi family were also his potential enemies. There was a lot of trouble. The plan had to change. From the looks of it, finding Ling Zhao's whereabouts was a matter of urgency. Moreover, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Father, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Tonight, everyone from the Chao family returned home. Moreover, Chao Juanxiong purposely brought Chao Xingcheng and Chao Tianlong out of the car and waited for a while before entering. Qin Jingtian waved his hand calmly. That was Chao Juanxiong's declaration. I've told you before, the Ling family and the Chao family are nothing to worry about. Right now, the focus of the 8 big families of Huaxia is on Ling Yun. No matter who he is now a rising force in Huaxia. This is something that even the Long family and the Yi family dare not underestimate. Finally, Qin Jingtian glanced at Chen Haipeng and reminded him faintly, Child, don't forget the proverb, the human sovereign and earth sovereign emerge from the clear water. Don't forget where Ling Yun came from. Ling Yun was adopted by Qin Qiuyue from the Qin family. He challenged the Sun family, defeated the Chen family, and saved the Chao family. He might be a descendant of the Ling family, and he has the devil's blade. He defeated the 8 big sects of Huaxia, and his medical skills are amazing. Even the #1 person in China is paying attention to this person, allowing him to do whatever he wants. Unfortunately, such a person has inexplicably become an irreconcilable enemy of the Chen family. I can only say that this is fate. This time, if he doesn't die, it will be our Chen family. Do you understand? Chen Haipeng bowed his head respectfully. I will follow your teachings, father. I will use the strength of the entire family to kill Ling Yun. Qin Jingtian nodded. That's right. If Ling Yun is dead, the Chao family and the Ling family are nothing. Your uncle and a few people from the heavenly team are still waiting for my news. I'll take my leave first. Father, I'll send you off. Qin Jingtian came to the door and frowned suddenly. He looked in the direction of Ling Yun. Father, what's wrong? Chen Haipeng asked immediately. Ling Yun retracted all his aura instantly. Even his heartbeat was controlled to a very slow pace. At the same time, he dispersed his divine sense and became as still as a rock. Nothing, I suddenly felt like I was being spied on. Chen Haipeng was shocked. His lips moved as he spoke to Qin Jingtian through telepathy. Father, do you want to search? Qin Jingtian listened carefully for a while and shook his head. There's no need. I almost never come here. No one would think that we would meet here. I've probably been too tense recently and became too sensitive. Chen Haipeng smiled. I'm unfilial. I've let you work too hard recently. Qin Jingtian smiled and shook his head. It's a matter of life and death for the family. I have to work hard. After saying that, he walked out. Ling Yun waited until the Chen family's father and son were far away before exiting through the window. Still cautious, he retraced his steps back. Once he was out of the Chen family's residence, his silhouette flashed and he soon arrived at the secluded forest. Boss. Edward shot into the forest like a bolt of lightning. He transformed from a small bat to a large bird in human form and greeted Ling Yun respectfully. Let's go. Edward carried Ling Yun into the night sky and flew towards the north. On the way back, Ling Yun took out his phone and called Mo Wudao, asking him to wait for him at the courtyard house. Ling Yun had gained a lot from the eavesdropping just now. The things that the Chen family father and son said were very important to Ling Yun. Everything else was trivial now. He had to find his father, Ling Xiao, before anyone else did. It was extremely urgent. On the way back, Edward flew extremely fast. Ling Yun arrived at the courtyard house in less than 10 minutes. Mo Wudao, how are your preparations? Are you confident that you can find my father's whereabouts? Ling Yun asked Mo Wudao through telepathy once he entered the courtyard. Mao Mountain Shangqing sect, the mountain doctor's divination and divination were Mo Wudao's specialty. The main reason Ling Yun brought him here was to find out Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Mo Wudao sat alone in the living room. He didn't turn on the lights as he fiddled with the 3 ancient copper coins. Tell me uncle's date of birth. I'll give it a try. Mo Wudao said calmly when he saw Ling Yun enter. To be continued. Ling Yan had already asked his grandfather, Ling Lai, about Ling Zhao's birthday. He had already memorized it, so he told Mo Wu Dao immediately. Who knew that Mo Wu Dao would be stunned after hearing Ling Zhao's birthday? Uncle Ling is actually born on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month? Ling Yan smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. Even though Ling Yun wasn't proficient in divination, he knew that people born on special days would be tainted with too much karma. Their fates would often be full of twists and turns, even bizarre. The more karma involved, the more heavenly secrets it would carry. The fates of such people were difficult to divine. Mo Wu Dao couldn't maintain his composure anymore. He frowned slightly and fiddled with the 3 copper coins in his hand, making a series of crisp sounds in the quiet living room. Ling Yan asked, "Why? Is there a problem?" Ling Yan asked. Mo Wu Dao pondered for a while, as if trying to find the right words. After a while, he said, "Ling Yun, you should know that you carry too much karma. That's why the fates of those who come into contact with you are always full of ups and downs." Ling Yun naturally understood this point, so he nodded his head silently. And for those who are tainted with karma, the closer they are to you, the stronger their fates will be affected by you. That's why it's even harder to divine them. When it comes to your biological parents, it's actually like peeping into the heavenly secrets to divine them. And Uncle Ling was born on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, so it's even harder to divine. Mo Wu Dao gave 2 reasons. One was that Ling Yan's fate involved the heavenly secrets, so it was impossible to divine. Ling Xiao was Ling Yan's biological father, so it was difficult to divine in itself. The other reason was that Ling Zhao's birthday was on the 9th lunar month, so the karma he carried was huge, making things even more difficult. Ling Yan frowned and asked, "So you're saying that you can't divine it?" If Mo Wu Dao really couldn't divine it, Ling Yan definitely wouldn't let him stay in the doghouse. Mo Wu Dao said seriously, "At least here, I can't divine it, so I didn't do it. But it's not like there's no other way." The first divination was the most accurate. The more he divined, the less accurate it would be. Mo Wu Dao naturally understood this point, so he simply chose not to do it. Ling Yan's tense nerves immediately relaxed. He scolded, "If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to fart, say it quickly. Don't waste time." Mo Wu Dao thought for a moment, then said directly, "To find out where Uncle Ling is now, just knowing his date of birth is not enough. We have to go to the place where he usually lives, and it would be best if we have his recent photos. If that's the case, the place where he usually lives has the smell of his life. In addition, by looking at his picture and seeing his birth date, I can give it a try." The aura of life that Mo Wu Dao was talking about belonged to the category of qi gazing. Adding in the photo, it was equivalent to reading one's physiognomy, qi gazing, and divination. "That's not a problem." Ling Yan agreed immediately. Then, he took out his communicator and contacted Cui Lao to explain the situation. Cui Lao was extremely anxious after hearing it. "I'll go pick you up now." 20 minutes later, Cui Lao drove to the entrance of the courtyard house. Ling Yan scanned with his divine sense and knew that Cui Lao was there. He immediately brought Mo Wu Dao and Edward out of the courtyard and into the car. After the 3 of them got in, Cui Lao stepped on the accelerator, and the car returned to the Ling family's ancestral home. "Cui Lao, have you told my grandfather about this?" Ling Yan asked directly. Cui Lao nodded as he drove. "Yes, he has arranged everything. Don't worry." After saying that, Cui Lao muttered to himself for a moment. Suddenly, he turned to look at Ling Yun and said awkwardly, "Fourth young master, I might have to meet someone at this hour." Needless to say, the place where Ling Xiao usually lived was naturally his own home. Who else was in Ling Zhao's family? Ling Zhao's wife, Ling Shua's mother. Ling Yun naturally thought of this and remained silent for a moment. Fourth young master, Ling Shua's mother is called Dong Rulan. She's also, actually a person with a hard life. Cui Lao saw that Ling Yun didn't speak, and his heart was in his throat. "Cui Lao, you don't have to say anything. I understand. It's fine. That was 18 years ago, and it was his father's matter." What else could Ling Yun say? However, at the same time, Ling Yan's heart seemed to have been ignited. That was the fire of hatred, and it had never burned so fiercely before. He thought of how his father swore in front of both the righteous and evil sects, as well as his mother, that he would never see Xianxia again. Furthermore, he would immediately marry someone else and give birth to a child. How humiliating was that scene? How heartbroken was Xianxia, and all of this was forced by others. A scholar would rather be killed than humiliated. Such humiliation was even greater than the hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. However, that woman called Dong Rulan was innocent. Ling Yan was very clear that Dong Rulan was actually very pitiful because Ling Xiao married her but didn't love her. As Ling Yan thought about this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. A surge of hot blood surged in his body. 20 minutes later, the group of 4 arrived at the Ling family's ancestral home. Cui Lao drove directly into the third courtyard before stopping the car. Ling Lai was already waiting in the courtyard. Not far behind him stood a middle-aged woman. Other than the two of them, there was no one else in the courtyard. Ling Yan was the first to get out of the car. He came in front of Ling Lai and knelt on one knee. Grandchild greets grandpa. Seeing that his precious grandson was finally home, Ling Lai was naturally happy. He immediately reached out and pulled Ling Yan up from the ground. He sized Ling Yan up from head to toe. You've improved since a month ago. It's good that you're home. Ling Lai raised his hand and patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Then, he grabbed Ling Yan's hand and walked towards the middle-aged woman. There was no time to waste. Of course, this wasn't the time to reminisce about the past. That middle-aged woman was naturally Dong Rulan. She was dressed very appropriately. Her slender figure didn't lose her gentleness. Her appearance was also dignified and beautiful. However, there was already white hair on her head even though she wasn't even 40 years old. Obviously, she wasn't living a comfortable life. Seeing Ling Yan kneel to Ling Lai, Dong Rulan's body couldn't help but tremble. Of course, she knew who the person was. Rulan, let me introduce you. This is third brother's son, Ling Yun. This was indeed an extremely awkward scene. Grandpa Ling forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. He grabbed Ling Yun's hand tightly and forcefully introduced Ling Yun to Dong Rulan. Ling Yun, this is, however, when Grandpa Ling turned around and wanted to introduce Dong Rulan to Ling Yun, he didn't know how to phrase his words. Should he say that she was Ling Zhao's wife? How should Ling Yun address her? Did Ling Yun know how to address her? These were all extremely awkward questions. Grandpa Ling Lai also froze for a moment. His hand that was holding Ling Yun was sweating. However, to everyone's surprise, Ling Yun actually walked up to Dong Rulan quietly and stood in front of her. Hello, Auntie Dong. My father has been missing for such a long time. I'm sorry to have made you worried. I'm here today to think of a way to find my father. Ling Yun didn't make things difficult for this poor woman. Dong Rulan's delicate body trembled. She wanted to say something, but her lips moved for a long time. However, no words came out. She could only nod her head blankly. Oh, right. Let's get down to business first. Let's go into the house, let's go in. Seeing that Ling Yun had greeted Dong Rulan just like that, Ling Lai's heart relaxed. He hurriedly opened his mouth to smooth things over so that this awkward scene wouldn't continue. Dong Rulan stared deeply at Ling Yun before finally saying, come in. Ling Lai, Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, and Dong Rulan walked into the house. Cui Lao and Edward naturally waited in the courtyard. Entering the house, Ling Yun realized that the entire house was clean and tidy. Everything was neat and tidy. He couldn't help but nod his head in approval. She was a respectable woman. Father, please take a seat and rest. I'll go serve tea. Dong Rulan hurriedly went to serve tea once they entered the house. Ahem, there's no need. Let them get down to business. Even Ling Lai only visited Ling Zhao's house a few times a year. Now that he was in his daughter-in-law's room so late at night, it was naturally awkward. Dong Rulan stopped in her tracks and turned around. I'll go get something then. Soon, a photo of Ling Xiao, dressed in the clothes that Ling Xiao usually wore, was sent to everyone. Ling Yun noticed that Ling Xiao wasn't the only person in the photo. There was also a beautiful girl in the photo. It was Ling Shui, whom he had met at the sea. This is the clothes he wore in spring. This photo was taken when Shui Er joined the Condor team with her father. Dong Rulan's eyes were red as she wiped away her tears. Ling Yun didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao nodded. He stood up and walked one round around each room, using his qi divination technique to look at the qi of everyone present. Finally, he walked back and said to everyone, "I'm going to start my divination now. Old Master, Ling Yun, please leave this place at least 100 meters away." Right now, there were 3 people in the room. One was Ling Zhao's father, one was Ling Zhao's son, and one was Ling Zhao's wife. They could be said to be Ling Zhao's closest kin. With them here, Mo Wudao was worried that his divination would be inaccurate. All right. Ling Yun naturally understood what Mo Wudao meant. He and Ling Lai looked at each other and agreed immediately. Then, the 3 of them stood up and walked out of the house. "Let's go to my backyard," Ling Lai said immediately. Ling Lai said as soon as the 3 of them left the house. He lived in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family's mansion, which was the furthest from here. Ling Yun nodded and immediately waved at Chui Lao and Edward. The group went to Ling Lai's small courtyard. After Mo Wudao confirmed that everyone had gone far away, his expression became incomparably solemn. He first looked at Ling Zhao's photo carefully for a while, then picked up 3 copper coins and muttered something. Then, he tossed the 3 copper coins into the air. No one knew what technique Mo Wudao used, but the 3 copper coins danced in the air and collided with each other. After more than 10 seconds, they landed on the coffee table. PFFF, the moment the copper coins landed, Mo Wudao's body shook violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. To be continued. Mo Wudao's mouthful of blood landed on the coffee table, the sofa, and the floor behind the sofa. The blood splattered more than 2 meters away, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. Even though Mo Wudao was usually glib-tongued and joked with Ling Yun, he was extremely hard-working when it came to getting things done for Ling Yun. After spitting out the blood, Mo Wudao's mouth, chin, and robe were stained. His face turned sallow, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the 3 copper coins. Among them, 2 copper coins were intertwined and stacked together, while the other copper coin fell to the side by itself. Mo Wudao nodded his head slightly as he looked in the direction of the 3rd coin. His efforts weren't wasted after all. Then, he opened his mouth and said in a weak voice, "Ling Yun, it's done. You can come over now." Mo Wudao's voice wasn't loud, but he knew that Ling Yun could hear him. Whoosh! Ling Yun leaped 100 meters into the air and landed at the door of the house. Then, his figure flickered, and he entered the house. "Wudao, are you all right?" Ling Yun knew that Mo Wudao would have to pay a hefty price for Mo Wudao's divination ever since he said that Ling Zhao's whereabouts weren't easy to read. This was peeping. Ling Yun remembered this favor in his heart, but he only asked out of concern. "Huh, look at me. Do I look all right?" Mo Wudao grinned as he looked up at Ling Yun and mocked himself. Then, he chuckled and said, "However, thanks to you, this mouthful of blood wasn't spat out in vain. This divination has greatly improved my physiognomy and divination." Ling Yun was grateful, but he didn't say much. He only smiled and nodded. While the 2 of them were talking, Ling Lai had also arrived at the door. When he walked in and saw the mouthful of blood, he was shocked speechless. The last to enter was naturally Ling Zhao's wife, Dong Rulan. She had the same expression as Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao stood up shakily and raised his hand to wipe the blood off his mouth. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just learned a lesson from peeping. Heavenly punishment, backlash." This matter was similar to Ling Yun's cultivation, going against the heavens. Every time he advanced to the next level, he would have to undergo the lightning tribulation. The result isn't ideal, but it's still acceptable. Mo Wudao knew that everyone was anxious, so he didn't say anything useless. He directly said, "These 3 copper coins, I casually tossed them out, they landed in different spots. Among them, the location of the 3rd coin is where Uncle Ling is currently." Mo Wudao used the 2 copper coins as the center point and drew a line towards the square hole in the middle of the 3rd coin. That line pointed towards the northeast. "Based on the room we are in, follow this line. Uncle Ling must be on this line." Then, Mo Wudao kept his mouth shut. The other 3 were stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. that's it? Ling Yan asked. Even if there was a direction, if there was no address, no destination, and no way of knowing how far it was, where would he go to find it? This mouthful of blood that Mo Wudao spat out was really not worth it. Mo Wudao smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary person, I wouldn't need to spit out this mouthful of blood to calculate his exact location. The error wouldn't be more than 100 meters. But Uncle Ling's karma is too deep, and the heavenly secrets are hidden. This is already the limit. Ling Lai suddenly said, "Thank you for your hard work, Priest Mo Yun. Don't worry. Since Priest Mo has already calculated the direction of third brother, it's better than searching for a needle in a haystack. Then, our Ling family will follow the map and search in this direction. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find third brother." Ling Yun muttered, "But, all the big families in Beijing are looking for my father. If we search on such a large scale, it would be too big of a commotion. I'm afraid it would be disadvantageous to my father." Ling Yun wasn't worried about the direction or the distance. Instead, he was worried about the commotion. Since the other party had captured Ling Xiao, they would definitely send people to watch the Ling family's movements. Wouldn't they find another place to hide if they were to search so openly? Once they alerted the enemy, it would be really troublesome. Ling Lai frowned slightly. Obviously, he had thought of this as well. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Mo Wudao. "Can you think of another way to narrow down the search area?" Mo Wudao sighed and shook his head. "Sigh, I guess I've fallen into your hands. Alright, I'll try. However, I can't do divination anymore. I can only do word reading." Mo Wudao raised his head and looked at Ling Yun. "I can't be the only one bleeding. You should bleed too. Bite your fingertip and write a word." Without hesitation, Ling Yan raised his right hand and bit his index finger. After some thought, he wrote the word father on the coffee table in bright red. He was looking for Ling Xiao. Naturally, he would write this word. Mo Wudao watched as Ling Yan finished writing the word. His brows furrowed into a knot. The entire house was silent. No one spoke as they waited for Mo Wudao to speak. "This word is well written." Mo Wudao pondered for a long time before finally speaking. "For father and son, there's an 8 at the top and a E at the bottom." Of course, a word reading had to be done. Mo Wudao directly disassembled the word. This 8 can be understood as the word person being forcefully separated. It fits your current situation with Uncle Ling. You can't gather people, which means you can't meet them. You don't know their whereabouts, so you have to find him. The word E below has 2 pronunciations. It can be read as E or AI. The crux of the problem lies in this E. Mo Wudao raised his head and looked at Ling Yun. When it's pronounced as E, it means stability and stability. This means that Uncle Ling is still alive. His life is not in danger for now. You don't have to worry about this. Dong Rulan's body swayed when she heard this. It took her a lot of effort to stand up straight again. Ling Yan's heart was moved. He could tell that Dong Rulan was very worried about her father even though she didn't say anything. However, Mo Wudao changed the topic. The word E is also pronounced as AI. When it's pronounced, it means repeated punishment and punishment. Mo Wudao raised his head and looked at Ling Yun deeply. This means that Uncle Ling is in a very bad situation now. He is being tortured repeatedly. Hearing this, Dong Rulan, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, fell to the ground. Ling Lai raised his hand and held Dong Rulan's shoulder. "Rulan, Ling Xiao is a man of the Ling family. It's nothing for him to suffer a little." Then, he looked at Mo Wudao and said, "Priest Mo, please continue." Mo Wudao looked at the 3 people in front of him with a troubled expression. This means that Uncle Ling is still alive, but he is suffering all kinds of torture. We have to save him as soon as possible. Because Dong Rulan was present, Mo Wudao's words were very vague and not straightforward. This was because there was another meaning to the word E that he didn't say. The word E also had the meaning of cutting. For example, E grass and E wheat meant cutting grass and harvesting wheat. This meant that Ling Zhao's suffering was torture. Of course, Mo Wudao wouldn't say this if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Once he said it, he was afraid that the 3 people in front of him wouldn't be able to take it. Wouldn't that be an alarmist? After all, it was just a word reading. Therefore, he only said that they had to save Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Ling Yan asked in a low voice, "What about the address?" "The word reading is to calculate the approximate location of my father." Mo Wu Dao said, "Don't be anxious. I'll talk about this now. This wordy is an intersection of a stroke and a stroke. If we want to find someone, we can understand it as a kind of terrain. This kind of diagram usually represents a vein on a map. A vein can only be a mountain range. Therefore, if I'm not wrong, Uncle Ling should be in a mountain range. He should be at the intersection of two mountains, or in a valley between two mountains." After saying this, Mo Wu Dao spread his hands slightly. "I can only narrow down the approximate location of Uncle Ling's location to this extent." Mo Wu Dao really tried his best. "Wu Dao, thank you. This is already very good. Since Ling Zhao's location was confirmed, he should be in the northeast of here. Furthermore, it was at the intersection of two mountains. As long as he opened the map and followed the direction of that line, he should be able to find Ling Xiao. From the Ling family's ancestral home, all the way to the Yan mountain range, how many mountains could there be along the way? Ling Yan's divine sense could cover a distance of 1,000 meters. Even the stupidest method, which was to search the entire area, would be able to find him. Of course, the premise was that Mo Wu Dao's divination and word reading were both correct. "Priest Mo, regardless of whether you can find my third brother or not, you are the benefactor of the Ling family. Thank you so much for today." Ling Lai saw Mo Wu Dao's performance and thought to himself that the people Ling Yan befriended were indeed not ordinary people. He was almost 80 years old, so what kind of knowledge did he have? He actually nodded continuously at Mo Wu Dao's words and couldn't find any words to refute. Mo Wu Dao hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists towards Ling Lai. He said respectfully, "Old Master Ling, I was busy with official matters just now, so I didn't have the time to greet you. Please forgive me. Ling Yan and I are good friends. I naturally have to do my best for his matters. I really don't deserve your kind words." Mo Wu Dao might have a glib tongue and didn't give in to Ling Yan at all, but he had never crossed the line when it came to things that needed to be done. "Grandpa, you don't have to stand on ceremony with Mo Wu Dao. Just treat him like me in the future." After summoning Ling Yan's soul and finding Ling Xiao, Ling Yan had long regarded Mo Wu Dao as a friend of life and death. What he said just now was actually announcing that Mo Wu Dao was his brother. Otherwise, how could Ling Lai treat Mo Wu Dao the same way he treated him? "Grandpa, there's no time to lose. Next, we have to focus on finding my father." Ling Yan had spent so much effort to find Ling Zhao's whereabouts through Mo Wu Dao's divination. Of course, he had to save him as soon as possible. This was because if Mo Wu Dao's prediction was accurate, then Ling Zhao's current situation would be extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao was definitely in the hands of the enemy. Ling Lai thought for a while and nodded. "We are anxious, but we still have to discuss this matter carefully before we take action. Before you guys arrived, I had already asked everyone in the courtyard to leave. Now, there are only the few of us here. Let's go to my room and discuss this." Ling Yan had been in the Ling family's ancestral home for a long time, so he had already used his divine sense to investigate. Indeed, there was no one else in the Ling family's ancestral home other than the few of them. It seemed like Grandpa Ling Lai knew very well that Ling Zhao's whereabouts were of utmost importance. He didn't trust anyone, so he had already sent everyone away. Even Ling Zhen and Ling Yu had been chased away by him, let alone the others. Ling Yan nodded his head and followed Ling Lai out of the room. At this moment, Dong Rulan suddenly said, "Father, I want to speak to Ling Yan in private." Ling Lai was just at the door when he heard that. He turned his head slowly and looked at Ling Yan. His gaze was very clear. He was asking for Ling Yan's permission. Ling Yan didn't say anything and only nodded lightly. Then, he heard Ling Lai's telepathic message. "Yun Er, Grandpa knows that this situation is very awkward for the three of us. However, Grandpa still has a few things that I shouldn't say." Ling Yan replied directly, "Grandpa, feel free to speak your mind." Ling Lai said seriously, "Yun Er, since Rulan married your father back then, no matter what, she is your father's official wife. Furthermore, I know that she has had a hard time all these years." Ling Lai paused and seemed to hesitate for a while. Then, he said solemnly, if Grandpa's guess is correct, ever since Rulin was confirmed to be pregnant with little Shui, your father hasn't touched her even once. Rulin, she is actually a person with a hard life. The Ling family has let her down. With that, Ling Lai turned around and strode away. Ling Lai's words were naturally spoken to Ling Yun through telepathy. No one else could have heard it. Ling Yun was shocked to hear this. Especially the last sentence to Ling Lai. Ever since Dong Rulin became pregnant with Ling Shui, his father had never touched her again. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Ling Lai's words were definitely true. 18 years, what did 18 years mean? Dong Rulin was definitely not more than 40 years old this year. Ever since she married Ling Xiao when she was around 20 years old, and ever since she became pregnant with Ling Shui, she had actually been a widow for 18 years. For a woman, the age from 20 to 40 was the best period of her life. She had a husband and normal needs, but she had spent the best 18 years of her life like this. How deeply did Ling Xiao love Xianxia? Correspondingly, how cruel was he to Dong Rulin? Furthermore, just how cruel was Ling Xiao to himself? Ling Yin started to pity this beautiful, dignified, and weak ordinary girl behind him. In just a short while, Ling Lai had already left the third courtyard with Mo Wudao, Cui Lao, and Edward. They went straight to their own courtyard. Ling Yin turned around slowly and sighed as he looked at Dong Rulin, who was wiping the bloodstains on the coffee table. This woman was really innocent. Ling Yin, take a seat first. I'll clean up the bloodstains. Dong Rulin said in a panic when she saw Ling Yin turn around. Auntie Dong, you don't have to do anything first. You can tell me directly if you have anything to say. Ling Yin didn't sit down but said directly. Dong Rulin's body froze, and she stopped what she was doing. She raised her head and looked deeply into Ling Yin's eyes. You really look like your father when he was young. This was Dong Rulin's opening remark. Then, she continued immediately, I know about your father and you and your mother. Dong Rulin seemed to use a lot of force when she mentioned Ling Yun's mother. I'm sure you know about the past now. Your father is a rare gentleman in the world. When he married me, he had already made it very clear to me. He told me that in this life, he would only love your mother. But I'm still willing to marry him. Dong Rulin emphasized this sentence. Then, she blushed and said, your Ling family has done the Dong family a great favor. When I was in my teens, I met your father a few times. At that time, he was the pride of the capital and the most eye-catching person in the entire capital. Needless to say, Dong Rulin's love for Ling Xiao was deeply rooted at the age of puberty. Ling Yun was a junior. Of course, Dong Rulin couldn't say what she was going to say to him. However, Ling Yun naturally understood. Sigh, it's all in the past. Why am I bringing it up again? Dong Rulin seemed to be in a trance. She sighed faintly and mocked herself. Then, she said, I asked you to stay today because I have something else to say. Ling Yun didn't say anything and listened attentively. Ling Yun, now that you've returned to your family, I actually had a premonition that the day would come. I've been waiting for this day. You're his and Yin Qingshuan's son. You're strong and capable. You're the pride of your parents and the pride of the Ling family. I also know that my current identity is very awkward. That's why I'm not asking for much. However, your father and I have a child too. She's the one you saw in the photo just now. Her name is Ling Shui. Ling Yun, if you really have the ability to find your father, save your mother, and lead the entire Ling family to resist the attack of those people. Ling Yun sighed deeply. Then, on the day your mother returns, I will voluntarily withdraw and choose to divorce your father. However, Ling Shui is innocent. As a mother, I hope that she can live a happy life. I hope that you can treat her well. I only have this one request. Can you agree to it? Ling Yin listened to Dong Rulin's words from the beginning to the end, but he didn't utter a single word. However, he was shocked in his heart. He thought that this woman was very sensible. She had already seen everything clearly. Dong Rulin thought that Ling Yun wouldn't agree to it. She panicked and blurted out, Ling Yun, Ling Shui has the same father as you after all. Ling Yun suddenly broke into a radiant smile, revealing his red lips and white teeth. This was the first time he smiled at Dong Rulan. "Auntie Dong, what are you saying? I'm not here today to listen to you. I'm here to find my father's whereabouts. My father, my mother, as well as you, are matters between you elders. It should be handled by the three of you. As a junior, I have no right to butt in. As for Ling Shui, she is my biological sister. Needless to say, I will naturally protect her for the rest of her life. I guarantee that no one will bully her." Ling Yan emphasized the words biological sister to tell Dong Rulan that he would not only treat Ling Shui well, but he would also dote on her like a biological sister. Did he need Dong Rulan's instructions? When Ling Yan returned from Turtle Island and met Ling Shui for the first time, he had already treated her as his biological sister. After that, Ling Yan smiled brightly again, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. He asked, "Auntie Dong, is there anything else?" Dong Rulan's eyes became moist after hearing Ling Yan's words. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Ling Yan was a very sensible child, every word he said touched the bottom of her heart. Good, good, good. Dong Rulan wiped the tears on her face and said good 3 times in a row. Then, she said, "Auntie, I really didn't expect you to be such a sensible child. I'm relieved." Words could not be said clearly, and things could not be said clearly. Once the words were spoken, the awkwardness would naturally disappear. Ever since Dong Rulan met Ling Yan, there was an invisible wall of awkwardness between the two of them. Now, that wall was completely gone. "Auntie, don't worry. I will definitely save my father. Moreover, I won't let Sister Ling Shui stay in the Condor team anymore. She's only 17 years old, and it's not safe for the Ling family to run around all day." As Ling Yan spoke, he took out a tuft of Chinese knotweed. This was the last tuft of Chinese knotweed he brought out from Xianxia. "Auntie Dong, this is a tuft of Chinese knotweed. It's more than 2,000 years old. Just a little of it can turn white hair black. Look at my grandfather's condition. Nice to meet you. This is my gift to you." Ling Yan's heaven-defying cultivation made him very hard-hearted. However, that was only toward his enemies. He was very soft-hearted toward his own people. Especially a sensible person like Dong Rulan. She was simply Ling Yan's weakness. He couldn't bear to see such a person suffer. If Dong Rulan wasn't such a person and didn't behave the way she did today, Ling Yan would have given her a tight slap if she showed any dissatisfaction or resentment after seeing Ling Yan and brought up her identity as Ling Zhao's wife. However, Dong Rulan wasn't like that at all. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yan was very satisfied with her behavior. She was a good and decent woman. At the same time, she was pitiful and had a hard life. However, she was also a sensible woman. To Ling Yan, that was enough. He believed that his father would solve his own problems. There was no need for him to interfere. That was Ling Yan's principle of doing things. No, no, no. This gift is too expensive. Auntie can't accept it. Dong Rulan had stayed in the Ling family for 18 years. She naturally knew how precious the tuft of Chinese knotweed was. She quickly rejected it. Ling Yan smiled brightly. "It's not for an outsider. Keep it. I'm going to see my grandfather." With that, Ling Yan turned and left. Dong Rulan stared at Ling Yan's back in a daze. She let her tears flow freely. Meanwhile, in Ling Lai's courtyard, Grandfather Ling, who had been eavesdropping, had a gratified smile on his face. To be continued. "Grandpa." Ling Yan left Dong Rulan's room. With a single leap, he passed through 5 courtyards and arrived at Ling Lai's courtyard. He greeted him. "Good lad, you did the right thing. Grandpa is very happy." Ling Yan saw Ling Lai sitting on the armchair the moment he entered the house, giving him a thumbs up and a smile. It could be seen that the old man was very satisfied with the process and the result of the conversation between the two. Both of them smiled knowingly. "Grandpa, it's not good to eavesdrop." Ling Yan sat on the sofa and grabbed Mo Wudao's hand, transferring spiritual energy into his body. At the same time, he teased Ling Lai. "Rascal, how dare you speak to Grandpa like that? I'll hit you." Ling Lai pretended to hit him, but how could he bear to hit him? Ling Lai had been worried every day since Ling Zhao's disappearance. Now that Ling Yun was here, Ling Zhao's whereabouts had been confirmed. This made the old man feel much better. Even though Ling Xiao wasn't saved yet, there was still a glimmer of hope, right? I think this is the best thing to be with you. No matter how serious your injuries are, I'll be fine as long as you say you're fine. As Ling Yun transferred spiritual energy into his body, Mo Wudao's sallow face gradually turned rosy. The internal injuries caused by peeking into heaven's secrets healed quickly. Let's get down to business. Seeing that Mo Wudao was fine, Ling Yun withdrew his hand immediately. There was only one thing to do now, and that was to find Ling Xiao as soon as possible and rescue him from the clutches of the devil. Cui Lao sat opposite Ling Yun, spreading out a map of Beijing and its surroundings. This was a huge military map. The buildings, mountains, rivers, roads, and bridges were all extremely clear. It was far from what ordinary people could buy on the market. At this time, there was already a straight line drawn on the map. The starting point was the third courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence, pointing straight to the northeast. The line was so long that it reached the outside of the Great Wall. Fourth young master, this is what I just drew. This is the direction that Mo Daozhang calculated. This is where we are now, the Ling family's ancestral residence. Cui Lao had a good relationship with Ling Xiao, and when he heard that he wanted to save Ling Xiao, he naturally put in 100 times more effort. His heart was burning with anxiety, and he had already prepared everything. Ling Yun looked at the map and asked, "Is there any deviation in the direction of this line?" Mo Wudao nodded his head, "I've already seen it, there's definitely no mistake." Cui Lao said, "Fourth young master, starting from our Ling family's ancestral home and heading northeast along this line, we will pass by a mountain range." Cui Lao's finger moved continuously on the map as he explained in detail to Ling Yun. Ling Yun memorized everything. Within the 7th Ring Road, the line passed by 3 hills, but they were all independent hills, and 2 of them were in the parks of the city. The 2 mountains were obviously out of the question. Cui Lao added, "I've analyzed it. These 2 mountains are in the park, so it's impossible for the enemy to hide Third Master there. As for the mountain between the 6th and 7th rings, it's a dirt mountain. If we head northeast from here, we'll enter the Yan Mountain range. This is the Yunming Mountain, and this is the Longyun Mountain. These 2 mountains intersect here, and according to our analysis, Third Master's most likely hiding place is here." Cui Lao pressed his index finger on the border between the Yunming Mountain and the Longyun Mountain, roughly drawing out a range. The straight line on the map passed through that area. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Yunming Mountain again. Ling Yun was, of course, familiar with this mountain range. Xianxia was hidden in a cave on the Yunming Mountain, and Ling Yun crossed the mountains to find her. Naturally, he was familiar with the terrain of that area. However, Ling Yun could confirm that Cui Lao was pointing at a location that he had never been to before. He hadn't even been to the vicinity. That was because Ling Yun used the 1,000-mile soul-chasing incense to rescue Xianxia and track Qin Jianwei. He followed a straight line and didn't search the entire mountain range. "I'm more familiar with this place. There are steep peaks, valleys, and many villages at the foot of the mountains. There are also some houses built on the side of the mountains." Ling Yun looked at the place on the map and described the general situation in the vicinity. Things were easier after confirming the location. The next step was naturally to take action. Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Ling Lai. "Grandpa, this matter cannot be delayed any further. I want to go and take a look now." Ling Lai stood up, and the aura of a late-stage Shantian realm level 8 erupted from his body. He said in a deep voice, "Since the area has been reduced to such a small area, there's no need for anyone else to do this. The 2 of us will be enough." Ling Yun also stood up, but he smiled and shook his head. "Grandpa, it's only a small area. I can go alone." Ling Yun was afraid that too many people would attract the attention of others. He was also afraid that the enemy would discover him and alert the enemy. "Grandpa, I have divine sense, and it can cover a radius of 1,000 meters." Ling Yun naturally didn't have anything to hide from Ling Lai. He used telepathy to make it very clear that he had divine senses and could detect the enemy's tracks from thousands of meters away. However, the enemy couldn't detect him. A flash of worry appeared on Ling Lai's face. "Yun, I'm worried that if you really find your father, you won't be able to handle it alone." Ling Yan smiled. Grandpa, don't worry. This concerns my father's life. I won't be reckless. Even if I find my father, I won't act rashly without absolute confidence. Ling Lai thought about it and finally nodded. Then, you have to be careful. If you really find your father, let me know first. I'll bring people over immediately. Who knew that Ling Yun would shake his head? Grandpa, it's best that you don't arrange for anyone else to go. It's useless if they're weak. What I mean is that only you and Chui Lao should go from our Ling family. Since the enemy dared to kidnap Ling Xiao, it was blatantly going against the Ling family. How could they be weak? Anyone below Xiantian round level 3 would probably be courting death. Then, Ling Yan revealed his plan. I'll bring Edward with me tonight. Once we find him, I'll inform you and Chui Lao. You guys will bring Pierce and Joyce to the scene. Also, I'll get Chester to wait for my aunt at the courtyard. The 4 of us and the 4 members of the blood clan should be able to save my father. Ling Yun, Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, Chui Lao, and the 4 members of the blood clan were definitely strong enough. If these people couldn't save Ling Xiao, it would be useless no matter how many people went. Ling Xiao was in the hands of the enemy. The enemy would definitely use Ling Xiao's life as a hostage when they realized that they couldn't win. Alright, we'll do as you say. I'll make the arrangements after you leave. After listening to Ling Yan's plan, Ling Lai pondered for a moment before agreeing. What about me? Emma Wudao couldn't help but ask when he saw that it had nothing to do with him. Ling Yan smiled and patted Emma Wudao's shoulder. There's nothing for you to do now. Go back to the hotel and sleep. Emma Wudao knew that he couldn't help Ling Yan in a fight, so he nodded and kept quiet. Ling Yan kept Chui Lao's map in his spatial ring. Grandpa, where are the 4 prisoners? He asked Ling Lai telepathically. Ling Lai smiled and said, Oh, I just gave the order to clear out the people. Each of your 4 members of the blood clan will be escorted to the weapons workshop. Alright, you can let them come back now. Just let Paul watch over them and don't let anyone near them. Ling Yan smiled. After rescuing Ling Xiao, Ling Yan's identity could be made public. The first thing he had to do was to deal with Ling Hao. Chen Sen and He San were both witnesses. Ling Yan was afraid that Ling Hao would kill them if he knew. That was why he had already instructed Chui Lao to not let anyone near them except Ling Lai, not even the head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen. Ling Yan could address Dong Rulan as auntie and even give her a gift. But for someone like Ling Hao who wanted to kill him, even if he was his uncle or brother, he had to do it. If you respect me, I'll respect you 10 times. If you want to kill me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed by me, no matter who it is. That was the reason why Ling Yan left Paul behind to watch over the 4 prisoners. Of course, these were insignificant matters before Ling Xiao was rescued. That was why Ling Yun didn't even mention it to Ling Lai. Grandpa, it's already past 1 in the morning. I have at most 3 hours to search. I'll be leaving first. Ling Yan went to the Chen family's house at 11 o'clock and returned to the courtyard house at 12 o'clock. After the incident just now, it was already past 1 o'clock. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Ling Yan still had 3 hours to search. Ling Lai patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Child, be careful. After you find your father, you have to endure even if he's in pain. Do you understand? I'll arrange everything at home. I'm just waiting for your news. I understand, Grandpa. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand and brought Marquis Edward out of the Ling family's ancestral home. They disappeared into the dense forest outside the walls. Ling Yan took out his communicator and sent a message to Qin Dongxue while Edward was in the midst of transforming. Auntie, I'm going to save my father now. You can return to the courtyard now. Chester will be waiting for you there. After sending the message, Ling Yan waited for a while and received a reply from Qin Dongxue. Okay. Ling Yan smiled as he put the communication device into his spatial ring. He leaped into the air, dashed past the treetops, and landed on Edward's back. Without waiting for Ling Yan's instructions, Edward flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind that shook the treetops. Let's fly a little higher so that we won't be detected. After Edward reached an altitude of 2,000 meters, he flew toward the northeast like an arrow. Ling Yan's target was the mountain between the 6th and 7th rings that Cui Lao mentioned. To be continued. While Ling Yun and Mo Wudao were rushing from the courtyard house to the Ling family's ancestral home to calculate Ling Zhao's whereabouts, two conversations were taking place in two other places in the capital city. In a luxurious villa within the 3rd Ring Road, two people were sitting opposite each other on the sofa in the living room. It was the head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen, and his eldest son, Ling Hao. This luxurious villa was bought by Ling Hao for him to enjoy himself in the bustling area within the 3rd Ring Road. Ling Zhen had been there for a long time. Since he entered the house, he had not said a word. He just sat quietly on the sofa and stared at Ling Hao without saying a word. Ling Hao's hair stood on end. Ling Hao was restless under Ling Zhen's stare. "Father, why are you looking for me so late at night?" "What?" Ling Zhen waved his hand to stop Ling Hao from speaking. He pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I have come here to tell you a few things." Ling Hao stood up immediately and bowed his head. "I'm willing to listen to father's teachings." Ling Zhen sighed and gestured for Ling Hao to sit down. "Sit down and talk. It's hard for me to watch you stand like this." Ling Hao sat down obediently. "This is the first thing. I'll ask you one last time. Did you clean up your own mess or not?" Ling Hao's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew what Ling Zhen was talking about. It was the assassination attempt on Ling Yun. Starting with Chen Sen from the Chen family, Li Yi and Jiao Fei, Xianxia and Xianjiao, Earth rank Di Ba, and finally 3 heaven rank assassins. Ling Hao invited all 4 ranks of assassins from the Assassins Organization, Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. There had been 5 waves of assassination attempts on Ling Yun, but all of them had been resolved by Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not die. Instead, he rose against the heavens and succeeded in doing so. Now it was Ling Hao's turn to suffer. Ling Hao broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Ling Zhen's sudden question. His eyes darted around and his mind raced. Ling Zhen stared into Ling Hao's eyes, slammed the table, and growled, "Speak." Ling Hao was so shocked that his body trembled. He stuttered, "It's clean, very, very clean." "Humph." Ling Zhen snorted coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't leave any traces behind?" Ling Hao thought hard for a moment before nodding his head to confirm, "I can confirm that there are no traces left behind." Ling Zhen sneered, "I'm afraid not." Ling Hao was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Ling Zhen shook his head and said, "I sent you to the Condor team for almost 2 months. Don't you know that Chen Sen from the Chen family has been captured by Ling Yun and brought to Xianxia City?" Ling Hao was drenched in cold sweat, and his Adam's apple trembled. He swallowed hard and said, "I know." Ling Zhen's tone gradually became stern. "Since you know, why did you say that you wiped your ass clean? How dare you say you didn't leave any traces behind?" As he spoke, Ling Zhen leaned back on the sofa. "Why do you think Ling Yun only captured that useless Chen Sen after defeating so many experts from the Chen family at the Imperial Kitchen? How many minutes do you think Chen Sen can last with Ling Yun's skills? Do you think Chen Sen will betray you?" Ling Zhen's words rendered Ling Hao speechless. His face was pale, and he was at a loss for what to do. Based on Ling Hao's understanding of Chen Sen, unless Ling Yun didn't ask, Chen Sen wouldn't hesitate to tell him the whole story as long as Ling Yun asked. But if Ling Yun didn't want to ask about it, why did he take Chen Sen away? Ling Hao's face was pale, and he was dumbfounded. With Ling Hao's intelligence, he had actually thought of this a long time ago. It was just that he was still trying to deceive himself. It was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand when it encountered danger, thinking that the danger would be gone as long as it closed its eyes. "Last night, Cui Lao and Ling Xiao took your grandfather's plane back from Xianxia City. At the same time, they brought back 4 prisoners. Tonight, all 12 members of the Chao family left the Ling family's villa and returned to their own homes. They showed up in public, and everyone is fine." Ling Hao was at a loss. Ling Zhen's voice sounded again. "Ling Hao, do you know what this means?" Ling Zhen's face was expressionless as he looked at Ling Hao. "Means, what does it mean?" Ling Hao asked blankly. Smack. Ling Zhen slapped Ling Hao in the face with lightning speed, leaving a clear 5-fingered mark on his face. He yelled, "What do you think it means? Ling Yun is in Beijing now. Moreover, Qinsen is definitely among the 4 prisoners that Cui Lao brought back. Also, Ling Yan has already restored the vampires of the Chao family to normal people with his amazing medical skills. Ling Zhen's slap finally woke Ling Hao up. Ignoring the burning pain on his face, he left his seat abruptly and went to the empty space beside him. With a plop, he knelt in front of Ling Zhen. Ling Hao crawled a few steps and hugged Ling Zhen's leg. "Father, please save me." "Humph. Useless." Ling Zhen lowered his head and stared coldly at his son. He snorted and scolded, "You want to fight for the position of the future Ling family head with your cowardly appearance? You must be daydreaming. You can't even compare to your brother, Ling Yong." After Ling Zhen cursed a few times, a look of utter disappointment flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Go back to the sofa and sit down. I'm annoyed to see you like this." Ling Hao still wanted to beg Ling Zhen, but when he saw Ling Zhen's expression, he knew that he had more to say to him. So he quickly composed himself and returned to the sofa. This time, he only dared to sit on the edge of the sofa. He was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe. Ling Zhen seemed to have calmed down after Ling Hao sat down. "However, there's something I need to tell you in advance," he said slowly. "Our Ling family is about to rise." Ling Zhen's tone was light, but in Ling Hao's ears, it was no less than a thunderclap. "Even though you didn't dare to go home during this period, I believe that you must have heard of Ling Yan's deeds after being in the Condor team for so many days. Right now, Ling Yan doesn't even need our Ling family. With his own power, he can already compete with the Long family and the Yi family. In your grandfather's eyes, the position of the future head of the Ling family is already in Ling Yan's hands. This point, not to mention you, not to mention the entire Ling family, even I completely agree with it. Do you understand?" Ling Zhen looked into Ling Hao's eyes. "I understand this a long time ago. I don't dare to covet the position of the future head of the Ling family," Ling Hao said shakily. "It's good that you understand." Ling Zhen chuckled. "Last night, while your grandfather was meditating, I took the opportunity to go to the Ling family's dungeon. I wanted to see who the 4 prisoners in our dungeon were. But I didn't expect that I, the head of the Ling family, wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon." Ling Hao was shocked and asked, "Ah? Father, you're the head of the Ling family. Who would dare to stop you?" "Head of the Ling family, ha 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 ha." Hearing Ling Hao's question, Ling Zhen laughed out loud. "My silly son, I can't believe you still don't understand this. My years of hard work have been wasted. Father was able to become the head of the Ling family because I was the eldest son. Another reason was that I was the only one at Xianxia realm level 2 and the strongest in the Ling family. That was because your grandfather had no choice but to pick the tallest among the dwarves. He could only ask me to protect the Ling family's reputation. But now? Your grandfather is at Xiantian realm level 8, and Cui Lao is at Xiantian realm level 5. In the past, Cui Lao would listen to what I said. But now? He only listens to your grandfather now. There are only 2 people who have the final say in the Ling family now. One is naturally your grandfather, and the other is Ling Yun. No matter when or where, it's all based on one's strength, understand? Last night, I tried to enter the dungeon. If Qinsen was really there, I would have taken action. Even if I had to risk angering your grandfather and offending Ling Yun, I would have killed him to help you silence him." Ling Hao was dumbfounded and his eyes turned red. He choked and said, "I have put you in a difficult position." Ling Zhen shook his head slightly and sighed. "This is the last thing I want to do for you to protect you. Who asked you to be my son?" Unfortunately, Ling Yun was prepared. "I didn't have any chance." Hearing this, Ling Hao seemed to have lost all his energy. He was like a deflated balloon, his face ashen. Ling Zhen continued, "Tonight, just now, your grandfather suddenly ordered all the people in our ancestral home to evacuate. I knew that something big must have happened to our Ling family, so after I came out, I rushed over to find you." What happened?" Ling Hao asked hesitantly. Ling Zhen let out a self-mocking laugh. "What else can happen to the Ling family? Ling Yun, go home and find your 3rd uncle." Ling Hao was stunned. Find my 3rd uncle? All the big families in Beijing are looking for him now. Even the Condor team is looking for him. Can Ling Yan find him as soon as he comes back? Ling Yan glanced at his son and lightly said, finding your third uncle or not is not the point. If you find your third uncle, the Ling family will rise. If you don't find him, or if you only find his corpse, the Ling family will rise even faster. Child, that's the point, understand? Ling Hao was dumbfounded. He immediately thought of himself and hurriedly asked, then, Father, what should I do now? Plop. Ling Hao knelt down in front of Ling Yan again and begged. Father. I don't want to die, please show me the way. This time, Ling Yan ignored him. He stared at Ling Hao with a mournful look on his face, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. In Ling Yan's eyes, his eldest son had become a sacrificial pawn. He had to sacrifice the rook to save the king. If the fact that Ling Hao had sent someone to assassinate Ling Yan was exposed, not just Ling Yan, but even Ling Lai and the Ling family would not let Ling Hao off, Ling Yan would not be able to protect Ling Hao no matter how powerful he was. Get up first. You are a man of the Ling family. Why are you kneeling on the ground? Ling Yan was extremely annoyed and scolded Ling Hao to stand up. Ling Hao had no choice but to stand up obediently. As a big family, it's normal for brothers to fight for power. It's also a way for a big family to maintain its prosperity. For example, in the ancient royal family, which prince didn't climb to the throne by stepping on the bones of his brothers? Your grandfather wouldn't have failed to understand this. You were the first to find clues about Ling Yan, but you didn't report it. Instead, you sent someone to assassinate him. Your methods are indeed a bit ruthless, but because Ling Yan is too strong, you are not even on the same level as him, so you lost. As a man, you have to take responsibility for what you did. You have to admit defeat when you lost. You have to admit your mistakes. After lecturing Ling Hao, Ling Yan suddenly changed the topic. Ling Hao, do you know what day it is the day after tomorrow? Ling Hao was in a state of shock. When he heard Ling Yan's question out of the blue, he racked his brain for a long time but could not remember the important day the day after tomorrow. He could only answer honestly, I forgot. The day after tomorrow is the 20th of August, which is the 15th of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. The Ling family will be paying respects to our ancestors. The 15th of the 7th month of the lunar calendar was the Hungry Ghost Festival. According to tradition, every family had to pay respects to their ancestors. Big families like the Ling family did this every year. If I'm not wrong, Ling Yan will definitely be there on the day of the ancestral worship. In other words, the fact that Ling Yan is a descendant of the Ling family will be made public the day after tomorrow at the latest. Everyone in the Ling family had to be present during the Ling family's ancestral worship. At the very least, all the males had to attend. Therefore, Ling Hao couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Ling Hao swallowed hard at the thought of meeting Ling Yan. Father, then he asked Ling Yan. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. Ling Hao couldn't act like a hero in front of his father. He just wanted to stay alive. Ling Yan sighed, gently raised his hand, and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 paths. First, no matter what evidence Ling Yan found or what he got from Chen Sen, you can deny it even if you die. After all, you've never dealt with him personally, and you've also erased some traces. Right now, the Chen family and the Ling family have an irreconcilable grudge. If the Chen family wants to deal with us, they will naturally do anything. You can say that Chen Sen was ordered by the Chen family to frame you. After saying the first path, Ling Yan immediately said the second. Second, from now on, you can see your grandfather at any time and tell him everything that happened between you and Ling Yan. Admit your mistakes to him and ask for his forgiveness. By doing this, you can be considered to be repentant and dare to take responsibility for what you did. You are the eldest grandson of the Ling family. Your grandfather has doted on you since you were a child and has been doing his best to cultivate you. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You are his grandson. If he sees you admit your mistakes, he might spare your life. Oh, by the way, haven't you been currying favor with your third uncle all these years? If Ling Yan can save him, it'll be even better. Your third uncle is a gentleman, hard on the outside but soft on the inside. He will definitely not stand by and watch Ling Yan kill you. As for me, don't even think about it. with Ling Yan around, if I protect you, you will only die faster. But if your grandfather and third uncle protect you, you might be able to live. After all, it's true that you want to kill Ling Yan, but he is still alive, right? Ling Zhen was not the head of the family for nothing. He had a glib tongue and analyzed everything for Ling Hao. Ling Hao asked hesitantly, then, what's the third path? The third path is very simple. Just one word, run. If you run now, I won't stop you. Run as far as you can. But if Ling Yan wants to overturn the verdict, I, as the nominal head of the Ling family, will be the first to declare my intention to capture you. Moreover, no one in the Ling family will let you go. From now on, you can only run for your life. What happens in the future depends on your fate. If you think you can escape from Ling Yan's hands, then run away now. After Ling Zhen finished speaking, he did not say another word. He looked at his son indifferently, giving Ling Hao enough time to think. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Even though Ling Hao had already been abandoned, Ling Zhen had clearly analyzed the three paths for him, without hiding anything. When it came to his life, Ling Hao's eyes flashed and he repeatedly calculated in his mind. Don't even think about the third path. Run? Ling Zhen had already told him that the Ling family was about to rise. If the Ling family issued a kill order for him, where could he run to? Moreover, he had to flee to the ends of the world and live in constant danger every day. He could not endure that kind of suffering, let alone live a day like that. Ling Hao could not run. If he did, it would be equivalent to confessing to the crime. Moreover, he would be fleeing for his life. So, was he going to deny it, or was he going to beg for forgiveness? These were obviously two diametrically opposed paths. Refusing to admit his wrongdoings meant that he would stubbornly resist to the end. Carrying a thorn and asking for forgiveness meant that he would confess all his sins. Moreover, he had to confess in advance. The later, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. However, if he really begged for forgiveness, even if Ling Hao survived, he would be finished in the Ling family. Ling Yan had the final say in the Ling family. He had tried to kill Ling Yan over and over again. How was he going to live in the Ling family? Ling Hao shuddered at the thought of the whole Ling family hating him and looking down on him after he confessed. He would be despised and despised. He would not have any status in the Ling family. In Ling Hao's mind, there was not much difference between fleeing and begging for forgiveness. This was measuring others by oneself. Ling Hao was such a person. That was why he thought that way. That was why he had forgotten that the Ling family were all hot-blooded men. As the saying goes, brothers will never leave each other. What else could the Ling family do to him if he admitted his mistake? At most, he would be expelled from the Ling family. So Ling Hao gritted his teeth and made up his mind to choose the first path. Father, I've made up my mind. I won't admit it, words are no proof. I don't believe Ling Yan can do anything to me. Ling Zhen's body froze and he sighed deeply in his heart. Since you want to decide your own fate, I won't say anything else. However, you have to think carefully. If you choose this path, it means that you're completely standing against Ling Yan. If you can't beat him, you know what's waiting for you. When the day comes when the truth is revealed, Father will definitely plead for leniency for you, but it will be of no use. This time, Ling Hao knelt on the ground respectfully and kowed out 3 times. Father, I'm sorry to have made you worry. However, I have to bear the consequences of my own actions. If I really can't beat Ling Yan this time and I lose again, please don't plead for mercy on my behalf. I'm willing to be punished according to the family rules. I won't implicate you. It seemed that Qin Tian was right. The filial piety gene of the Ling family was engraved in their bones and flowed in their blood. He had seen this point clearly. Ling Zhen finally got up and pulled Ling Hao up from the ground. Get up. Prepare yourself for the next 2 days. Let's see what Ling Yan wants on the day of the ancestral worship. Father's position in the Ling family is in jeopardy now. This is all I can do to help you. Pulling Ling Hao up, Ling Zhen's expression was sinister, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, in the dense forest of the mountains in the eastern suburbs of Beijing, a beautiful black figure was traversing through the night. Her bare feet tapped lightly on the treetops and she was 100 meters away. Her movement technique was so fast that she looked like a wisp of smoke. The black figure rushed out a few thousand meters in an instant and finally stopped. She stood barefoot on the treetop, her black dress fluttering in the mountain wind as the branches rose and fell. She looked around. Sigh, I actually lost him again. This woman was the holy virgin of the devil sect, Xianxia. Xianxia frowned and murmured to herself, judging from his qigong, it must be Aunt Qingyao. But why does she always refuse to see me? After a short pause, Xianxia's figure flashed again, and he went to another place. 3 minutes later, she appeared. In front of an ordinary house. She looked around and floated into the courtyard. Servant Xiaomei greets the young master. There was also a beautiful woman in a black dress in this house. Unlike Xianxia, she wasn't wearing a mask. It was Xiaomimi. Get up. Xianxia looked at Xiaomimi, her beautiful eyes blinking. Did Lingyan touch you? Xiaomimi's body trembled. No, young master. Xianxia was puzzled. That shouldn't be. Lingyan asks about you every time he sees me. You've been with him for 10 days and he can't resist touching you? Why? Xiaomimi lowered her head. I don't know either. But, he's very busy now. He probably doesn't have the mood to. Xianxia shook her head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Xiaomei, are you sure now that Lingyan is a descendant of the Ling family? Xiaomimi replied, replying to young master, this servant still cannot confirm this matter. Xianxia frowned. He flew back with Ling Xiu of the Ling family and Cui Zhongwu. Did he not tell you anything? Xiaomimi's body trembled again as she shook her head. Xianxia giggled. I understand. Lingyan doesn't believe you now. Xiaomimi's heart skipped a beat as she replied with difficulty, yes. If Xiaomimi had a choice, she would rather not come back. At least not like this. She could escape and come back. Lingyan would feel sorry for her. He would fly into a rage for her and seek revenge for her. She could also wait for him to save her. That way, she could be like Chao Shanshan, lying in his arms and watching him fight for her. Or maybe they could fight side by side. She would rather be killed by Xianxia or the devil sect. That way, Lingyan would miss her for the rest of her life. Only Xiaomimi didn't want to come back like this. Even if she was unharmed, even if she was prettier, even if she appeared at the Heaven and Earth Group's ribbon-cutting ceremony and gave Lingyan a huge surprise. But after the surprise came the coldness. Actually, it couldn't be considered coldness. That was because Lingyan didn't avoid her no matter what he did these days. Lingyan arranged for Xiaomimi's food and clothing. She could watch, listen, and observe Lingyan's every move. In fact, Lingyan only brought 3 women, Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, and her, Xiaomimi, to Beijing, excluding the eldest sister of the Ling family, Ling Xiu. Xiaomimi knew that Lingyan had so many women in Qingshui City. Almost all of them wanted to follow him to Beijing. Qin Dongxue was Lingyan's aunt. Chao Shanshan had no choice but to come because of the Chao family. Therefore, Xiaomimi was the only woman that Lingyan deliberately brought to Beijing. It was inevitable that she would have sweet fantasies. Even when Lingyan saved the 10 people from the Chao family, Xiaomimi didn't avoid him. However, at least at this moment, Xiaomimi was very clear that from the moment she returned to see Lingyan, she would never be able to enter Lingyan's heart again. Of course, Xiaomimi wasn't naive enough to think that Lingyan brought her to Beijing this time because he had feelings for her. Perhaps Lingyan had something to ask her. More likely, it was to keep an eye on her. Lingyan was surprisingly calm and restrained in front of Xiaomimi. He didn't say sweet nothings or ask about her well-being. He didn't even ask her what she had experienced after she was kidnapped by Xianxia. He didn't ask her what she had experienced, what martial arts she had learned, or what realm she was at. Lingyan did not ask a single question. Xiaomimi could tell that in terms of trust, she couldn't even be compared to Mo Wudao, let alone Qin Dongxue and Chao Shanshan. Xiaomimi had no parents and became an assassin from the Assassins organization. She met Lingyan during an assassination mission. After she was captured by Lingyan, she was recognized by Lingyan because she fought side by side with him. Xiao Mimi knew that she had finally made it into Ling Yan's heart after going through so much hardship when Ling Yan asked her to go to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9 with Shuang Meifeng to see Qin Qiuyue. Then, Ling Yan disappeared, Shuang Meifeng got into trouble, and Xiao Mimi was kidnapped. Now that he was back, everything had changed. This kind of pain was very difficult to bear. Xiao Mimi had no idea what Ling Yan was going to do, what his motive was, and what his plans were. What she knew was what she saw. As for the rest, she could only rely on her own guesses. Of course, Xiao Mimi knew why Ling Yan treated her this way. It was because she was kidnapped by Xianxia and returned to the headquarters of the devil sect unscathed. Moreover, Xiao Mimi knew her current identity. She was the maid of the devil sect's holy virgin, Xianxia. If she had a choice, Xiao Mimi would rather commit suicide than obey Ling Yan's orders. Even if the people of the devil sect didn't torture her and even taught her martial arts, Xiao Mimi still accepted it silently. That was because she had an unspeakable secret and had no choice but to obey. Someone told her that if Ling Yan was really from the Ling family, then the previous holy virgin of the devil sect, who was also Xianxia's master, was Ling Yan's biological mother. Xianxia was the only disciple of the previous holy virgin of the devil sect. The previous holy virgin had long said that if Xianxia wanted to marry, she could only marry her son. In other words, Xianxian was grooming Xianxia as her daughter-in-law. If Ling Yan was really a descendant of the Ling family, then Xianxian was Ling Yan's biological mother and Xianxia was Ling Yan's official wife. How could Xiao Mimi dare to disobey these two people's orders? Therefore, Xiao Mimi was willing to endure the humiliation just to wait for one thing to be confirmed, Ling Yan's identity. If Ling Yan was that person, then all the suffering she had endured would finally be rewarded. Everything would be a happy ending. If Ling Yan wasn't, then she would be willing to commit suicide for Ling Yan. But now, Ling Yan didn't trust her and Xianxia couldn't confirm Ling Yan's identity. Xiao Mimi was stuck between these two people. She couldn't betray Ling Yan here and had to obey Xianxia's orders on the other side. Xiao Mimi was suffering. It must be very painful, right? Xianxia looked at the trembling Xiao Mimi with a faint smile in his bright eyes. Xiao Mimi bit her lip and said with a trembling voice, "Yes." Xianxia suddenly raised his slender neck and looked up at the night sky. Gazing at the tranquil night sky, he sighed and said, "Me too. If Ling Yan wasn't a descendant of the Ling family, I would definitely kill him with my own hands." Hearing this, Xiao Mimi suddenly raised her head and looked at Xianxia for the first time. She suddenly smiled charmingly. "If he isn't, you'll have to kill me first if you want to kill him." This time, Xiao Mimi didn't refer to herself as a servant. For Ling Yan, she was willing to endure any humiliation. She didn't care if Ling Yan was a descendant of the Ling family or not. If he wasn't, she would feel at ease. Whoever wanted to kill Ling Yan would have to step over her dead body. Xianxia giggled and teased, "Yo, you dare to talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll be jealous?" Xiao Mimi sneered, "When you captured me, I wasn't even afraid of death. Why would I be afraid of you being jealous?" Seeing Xiao Mimi like this, Xianxia shook with laughter and said, "All right, I know you have deep feelings for him, and I also know you're not afraid of death. However, before we confirm Ling Yan's identity, there's no point in us talking about this." Xiao Mimi nodded in tacit agreement. Xianxia suddenly stopped laughing and asked with a serious expression, "Then, what is Ling Yan's current plan? What is he doing?" "You don't know either?" Xiao Mimi said, "I don't know." Xianxia said indifferently, "I came to the capital with 3 things to do. The first is naturally to confirm Ling Yan's identity. The second is to kill 2 people and take control of the Assassins Organization's branch in the capital. The third is to find a person. That person is my master's personal servant. She's the person who helped Ling Yan escape from the devil sect's headquarters. Her name is Qing Niao. Ling Yan's identity is currently unknown, but this doesn't affect my cooperation with him. If I want to make a move against the Assassins Organization's branch in the capital, tell him to come and see me. If Ling Yan is my master's son, then everyone will be happy. If he isn't, then there's going to be a lot of trouble." "Xiao Mimi, do you think Ling Yan is my master's son?" Xiao Mimi was silent for a long time. Finally, she shook her head. "I don't want to guess." Xianxia giggled. Alright, it's about time. I still have other things to do, so you can go back first. Remember to keep in touch with me. With that, Xianxia twisted her slender body and left the residence. Xiao Mimi stood rooted to the ground. 2 rows of clear tears silently rolled down her cold and charming face. After a long time, she muttered to herself, "Ling Yun, just who are you? Do you know that I don't want to endure this kind of pain and torture for another day?" Then, was Ling Yun a descendant of the Ling family? There was no need to ask. At this time, Ling Yun was standing on Marquis Edward's back, searching for his father, Ling Xiao. "Edward, be careful to always maintain a distance of about 500 meters from the ground." 500 meters above the ground, Ling Yun held his phone and opened the map app on it. He turned on the navigation and flew along the route he had set, all the way to the northeast. Because he was looking for someone, Ling Yun didn't let go of any clues. He even used his divine sense to scan the 2 mountains in the park. Now that Ling Yun had searched the mound between the 6th and 7th rings, he found nothing. He was flying out of the 7th ring. Along the way, Ling Yun had already entered the Huairou region. Beyond that, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The Great Wall of China was already in Ling Yun's sight. After passing the majestic Great Wall of Xianxia, in the northeast direction was Shintang Valley and Hundred Springs Mountain. Ling Yun occasionally stopped to take a look at the map before continuing his search. This time, Ling Yun flew strictly according to the direction calculated by Mo Wudao. He didn't deviate at all. This was because this was the endless Yun mountain range. It was simply too big. Moreover, Ling Yun had full trust in Mo Wudao. He believed that Mo Wudao's calculations would be accurate. The reason was simple. If Mo Wudao's calculations weren't accurate, he wouldn't have suffered the backlash. He would only suffer the backlash if he succeeded in prying into the secrets of heaven. "We'll reach Yunming Mountain if we go any further." At around 2 in the morning, Ling Yun arrived at the southwest foothills of Yunming Mountain. Further northeast of Yunming Mountain was naturally Longyun Mountain. This area was the intersection of the 2 mountains that Mo Wudao had pointed out. It was also the most likely place where Ling Xiao was imprisoned. Ling Yun asked Edward to stop and check the navigation on his phone to confirm that he was on that line. Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain were both scenic areas. However, Ling Yun realized that the line passed through dangerous peaks and cliffs. Ordinary tourists definitely wouldn't come to these places. Descend 100 meters from the top of the mountain and fly close to the ridge. Ling Yun ordered decisively. He had to search the area in front of him carefully. In such a place, as long as there was a house or a cave, Ling Yun had to explore it. While Ling Yun was worried, his blood started to boil. There was a faint trace of excitement in his heart. This was because the moment he found Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have to hide his identity anymore as long as he could rescue him and reunite with his father. To be continued. The northeastern foothills of Yunming Mountain were filled with perilous peaks and dense forests. Opposite them were the 2 perilous peaks of Longyun Mountain. These 7 or 8 peaks formed a circle, forming a huge basin in the middle. Although it was called a basin, it was only relative to the peak. Compared to sea level, this basin was more than 700 meters above sea level. This kind of place was what people often referred to as the true deep mountains and old forests. Throughout the year, it was uninhabited. However, there was a huge courtyard here. This courtyard faced the south and was built along the mountain. It had distinct levels and was very picturesque. It wasn't much smaller than the Ling family's ancestral home. To build such a courtyard in such a place, it was obviously impossible to import construction materials from the outside. Instead, they had to use local materials, mainly mountain rocks and wood. Even so, to be able to build such a courtyard here required a lot of manpower and resources. This showed how powerful the owner was. This was the headquarters of the Heavenly Kills organization, the Devil's Doctrine. In this huge mansion, over 100 Heavenly King stage assassins from the Assassins organization resided, as well as 8 King of Assassins. In the Assassins organization, those at Xiantian realm level 1 to 6 were collectively known as the Heavenly Kings. These people were used to assassinate the ancient sects and hidden families in Huaxia. Once the Heavenly Kings broke through to Xiantian realm level 7, they would automatically become the Kings of Assassins. These people wouldn't be mobilized unless something big happened or they wanted to assassinate some guardians, elders, or sect leaders. Otherwise, they would stay here all year round to manage and train the heavenly kings. Other than these 100 heavenly kings and 8 kings of assassins, there were also 2 commanders of the Assassins Organization's Beijing branch. These 2 commanders were called Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan. They were the other 2 sons of Xikong Tuesday. Right now, Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan were sitting outside the secret chamber where Ling Xiao was imprisoned. They were leisurely sipping tea while waiting for their father to come out. Big brother, it's been more than a month since Xikong Wuji went to Qingshui City to deal with Ling Yun. There's still no news of him. Do you think he's dead? Xikong Wuhan had a majestic figure, like a bear. He wore black clothes, and the muscles on his body bulged like dragons. His gaze was calm as he sipped on his tea. Of course, he used the secret voice-sending technique. Although Xikong Wuqing, Xikong Wuji, and Xikong Wuhan were all Xikong Tu's sons, they were not born from the same mother. Therefore, there was almost no affection between them. When they talked about each other's life and death, it was as if they were talking about strangers. Hee, how would I know? Anyway, I've arranged for people to investigate for more than a month, but the result is like a rock in the sea. There's no news from the Hudong branch at all. Xikong Wuqing was also dressed in black. He was tall and skinny, his hair was disheveled, and his face was expressionless. His eyes were sharp as he spoke. After saying that, Xikong Wuqing snorted coldly, humph. He coveted the devil's blade? We have so many heavenly saints, yet he wants to stand out and become the demon lord and be our boss. Even if he really dies, he will only be courting death. I don't know if he's dead or not, but, as Xikong Wuqing spoke, he raised his chin slightly and pointed in the direction of the door of the secret chamber. He sneered and said, the one inside has already gone mad. Xikong Wuqing's name was not just for show. Even Xikong Tu, who was in the secret chamber, was too lazy to even call him father. Xikong Wuhan's expression was a little gloating as he said in a strange tone, he captured his love rival to get rid of that huge knot in his heart back then. Now that his son is missing, it would be strange if he doesn't go mad. Xikong Wuhan teased their father and changed the topic. He asked, Big brother, why do you think the old master suddenly called us here today? Xikong Wuqing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I heard that there are many things. You should know that his old rival, who has been fighting with him for 18 years, has been looking for him again these few days. She has killed many of our heavenly king assassins in this half a month. Xikong Wuhan chuckled and said, the life and death goo. This woman has really risked her life for Yin Qingshuan's son. Speaking of this, Xikong Wuqing was also very moved. He shook his head and said, that's right. Among the servants that Yin Qingshan brought out, this Jing Yao is naturally the strongest. Back then, in order to protect that bastard Yin Qingshan, she did not hesitate to use the heavenly demon explosion technique and carried the old master down the cliff to perish together with him. She even planted the life and death goo on the old master. Even we can't compare to this kind of ruthlessness. Women from Miaojiang are indeed ruthless. Xikong Wuqing emphasized again. Then, he smiled and said, however, although the old master has been tormented by her for so many years, she is not much better. Not only are all the meridians in her body reversed, her face is completely disfigured, and even she has become crazy. In her heart, there is only the obsession of killing the old master. I guess she doesn't even know who she is now. This Qing Yao can't defeat the old master, but she has inherited Yin Qingshuan's Qinggong. It is really too good. Her movement is better than ghosts. Once she escapes, the old master can't catch up with her, so he called us over. If she dares to come again, the old master wants the 2 of us to help. The 3 of us will work together to kill her. Hearing this, Xikong Wuhan chuckled and nodded. Yes, it's good to kill her. It's clean and neat. Otherwise, the old master will probably be completely tormented by her. Then, what about the other things? Obviously, Xikong Wuhan had absolute confidence in the 3 of them working together to kill Qing Yao. Therefore, he casually said this and asked about other things. Xikong Wuqing said faintly, the other 2 things are more important. They are for 2 people. One is that vile spawn, Ling Yun, and the other is naturally that slut, Yi Xingchen. Ling Yun has risen to power in Xianxia city, but his identity is unknown. However, according to my estimation, there is a 99% chance that he is the vile spawn of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. In recent months, Ling Yun has suddenly risen to power like a comet and defeated the 8 big sects of Huaxia. On the other hand, Yi Xingchen has put aside his official business and frequently appears in Xianxia city. What does this mean? Xikong Wuhan let out a cruel, wolf-like sneer. In other words, if Ling Yun is really Ling Zhao's son, then he will definitely come to the capital to acknowledge his ancestors. Once he does so, Yi Xingchen will naturally stand on his side. Then, Xikong Wuqing continued, then, it will be the time when the Ling family is truly annihilated. A cruel sneer flashed across Xikong Wuhan's face. Hee, no wonder the old master asked us to come back at this time. Big brother, let's make this clear first. After we annihilate the Ling family, that slut, Yi Xingchen, will be mine. You're not allowed to snatch him from me. Xikong Wuqing tilted his ears and listened to the muffled groans coming from the secret chamber. The corner of his mouth curled into a happy smile. Not interested. At this moment, in the secret chamber next to the two of them, Ling Xiao was naked and nailed to a wooden cross. His hair was disheveled, and he had long been tortured to the point where he no longer looked human. That's right, his whole body was nailed to the wooden cross. He was nailed to the wooden cross with a 20-centimeter-long steel nail. Ling Zhao's palms, arms, legs, and feet were all nailed. The large steel nails pierced through his skin, bones, and flesh, and were firmly nailed into the wood behind him. Ling Xiao was unable to move. For more than a month, he had been eating, drinking, and defecating in this state. The entire secret chamber was filled with an overwhelming stench. Ling Zhao's lower jaw had already been plucked off by Xikong Tuesday. At the same time, his dantian had been sealed. It was impossible for him to commit suicide by biting his tongue or sever his meridians. At this moment, there was not a single part of Ling Zhao's body that was left unscathed. Even his originally handsome face had been sliced open by the knife. As he trembled in pain, the rotten flesh that was dripping with blood actually hung there, swaying non-stop. If even his face was like this, one could imagine the state of Ling Zhao's body. There were knife wounds everywhere. Most of them were old wounds that had yet to heal, and the skin was instantly cut open again. As long as it wasn't a vital part of his body, it would be the same. Pain was only one of the reasons. One had to know that in the past month, it had been summer, and this residence was located in the forest. Naturally, there would be many mosquitoes. Especially at night, Ling Zhao's entire body would have to endure the bites of the mosquitoes. The itch and pain of tens of thousands of insects gnawing on his flesh would be endless torture. If an ordinary person were to come in now and see Ling Zhao's appearance, the timid one would definitely be scared to death. This secret chamber wasn't human at all. It was simply hell. Even so, Ling Xiao couldn't die because the person torturing him was Xikong Tu, who was at Xiantian realm level 9. Rip. Xikong Tu stretched out his hand and tore off another piece of flesh from Ling Zhao's shoulder. He laughed sinisterly. He, Ling Xiao, how does it feel to be cut into pieces by me? Every night, you take my medicine. You're bathed in flames, but you can't move. You have to endure the pain of countless mosquitoes and ants all over your body. Does it feel good? Yes, there was still one part of Ling Zhao's body that was fine, his lower body. In order to torture him, Xikong Tu arranged for someone to give him the medicine every night and the antidote in the morning. Once a day. Tsk tisk. Xikong Tu laughed sinisterly and pulled out the 2 steel nails from Ling Zhao's elbows. With 2 pu sounds, he moved them an inch and stabbed them in again. Ugh, Ling Xiao finally let out a groan. He shook his hair with difficulty and stared at Xikong Tu with bloodshot eyes. Stare at me, stare at me. Humph. Xikong Tu laughed sinisterly and said cruelly, how dare you snatch my woman? This is your fate. As he spoke, he lowered his head and stared at Ling Zhao's lower body. He laughed mischievously. Only here doesn't hurt, right? It's hard to hold it in, right? Hee, don't worry, I'll let you enjoy it for a few more days. After that, I'll cut it off and feed it to the wolves. See? Sikong too. Why, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Ling Zhao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He used all the strength in his body and cursed word by word. Sikong too laughed maniacally. Hee, I don't know how I'll die, but your Ling family will be exterminated soon. Let me tell you. At this moment, Sikong too, who was shrouded in black mist, suddenly stopped talking and turned his head to look outside the house. At this moment, in a dense forest outside the house, a black, skinny figure with a black veil over his face appeared like a ghost. Humph. You're still haunting me. Green bird, I, Sikong too, will make sure you don't return today. Sikong too snorted coldly and left Ling Xiao behind. He flashed to the door of the secret room, opened it, and walked out. Wuqing, Wuhan, come with me. To be continued. It's going to be a big climax. I can cast my votes now. If the votes are good enough, I'll go all out tonight. Outside the secret chamber, Sikong Wuqing and Sikong Wuhan had already stood up when they sensed that someone had arrived. Sikong Wuhan didn't seem to care at all. He stretched lazily. Father, what do we do about this place? Sikong too laughed coldly. Don't worry, he won't die. I'll deal with him when I get back. Clearly, there were 8 kings of assassins and more than 100 heavenly king assassins in this mansion. Sikong too was not worried about whether Ling Xiao would be rescued. Instead, he was worried about whether he would die. Who's there? Ah. 2 heavenly kings at Xiantian realm level 1 discovered Green Bird's presence. They were killed by Green Bird just as they asked a question. Humph. Green Bird, I'll kill you tonight. Sikong too was furious. He roared and rushed out of the door. Then, his tall and skinny figure twisted, and he rushed to where Green Bird was. Big brother, it's time to kill someone. Let's go. Sikong Wuhan's eyes lit up at the thought of killing someone. He followed Sikong too closely. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Sikong Wuqing's sharp eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. He also flew out, but his speed was even faster than Sikong Wuhan's. Green Bird killed 2 people in an instant. When she saw Sikong too rush out with 2 people following closely behind, she didn't bother fighting. She turned around and left. *TCH. In the past 18 years, the blue bird had tormented Sikong too countless times. Otherwise, Sikong too wouldn't have been so crazy. He yelled and unleashed his qinggong to the limit, chasing after the blue bird. Big brother, there's a cliff ahead. Let's block her from both sides. Okay, I'll flank her from the left. Sikong Wuhan and Sikong Wuqing didn't stay here for long, but they often came here to deal with things. Hence, they were very familiar with the terrain. Just like that, 1 in front and 3 in the back, Qing Miao led Sikong too and his 2 sons away from the house while fighting. There are actually sounds of fighting and shouting ahead. At this time, Ling Yan had just flown over a perilous peak and arrived at the northeastern foothills of the Yunming mountain. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, the darkest time before dawn. Deep in the forest, not a sound could be heard. Coupled with the emptiness of the valley, the sound naturally traveled far. The moment Marquis Edward flew over, Ling Yan heard the sound. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately released his divine sense to the limit. Then, he was shocked to see that there was actually a large courtyard in this deep mountain forest. Following a straight line, Ling Yan crossed the mountains from the southwest. Other than the 2 scenic spots, he saw ordinary farmhouses and some thatched wooden houses. This was the first time he had seen such a large manor. Furthermore, with Ling Yan's intelligence, he wouldn't be Ling Yan if he couldn't guess that Ling Xiao was being held captive here. What a good Mo Wu Dao, his predictions are so *king accurate. Ling Yan praised in his heart and hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Marquis Edward. I found it, it's that courtyard. Do you see it? It's in the dense forest below. You have to land slowly, don't get noticed. Marquis Edward nodded. He looked in the direction of the courtyard and silently landed on the perilous peak. Then, he almost stuck to the treetops as he approached the courtyard. Ling Yan was here to save people, not to fight. Others' fights attracted the attention of the people here. Even though he was grateful, he couldn't be bothered. At least, Ling Yan wasn't in the mood to do so before he found and rescued Ling Xiao. Marquis Edward couldn't see the courtyard once he landed. Luckily, the direction was right, and the two of them flew closer and closer. 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, Ling Yan released his divine sense to the maximum. Very soon, the courtyard appeared in the range of Ling Yan's divine sense. F***ck, there are so many experts hidden in this courtyard. Even though Ling Yan couldn't hear their breathing from 1,000 meters away, his divine sense could detect their clothing and even their every move. Marquis Edward was afraid of being detected, so he flew slower and slower. Then, he gently flapped his wings and dove forward more than 200 meters. The entire courtyard entered the range of Ling Yan's divine sense. The next moment, Ling Yan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. F***ck your mother. Ling Xiao's pitiful appearance in the secret chamber of the courtyard was instantly reflected in Ling Yan's mind. Right now, Ling Xiao had long been tortured to the point that he didn't even look human. Even if Ling Lai stood in front of Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to recognize the person in the secret chamber. However, Ling Yan didn't need to look, he needed to judge. That was because Ling Xiao was the only prisoner in the entire courtyard. If that wasn't Ling Yan's father, who else could it be? Seeing his biological father being tortured to such a state, Ling Yan's tribulation stage soul trembled. The blood in his body boiled, and his eyes turned red. Calm down. You must calm down. Ling Yan, I'm telling you, you must F***king calm down. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with tears as he clenched his fists. His nails dug deep into his palms, causing blood to flow out. Edward, stop flying and land. Ling Yan told Edward to stop flying when they were 700 meters away from the courtyard. The two of them landed silently in the dense forest. Ling Yan suppressed his hot blood and anger and tried to calm himself down as soon as possible. He had to save Ling Xiao, and he had to exterminate everyone here. That was the decision Ling Yan made the moment he saw Ling Xiao. Of course, he had a clear order. This courtyard was heavily guarded. No matter how ferocious Ling Yan was, he wouldn't dare to barge in recklessly. That was because the moment the enemy sensed his arrival, they would definitely place a knife on Ling Xiao's neck. He couldn't be faster than the enemy. At the same time, Ling Yan also realized that one of the two parties fighting was definitely the one who imprisoned his father. As for the other party, no matter who it was, they must have helped him greatly. That was because Ling Yan noticed that the door to the secret room was open, and there was no one beside Ling Xiao at all. This was an opportunity, he could only sneak in now and save Ling Xiao first. Then, Ling Yan would have the initiative to decide whether to fight or leave. Ling Yan also understood that this opportunity was fleeting. Edward, if you do this, Ling Yan thought for a moment and told Edward the location of the secret room Ling Xiao was in. He then told him what to do. In the next moment, Edward transformed into an inconspicuous little bat in the pitch-black night. He flapped his wings and rushed out of the dense forest, flying toward the house. It was definitely inconspicuous because it was very common to see bats in the forest in the summer. Bats ate insects, mainly mosquitoes. There were many mosquitoes in the forest, so one or two bats flying in the sky wouldn't attract anyone's attention. After watching Edward fly away, Ling Yan took out his communicator without hesitation and sent 2 messages. Grandpa, I found Father. We're going according to plan. Be quick. Auntie, come quickly. The faster, the better. After sending the 2 messages, Ling Yan didn't put away his communicator. Instead, he silently traversed 300 meters in the direction of the courtyard. Then, he turned on the positioning system of the communicator and hid it behind a hidden rock. The functions of this communicator were very powerful, and the signal was far superior to an ordinary phone. As long as the positioning system was turned on, Ling Lai, Qing Dongxue, and the rest would definitely be able to rush over at the fastest speed possible. This place was only 400 meters away from the courtyard. Ling Yan was confident that by the time Ling Lai and the rest arrived, he would have already rescued Ling Xiao. The courtyard would be in a mess, and he wasn't afraid that they wouldn't notice. After doing all this, Ling Yan took a light breath and began to move through the dense forest. His body was as fast as a ghost, but he didn't cause a single gust of wind. This was the ultimate movement technique of the dragonfish phantom ability, shifting shadows. Ling Yun, who was at Qi Cultivation Level 1, was close to teleportation. Ling Yun's target was naturally the backyard of the courtyard, which was also the highest building. The secret chamber that imprisoned Ling Xiao was there. At this time, Edward, who had transformed into a bat, had already arrived above the building. With a nimble turn, he shot into the building as if he had discovered a mosquito. Sikong Tu and his 2 sons had come out. The other assassins from the Assassins' organization were all carefully guarding the front yard when they saw the enemy approaching. Of course, no one would care about such a small bat. After Edward successfully entered the house, his pair of purplish-red eyes blinked. With a light flap of his wings, he rushed into the secret chamber that Ling Xiao was in. However, after entering, he didn't immediately rescue Ling Xiao. Instead, he directly pounced on the wall of the secret chamber and remained motionless. This was the first step of Ling Yun's plan. First, he let Edward enter the secret chamber to protect Ling Zhao's safety. Edward was at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. His true strength wasn't inferior to an expert at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 9. Moreover, he was extremely intelligent and could fly. Naturally, there was no need to worry about Ling Zhao's safety. Through his divine sense, Ling Yun's tense nerves relaxed a little when he saw that Edward had successfully flown to his father's side. At this time, Ling Yun had already arrived at the backyard of the mansion. He held his breath and retracted his divine sense to a radius of 30 meters. With just one shifting shadows, he arrived at the wall outside the secret chamber. As the range of his divine sense shrunk, it naturally became incomparably condensed. Ling Yun opened his mouth, and with a thought, a green shadow flew out. With a sway of the wind, it became a flying sword that was more than a foot long and an inch wide. It hovered in the air. Then, Ling Yun condensed his voice into a line and said to Ling Xiao in the secret chamber, "Father, don't be surprised. Your child, Ling Yun, is here to save you." With that said, Ling Yun took out the devil's blade from his spatial ring. With a few slashes, he carved a huge hole in the stone wall. Ling Xiao was right in front of him. In a flash, Ling Yun rushed to Ling Zhao's side. With tears in his eyes, he swiftly removed all the steel nails on Ling Zhao's body. Then, he took out a large handful of level 6 healing talismans and stuck them on Ling Zhao's head, face, and all over his body. Very quickly, the healing talismans were plastered all over Ling Zhao's body. Ling Yun scanned with his divine sense and confirmed that he didn't miss anything. Suddenly, he shouted, "Appear." "Sorry, I got a stiff neck for no reason. Update a little late." A level 6 healing talisman could regrow flesh and bones. Using a level 6 healing talisman would allow new flesh to grow on a piece of white bone. Following Ling Yun's roar, the healing talismans that were plastered all over Ling Zhao's body started to take effect. The horrifying wounds on Ling Zhao's face and body started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Recovery. The healing talisman didn't only have the effect of healing wounds, but it could also cleanse wounds, clean away ulcers, and remove toxins. Therefore, the filth and insect venom in Ling Zhao's wounds were also cleansed. His muscles healed, his broken blood vessels reconnected, and his broken nerves started to recover. His meridians returned to normal, and Ling Zhao's skin became as smooth as before. The effects of a level 6 healing talisman were very powerful. However, no matter how fast it was, it still required a certain amount of time. However, Ling Yun's shout wasn't done through telepathy. Instead, it was a direct shout from his mouth. His whereabouts were exposed the moment the shout was heard. "Who is it? Not good, someone broke in. Who dares to break into the Assassins' organization's headquarters at night?" Along with a burst of noise and bewilderment, dozens of figures flashed through the courtyard and directly arrived outside the building. Ling Xiao was still being treated. Of course, Ling Yun didn't want to expose his whereabouts. However, using the healing talisman was a necessary way to communicate with heaven and earth. If one shouted quietly, the healing talisman wouldn't react. However, since Ling Yun dared to expose his whereabouts, he naturally wasn't afraid of being exposed. "Edward, block the door and protect me." "Yes, boss." Edward completed his transformation as soon as Ling Yun entered. He transformed from a small bat back into his strongest combat form, a huge bird in human form. At this moment, Edward was almost 3 meters tall. His skin was purplish-green, and the light purple wings on his back were slightly spread. He had a green face and sharp fangs. He was like a demon that walked out of hell. Boom! Edward smashed through the door of the secret room and rushed forward. His huge body blocked the entrance of the building. As soon as Edward appeared at the door, he immediately saw that the courtyard outside was already filled with people. All of them were holding swords and were about to rush in. His sudden appearance shocked the assassins who were rushing over. The assassins who were at the very front stopped abruptly. Edward did not care if the other party was afraid or not. He directly attacked first to gain the upper hand. In the name of the Lord, grant me the power of darkness, blood arrow. Bang! A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded in Edward's hand, turning into 5 or 6 poisonous blood arrows, shooting towards the people at the front in a fan shape. Ah! 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 The assassins at the very front were caught off guard. They didn't even have time to dodge and were directly shot by the blood arrows. At the same time, they let out several miserable cries and staggered to the ground. Everything that happened at the door was reflected in Ling Yun's divine sense. He knew that Edward could hold on for the time being, so he started to focus on treating Ling Xiao. Father, please be patient. Ling Yun carefully supported Ling Xiao. Seeing that the wounds on his body were more or less healed, he reached out with lightning speed and gently lifted Ling Xiao's chin. With a light crack, Ling Xiao's dislocated chin was successfully restored by Ling Yun. Yun, leave quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. Ling Xiao's chin was closed. He was finally able to speak. He had been sizing up Ling Yun with hot tears in his eyes. However, the first thing he said was not himself but for Ling Yun to leave this place as soon as possible. Since Ling Xiao was already by Ling Yun's side, Ling Yun no longer had any worries. At this moment, he was filled with rage and pride. Father, let's not leave. I will treat you here and see how I will take revenge for you. Was Ling Yun the kind of person who would suffer losses? Since he saw Ling Xiao going through this ordeal, how could he not take revenge immediately? As he said that, Ling Yun circulated the black-yellow sutra crazily. The huge amount of black-yellow true qi in his body directly poured into Ling Xiao's body. After the ferocious black-yellow true qi entered Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao's sealed energy center and meridians rushed out. The acupoints in his body were naturally unsealed. Of course, Ling Xiao cultivated the black-yellow sutra. Both father and son's black-yellow true qi came from the same source. At this moment, when the black-yellow true qi entered his body, not only was there no rejection, it immediately merged into one spot and began to flow through Ling Xiao's meridians. Ling Yun was using his own spiritual energy to treat Ling Xiao's old injuries. Of course, Ling Yun knew that Ling Xiao had broken his own meridians and crippled his own martial arts 18 years ago. His internal injuries had never healed and his meridians were broken. His true qi was stagnant everywhere. That was why he could only cultivate to Hotian realm level 5 after 18 years. Ling Yun, who was in the middle of qi cultivation stage level 1, had a boundless amount of spiritual energy in his body. He circulated his divine sense and directly looked into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's meridians were broken, damaged, and stagnant. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth as cold sweat appeared on his face. However, he endured the pain and did not let out a groan. I'm sorry, father. I was too impatient. The true qi in Ling Yun's body was simply too strong. Ling Xiao was only at Hotian realm level 5. With such a strong true qi flowing through his meridians, he was unable to withstand it. Ling Yun knew what was going on with one look and hurriedly slowed down the speed of the true qi. However, after this round of treatment, Ling Xiao's old injuries had mostly recovered. At least his energy center and meridians were no longer broken or stagnant. His true qi was flowing smoothly. At this moment, the healing talismans on Ling Xiao's body had completely disappeared and turned into spiritual energy for healing. Ling Xiao's external injuries were also completely healed. Not even a scar was left on his body. His skin was as smooth and clean as a newborn baby's. The entire process seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It only took 3 minutes. Father, let me help you wash your body first. Ling Yun took out a clear water talisman and placed it on top of Ling Xiao's head. Appear. A huge blue ball of water appeared on top of Ling Xiao's head. With a splash, it drenched Ling Xiao's body from top to bottom. Ling Yun was afraid that one clear water talisman wouldn't be enough, so he immediately used another. After confirming that Ling Xiao's body was completely cleaned, he circulated his pure yang true qi. The hot true qi quickly evaporated Ling Xiao's body. Finally, Ling Yun took out a level 6 spirit cleansing talisman and placed it directly on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao instantly felt refreshed and the haze was swept away. It was as if he had become a different person. Under the treatment of Ling Yun's strong spiritual energy, in addition to the effects of the clear water talisman and spirit cleansing talisman, all the effects of the medicine that Si Kongtu gave Ling Xiao had long been eliminated. Ling Xiao was back to normal. Ling Yun didn't avoid it. He directly reached out and brought Ling Xiao from the secret room to the outer room, away from that stinky place. Then, Ling Yun took out another set of golden black devilish silkworm nightwear from his spatial ring. It was complete with clothes, hat, shoes, and socks. He said to Ling Xiao, "Father, please change your clothes." "Good child." Ling Xiao saw Ling Yun's methods. Even though he was shocked, he felt much more at ease. He knew that Ling Yun must have had something up his sleeve to be able to rush here to save him. Thus, he nodded his head and started to put on his clothes. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun were about the same height, about 183 meters. The clothes were just right for him. Boom! A hole was punched in the stone wall, and a black-clothed assassin rushed in through the hole. "You're courting death for disturbing my father's dressing." Ling Yan's expression turned stern. He frowned slightly, and with a thought, the green shadow flying sword suddenly flew out and disappeared in a flash. Chi! It directly pierced through the assassin's throat. The assassin in black spat out blood and clutched his throat. His eyes were so wide open that they were about to pop out, and he fell to the ground, dead. Since Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword had started moving, there was no reason for it to stop. After piercing through the assassin's throat, it directly flew out through the hole under Ling Yun's control. Chi chi chi. The green shadow flying sword vibrated lightly, and it was as fast as black lightning in the night. The moment it left the courtyard, it once again pierced through the throats of another 3 assassins. The green shadow flying sword killed 3 people in a row, and the hundreds of heavenly kings outside the courtyard couldn't see where the enemy was. All of them were stunned, and they were on high alert. As such, the pressure on Marquis Edward, who was blocking the door, was greatly reduced, and he was greatly energized. Beijing's Ling family, Ling Yun is here. From now on, anyone who comes within 2 feet of the door will be killed without mercy. Ling Yan's cold voice traveled clearly into the ears of every assassin in the courtyard. With Ling Yan's protection, Ling Xiao was completely safe. Edward could fly, and Ling Yun could let his father leave at any time. Now that the father and son had reunited, Ling Yun finally didn't have to hide his identity anymore. What? Beijing's Ling family? Ling Yun? Ling Yun is indeed from the Ling family. Ling Yun's words caused an uproar in the courtyard. Ling Yun's glorious achievements in Beijing and Qingshui City had already spread throughout the ancient martial arts world. Now that he was introducing himself for the first time, all the assassins in the courtyard were shocked beyond words. After the uproar, silence followed. These hundreds of assassins were like a group of dragons without a leader. Seeing that Ling Yun was the one who saved them, they didn't know what to do. Swoosh! Bang! Among the group of assassins, a masked assassin in black shot a signal flare into the night sky. The signal flare pierced 200 meters into the sky and exploded, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Ling Yun laughed coldly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Edward, move aside. Father, please follow your son out. Tonight, we shall fight side by side. Ling Xiao had already put on his clothes, and he looked like a new person. He smiled and nodded at Ling Yun. All right. Facing over 100 assassins in the courtyard, Edward didn't show any fear. He rushed out of the door and into the courtyard. Ling Yun and Ling Xiao, father and son, smiled at each other and walked out side by side. To be continued. Ling Yun didn't kowtow to Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao didn't question Ling Yun either. They were father and son, and that was enough. Moreover, this wasn't the place or time to talk. This was the time to kill. Ling Yan had been saving Ling Xiao for 7 or 8 minutes. Ling Yan calculated the time in his mind and felt that it was about time. This place was less than 80 kilometers away from the Ling family's ancestral home. It had been 10 minutes since Ling Yan sent the message to Ling Lai and Qin Dongxue. With Chester's speed, they would arrive in 20 minutes at most. This meant that his reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes at most. Ling Yan leisurely walked out of the courtyard and stopped after taking another 3 to 5 steps. Facing the dense crowd in front of him, he was calm and composed, but there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Hearing the commotion, all the assassins from the Assassins Organization's headquarters in Beijing, including the 8 kings of assassins and more than 100 heavenly kings, had gathered here. Most of them were dressed in black, green, or gray warrior attire. They held various weapons such as swords, spears, and sticks in their hands. Most of them were gathered in the courtyard, while a small number of them were standing on the roofs or walls. They were on high alert, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Including the one who died in the house, there were more than 10 heavenly kings dead on the Assassins Organization's side. They lay in a pool of blood. Both sides were in a stalemate the moment Ling Yan and his son came out. There were more than 100 assassins on the Assassins Organization's side, while Ling Yan's side only had 3 people, including Ling Xiao, who was at Hotian Realm Level 5. However, Ling Yan was very calm because he had seen such scenes too many times. From the battle on Turtle Island to the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs, to the rescue of Chao Shanshan on Yunming Mountain, to the battle at Immortal Ridge in Qingshui City, the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, and the battle at Mansion No. 1, which one of his enemies wasn't more than 100 people. Moreover, Ling Yan had reached the Qi cultivation stage. Even though he was only at Qi cultivation stage 1, there was a qualitative change compared to the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. His conception and governing meridians had been opened, and the yin-yang true qi in his energy center was spinning rapidly. His divine sense was condensed, pure, and powerful. Another drop of divine energy had been formed between his eyebrows. Moreover, there were countless elixirs, dozens of level 6 talismans, and the devil's blade in his spatial ring. On top of that, there was the flying sword Green Shadow. It could be said that no one below the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8 could take a single blow from Ling Yan. Now, Ling Yan was standing empty-handed. The flying sword stopped a meter in front of him. It was this move that completely intimidated everyone from the Heavenly Assassins Organization. Flying swords, a master with the ability of God. At this time, the 3 killers who were killed by Qing Ying were lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Blood was still gushing out of their throats. The assassins group, including the 8 kings of assassins, had more than 100 super assassins. None of them dared to come within 2 feet of Ling Yan. Ling Yan glanced at the people in front of him, and his lips curled into a contemptuous smile. This is the Beijing branch of the assassins group, right? Still, no one dared to speak. I came here tonight to save people, not to kill. I also know that most of the assassins here have no enmity with me. After a pause, Ling Yan's expression turned cold. But someone here has captured my father. Therefore, I hereby announce that from this moment on, the Assassins Organization's Beijing branch is no more. Shua, the devil's blade suddenly appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. Ling Yan moved. He held the devil's blade and began to walk forward. It was just an ordinary stroll. Ling Xiao naturally followed closely behind. Marquis Edward was the last. Even without Ling Yan's instructions, he knew that he had to protect Ling Xiao. Under Ling Yan's control, the green shadow sword began to kill. Shwa shwa shwa, the green shadow sword opened a path in front of him, shuttling back and forth like lightning. Very quickly, it pierced through the flesh and blood of 7 or 8 people. The assassins of the Assassins Organization definitely didn't expect Ling Yan to kill them just like that. 7 or 8 people fell to the ground, groaning. Some of them were seriously injured but didn't die. They clutched their wounds and rolled on the ground. Some assassins who practiced hard body techniques actually tried to block the flying sword with their hands. However, the incomparably sharp green shadow sword cut off their arms and pierced through their throats. Someone wanted to use the weapon in his hand to knock the green shadow sword away, but it was as if the sword had eyes of its own. It dodged the attack and pierced through his body again. Ling Yan used his thoughts to control the flying sword. There was no need for any techniques. The green shadow sword flew up and down freely. Very quickly, it killed another 5 or 6 people. None of the super assassins could block the sharpness of the green shadow sword. F***ck, how can we fight like this? This is a divine ability. There's no way to block it. Those who weren't attacked by the green shadow sword were already scared out of their wits. They were in a state of chaos and retreated in a panic. Some of them started to hide in the distance, afraid that they would be targeted by the green shadow sword. Do you think you can run? Ling Yun didn't stop in his tracks. His lips curled into a cold smile as he swung the devil's blade to the left. The devil's blade emitted a cold blade aura. Like a black rainbow, it instantly cut through 4 or 5 heavenly kings in front of it. Ling Yun passed the devil's blade to his right hand. Then, he took out a level 6 fire talisman from his spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, he used the sky-filling flower rain technique. Confrontation. Bam, 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 bam. More than 10 level 6 fire talismans fell into the crowd in front of him and exploded. Instantly, broken limbs flew everywhere. Some of the higher-leveled ones relied on their Xianxia true qi to protect themselves. Even though they weren't seriously injured, they were still blasted away by the shockwave of the explosion. Ling Yun took 7 steps forward. There were already 30 to 40 people lying on the ground, either dead or injured. A tiger and a flock of sheep. This way, there was no need to worry about Ling Zhao's safety. Everyone wanted to hide as far away as possible. Who would dare to attack Ling Xiao from behind? Moreover, Ling Xiao was followed closely by a marquis from the Blood clan. Ling Yun didn't walk very fast, so Ling Xiao could keep up. He was dumbfounded as he watched his son's invincible performance. Ling Yun's medical skills, Ling Yun's flying sword, Ling Yun's fire talismans. This son of his was simply heaven-defying. How was this still a fight? Wasn't this just chopping vegetables? It was as if a giant had barged into a kindergarten and killed whoever he wanted. In the name of the Lord, grant me the power of darkness, the blood spear. Seeing his master's might, Edward couldn't help but feel tempted. He used his blood to form a 4-meter-long red spear and followed behind to finish off the assassins. Whenever he saw someone who wasn't dead, he would stab them with the spear, creating 2 more holes in their bodies. I'll give you something good to use. Ling Yun took out the blood element bead and threw it to Marquis Edward. He said casually, swallow it and you'll know how to use it. Suck as much blood as you want tonight. The Blood clan cultivated the art of blood control. With the help of the blood element bead, Edward would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. Edward's eyes lit up when he saw the blood element bead. He grabbed it and swallowed it. Then, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his ability to control blood had increased by a few times. Pooh! The blood spear stabbed another heavily injured assassin to death. More than half of the assassin's blood was instantly sucked out and injected into the red spear. That spear was visibly thicker. The Blood clan could use the blood in their bodies to transform anything, but the more they used it, the less blood they had. Now that Edward had the blood element bead, the opposite was true. A peak marquis of the Blood clan wasn't afraid of blood loss. What was there to be afraid of? Evil eye. Edward's eyes were as big as a copper bell. His slightly purple eyes glared at the 3 assassins who were watching him retreat in fear. The 3 assassins were hit in an instant. They raised their swords and sabers and slashed at the people around them. Ling Yun smiled and took another 3 steps forward. Another 10 people were killed. Within 15 meters of Ling Yun, the green shadow flying sword flashed like lightning. Ling Yun's fire talismans were thrown at the places with the most people. Marquis of the Blood clan, Edward, was behind him. The speed of killing was really like harvesting chives. Almost half of the heavenly kings from the Assassin's organization were dead by the time Ling Yun took more than 10 steps forward. Marquis Edward's blood-colored spear also grew longer and longer because of the continuous absorption of blood. There was no one left alive within 6 meters of him. Assassin's organization, listen up. Ignore the injured. The rest of you, retreat to the front yard. Wait for our leader to rush back. 4 people flew down from the roof and stood in a fan shape, blocking Ling Yun's path. These were the 4 kings of assassins. Humph, finally willing to come down? I was waiting for you. Ling Yun ignored the retreating people. He held the devil's blade and used fulgurating shadows. blade severing heaven and earth. Ling Yan split into four, as if he had become four people in an instant. He came to the side of the four kings of assassins and slashed at each of them. Every slash had the force of thousands of kilograms. It was so powerful that the people in the distance couldn't even open their eyes. Ling Yan returned in a flash, maintaining his slow walking posture as if he hadn't moved at all. The four kings of assassins at the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 7 were cut in half by Ling Yan's slash. Ling Yan returned to Ling Zhao's side and took 2 more steps forward. The 4 corpses were separated in the middle, and their internal organs spilled all over the ground. Edward, clean up the battlefield. In the name of the Lord, acid arrow. Edward shot out more than 10 acid arrows, killing all the people on the ground who weren't dead. At this point, everyone in the courtyard where Ling Xiao was imprisoned was dead. There were more than 50 corpses strewn all over the place. Ling Yan walked past the corpses of the 4 kings of assassins and arrived at the entrance of the next courtyard. He ignored the frightened birds in front of him and turned to Ling Xiao. Father, you've been imprisoned here. Today, the 2 of us will walk out of here openly. If God obstructs us, we'll kill God. To be continued. His neck was stiff, but he persevered and finished the 3 chapters. Please come to Qidian for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Thank you, everyone. Yun Er, the person who captured Father, is called Si Kongtu. He used to be the Xianxia of the Devil sect and one of the biggest enemies of the Ling family. However, Si Kongtu reached Xiantian realm level 8 18 years ago. Now that I think about it, he must be above Xiantian realm level 9. Therefore, don't be careless. He's the one who tortured Father. He seemed to have been lured away by a long-time enemy. Someone sent a signal flare, and he'll probably rush back after seeing it. Ling Xiao was relieved to see how powerful Ling Yun was, but he didn't forget to remind Ling Yun who the real enemy was. Si Kongtu. Ling Yan's body froze when he heard this name. He immediately thought of that stormy night 18 years ago. According to Master Xianxia, it was on that night that his mother, Yin Qingshuan's maid, Qing Niao, was chased all the way to Qingshui City's Lingjiwei Temple by Si Kongtu. In order to protect him, Qing Niao fought Si Kongtu with all her might. He was the one who destroyed his Yonghil meridian. He was the one who chased after Qing Niao 18 years ago. He was also the one who kidnapped Father and tortured him. Si Kongtu wasn't dead. Ling Yun wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy because he finally had a chance to kill his enemy. However, if Si Kongtu wasn't dead, then what about Anti-Qing Niao, the enemy who had been fighting with Si Kongtu for years? Oh no! Ling Yan panicked. Since Si Kongtu wasn't dead, then so was Qing Niao. Then, who was the one who lured Si Kongtu away? At that thought, Ling Yan raised his power to the maximum without hesitation. He used the mystical dragon hell and shouted, Si Kongtu, Ling Yan from the Ling family is here. By the way, your useless son, Si Kong Wuji, is in my hands. This divine dragon's roar, tiger's roar, dragon's roar, in this quiet night, was no different from a sudden clap of thunder, simply resounding through the clouds. Si Kongtu. Si Kongtu. Ling Yan's voice filled the entire valley, reverberating through the surrounding perilous peaks. Ling Yan knew that Si Kongtu would definitely be able to hear him at his current realm. Actually, while Ling Yan was killing people, he could still vaguely hear the sounds of fighting coming from afar. However, he thought that the assassins' group must have countless enemies, so it was normal for sects or families to come to seek revenge. As the saying goes, don't worry about it if it doesn't concern you. Even though Ling Yun would definitely go over to help, he would have to wait until he had killed everyone here. But things were different now. He had a feeling that the person who unintentionally lured Si Kongtu away was most likely the blue bird. Without the green bird, there would be no Ling Yun. An enemy he had to kill, a benefactor he had to repay. How could Ling Yun allow anything to happen to the green bird? Therefore, he didn't hesitate to shout out his name and even said that Si Kong Wuji was in his hands. Ling Yun believed that Si Kongtu would definitely be able to hear it. After hearing it, he would definitely drop everything and rush over. The person Si Kongtu wanted to kill back then wasn't the green bird, but Ling Yun. Edward, the plan has changed. Listen, from now on, you don't need to kill anyone. Just protect my father with all your might. If you really feel danger, you have to fly away with my father without hesitation, understand? Ling Yin shouted at Si Kongtu and immediately gave instructions to Edward through telepathy. Don't worry, boss. Edward will protect your father's safety with his life. Edward, of course, remembered the purpose of tonight's visit and hurriedly agreed. Father, wait here with Edward. With that, Ling Yan's figure spread out and landed directly in the front yard. He appeared like a ghost in front of the group of killers. Raging Heaven Slayer. Ling Yan held the blade with both hands and slashed down from the sky. The terrifying blade turned into a 20-meter-long black blade screen. Chi, chi, chi. With one slash, the 7 or 8 people standing in a 20-meter straight line in front of Ling Yun were all cut in half by Ling Yun. The ground in front of him was split into a 20-meter-long crack, as if it had been torn apart. How powerful and domineering was this slash? Xianxia slash. Ling Yun still held the blade with both hands and slashed to the left and right. These 2 slashes took down another 10 people. Green shadow, kill. Someone tried to escape, but Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword flashed back and forth a few times, killing the person in the air. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. Level 6 fire talismans were thrown out in handfuls. Sparks and explosions were everywhere. Broken limbs were blasted all over the place, and miserable screams could be heard. Ling Yun didn't stop for a moment. He wanted to kill all these small fries before Si Kongtu returned. This was because Ling Yun understood that it wasn't scary to fight alone. What was scary was if the other party had someone as strong as him. Once this person tangled with him, these small fries would have a chance to perform. Ling Yun killed more than 20 people almost instantly. The remaining people knew that they were no match for him. While Ling Yun was busy, they immediately scattered in all directions. No matter how strict the Assassins' organization's discipline was, it wasn't as important as escaping. You want to leave? Ling Yan raised his hand and grabbed the air, pulling a nearby person over. The Yinyang True Qi spun in reverse and sucked all the energy out of this assassin at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 6. Crazy killing came with a huge consumption, but Ling Yun had the absorption technique. He instantly replenished his energy. Shifting shadows, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ling Yan split into 12 and chased after the people who were fleeing in all directions, stabbing each of them in the back with a knife. Those people rushed more than 10 meters away before their bodies split into 2 and fell to the ground. Within a minute, Ling Yan had killed 33 people in an instant. At this point, more than 90 people from the Assassins' organization's headquarters had been killed by Ling Yun. There were only 4 kings of assassins and about 20 heavenly kings left. However, these 20 or so assassins were all heavenly kings above Xiantian Realm Level 5. Most of them were at Xiantian Realm Level 6. Needless to say, those who could survive such a battle had to be of a high realm. However, for Ling Yun now, a high realm didn't matter as long as he wasn't at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. At most, it was the difference between an ant and a cockroach. While Si Kongtu wasn't back yet, Ling Yun dashed left and right in the sea of fire, killing as many as he could before he returned. 3,000 meters to the south of the compound, there was a steep cliff that was 200 meters tall. At this time, Green Bird was in a tough battle at the bottom of the cliff. Si Kong Wuqing and Si Kong Wuhan relied on their familiarity with the terrain to successfully surround Green Bird. Si Kongtu and his sons surrounded Green Bird at the bottom of the cliff. Si Kongtu only lost to Green Bird in terms of Qinggong. However, there was a cliff in front of Green Bird, and his 2 sons on the left and right. Green Bird couldn't escape. The *TCH, you used the life and death goo on me and tortured me for 18 years. Let's see where you can run now. Si Kongtu's realm was above Green Bird's to begin with. Now, he attacked even more aggressively, not giving Green Bird any chance to breathe. If you hadn't gone crazy and forgotten the way you came, I would have let you escape again. In a mass of black fog, Si Kongtu's face was filled with a sinister smile. He attacked without restraint, forcing Green Bird to retreat continuously. Qing Niao was surrounded almost as soon as she arrived at the bottom of the cliff. She was able to hold on until now under the siege of Si Kongtu and his sons. One reason was because of her ghostly peerless movement technique, and the other was because of the goo worms hidden in her body. Si Kong Wuqing and Si Kong Wuhan didn't dare to use their full strength under the threat of the bluebird's parasite. Although they were attacking from all sides, they were mainly trying to block the parasite. They were afraid of being poisoned by the parasite. Bam! Sikong Tu's palm wind swept across Green Bird's left shoulder, and she was directly sent flying by the palm wind. Although Green Bird was injured, she borrowed the force and floated out of Sikong Wuhan's encirclement, then quickly escaped. Do you think you can run away? B*TCH, you don't even know who you are now, and you still tortured me for so many years. I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Sikong Tu's attack succeeded, and he immediately wanted to catch Green Bird alive to vent his anger. However, at this moment, he heard a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar. In fact, Sikong Tu and his sons had seen the signal flare just now. They knew that something had happened at the headquarters, but he didn't go back in order to kill Green Bird. In the past 18 years, Green Bird had really tortured Sikong Tu to the point of insanity. Until Ling Yan's mystical dragon roar sounded. What? Ling Yan from the Ling family? That B*** is here? He actually found his way here? Sikong Tu's body suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the courtyard. Wuji really fell into his hands. Sikong Wuhan asked, Father, what do we do now? Let's rush back. Compared to that B***, Green Bird's trouble is nothing. Since that B** can capture Wuji, he must have the ability to slaughter everyone here. Let's go. Sikong Tu looked hatefully in the direction that Green Bird had escaped, and immediately used his movement technique to return to the courtyard with his 2 sons. Ling Yan's guess was right. In Sikong Tu's heart, Ling Yan was the real threat. Ling Yan's divine dragon roar that resounded for 5 kilometers didn't just attract Sikong Tu and his sons. At this moment, Xianxia, who had just parted ways with Xiao Mimi and wanted to come to the capital's assassins branch to investigate, just happened to arrive at the southwest side of a perilous peak. She was using her peerless qinggong to speed along the mountain ridge. Then, she heard Ling Yan's voice. Ling Yan from the Ling family? How could Xianxia not recognize Ling Yan's voice? When she heard the words Ling Yan from the Ling family, her heart suddenly trembled. It was confirmed, Ling Yan was indeed a descendant of the Ling family. Sikong Tu? Oh no, Sikong Tu is actually hiding here. Xianxia turned pale with fright. She didn't care about anything else and directly used her qinggong to its limit. With a few leaps, she reached the peak, then, she saw a sea of fire in the distance below. Ling Yan. Ling Yan. What a familiar name. Why can't I remember anything? Green Bird borrowed the strength of Sikong Tu's palm to escape his siege. Her petite figure immediately disappeared into the dense forest, and she quickly traversed 1,000 meters. But when she heard Ling Yan's name, she immediately stopped. Then, she couldn't help but float in the direction of the voice. To be continued. Deep Mansion. I'm not killing anymore. Damn it, I'm not killing anymore. Sob sob. God of killing. He's the real god of killing. A heavenly king assassin at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 managed to escape from the inferno while Ling Yan was chasing the others. He was dashing madly towards the mountain ridge. He was already scared out of his wits, and he couldn't even use his qinggong properly. He was crying and running on all fours. All he wanted to do was to escape as far as possible. Ugh, this heavenly king assassin's blood was already boiling. Now that he was agitated, he clutched his stomach and vomited as if it was his first time killing someone. However, that was the end. Zheng. A sharp arrow pierced through his heart from the back and came out from his chest, nailing the killer's body to the rock. This heavenly king assassin's body trembled violently. His eyes bulged out, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He died on the spot, but that was good. His nightmare was over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the deep mansion, Ling Yan stood on a rooftop, nocked an arrow, and activated his yin-yang eye. He aimed at the escaping assassins and shot wildly. The arrow was like a shooting star. As the bowstring buzzed, another 4 assassins died under his bow. In just a short while, Ling Yan had killed more than 10 people, including the king of assassins. This mansion had a total of 6 courtyards. At this moment, other than the front courtyard and the last courtyard where Ling Xiao was, the 4 courtyards in the middle had already been turned into a sea of fire. Everywhere the fire was, there were mutilated corpses that were burnt by the raging flames, emitting a burnt smell. Now, other than Ling Yun, his son, and Marquis Edward, there was no one else in the deep mansion. Those assassins who should have died were long dead, and those who should have escaped were long gone, whether it was the Heavenly King Assassin or the King of Assassins, they were like kindergartners compared to Ling Yun. No one dared to stay here. The assassins from the Assassins group were already scared out of their wits by Ling Yun, just like the Heavenly King Assassin. 11 people still escaped. Forget it, that's all we can do for now. Ling Yun put away the golden bow and silver arrows and madly circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to recover the yin-yang qi in his body. After all, Ling Yun was only one person. Even if he gave it his all, it would be impossible for him to kill all of them in a situation where the opponent was only thinking about escaping. In Ling Yun's current situation, he wasn't afraid of being hit. He was only afraid that he wouldn't fight. 3 of the Kings of Assassins saw that the situation wasn't good and slipped away. There were also 8 Xiantian Realm Level 6 Heavenly Kings who escaped. Yuner, rest for a while. Sikong too should be here soon. After all, Ling Xiao was at Hotian Realm Level 5. He used his Qinggong to come to Ling Yan's side and smiled. Seeing Ling Yan's combat strength, Ling Xiao felt gratified after the initial shock. He knew that even if Ling Yan couldn't beat Sikong too, he could at least protect himself. Yes, it's fine. Grandpa and the others should be here soon. Ling Yan panted slightly as he tried to regulate his churning blood. He didn't forget to comfort Ling Xiao at the same time as he waited for the strongest enemy. The massacre just now had used up 50% of Ling Yan's true qi. However, his energy center could generate true qi on its own, so it naturally replenished 20 to 30%. Ling Yan also absorbed the skills of 3 Xiantian realm masters during the battle. Therefore, Ling Yan's body was full of true qi. It was just that his blood was churning. The battle was imminent, so he naturally had to calm his blood and raise his condition to its peak. Your grandpa? Ling Xiao was a little anxious when he heard that Ling Lai was coming. He thought that the old man was only at Xiantian Realm Level 1 and had an old illness. What was the point of coming here? Father, don't worry. Grandpa is already at the late stages of Xiantian Realm Level 8. Ah. Ling Xiao was stunned once again. Ling family's vile spawn, don't be arrogant. Sikong too, am coming. While Ling Yun and his son were conversing, Sikong too had already rushed back. His entire body was shrouded in a black fog, and his figure streaked across the sky, heading straight for Ling Yun on the roof. Edward, protect my father. Seeing that his mortal enemy had finally arrived, Ling Yun was instantly enraged. His fighting spirit soared as he sent Ling Xiao to Edward's side with a gentle palm wind. At the same time, he soared into the sky like a dragon. He went straight for Sikong too, who was rushing over from afar. Under the illumination of the blazing flames, 2 black figures cut through the sky like meteors and collided with each other at the same time. Boom! Just as the 2 of them were about to collide, they made their moves at the same time. One of them punched while the other punched. The fist and the palm wind collided violently. At this moment, Ling Yun used the stellar condensation technique to protect himself. The yin-yang true qi in his body circulated rapidly as he used the Tiangang demon fist to meet Sikong Tu's attack head-on. The 2 forces collided with a loud bang and exploded, creating a loud explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Gale swept through the land. This was really the case of enemies meeting with red eyes. After both of them used their strongest and most ferocious attacks, their figures were sent flying. One of them flew out of a courtyard before landing on the ground. Xiantian Realm Level 9, definitely Xiantian Realm Level 9. Ling Yun used only one punch to figure out Sikong Tu's realm. In the past 2 months, Ling Yun had fought too many pinnacle Xiantian 8 masters and half a step into Xiantian 9 masters. With his rich experience, he had a clear understanding of the strength of ancient martial arts masters from Xiantian Realm Level 7 to 9. Without using any magical talismans, elixirs, or secret combat techniques, Ling Yun could fight a pinnacle Xiantian 8 or half a step into Xiantian 9 with his bare hands. This was Ling Yun's evaluation of his pure combat strength. Of course, his evaluation was based on the pinnacle battle with Chen Jianhao, who was half a step into Xiantian 9 at the Immortal Ridge. At that time, Ling Yun was still at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. However, in the battle with Qin Jianhao, he relied on the dragon's saliva to replenish his strength and the fire talisman. Ling Yan's victory over Qin Jianhao was a strenuous one. If he didn't drink the dragon's saliva or use the fire talisman, that battle would have been a draw. But now, he had advanced from the physique refinement stage to the qi refinement stage. He was already at the qi refinement stage. Moreover, the conception and governing vessels had been opened, and the true qi in his body had formed a true great circulatory cycle. Therefore, if he met an opponent like Qin Jianhao again, he would definitely be able to beat him to the ground with his bare hands. Then, what about a true Xiantian round level 9 master, Xiantian round level 9, but I wonder what level it is. Ling Yan already had an idea of Xikong Tu's lower limit, but he wasn't afraid at all. That was because he wasn't fighting Xikong Tu with his bare hands. This wasn't a martial arts exchange, but an irreconcilable enemy. The moment he saw Xikong Tu, Ling Yan swore in his heart that he would take down Xikong Tu even if he had to use all his trump cards. Kill him? How was that possible? Xikong Tu had tortured Ling Xiao to that extent. Killing him would be too easy on him. Ling Yan had to settle this grudge with Xikong Tu slowly, bit by bit. With that thought in mind, Ling Yan used his yin-yang harmony balance to dissolve all the hidden force that Xikong Tu had struck into his body. Then, his eyes hardened, he flew up again. Again. Ling Yan's figure was like a meteor, piercing through the night sky once more, heading straight for Xikong Tu in the front yard. F***ck, I didn't eliminate the root of the problem back then. I've raised a tiger and brought disaster upon myself. Xikong Tu's blood churned from the impact of Ling Yan's punch. He didn't gain any advantage from that crazy collision just now. There was no other reason than Ling Yan's strength was too great. Ling Yan's punch just now carried the momentum of a mad dash and raised the strength of his arm to the limit. One arm had a force of 9,000 kilograms, and with the addition of the Tiangang Demon Fist, simply put, that punch was equivalent to the force of a fully loaded stair truck crashing into it at full speed. Xikong Tu won in terms of skill, but lost in terms of strength. Looks like this vile spawn wasn't lying when he said that Wuji was in his hands. This strength is too great. Xikong Tu's heart shuddered. Seeing Ling Yan pouncing at him again, he didn't choose to meet it head-on. Instead, his figure flashed and floated away. As one of the Devil Sex Guardians, Xikong Tu had many ways to deal with his enemies. There was no need for him to meet Ling Yan head-on. Using one's weakness to attack the enemy's strength was a moronic act. However, by dodging like that, he lost to Ling Yan in terms of momentum. Ling Yan had just completed the 100 slaughter, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. That kind of murderous intent had already reached its peak. That invincible and domineering momentum directly trampled on Xikong Tu's. Xikong Tu didn't meet the attack. Ling Yan floated down and faced his opponent. What, you don't dare to meet it? Ling Yan said indifferently. At this moment, Xikong Tu's two sons, Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan, arrived. F***ck, what the F***ck is going on? Has the entire family been annihilated? Xikong Wuhan's bear-like body flew through the air. He only took a glance at the deep house in the air and was immediately dumbfounded. I expected it. The capital city branch was annihilated by him alone. The corner of Xikong Wuqing's mouth twitched, but he didn't look at the mountains of corpses and seas of fire in the courtyard. Instead, he stared intently at Ling Yan, who was confronting Xikong Tu in the front yard. F***ck, then won't the two of us be commanders without an army in the future? Xikong Wuhan landed and came to Xikong Tu's side. He stared at Xikong Wuqing with his bear-like eyes and asked. Xikong Wuqing ignored him. Edward spread his wings and flew to the front yard with Ling Xiao on his back. However, he stopped tens of meters in the air and didn't come down. 3 against 3. Both sides were in a stalemate. Wrapped in a cloud of black mist, Xikong Tu naturally saw Ling Xiao on Edward's back. A sinister and ruthless look flashed across his eyes. Ling Xiao, who would have thought that you would still be able to survive in such a situation? You are really lucky. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Yes, I didn't expect it either. But who asked me to have a good son? End of chapter 1123. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.